Chapter 1. The poor thing abandoned by her fiancé and framed by her stepmother. Please leave your brains at the door before reading. This story is set in an alternate historical context and does not involve real society. Enjoy, dear readers. Chen Mianmian, if you know what's good for you, just submit to me. Otherwise, once I'm done having my fun, I'll throw you to the brigade and let everyone see what a naked, pathetic excuse for a woman you are. When Chen Mianmian woke up, she was not only in excruciating pain all over her body, but also had a lewd voice hovering above her. With a strong stench of bad breath, Chen Mianmian finally opened her eyes, and the dismal surroundings along with the flood of memories rushing into her mind made her frown. Uncomfortably, she, a renowned zoologist, was actually killed by the bear she once saved and ended up crossing over. The original owner also went by the name Chen Mianmian. Shortly after her birth, her mother disappeared, and the entire village spread rumors that her mother had run away with someone else. Feeling cuckolded, her father threw her to her grandmother and ignored her completely. A child unloved by both her father and mother naturally had a miserable life at her grandmother's house. It wasn't until she turned 8 that her father remarried and took her back. But it wasn't out of any newfound conscience, he just wanted a slave he could command. From then on, her father, stepmother, and half-sister had their meals while Chen Mianmian was left to drink soup and work in the fields, handling all the household chores on her frail shoulders. Finally, at the age of 14, she was betrothed, hoping to escape her suffering. Who would have thought her fiancé joined the army that same year and hadn't returned in 5 years? Recently, he sent a letter saying he was about to be promoted to deputy company commander and would come back to marry her once he earned some merit. The original owner was filled with hope, counting down the days for her fiancé to rescue her from this pit of despair. But today, while she was out gathering firewood, she was followed by the village's notorious ruffian. Zhao, a lecherous and lazy man since childhood, had a habit of peeping at women in the bathroom and harassing widows. He would even touch a female dog if he could. In this sparsely populated mountain area, the original owner was utterly helpless, calling for help to no avail. Her mind was solely focused on her fiancé, unwilling to submit, and in the struggle, she was choked to death by Zhao. Thus, the equally unfortunate Chen Mianmian took over. After merging the memories, Chen Mianmian gained control of the body. Looking at Zhao, who continued to tear at her clothes, a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Ever since she awakened her ability to communicate with animals, she had never suffered such a loss. Damn it, if she didn't beat the crap out of him, it would be as if he was clean. With her hands pinned above her head by Zhao, he was now pressing down on Chen Mianmian, trying to steal a kiss. But in the next second, with a swift move, she flipped Zhao over, driving her knee up forcefully, eliciting a pained howl from the scoundrel. "You filthy woman! How dare you treat me this way? Once I marry you, I'll break your legs." Hearing Zhao's ignorant barking, Chen Mianmian picked up a large rock beside her and began to smash it down on him. You better make it down the mountain alive first. Look at you. You resemble a toad that has turned into a spirit, and you want to marry me? Don't you have a mirror or something? Chen Mianmian's voice was a bit hoarse from being choked, but that didn't stop her from cursing. By the time she had vented her anger, the man on the ground was already covered in blood, completely devoid of his earlier arrogance. "Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! Oh, it was your stepmother Good Chanhua who made me do this. She said that as long as I slept with you, she'd let me marry you." Upon hearing this, Chen Mianmian frowned. Why would she make you do that? The original owner was on the verge of marriage and wasn't a nuisance at home. It made no sense for her to suddenly collude with a ruffian to ruin her purity. Zhao blinked his eyes, initially reluctant to speak, but seeing Chen Mianmian's impatience, he raised his foot and stepped on his vital weakness again. I'll tell you. It's your fiancé Fang Yue. He got involved with the daughter of the division commander in the army and doesn't want to come back to marry you. He asked Gu Chanhua to marry you off. Gu Chanhua said she was given $100 for this, and if I succeeded, not only could I marry you, but I would also get $40 as a reward. After hearing this, a sharp pain pierced Chen Mianmian's heart. She frowned in discomfort, knowing this was the original owner's reaction. Being abandoned by the fiancé she longed for and being ruthlessly plotted against by her stepmother was unbearable for anyone with a normal mindset. Fortunately, Chen Mianmian was here now. Otherwise, this poor girl would have escaped this time, but would still end up in a bad situation at home. Thinking of this, she covered her chest and silently prayed. "Don't worry, Everyone who has wronged you and harmed you will not have it easy. After saying this, the heaviness in her chest lifted, and Chen Mianmian breathed a sigh of relief, considering her current situation. Once she went down the mountain, her stepmother would surely find a way to ruin her reputation to bind her to Zhao Earl. It would be easy to foil her stepmother's schemes, but that scumbag man wouldn't be getting off easy. Since he dared to be so heartless, he shouldn't blame Chen Mianmian for being ruthless. Ow! With this in mind, Chen Mianmian threw her head back and let out a long, resounding howl. Just as Zhao Earl thought she had gone mad, a multitude of wild dogs and cats suddenly rushed over, showing her immense affection. LOL. Zhao Earl, ignoring his pain, stared at her with wide, incredulous eyes. He saw Chen Mianmian squatting among the cats and dogs, looking affectionate, mumbling something softly. After a while, the cats and dogs scattered, leaving only the two fiercest ones by her side. She had the ability to communicate with animals since childhood, and using this, she became a world-renowned zoologist. Even in this time of scarcity, she knew she could thrive using her abilities. Zhao Earl, I'm giving you two choices. The first one, you come back with me to identify Gu Chunhua for bribing you. The second, I kill you and let these wild dogs and cats eat your bones. Which do you choose? Chen Mianmian's voice was still a bit hoarse and deep, but combined with her cold gaze, it sent chills down Zhao Earl's spine. You can't kill me. Killing is against the law. And so what? If you die, who would know I killed you? I'm just a meek little girl being bullied by my stepmother. How could I have the ability to kill? After Chen Mianmian finished speaking, Zhao Earl's face turned pale with fear because she was right. Before he could think it through, Chen Mianmian smiled sweetly, squatting in front of him, petting the two large, fierce wild dogs. The two beasts had a fierce glint in their eyes, their bodies crouched, seeming ready to pounce and tear his throat out at any moment. Woof, woof, woof. The aggressive barking terrified Zhao Earl, causing him to tremble all over. In the next second, an awful stench wafted through the air had lost control of his bladder. I choose the first one. I choose the first one. I'll go back with you to identify Gu Chunhua. Oh, just don't let the dogs bite me. Zhao Earl had seen someone go insane after being bitten by a dog when he was young, and not long after, they died a miserable death. Faced with the threat of wild dogs, he recalled that traumatic experience and began to cry, snot and tears streaming down his face. If you had listened earlier, you could have avoided beating. You're really pathetic. With that, Chen Mianmian extended her hand, palm up, as if wanting something. What do you want? Zhao Earl sniffled, somewhat dazed and not understanding Chen Mianmian's intention. Chapter 2. Help. Chen Mianmian is killing. What do you mean? Of course, it's for my mental distress compensation. I was just minding my own business gathering firewood and almost got choked to death. Are you not going to compensate me? I advise you to hand it over quickly otherwise. If my good dog bites off one of your legs or something, this frail girl won't be able to stop them, right? After saying this, Chen Mianmian patted the big dog's head beside her, and it growled fiercely. Zhao Earl, terrified, quickly pulled out all the money from his pockets. Ying, who said that Chen Mianmian is a soft persimmon. Just wait, he'll knock out their teeth. Boo-hoo. This is clearly a frozen hard black pear. Chen Mianmian looked at the assorted small bills, various coins in his hand, counting about 17 or 18 yuan, which should be the reward from Gu Chunhua. That's not enough. If you don't give me more, I'll go to your house and take everything valuable. Otherwise, I'll let wild dogs and cats bite you every day and see whether your life is hard or their teeth are hard. Zhao Erlu felt like the sky was falling at the thought of her rummaging through his house. Was she a bandit? Just as he was about to express his dissatisfaction, two wild dogs started barking wildly at him, scaring him into swallowing all his words and obediently nodding. Ignoring Zhao Erlu's pained expression, Chen Mianmian collected the money, pulled out a rope used for gathering firewood, and tied him up tightly. After tidying up her appearance, she covered the marks on her neck with her collar. If the villagers saw this, they might suspect she had lost her virtue, which would make her future actions inconvenient. Once everything was in order, Chen Mianmian kicked Zhao Erlu, driving him down the mountain like a pig. Unbeknownst to Chen Mianmian, not long after she left, two figures jumped down from a nearby tree. That girl is quite tough. We didn't get the chance to save her, and she has already turned the tables. Since she's fine, let's quickly find someone. The night is long and full of dreams. If the target runs away, it will be very troublesome. The two men slipped through the forest, and the taller man glanced back at the direction Chen Mianmian had left, feeling that this girl was not simple. He envied her, thinking if his own mother or sister could be so strong, he wouldn't have to worry so much. But that thought quickly passed. They were focused on their mission and didn't dare to linger. Soon, the two disappeared without a trace, as if they had never come. As Chen Mianmian headed down the mountain, she was planning to deal with the big trouble at home before heading to the military. Fang Yue, for his own future, wanted to ruin an innocent girl's life. This was practically murder. Humph, since that's the case, she would make Fang Yue taste the bitterness of being despised by everyone. With her plans roughly in place, Chen Mianmian and Zhao.Lu returned to the village. She heeded the wild dog's advice and avoided the crowd, sneaking into the brigade office, where her stepmother, Gu Chanhua, was crying and begging everyone to help look for someone. Oh, my daughter Mianmian, she went up the mountain to gather firewood early this morning and hasn't come back yet. I hope she hasn't been eaten by a tiger. Captain Qian, please call someone to help look for her on the mountain. If anything happens to her, how can I live? As Gu Chanhua shouted hoarsely, people passing by heard her voice and knew that Chen Mianmian had gone up the mountain and hadn't returned. One by one, they couldn't help but sneer. It was like a cat crying over a dead mouse, pretending to be compassionate. That child at home was starving and poorly dressed, working harder than a donkey, yet they had never seen her care. Mom, don't worry. Maybe sister isn't lost. She might have gone to see her lover. Chen Qianqian stood beside Gu Chanhua, seemingly comforting her, but actually stabbing her in the heart with every word. Seeing a lover? Qianqian, don't talk nonsense. You'll ruin your sister's reputation, that Ji Chanhua exaggeratedly shouted, fearing others wouldn't know, and together with her daughter Chen Qianqian, they completely tarnished Chen Mianmian's reputation. I'm not talking nonsense. A few days ago, I saw her talking with Zhao.Lu in the small forest on the east side of the village. This morning, right after sister left, I saw Zhao.Lu go up too. How can there be so many coincidences in the world? They must be dating. Chen Qianqian's words made everyone frown. How could Chen Mianmian, who was engaged to Fang Yue, ever have eyes for Zhao.Lu? That seemed unlikely. However, Gu Chanhua didn't care about that. The stage had already been set. For the 300 yuan from Fang Yue, that bastard must ruin her reputation today. Oh, this little bastard. Not only did her biological mother run off with someone, but she herself is also a headache. Fang Yue is so good, and everyone says he will come back to marry her, yet she can't stand the loneliness and goes to flirt with Zhao.Lu. Oh, where can I put my old face? No, I must bring this little slut back. Gu Chanhua put on a righteous front and pulled Captain Qian to go up the mountain to find her. Just a few steps in, she happened to see Chen Mianmian standing at the back of the crowd. Her gaze was cold and chilling, startling Gu Chanhua, who thought she had seen a ghost. You, how are you here? Gu Chanhua questioned Chen Mianmian in disbelief. As per the plan, this little bastard should have lost her virtue by now, just waiting for her to bring people to catch her in the act. Chen Mianmian's eyes were filled with mockery and sarcasm as she glanced at the guilty-looking Chen Qianqian, finally fixing her gaze back on Gu Chanhua. Where should I be if not here? Waiting for you to bring people to see Zhao.Lu ruin me? Chen Mianmian snorted coldly and kicked the tightly bound Zhao.Lu to the ground. Come on, tell everyone about your and Gu Chanhua's scheme. Zhao.Lu grimaced in pain, looking up at the curious villagers surrounding him, feeling a panic rise in his heart. If this got out, wouldn't he be sentenced for indecency and shot? I have nothing to do with Gu Chanhua. It was clearly you who seduced me and wanted to meet in the small forest. You said you didn't want to wait for Fang Yue and wanted to date me. Just now, you even took off your clothes wanting to give yourself to me. Zhao.Lu's words made Gu Chanhua, who had been a bit flustered earlier, smirk with satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. Her 20 yuan wasn't spent in vain. This kid was smart enough. But before the crowd could react, Chen Mianmian was already laughing uncontrollably. I seduced you. Am I after your old age, your lack of hygiene, or the day you offend someone and get beaten to death? Chen Mianmian, who had been ground down by Gu Chanhua to the point of not daring to laugh, suddenly found her confidence, surprising the villagers that it was as if she had turned into a different person, but one had to admit she made a valid point. Chen Mianmian's fiancé was about to get promoted in the military. How could she not want to be the officer's wife and instead marry Zhao.Lu? A blind drifter? That would be brainless. Zhao.Lu wanted to say something more, but saw Chen Mianmian curling her index finger and whistling loudly. The next second, the village's wild cats and dogs came running over, baring their teeth and pouncing on him. Help, help! Chen Mianmian is killing people. Zhao.Lu was torn by the wild dogs, and the wild cats clawed at his face, making him wail in agony. eliciting sympathetic growls from the surrounding onlookers. Especially when a dog came over and went for his behind, shaking Zhao Erlu's, but the sound of tearing fabric and his inhuman screams made everyone's scalp tingle. Zhao Erlu, I told you not to play tricks on me. Chen Mianmian's face was dark as she watched Zhao Erlu rolling on the ground without a shred of sympathy. Gu Chanhua and Chen Qianqian were so scared their faces turned pale, but thinking of the 300 yuan promised by Fang Yuwei, they gritted their teeth and continued to ruin her reputation. Sister, why can't you and Zhao Erlu discuss things properly? Why be so cruel? If others didn't know, they would think you were guilty. Chen Qianqian, sweet-talking and knowing how to read the room, had often tripped Chen Mianmian up in the past. Clearly, she was a burden brought by Gu Chanhua, yet she was treated much better than Chen Mianmian, her biological daughter. Images of Chen Qianqian bullying the original owner since childhood flooded Chen Mianmian's mind, and she walked over and yanked her hair, slapping her twice. I only dealt with Zhao Erlu and didn't take care of you. Huh? Which wild boar farted you out? Chapter 3. It's not a holiday. Even if you kneel, I have no money to give you. Ah, help! Chen Mianmian is crazy. Chen Qianqian's cheeks were red and swollen from the slaps, but she struggled to break free from the grip on her hair. I'm crazy. I'm no longer the Chen Mianmian who could be bullied and mistreated by you all. From now on, I am your retribution. Chen Mianmian grabbed Chen Qianqian's collar and threw her directly to the ground. The strength from years of hard work was not something lazy good for nothings could compare to. Chen Qianqian was thrown beside Zhao Erlu, watching in horror as a wild dog tore a piece of flesh from him, trembling all over. Seeing Chen Mianmian's eerie and terrifying eyes, she didn't even dare to let out a sound. Gu Chanhua, seeing her own daughter being bullied, screamed and rushed over to slap Chen Mianmian, but before she could reach her, she was kicked in the thigh and knelt down with a thud. TSK, Aunt Gu, it's not a holiday or anything, and if you kneel, I don't have any money to give you. Or do you think you've wronged me all these years and want to confess? Chen Mianmian's words made Gu Chanhua's eyes turn red with anger. This little brat, once she's married off, she would definitely make Zhao Erlu torture her to death. Chen Mianmian, it's clearly your own improper conduct, getting involved with others and hitting people when you're exposed. Oh, how bitter my life is, marrying a short-lived man who died in a few years, finally finding a new husband, and I have to be bullied by you, this little bastard. I can't live like this anymore. Gu Chanhua sat on the ground, crying and wailing, telling others how hard her life was. The villagers all knew what kind of person Gu Chanhua was, and Captain Qian was so angry his head was pounding. While everyone was busy working for the spring plowing, Gu Chanhua had to cause this trouble. With such an obedient stepdaughter, wasn't enough? Did she have to torment the child to feel happy? Everyone knew Chen Mianmian's usual behavior, and all they cared about was Fang Yuwei, not Zhao Erlu at all. Just as Captain Qian was about to reprimand Gu Chanhua, Chen Mianmian suddenly spoke up. When have I ever gotten involved with anyone? You clarify for me when, where, and how I got involved. If you can't explain clearly, then you're just talking nonsense. On the other hand, how many times have you sneaked into the cornfield with that little vendor from Nanjing? A few days ago, he came over to slander you. You two were kissing in the bridge hole, right? As soon as Chen Mianmian said this, the surroundings fell silent. Even Zhao Erlu, who had been bitten, widened his eyes to look at Gu Chanhua. When Gu Chanhua heard the words bridge hole, a look of panic flashed in her eyes, and she didn't care about crying anymore. She stood up and tried to tear Chen Mianmian's mouth apart. You little bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? What did I sneak into the cornfield with that vendor? You're the one who has loose morals and comes to slander me. I've truly raised you for nothing all these years. Chen Mianmian wasn't talking nonsense. She had heard it from the mouths of wild dogs and cats. Gu Chanhua could avoid people, but she couldn't avoid dogs, and they had told Chen Mianmian about their intense battles. Mianmian, you need to provide evidence when you speak. You can't just talk nonsense. If this gets established, you could be arrested. Captain Qian's expression was serious, but he was cursing in his heart, wishing he could kick Gu Chanhua to death. If such a scandal broke out, their brigade could forget about getting any awards this year. Yes, Mianmian, you can't just talk nonsense. What really happened? The villagers, lacking Captain Qian's concerns, leaned in with their hoes, eager to hear the first-hand gossip. Chen Mianmian didn't keep them in suspense. She revealed when the two went to the bridge hole and even mentioned that after they finished their misdeeds, they left a torn mat. They are hidden by the bridge hole. Now, as long as someone went, they could find it. You're talking nonsense, you little bastard. He'll kill you for slandering my reputation. Gu Chunhua, fearing the matter would be exposed, wished she could strangle Chen Mianmian to death. At this moment, everyone's attention was drawn to her. She dashed behind Captain Qian, using him as cover while saying more things that, if you don't believe me, you can find a woman to take off her clothes and see she has marks on her chest and thighs. My dad has been repairing the dam these days and hasn't come back. If it wasn't her cheating, then was it a ghost that did it? As soon as Chen Mianmian said this, Gu Chunhua stumbled and fell to the ground. Just a moment ago, she thought this little brat was talking nonsense, but she didn't expect she would know this too. Looking at Gu Chunhua's expression, the villagers understood immediately. Two strong ants dragged her to the nearby corn stack. Listening to her shrieks as they tore off her clothes and pants, in less than 5 minutes, the two ants returned, nodding excitedly, having discovered that Gu Chunhua was quite the player. Seeing that everyone believed her, Chen Mianmian suddenly felt tears in her eyes and began to sob as she reported, "Woo woo woo, uncles and aunts, you must stand up for me. Just because she was afraid I would expose her disgraceful deeds, colluded with Zhao to ruin my reputation. All I ever wanted was brother Yue, and she trampled on my reputation. Isn't that just asking me to die? I'll hang myself to make it easier for her." Saying this, Chen Mianmian began to untie her belt to hang herself. Captain Qian and the others quickly stopped her, and some took the opportunity to kick Zhao a few times. Gu Chunhua's affair was exposed, and she wanted to sneak away while everyone wasn't paying attention. But with the children alerting Chen Mianmian, how could she escape? Shaking off Captain Qian and the others' hands, Chen Mianmian slid and knelt in front of Gu Chunhua, directly hugging her thighs and crying loudly. "Aunt Gu, I beg you, let me live. I'm going to get married soon, and I haven't told my dad about the things you did. Why can't you just let me be? I haven't said anything about you secretly sending grain back to your family, or about you borrowing seed from the lazy men in your family village, or about making my dad cuckold." Listening to the gossip the wild dogs brought, Chen Mianmian felt her horizons broaden. She used to think the older generation was conservative, but considering their actions, they were quite open. If she didn't know the dogs wouldn't lie to her, Chen Mianmian would have thought she was reading a melodramatic novel. The villagers gasped at her words. Gu Chunhua was impressive. Besides the little vendor, she actually had a lover. However, unlike the villagers who were enjoying the gossip, Gu Chunhua and Chen Qianqian were so scared their faces turned pale that it was over all their secrets had been exposed, and they were finished. Gu Chunhua thought that after all these years of marriage, she still hadn't had a child. Recently, Chen Daong had been increasingly displeased with her. In a moment of panic, she thought about trying a few more men. What if it wasn't her problem? What if it was Chen Daong who was incapable? Just as Gu Chunhua and her daughter were in a panic, a loud roar came from not far away. "Ji Chunhua, how dare you put a green hat on me?" Chen Mianmian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a dark-skinned, broad-shouldered farmer striding over. It was none other than her neglectful dead father, Chen Daong. Chapter for want to get a letter of introduction to find brother Yue Daong. I'm wronged. It's that little bitch Chen Mianmian who's talking nonsense. When Gu Chunhua saw Chen Daong's strong arms, she felt pain all over her bones. Not caring about losing face, she quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. We've been married for over 10 years, and Chen Mianmian hates us so much, she must be deliberately provoking our relationship. You can't be fooled. Chen Daong approached, and Gu Chunhua hugged his thigh, begging for mercy. Listening to her words and recalling the abuse towards Chen Mianmian over the years, it seemed somewhat reasonable. But the next second, his thoughts were interrupted by a scoff. Chen Mianmian was looking at him with pity while crossing her arms. Yes. I purposely provoked you too. The marks on Gu Chunhua's thighs and body were left by me, and she was with several men in the cornfield. That was also my fabrication. Dad, if you really want to be a fool, I won't say anything. Just treat it as your little hobby. Chen Mianmian's words awakened Chen Daong. He never had the habit of leaving marks on people when he did that. How could this dead woman have marks on her? Ignoring Gu Chunhua's resistance, he directly began to tear her clothes. Accompanied by the tearing sound and Gu Chunhua's screams, her clothes were ripped apart, revealing the bruises on her body. Wow, Mianmian was indeed not wrong. Gu Chunhua knows how to play. The villagers looked at the countless marks on Gu Chunhua's pale body. Who among the married ones didn't know what was going on? It was early spring. It couldn't have been mosquito bites, right? Chen Daong's green hat was firmly worn. Hearing the discussions around her and having her clothes torn off, Gu Chunhua's face went pale. before she could continue to argue. Chen Dayong's furious fists fell like rain. "I'll kill you, you filthy whore. How dare you cheat?" Chen Dayong was a genuine farmer, and while he lacked other skills, he had strength. All his anger was vented on Gu Chunhua, and every punch and kick was aimed to kill her. Chen Mianmian was several meters away, but could even hear the sound of bones breaking. In the end, it was Captain Qian who feared it would turn deadly and pulled him away. Even so, Gu Chunhua was beaten to the point of looking like she had changed species. Her face bruised and battered. "Come home with me. Don't embarrass yourself here." Chen Dayong's eyes were filled with ferocity, panting heavily, calculating how to deal with Gu Chunhua. Gu Chunhua was beaten to the point she couldn't speak, lying on the ground groaning, having lost all ability to resist against Chen Dayong's tugging. "Wait." Chen Mianmian cheerfully stopped her father. "Don't be in a hurry to take her away. There is something else that needs clarification. You little bastard. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Do you have to ruin this family to be happy?" It's true that Chen Dayong hated Gu Chunhua, but he hated Chen Mianmian even more. He hated her mother for making him the laughingstock of the village for a lifetime, hated her for exposing his shame, making him lose face once again. Facing Chen Dayong's resentment, Chen Mianmian looked at him mockingly. A father who treats his own daughter like a slave. Just like the original poor thing wouldn't dare to do anything. If it were her, she would have poisoned him long ago. Thinking this way, the expression on Chen Mianmian's face was not good either, as she pointed mockingly at Zhao Erlu, who was lying on the ground. "Dad, you might not know yet, but Aunt Gu deliberately sent Zhao Erlu up the mountain to ruin me and even gave him 20 yuan, saying she would give him another 20 after it was done. I am about to marry Brother Yu Wei. She does this just to make my life difficult, to prevent you from having a son-in-law who is an officer. Shouldn't you hate her?" Hearing this, Chen Dayong's eyes widened as he looked at Gu Chunhua. Chen Mianmian's marriage to Fang Yuwei was the thing he had bragged about for the past 2 years, telling everyone his daughter would marry an officer. Not to mention the military allowances now. Once Fang Yuwei became an officer, he could enjoy the benefits too. "Gu Chunhua, are you crazy? Let's see if I don't kill you today. I've raised you." After saying this, Chen Dayong started to beat Gu Chunhua again. Once he finished, Gu Chunhua had passed out, but he didn't care. Instead, he picked up a stone and walked over to Zhao Erlu, asking if what Chen Mianmian said was true. Zhao Erlu, in immense pain for being bitten by dogs and seeing Chen Dayong's murderous aura, no longer acted tough and revealed that Gu Chunhua had hired him. However, he didn't dare mention anything about Fang Yuwei because Chen Mianmian had specifically said to keep it a secret. Hearing Zhao Erlu's words, everyone gasped. Thinking Gu Chunhua was truly malicious, Chen Mianmian was about to go out, and she was still causing trouble. Those who had grievances against Gu Chunhua took the opportunity to scold and kick her, while the previously cunning Chen Qianqian was now like a gourd with a sawed-off mouth, not daring to say a word. After a noisy commotion, Gu Chunhua was carried back home to wait until she woke up, while Zhao Erlu was taken to the police station to be charged with hooliganism. Chen Dayong was furious about the series of events, ready to go home and deal with Gu Chunhua. As the farce came to an end and the villagers left, Chen Mianmian followed Captain Qian. "Mianmian, do you need anything?" Captain Qian looked at Chen Mianmian's thin, yellow face and sighed, lamenting how good a daughter Chen Dayong didn't cherish, but instead doted on the burden brought by Gu Chunhua. Now, he had worn several green hats and was the laughingstock of the entire village. "Uncle Qian, I want to ask you for a letter of introduction. I want to go to the army to find Brother Yu Wei," Chen Mianmian said, lowering her head with a sorrowful expression. "I want him to marry me quickly. If what happened just now got out, it would only alert the enemy. If Fang's family knew and sent a telegram, she wouldn't even have the chance to confront them. Moreover, she preferred to take the initiative. She wanted to go to the military district and completely ruin Fang Yuwei." Chen Mianmian suppressed the surging hatred in her heart and looked at Captain Qian pitifully, her slender face with unusually large eyes, making him feel a bit of pity. Not to mention whether Gu Chunhua would still stay in the Chen family. Even Chen Dayong couldn't tolerate this daughter. If she went to her grandmother's place again, it would be like moving from one pit to another, basically ruining her life. He wanted to help Chen Mianmian, but he didn't have that authority. "Mianmian, to get a letter of introduction, you need the stamp from the village branch, and that S with the village head. I want to help you, but I can't. The village head is the son of the old village head. His family has controlled the village for many years. And yes, not someone production team leader like me can influence. Chen Mianmian's eyes flashed with determination, but she didn't show it on her face. She still thanked Captain Qian before heading to the village branch. The village head, right? She had heard quite a bit of good dirt on him from the dogs. And it was just a letter of introduction. She could also get some money in the process. Chapter 5 today. You can find out what color of underwear someone is wearing when Chen Mianmian arrived at the village branch. Only the village head was leisurely drinking tea. Village head. Hearing Chen Mianmian's voice, the village head turned his head, and a hint of lewdness flashed in his murky eyes. He had been eyeing this girl from the Chen family for a long time. Her mother had run away, and her father treated her like livestock. Such a girl could easily be manipulated with a little benefit or threat. Coincidentally, he had also heard from the Fong family that Fong Yue had found a new partner in the army and no longer wanted Chen Mianmian. Now that she had no one to back her up, he could play with her as he pleased. Thinking this, the village head immediately put on a cordial smile. "Oh, Mianmian, what brings you here to see your uncle?" In the 1960s, after a nationwide famine, everyone else was skin and bones, but the village head still looked plump, with a belly like he was 6 months pregnant, clearly having benefited from the situation. According to the original owner's memories, several families in the village had died during that famine, and as the village head, he had watched the villagers starve to death without lifting a finger. Chen Mianmian suppressed the chill in her eyes and briefly recounted what had just happened, asking him for a letter of introduction. "Ah, you say your foolish father. How would he treat you like that? I'll give him a good scolding to vent your anger." The village head pretended to express concern, but then rubbed his hands together, as if in distress. Logically, your uncle, as the village head, should help you with your difficulties. But you see, only a few letters of introduction can be issued each month, and there are so many people in the village who want them. It's difficult for me to choose whom to give them to. After saying this, the village head lewdly eyed Chen Mianmian, a perverse smile spreading across his face as he slowly reached out a hand to touch her. "I'm a soft-hearted person, Mianmian. If you could chat with your uncle a bit more, maybe he would give you a letter." As he spoke, that lecherous hand was about to touch Chen Mianmian's waist, and the village head licked his lips excitedly, as if she were a little lamb ready to be devoured. Suddenly, Chen Mianmian let out a cold laugh, raised her eyes to look at the village head, her gaze icy. "Is this how you treat Zhao widow, Sun Jiqing, and Zhao sister-in-law too?" Hearing Chen Mianmian accurately mention his mistresses, the village head looked at her in horror. How did this little girl know about his secret affairs? Chen Mianmian snorted coldly. "In this world, as long as there are breathing creatures, I have endless information. Don't think I can't find out what color underwear you wore today. I can." Village head, I know you're in a difficult position, but don't worry about that for now. Right now, I have nothing to lose. Can you guess which is more valuable? My letter of introduction or your position as village head? Chen Mianmian's tone remained gentle, but her gaze sent chills down his spine. The village head had never encountered such a frightening girl before. However, he thought she was just bluffing, having heard some rumors to scare him, and he didn't believe her at all. Putting away his smile, he slammed his hand on the desk, his tone harsh and fierce. "Chen Mianmian, you need to provide evidence when you speak. Don't think you can threaten me with these rumors to get a letter of introduction. With a heart as poisonous as yours, no wonder your mother abandoned you. Get out." Seeing the village head's hypocritical expression, Chen Mianmian looked at him like a clown. She had initially thought about leaving a way out for this old fool, but now it seemed unnecessary. "I hope you won't regret this," she said, giving him a deep look before turning to leave. The village head felt as if he had just been preyed upon by a wolf, a chill running down his spine. But then he thought that Chen Mianmian was just a helpless little girl. How could she have any real power? She was just desperate and trying to threaten him with some baseless accusations. She had a bit of guts, but he wondered if she would still be so fiery once they were in bed. Thinking about Chen Mianmian's young body and her tearful pleas made the village head feel a fire burning in his chest. He eagerly licked his lips, planning to go to Zhao Widow's place tonight to relieve his urges. While the village head was thinking about spending a passionate night with Zhao Widow, Chen Mianmian returned home after leaving the village branch. Before she even entered the courtyard, she heard the sounds of Chen Daong beating Gu Chunhua inside. while Chen Mianmian, who had been fanning the flames earlier, had long since hidden away, ignoring the villagers peeking in from outside. Chen Mianmian went back to the shabby little storage room where the original owner lived, in a low and cramped mud house. There was only a small window, not much larger than a textbook. Besides a small, worn quilt on the firebed, the rest was just clutter. It was hard to believe this was a room where a little girl had slept for 11 years. Chen Mianmian searched around and found nothing but the ragged clothes she was wearing and 2 sets of tattered outer garments. This was all the original owner had. Chen Mianmian pulled at the corners of her mouth. This child would have to cry if a thief came in and stole 200 yuan. Her life was too miserable. But it didn't matter. Now that Chen Mianmian had taken over this body, she not only wanted to live well, but also to make those who had bullied the original owner pay. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes as she tossed all those things into the stove, then walked into the main room. Chen Daong was in the midst of beating Gu Chunhua when he saw Chen Mianmian enter and glared at her with bloodshot eyes. "I'll let you in. Get out. Don't think I want to hit you just because I'm hitting her." Hearing this, Chen Mianmian innocently tilted her head and smiled sweetly. "Dad, what do you mean by that? I didn't make you wear a green hat. If it weren't for me, you might have had a legitimate son with someone else." Upon hearing Chen Mianmian's words, Chen Daong felt his blood pressure rising, roaring at the face of this dead girl. "Then what are you doing here? Get out, get out, get out." Chen Mianmian shrugged and pointed to the west room where Chen Mianmian lived. "I have no clothes to wear, so I came to find a few pieces to change into." Seeing Chen Daong's disapproving look, she sneered. "Do you think Chen Mianmian is innocent? Without her covering for Gu Chunhua, how could Gu Chunhua be so carefree? You don't know. Every time Gu Chunhua goes back to her mother's house to fool around, Chen Mianmian is always outside keeping watch." When Chen Daong heard this, he was furious that the daughter he had raised for 11 years turned out to be a white-eyed wolf, even helping her mother cheat on him. Even a dog could be raised to be loyal. Shame and anger extinguished any feelings he had for Chen Mianmian, and he picked up the feather duster on the cabinet, ready to go out. Chen Mianmian hurriedly stopped him, pointing to Chen Mianmian's room. "Dad, can I go in this time to get some things? After all, I've never worn such good fabric as your own daughter." Pointing at the shabby cotton coat she wore, which even the beggars would disdain, she made Chen Daong feel a rare twinge of guilt. "Go ahead, everything in her room is yours from now on. Gu Chunhua and Chen Mianmian have eaten my food and used my resources, yet they still dare to put a green hat on me. From now on, let them both get lost." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Chen Daong grabbed the feather duster and went to settle accounts with Chen Mianmian, while Chen Mianmian listened to the sounds of Gu Chunhua's wailing and cursing as she walked into Chen Mianmian's room. Although Chen Mianmian was Chen Daong's adopted daughter, she had her own mother to protect her, and everything she had was good. Even during the new year, she could get new clothes made. But the original owner could only wear what Chen Mianmian didn't want, which was already a great favor. Chen Mianmian rummaged through Chen Mianmian's cabinet and picked out a set of clothes she liked to change into. Chen Mianmian was 2 years younger than the original owner, but she had always eaten well, and her stature was slightly taller, so the clothes were a bit loose on her. The shoes were also a bit big, but it didn't matter. The bigger the shoes, the bigger her feet would be. She could just add a few insoles. After changing her clothes, Chen Mianmian packed the original owner's shabby clothes away, preparing to wear them when Chen Mianmian was thrown out. She looked down and saw a piece of emerald green fabric. It was leftover fabric from when Gu Chunhua made a shirt for Chen Mianmian 2 years ago. Chen Mianmian picked it up, found some needle and thread, and quickly sewed a large bag with an opening at one end. She put on her head and looked in the mirror. "Not bad, not bad. This bright green hat will surely move Chen Daong when he comes back to give it to him." Chapter 6, Dad. Take this green hat away. Minor revision. After finishing the hat, listening to Gu Chunhua's whimpering cries, Chen Mianmian hummed a little tune while boiling water to wash her dirty hair. Looking at her pale, withered face in the mirror, her big eyes seemed out of place because she was too thin. With her obvious European-style double eyelids, she resembled a sad frog a bit. Fortunately, the facial features of this body were really good. If she took care of herself, she would definitely become a beauty in the future. Once everything was tidied up, Chen Mianmian, holding her grumbling stomach, started cooking. The original owner had eaten less than a chicken since childhood and worked harder than an ox. Now that Chen Mianmian had arrived, she didn't care about that and rummaged through the house for anything edible, her mouth watering at the coarse grains in the jar. At this time, anything bought required ration tickets, especially since there was hardly any money in the countryside. Most of the food and supplies came from the hard work of the year, distributed by the production team. After rummaging for a while, she found a pile of cornmeal, coarse flour, yellow beans, green beans, red beans. In her memory, those beans were picked one by one from the ground by the original owner after the production team's autumn harvest. As a result, the original owner often went hungry 3 times a day. And only after Chen Daong and his 3 useless companions had eaten their fill could she drink the leftover vegetable soup. If they finished everything, she would have to gnaw on a cornmeal bun. Growing up to 19, many times when she was very hungry, she would tighten her belt or drink more water. And that was how she managed to survive. Chen Mianmian cursed Chen Daong and Ge Chunhua's ancestors again, but it didn't stop her from cooking. Whatever she could take when she left, she would take, and whatever she couldn't take, she would fill her belly with, absolutely leaving nothing for those scoundrels. She dug out a few sprouted potatoes, cut off the sprouted parts while sighing. These things were not recommended to eat in modern times due to the risk of food poisoning. But in this era, being able to survive was already good enough. Who cared about that? After cutting the potatoes, Chen Mianmian fished out half a cabbage pickle, added a big spoonful of lard to the pot, and made herself a simple stew. If it were usually the case, Ge Chunhua would definitely point at her nose and scold her for using lard like that for 2 hours. But now, Chen Mianmian, who didn't skimp on herself, could use all the lard if there was any meat at home. Thanks to the original owner's over a decade of cooking experience, Chen Mianmian was quite skilled with the earthen stove. Half an hour later, the meal was ready. Chen Mianmian smelled the aroma of the food and, not minding the simplicity, squatted by the stove and began to eat heartily. After finishing 2 bowls of rice and a small basin of pickled potato soup, she finally put down her chopsticks. This was not her limit, but rather she was afraid that the original owner's body was too hungry, and eating too much suddenly might cause gastroenteritis. When Chen Mianmian burped and wiped her mouth as she walked out of the kitchen, she saw Chen Daong dragging the crying Chen Qianqian back. Chen Qianqian had several blood marks on her face from being hit with a feather duster, and her hair was a mess, looking like she had just eaten a meal of bamboo shoots and meat. "Oh, Dad's back. I made you dinner. Hurry up and go. It's only because I'm your biological daughter that I care if you're hungry," while others would rather go out and give you a green hat than lift a finger to cook for you. Chen Mianmian didn't have the energy to deal with Chen Daong now, but she could disgust him to death. Initially, hearing Chen Mianmian's first sentence made him feel quite comforted, but the second sentence nearly infuriated him. He wanted to scold Chen Mianmian, but when he looked at her cold eyes, he felt a bit guilty, short of breath, as if someone had kicked him in the heart. "I'm not eating," Chen Daong said, "not in the mood, I'm on leave. I have to go back to repair the irrigation ditch. Wait for me to finish in 2 days, then I'll deal with you too." If it weren't for his concern about work points and the fear that there wouldn't be enough food when the autumn grain was distributed, he would have captured Ge Chunhua and her 2 lovers today to kill them. Upon hearing that he was about to leave, Chen Mianmian quickly called out to him, "Dad, I want to stay in Chen Qianqian's room." Chen Mianmian had a face full of entitlement. "Ge Chunhua give you a green hat, and you still let her sleep in the main room. Why should I, your biological daughter, sleep in the storeroom? If it weren't for me, you'd have to raise someone else's son in a few months." Chen Mianmian knew how to hit where it hurt. She stabbed Chen Daong left and right, making his heart feel like a honeycomb coal. "Right, Ge Chunhua give you a green hat. Why should she sleep in the main room?" Chen Daong was awakened by Chen Mianmian's words, threw down Chen Qianqian, and angrily walked into the room, accompanied by another round of Ge Chunhua's wailing, as she was dragged into the storeroom like a dead pig. Not only that, but Chen Daong also took an iron chain and tied Ge Chunhua up like a dog to the roof beam. "Filthy woman, when I come back, I'll deal with you properly." Before leaving, Chen Daong kicked Ge Chunhua again, panting as he was about to leave when he was called back by Chen Mianmian. "Dad, even though it's spring now, it's still cold in the mornings and evenings. Be careful while repairing the irrigation ditch. I specially sewed you a hat. Take it with you." Chen Mianmian's words made Chen Daong's expression soften again. Indeed, there was contrast to feel hurt compared to Chen Qianqian. the white-eyed wolf who helped her mother betray him. Chen Mianmian was simply a caring little cotton-padded jacket. However, when Chen Mianmian brought out the green hat, the smile on Chen Dayong's face shifted to hers. Dad, look, I sewed it beautifully, right? I actually wanted to use another color, but there wasn't enough fabric. This was given by Aunt Ge's lover. These lies came out of Chen Mianmian's mouth effortlessly, primarily aimed at thoroughly hammering good Chunhua. Watching Chen Dayong's face turn greener and greener, he was about to crush the green hat in his hand, and with a twist of his head, he went back into the storeroom. There was a sound of fabric tearing and good Chunhua's wails, and when Chen Dayong came out, the hat was already gone. Curious, Chen Mianmian peeked into the storeroom and found good Chunhua's mouth stuffed with fabric. Surprisingly, the shape was quite unique. Dad, Chen Mianmian had just called out when Chen Dayong rushed out of the yard as if he had made some kind of decision, not even looking back. TSK. At this level, it's not enough to see. Chen Mianmian coldly smiled at his back before she got the introduction letter to leave. All the suffering the original owner endured would be repaid, including this father who gave birth but didn't raise her. Chen Mianmian, you harmed me and my mom like this. I want to let you off. After Chen Dayong left, Chen Qianqian changed from her previous pitiful appearance to glaring fiercely at Chen Mianmian, wishing she could chew her up. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian disdainfully snorted and grabbed Chen Qianqian's hair, dragging her towards the village's manure pit. At this time, everyone was out in the fields working for work points, and there weren't many people in the village. Even with Chen Qianqian's wails, no one came to her rescue. Besides, since Gu Chunhua's misdeeds had been exposed, even Chen Qianqian was despised by others. Who would help her? Chen Mianmian, where are you taking me? Let go of me. You wear my clothes, live in my house, and yet you bully me. I want to find Grandma for justice. Feeling increasingly uneasy about the foul smell, Chen Qianqian thought Chen Mianmian seemed to have gone mad, completely out of control. Don't even think about finding that old hag. Even if you look for the Jade Emperor, I'll still play with you. After saying that, there was a dull thud as Chen Mianmian kicked Chen Qianqian into the manure pit. Eat shit, will you? Chapter 7, if you keep making noise while I'm sleeping, I'll kill you and your whore of a mother. Chen Mianmian, you. Ugh, I'm going to kill you. Chen Qianqian was floundering in the cesspool, covered in filth and reeking, with plenty of it smeared on her face, but whether she had swallowed any, Chen Mianmian didn't know. You should climb out of there first. Chen Mianmian snorted coldly, turned, and headed home while spreading the word about Chen Qianqian. Everyone come and see. Chen Qianqian fell into the shit pit and is eating shit. Come quickly, or you'll miss it. There were some old people and children working at home in the village, and when they heard Chen Mianmian shouting, they all ran out to watch the commotion. Work paused, and everyone hurried to see the spectacle. After all, work is something that can never be finished in a lifetime, but seeing someone eat shit is a rare sight. Chen Mianmian shouted all the way, looking back to see everyone rushing toward the cesspool, knowing that for Chen Qianqian, this was a peak moment of social death in the village. From now on, anyone mentioning her would likely say, that girl, she once ate shit from the village. Thinking about what Chen Qianqian had done to the original owner, today was merely a bit of interest. Revenge on the poor little thing would be slow and steady. Back home, Chen Mianmian took the hot water from the pot back to her room to wash up, then pulled out the firewood from the stove, brought the food into the house, and made sure that mother and daughter didn't gain any advantage. After that, she locked the main door and comfortably laid down under the soft, thick quilt, drifting off to sleep. Not long after, Chen Qianqian came back, retching and heaving. Chen Mianmian, ugh, come out, I'm going to kill you. Ugh, don't think you can just stay quiet. I know you're inside. If you have the ability to push me into the cesspool, then you should have the ability to open the door, ugh. Chen Qianqian banged on the door, frantically, waking Chen Mianmian from her sleep. She took out the kitchen knife she had hidden under her pillow and opened the door, swinging it at the filthy Chen Qianqian. If Chen Qianqian hadn't dodged quickly, she would have probably lost a hand by now. Chen Mianmian, are you serious? At first, Chen Qianqian thought Chen Mianmian was just pretending to be fierce, but now it seems she really dared to take action. Chen Qianqian, I am no longer the Chen Mianmian that you can bully. If you dare to disturb my sleep again and make me uncomfortable, I will kill you and your whore of a mother. After saying that, she slammed the knife into the door frame, the blade sinking deep into the wood. causing Chen Mianmian to gulp, feeling an obvious threat to her life. Chen Mianmian sneezed, unable to help but gag at the stench in the air. She pinched her nose and ordered Chen Mianmian to clean the dirty door, or she would send her back into the cesspool. Chen Mianmian, fearing that Chen Mianmian was really going crazy, could only go to the village entrance to fetch water to clean the door. After making 4 trips back and forth, the smell was finally gone, and Chen Mianmian coldly huffed that Chen Mianmian shouldn't disturb her sleep again, or she'd be kicked out of the Chen household. After all, good Chenhua would be divorced sooner or later, and Chen Mianmian, as a burden, couldn't stay any longer, once she was kicked out of the household register. Who knew what surname she would have in the future? With a bang, Chen Mianmian slammed the door shut, just like they used to do to the original owner. Lying back in bed, Chen Mianmian could still hear the sound of Chen Mianmian fetching water. With her covered in shit, it would take a while to clean up. Accompanied by the faint sound of water, Chen Mianmian fell asleep, even treating good Chenhua's cursing in the storeroom as background music. Their good days were just beginning. Woof woof woof. Sleeping until midnight, Chen Mianmian was startled awake by the barking outside, her previous drowsiness and confusion gone. Quickly dressing, she jumped out of the back window and climbed over the wall to find the dogs responsible for watching the village head. Woof woof woof. The dogs wagged their tails like propellers when they saw Chen Mianmian crowding around her, rubbing and licking her affectionately, completely unlike their usual aloof and fierce demeanor in front of others. Chen Mianmian brought out the leftover food from the house as rewards for these hard-working cats and dogs. A whistle sounded, and dozens of shadows rushed over with the moonlight. Chen Mianmian mixed rough rice flour with sauerkraut and potato soup, pouring a big bowl of it on the ground for the cats and dogs to eat. If you want the horse to run, you have to give it grass. The same goes for cats and dogs. The little ones had never eaten food prepared just for them, and they were all very happy, finishing all the food within 3 minutes. All right, which good baby will take sister to see the village head? As soon as Chen Mianmian finished speaking, the imposing big yellow dog ran out, barking softly as it led the way. The other cats and dogs had followed closely behind, and luckily no one was around at this hour. Otherwise, they would have been shocked by this stunning scene. Chen Mianmian was led to the widow Zhao's house. Thinking about the village head's lewd expression during the day, knowing he couldn't bear to be alone at night, looking at the not-so-tall wall of Zhao's house, Chen Mianmian easily climbed over. In her previous life, she often climbed out at night to take on part-time jobs during high school, so this was nothing. Landing lightly, she quietly approached the window and could hear faint moans and the village head's lewd words coming from inside. You know how to serve me. My yellow-faced wife is too ugly. As long as you make me happy, you'll be well fed in the village. Don't forget what you said, you bastard. Listening to the nauseating words made Chen Mianmian rub her arms, with the village head acting like a pig that had turned into a spirit. Zhao the widow could only submit. After listening for a while and feeling that the commotion inside was about to reach its peak, Chen Mianmian stood up, dusting off her clothes, casting a shadow on the window in the moonlight. Heroes always appear at the most critical moments, and now is the time. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sound of knocking on the window echoed in the quiet night, startling the 2 people who were in the heat of the moment, making them tense up. Turning to look at the source of the sound, the shadow at the window hunched over, obscuring its face, exuding an eerie and sinister vibe. Village head, village head. Chen Mianmian called softly, causing Zhao the widow to gasp in shock, nearly screaming, but the village head quickly covered her mouth. Don't you dare scream. If you attract attention, we're both done for. Zhao the widow's face turned pale with fear, and she nodded, trembling, too scared to make a sound. Meanwhile, the village head listened closely, feeling that the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Village head, have you finished? Didn't you say during the day that you wanted me to keep you company? I thought your cries sounded too tragic. Is something wrong? Should I call someone over for you? Hearing this, the village head immediately recognized Chen Mianmian's voice, nearly exploding with anger. No, is Chen Mianmian crazy? Chapter 8. Why don't you go rob someone, hiding money in your underwear? Village chief, are you okay? If you don't answer me, I'll call for help. Chen Mianmian's figure pretended to leave the window, scaring the village chief to quickly get off Zhao widow, disregarding his clothes and running out wrapped in a quilt to open the door. Chen Mianmian, come in. The village chief's face was gloomy, appearing ashen under the moonlight, clearly upset at being disturbed. However, Chen Mianmian seemed oblivious as she bounced in front of him, sizing him up. "Village chief, at your age, you can still mess around. Truly impressive." Chen Mianmian gave a thumbs up to the village chief. "I'll spread the word among the villagers. You'll definitely gain a reputation." Hearing her words, the village chief could tell she was trying to threaten him. But at this moment, he really had no choice but to comply. He thought Chen Mianmian was just talking nonsense during the day, but he didn't expect her to actually know where he was. "Cut the crap, what do you want?" The village chief gritted his teeth, staring fiercely at Chen Mianmian. He wouldn't let this slide today. "I already told you, village chief, I want a letter of introduction." Chen Mianmian smiled innocently, not looking at all like it was a scene of catching someone cheating. "And give me another $200, plus national grain coupons, cloth coupons, and sugar coupons." The village chief watched as Chen Mianmian counted on her fingers and immediately refused. She was asking for his life. "You want so much? Why don't you go rob someone?" Facing the village chief's question, Chen Mianmian looked at him innocently. "Isn't this a robbery? Village chief, do you think it's not enough? Shall we double it?" You're going too far." The village chief ground his teeth, already thinking of 1,000 ways to get rid of Chen Mianmian. His expression was fierce, filled with the arrogance of being a village chief for many years. Any ordinary villager would be terrified. But now it was Chen Mianmian. She not only didn't care, but slapped him. With a crisp sound, the slap echoed in the courtyard, and Chen Mianmian's gaze was colder than the village chief's. "Old dang. While I'm still in a mood to talk to you, you'd better give me the money and the letter of introduction, or I'll let the whole village see how you run from a dog with your pants down." After saying that, Chen Mianmian snapped her fingers, and barking echoed from the entrance, eerie and sharp. The village chief, thinking of that scene, shook his head in fear. I'll give it. If it really went as Chen Mianmian said, the village chief would be utterly humiliated. Thinking this, he hurried back inside, flustered as he pulled money out of his pockets. Zhao Widow trembled as she got dressed, not daring to make a sound while listening to Chen Mianmian outside. But who could carry that much money when going out? The village chief pulled out all his cash, which amounted to only a little over $20, and walked out with difficulty, handing over the money. "Mianmian, this is all I have, or you can come home with me to get more." The village chief thought that as long as he got home, there would be no evidence left, and it would be as difficult for Chen Mianmian to get money as climbing to the sky. However, Chen Mianmian was not unaware of this. She sneered and walked into the room. Among the scattered clothes on the floor, she found the village chief's underwear. And beneath the waistband was a hidden pocket. Pulling at the fabric forcefully, a wad of cash fell out with a clatter, scattering everywhere. Chen Mianmian stared at the village chief's extremely ugly expression, picked up the money, and counted. There were surprisingly 30 large bills, 30 10-yuan notes. "Village chief, I told you. Don't play tricks with me." Chen Mianmian tossed the extra money from the underwear at the village chief's face as a punishment, making it clear it wouldn't happen again. After that, Chen Mianmian took the letter of introduction and the seal from the village chief's pocket and asked him to write. "How do you know where I put the money and the seal?" At this moment, the village chief was not only angry, but also filled with a hint of fear. He had sewn the inner pocket of his underwear himself, so nobody knew how Chen Mianmian found out. Hearing the village chief's question, Chen Mianmian sneered inwardly. "If you want to keep something secret, you must not do it." The village chief thought no one knew about his corruption, but actually, all the cats and dogs in the village had seen it, especially the money in his underwear pocket. He had counted it many times in the bathroom, so the dogs must have told Chen Mianmian. Chen Mianmian smiled a strangely brilliant smile and slowly approached the village chief. "Of course, it was the mountain spirits that told me." "Village chief, you don't know, but I was actually choked to death by Zhao Lu today. However, I was meant to die and was saved by the mountain god. The mountain spirits told me everything happening in the village and said that if anyone dares to bully me again, they will take that person away." "Village chief, do you want to be the first?" Chen Mianmian's tone was flat and low, combined with her unusually large eyes. She really looked like a ghost, scaring the village chief into trembling and shaking his head wildly. He quickly took out a pen to write the letter of introduction, but because he was nervous, his handwriting was messy and ugly, which made Chen Mianmian somewhat dissatisfied. "Can you write?" If not, you're useless. Not even as good as a good woman. I can. I can write well. The village chief wiped his cold sweat, stuffed the poorly written letter of introduction into his mouth, and then pressed his left hand down on his right hand, writing the most serious letter of introduction of his life. Hurry up and write. I don't want to be eaten, woo. After waiting for the village chief to stamp the letter of introduction, Chen Mianmian finally happily picked it up to look at it. With this, she could buy a train ticket to the military district to settle accounts with Fang Yue. Satisfied, she put the money and the letter of introduction into her pocket and patted the village chief on the shoulder. All right, I'm leaving. You all continue. After saying that, she left without looking back. If it weren't for the village chief still standing there in his quilt, he would have thought it was an illusion. Just thinking about the humiliation Chen Mianmian brought him made the village chief's heart surge with anger. Chen Mianmian, he must make this dead girl suffer. Unable to live or die, no one could take money from him. Tomorrow, you go to the Fang family and tell old Fang about Chen Mianmian safely coming down from the mountain. I don't believe they would give up on the commander's daughter and let that wild breed marry over. Should I mention the letter of introduction? Zhao widow, still shaken, spoke softly. She used to think Chen Mianmian was useless, but how did she suddenly change, as if she were a different person? You idiot. If the Fang family finds out I issued a letter of introduction, they come looking for trouble with me? Just mention Chen Mianmian's matter. No need to say more. After saying that, the village chief became angrier the more he thought about it, losing all desire and finally putting on his clothes with a gloomy face and heading home. Damn it. Not only did I not vent my anger, but I also lost over $300. The village chief was so angry that he couldn't sleep all night, his chest heaving until dawn. He wandered around the village committee and then made an excuse about feeling unwell to lie down at home. After finally dozing off, he suddenly felt a soft little hand touching his face. Opening his eyes, he found it was another one of his mistresses, Sun Jiqing. Meanwhile, Chen Mianmian was having lunch when she heard the barking of the dogs. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly tidied up her bowl and chopsticks and ran outside. She was grateful to the village chief for giving her another opportunity to make money. Chapter 9. Broad daylight, the village chief and Sun Jiqing were in the house, engaged in a struggle of sorts. The village chief was unaware that Chen Mianmian, that ghostly figure, was about to arrive. When he saw Sun Jiqing coming, he hurriedly got up to peek outside, afraid that his child and wife would see. Sun Jiqing knew exactly what he was thinking and playfully glared at him. They were all working in the fields and wouldn't be back for lunch, which was why Sun Jiqing had come. She placed her hand on the village chief's trousers and said, "How long has it been since you last came to find me? You ghost?" Sun Jiqing came from the city and initially held herself in high regard, ignoring the many young men in the village who pursued her. However, after her family was unjustly accused and sent to the farm for re-education, her life took a turn for the worse. Without financial support from home, she struggled to get enough to eat. Soon after, the 3 years of great famine began, and seeing villagers starve to death made her panic. Finally, under the village chief's vague suggestions, she exchanged her body for the hope of survival. Now, after a few years of entanglement with the village chief, she enjoyed the benefits of his protection, often clinging to him every few days to ask for favors. As she grew older, she realized she needed to save some money for herself, to have a backup plan for the future. "You little vixen, is it that you get itchy if I don't discipline you for a few days? Let me show you how I'll handle you today." The village chief had his plans disrupted by Chen Mianmian the day before, and his pent-up frustration had not yet subsided. When he returned home and saw his wife's sallow, dark face, he had no interest at all. Now that Sun Jiqing had come to him, how could he let this opportunity slip away? He pulled her into his arms and kissed her. Although Sun Jiqing felt disgusted, she still tried to play along. After all, she needed to survive. Their clothes were scattered on the ground, and the room filled with ambiguous gasps. "Little darling, let me show you how I'll deal with you." When Chen Mianmian approached, she heard the familiar tones and thought to herself, "Tiske, SK, the village chief certainly has a big ego. He doesn't forget to flaunt his power even at this moment. Only a fool would like to boast about himself." With a disdainful curl of her lips, Chen Mianmian listened as the sounds became more and more immersed when she knocked on the window again. Hearing that familiar voice, The village chief's body froze for a moment, and he thought it was just an illusion, likely due to the psychological trauma of being interrupted by Chen Mianmian yesterday. Sure enough, after pausing for 2 seconds with no sound, he sighed in relief. Scaring myself. How could Chen Mianmian be like a wild ghost, running around everywhere? Village chief, what's wrong? Sun Jiqing sensed his distraction and quickly urged him with her charming eyes, knowing she had to put in more effort to get her benefits later. Hearing the dissatisfaction from the person in his arms, the village chief shook off his thoughts and prepared to return to tender moments. Suddenly, that ghostly voice rang out again, and the village chief's expression froze. Looking incredulously at the window, under the sunlight, there indeed was a shadow. The village chief was so frightened that he jumped off Sun Jiqing. The fear from last night, when he was dominated by Chen Mianmian, washed over him again. Sure enough, the next moment, a cheeky voice called out, "Village chief." I heard Sun Jiqing screaming quite pathetically, "Are you two fighting? Do you need me to come in and help?" Chen Mianmian was, of course, doing this on purpose. The old man still wanted to pull some tricks on her. If she didn't scare him into a physiological barrier, she wouldn't be surnamed Chen. Chen Mianmian, why is it you again? Hurry up and get lost. Once again, his good time was interrupted, and the village chief was furious. Hastily putting on his clothes, while Sun Jiqing hurriedly tried to cover herself. Hearing the village chief's scolding, Chen Mianmian was not afraid at all. Instead, she walked in. Looking at the two people hurriedly covering their private parts, she flashed a bright smile. "You want me to go?" "Sure. I'll go right out and shout for everyone to come and see." In broad daylight, the village chief and Sun Jiqing are playing a struggle in the house. I wonder if your wife will break all 3 of your legs when she sees this. The village chief's wife was famously fierce, capable and good at fighting. When the village chief was younger, he found his wife ugly and tried to take advantage of her while drunk, only to be counterattacked and nearly had his leg broken. So he never dared again. Now, after so many years, his wife was still strong and burly, capable of folding the village chief into 3 pieces. Thinking of this, the village chief felt a wave of pain and glared at Chen Mianmian, his face dark with anger. "I'll give you 50. Hurry up and get lost." Although didn't he know how Chen Mianmian knew exactly what he was doing, the village chief just wanted her to leave quickly. Seeing her made his eyes hurt. 50? Village chief, are you handing out alms? At least 200. Or I'll shout. Chen Mianmian took a deep breath and prepared to shout, making the village chief's face go pale. He had never seen someone so shameless. The village chief trembled with anger, wanting to control Chen Mianmian, even considering killing her to leave no witnesses, thinking her parents didn't care about her. Chen Mianmian keenly sensed the murderous intent flashing in the village chief's eyes, sneered, and pulled out a sharp kitchen knife from her waist, pretending to shave her non-existent beard. "TSK, village chief, you know I have little patience. Either give me 200, or I'll make it known to everyone. By then, your position as village chief might be gone, and your lovers. Do you think they'll still be with you?" Her words made the village chief's heart race, undoubtedly hitting his sore spot. "Too much. I can only give you 100. I don't have that much money." The 300 yuan from last night made the village chief feel pain enough to lose sleep. And now having to take out another 200 felt like losing his life. 200 plus half of your family's tickets. When the village chief tried to bargain, Chen Mianmian only demanded more. She planned to leave and never return, so she had to take enough startup capital. Why don't you go rob? Isn't that what I'm doing?" The exchange from last night replayed again, and the village chief finally recognized the reality. She was here to extort him. So why would she have any scruples? He thought about bargaining some more, but seeing the glinting knife in Chen Mianmian's hand and her increasingly impatient expression, the village chief knew that if he delayed any longer, she really would expose his dirty deeds. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth, preparing to part with his money to avoid disaster. However, he also resolved that he would make this girl wish she had never been born when the time came. Hiding the murderous intent in his eyes, the village chief opened the cabinet and rummaged inside until he finally pulled out a small cloth bag. Before he could even open it, Chen Mianmian rushed over and grabbed it. "Stop dawdling. Even a dog is quicker than you." Chen Mianmian opened the cloth bag. revealing a whole stack of cash. She unceremoniously took half, along with several neatly arranged tickets, taking half of those as well. Chen Mianmian, don't go too far. Seeing her actions without a care, the village chief's eyes turned red with anger, wishing he could kill her on the spot. Unfortunately, Sun Jiqing was still there, and if anyone saw, he would have no way to escape blame, no matter how many mouths he had. Thinking this, the village chief shot a fierce glare at the terrified Sun Jiqing, blaming her for all this trouble. If she hadn't come to find him, how could he have been extorted for so much money? Village chief, I'm not saying this to hurt you. At your age, you shouldn't be doing these kinds of things, and you're not afraid of the danger that comes with it. I'm doing this for your own good. So consider this punishment. If I catch you again, it'll be doubled. Chen Mianmian was completely unfazed by the village chief's venomous glare. After happily stuffing the money into her pocket, she swaggered out. Just as she stepped out the door, she heard loud slapping sounds from inside, along with Sun Jiqing's suppressed sobs. However, Chen Mianmian didn't care about any of that. Sun Jiqing should know the risks of her actions and should be prepared for the consequences. Thinking about how the dogs just said that widow Zhao want to talk to the Fong family, Chen Mianmian's smile became even colder and more chilling. She was looking forward to what those people were going to do. Chapter 10. A failed scheme leads to loss. You mean to say that the Fong family has found a thug to ruin me? Chen Mianmian knew that the village chief would not let this go easily. Sure enough, that night, while she was feeding the cats and dogs, she overheard their plan to deal with her. The Fong family had known for a long time that Fong Yuwei had a new love interest, but they did not want to ruin their reputation, so they chose to hide it, seeing that the daughter of the instructor was almost in their grasp. The Fong family realized they could not delay any longer and colluded with Gu Chanhua to set a trap for the original owner. Now that Zhao Erlu was taken away, he would definitely be charged with a crime, and in order to have their son climb the social ladder, they would continue to ruin Chen Mianmian. After the dog relayed the news they heard to Chen Mianmian, they licked their lips and left, continuing to monitor the Fong family and the village chief. Since they have given me gifts, it would be petty of me not to return the favor. Chen Mianmian looked up at the moon obscured by dark clouds, the chilling intent in her eyes making the night seem particularly eerie. Early the next morning, Chen Mianmian got up before dawn to gather at the village head's house, preparing to take the ox cart to the county. Just as she was about to leave, she saw Chen Qianqian, who was up early fetching water. Ever since Chen Mianmian arrived, she had only cooked for herself, cleaned up her own things, and ignored everything else. Even when it came to earning work points, she didn't bother. Instead, Chen Qianqian and Gu Chanhua, whose reputations had been completely ruined, chose to keep a low profile. Gu Chanhua had been beaten so badly that she couldn't get off the Kong, a traditional heated bed, and had to lie in bed whining, with everything being taken care of by Chen Qianqian. Ever since arriving at the Chen family, Chen Qianqian had hardly done any work, and now she not only had to cook and do laundry, but also earn work points, which made her very angry. However, she no longer dared to push things on a Chen Mianmian for fear of going mad again and being thrown into the latrine. The last time she crawled out of the dung heap, she had been laughed at by the whole village for a long time, and now everywhere she went, people pointed at her. Moreover, if Chen Daong came back from work and really divorced Gu Chanhua, Chen Qianqian would become a burden again. Her grandmother didn't care about her at all, and she was already 17 this year. If Gu Chanhua were sent back to her family after a divorce, she might end up being married off casually. In order to stay in the Chen family, Chen Qianqian had to become like the original Chen Mianmian, getting up before dawn to fetch water, then cooking and obediently earning work points and eating simple steamed buns for lunch. By the time she returned home at night, exhausted, she still had to cook for Gu Chanhua and attend to her needs. This left Chen Qianqian extremely fatigued, while Chen Mianmian felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction upon witnessing it all. If she couldn't handle this little bit of work, there would be plenty of hard times ahead for her. Sitting on the ox cart, Chen Mianmian thought about the recent miserable situations of Gu Chanhua and Chen Qianqian, feeling delighted, and she also thought about the fate of the Fong family and the village chief, which made her even more cheerful. Upon arriving in town, Chen Mianmian went straight to the veterinary station. "Doctor, could you please get me some estrus medicine? The old sow in our village hasn't shown any signs and the village chief asked me to buy some medicine to try. This kind of medicine could be purchased without a referral, as every village was raising pigs and had tasks to fulfill, so it was quite normal to buy medicine for any issues. The doctor didn't think much of it and handed her 2 boxes, carefully advising her to administer it according to weight and not to overdo it otherwise. It could harm the pigs. Don't worry, the pigs are treasures in our village. We definitely wouldn't want to ruin them. Chen Mianmian nodded sincerely, but in her heart, she was thinking that she would use it on people, and if it got ruined, it wouldn't matter, since they were all scum. After leaving the veterinary station, Chen Mianmian looked at the town from the 1960s with a sense of nostalgia. The walls were covered with positive slogans, and there were people wearing armbands patrolling around. Most of the people on the street were thin but had good spirits. They were full of energy to survive. As Chen Mianmian felt the nostalgia of the streets, she walked into the supply and marketing cooperative. Once she dealt with those people, she would head to the military district, so it was just right to buy some convenient food to store to avoid having nothing to eat on the train. With a few hundred yuan and a pile of receipts that she had taken from the village chief, Chen Mianmian bought 2 pounds of walnut cakes, 2 pounds of fried noodles, oilteen noodles, a pound of brown sugar, and 20 steamed buns. Ever since she arrived, Chen Mianmian had always been nibbling on cornbread, and each time she ate, she wished her neck could stretch all the way to Tiananmen Square to watch the flag-raising ceremony. Now that she had money, she would definitely not let herself suffer. Today, she and the cats and dogs were going to eat steamed buns to their heart's content. After wandering around the supply and marketing cooperative, Chen Mianmian didn't think of anything else to buy, as she had a travel light when leaving. Once the time was about right for the ox cart to head back to the village, Chen Mianmian hurried to wait for the car and spent 10 cents to ride back. As soon as she arrived in the village, a dog came over, barking. It turned out they had heard that the Fong family had already found someone to ruin her, and tonight they would sneak into the Chen family to make a move. And the village chief would come to catch them in the act. This way, the Fong family could justifiably cancel the engagement, and Chen Mianmian's life would be considered ruined. Good boy. Continue to help your sister keep watch, and I'll give you steamed buns to eat later. Chen Mianmian sneered, patted the dog's head, and told it to keep watching. Following her memory, she walked to the gate of the Fong family, where she could faintly hear sounds from inside. That Zhao Erlu was truly useless. He couldn't even handle Chen Mianmian. If he had succeeded, they wouldn't have needed to intervene personally, causing their son to act in secret. Son Suihua frowned and complained, not feeling at all that ruining a girl's purity was wrong. We have a son destined to be a high official in the future. That wild child, Chen Mianmian, doesn't deserve to be our daughter-in-law at all. I've already told Li San that this time it's bound to succeed. Fong Dazhu snorted coldly, taking a couple of puffs from his pipe. His eyes filled with indifference. Chen Mianmian listened to their conversation, her mind filled with images of the original owner coming over every day to do work for them. Ever since Fong Yue went to the army, the original owner had come over every day to help. Before dawn, not only did she have to finish the chores at home, but she also had to come to the Fong family to fetch water and cook. Every spring and autumn, when it mentioned where they were uncomfortable, the original owner directly took on their work, handling the workload of 3 people all by herself. At just 19 years old, her hands were calloused, and there wasn't a single good place on her body. Yet she treated the Fong family as her own, but they treated her as a great burden. Little did they know who would be humiliated tonight. A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in Chen Mianmian's eyes as she took out the veterinary medicine from her arms, imitated a few bird calls, and summoned several cute little sparrows. She gave each sparrow a pill, instructing them to drop it into the Fong family's water tank and pot. Then she made her way to the village committee. The village chief had been interrupted by Chen Mianmian multiple times and had lost a lot of money, so he was feeling very frustrated and vented his anger at home, sending his wife and children back to her family. He was just waiting for tonight when Chen Mianmian would be ruined, so he could take the opportunity to kick her while she was down. Otherwise, it would be hard to quell the hatred in his heart. However, before he could see Chen Mianmian being insulted, as soon as he left the village committee, he was knocked out by a brick. Chen Mianmian dragged the village chief's leg towards the Fong family. The stage was already set up. It would be a disservice to the villagers not to put on a show for them after all this trouble. Following the dog's route, Chen Mianmian encountered no one. When she reached the entrance of the Fong family and heard the abnormal panting sounds from inside, she also fed the village chief 5 pills of veterinary medicine. Don't always say, "I'm interrupting your good deeds. Tonight, I'll let you indulge completely." After saying that, Chen Mianmian dragged the village chief into the yard. And seeing that the old couple of the Fong family had lost their sanity and were left with only their primal desires, she smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 11. The show begins. The veterinary medicine is taking effect. Even an elephant must obey its desires, especially when Chen Mianmian gives a generous dose. Enough to keep these 3 old men busy. Humming a little tune on her way home, she nibbles on the walnut pastry she just bought, finally able to enjoy something sweet again. After a few days of bland food, her mouth was about to taste like a bird's. And with the lack of oil in her meals, she felt hungry again soon. No wonder most people in this era are so thin. Since coming here, Chen Mianmian had given up on maintaining her figure. She needed to quickly regain her strength. Not to say she would be able to carry 100 pounds of feed like in her previous life, but she needed to be able to fight off bullies and deal with the worst of the worst. As she was approaching home, Chen Mianmian vaguely spotted Chen Mianmian's sneaky figure. Following her, she noticed a few dogs trailing behind, so she let them go ahead to watch. When Chen Mianmian arrived home, the dogs came back to tell her that Chen Mianmian had had enough of sleeping in the drafty granary at night and had to help Chen Hua get up to urinate. She had begged her friends in the village to let her stay at their house for a night to relax. Chen Mianmian snorted coldly. They say there are no filial sons by a sickbed, and after just a few days, Chen Mianmian couldn't take it anymore. With a daughter like this, she might as well raise a dog for loyalty. But it was better that she left. There was a good show tonight, and having too many people around might ruin it. Thinking this, Chen Mianmian returned to the yard, ate and drank as she pleased, and even steamed a pot of corn buns, adding salt and vegetables, breaking the steamed buns into pieces to mix together for the cats and dogs helping her. Meanwhile, good Chen Hua, tied up with an iron chain and unable to move, was starving from the smell of the food. Knowing Chen Mianmian wouldn't give her any, she angrily cursed. "You heartless bastard, I really regret not starving you to death all these years. Otherwise, I wouldn't have raised such an ungrateful wolf like you. You're a jinx. It's no wonder your mother abandoned you, and it's no wonder Fong Yue doesn't want you. You should be ridden by thousands and sleep with 10,000. You should go be a whore." Good Chen Hua was beaten so badly and still had no memory. She hated Zhao Erlu, that useless piece of trash. If he had accomplished anything, she wouldn't have been reduced to this state. Originally, Chen Mianmian didn't want to stoop to her level, especially since she was still an important actor tonight. However, this person's mouth was too foul, and hearing her made Chen Mianmian's fist clench. Looking down, she saw the leftover slop, various kitchen waste, and dirty water that she and T had time to pour out, and she grabbed it and went into the granary. With a crash, Chen Mianmian kicked the rickety door of the granary open. Good Chen Hua, who was in the middle of her tirade, was startled by the noise. Not only did she swallow her words, but she also bit her tongue. Chen Mianmian, of course, didn't give her a chance to speak again. She rushed forward and shoved Good Chen Hua's head into the slop bucket. "Gulp! Chen Mianmian, let me go." "Gulp! Help!" Good Chen Hua struggled desperately with her head stuck in the slop bucket, but it was futile. As soon as she opened her mouth, the dirty water poured in. Just then, there were a few lumps of dog feces that Chen Mianmian had just thrown in, adding some flavor to Good Chen Hua's meal. "Ugh! Gulp! Help!" Chen Mianmian continued to hold Good Chen Hua's head, forcing her to gulp down half a bucket, which was finally satisfying. She casually poured the rest over Good Chen Hua's body and patted off non-existent dust. "Good Chen Hua, do you think you can still boss me around like you used to? When my dad comes back, you're getting kicked out. These days, you'd better keep your filthy mouth shut, or I don't mind finding you a lump of cow dung to eat." After saying this, Chen Mianmian turned and walked away, ignoring Good Chen Hua, who was retching behind her. Around 6 o'clock, it was completely dark, and Chen Mianmian lay on the Kong, catching up on sleep, waiting for the exciting show tonight. Around 8, when the whole village had fallen asleep, Chen Mianmian heard a cat's meow from outside, instantly opening her eyes. Quickly getting up, she grabbed a big stick used for washing clothes and quietly opened a crack in the door to look outside. A shadowy figure, about the height of a person, suddenly climbed over the wall and jumped down nimbly. He's coming, he's coming, he walks in the moonlight. He's coming, he is about to get his comeuppance. Chen Mianmian knew this person was Li San, sent by the Fong family to harm her, and she naturally wooed to show mercy. If he dared to come over, he shouldn't blame her for being ruthless with her stick. As the figure drew closer, Chen Mianmian tightened her grip on the stick, her mind already rehearsing how to knock him out and toss him onto good Chunhua as Kong. At that time, with the hot green hat on him, she couldn't believe Chen Daong would be able to endure it. With the moonlight shining, excitement flashed in Chen Mianmian's eyes as she licked her slightly dry lips, waiting for Li San to approach. However, just as Li San reached the middle of the yard, he suddenly turned and walked straight into the granary. Chen Mianmian, who was gripping her stick tightly, froze for a moment. What is going on? But she quickly realized. Li San was indeed looking for her. But the person who hired him didn't know she had moved to the main house. And at that moment, the one sleeping in the granary was good Chunhua. While Chen Mianmian was in a daze, sounds of retching and gasping came from the granary, causing her eyes to widen. Amazing. Good Chunhua was covered in the slop Chen Mianmian had poured on her, and her mouth was full of feces. The smell was unimaginable. Li San could actually go through with it. He was really dedicated. Although Chen Mianmian didn't know why good Chunhua hadn't made a sound while being assaulted, she was still very satisfied with how smoothly things were developing. Listening to the sounds in the granary growing more intense, Chen Mianmian happily ran out and locked the granary door. Help! Catch a thief! Quick, someone! Chen Mianmian ran out of the yard, her sharp, high-pitched voice particularly distinct in the quiet night, prompting the neighboring villagers to quickly throw on their clothes and come out. I got up to use the toilet and saw a shadow enter my granary. I locked him inside. Woo-woo, I'm so scared. Chen Mianmian stood at the yard's entrance, helplessly seeking help, her eyes glistening with tears in the night, making everyone feel a pang in their hearts. This girl was too pitiful. Her birth mother ran away, her father didn't care, and her stepmother abused her. It was truly a case of misfortune striking in a focused manner. Without a second thought, the neighbors rushed in. A tall and strong man led the way, taking Chen Mianmian's key to unlock the door. Everyone held hoes and sickles as weapons, ready to deal with the thief if they tried anything. As soon as the door opened, the first person in line gasped in shock. On the small Kong in the granary, a man and a woman were entangled, unable to separate. Li San was even retching intermittently, and when he saw someone open the door instead of hiding, he became even more reckless. What are you looking at? Can't you see me and my lover are being intimate? Don't be afraid, beautiful Mianmian. Brother loves you. Hearing this, everyone instantly felt as if they had eaten feces, and Gu Chunhua, under Li San, immediately woke up upon hearing the voice, screaming as she kicked him off. You're not Chen Daong. Who the hell are you? Li San fell to the ground, stunned as he turned to look at the person on the Kong. With the moonlight streaming in through the open door, he finally saw Gu Chunhua's appearance clearly. Her pumpkin-shaped face, flat nose, and the bruises from being beaten made her look terrible, and her eyes were swollen into slits. He could vaguely tell she was a person, but she was definitely not the 19-year-old Chen Mianmian. Realizing he had slept with the wrong person and thinking of the foul smell emanating from Gu Chunhua, he couldn't hold back and vomited. Chapter 12. Wrong person. Why does the Fong family want to harm me? Ah, you scoundrel, I want to kill you. Gu Chunhua, wrapped in a quilt, was about to rush down, but was restrained by the iron chain around her neck, unable to move. She was instantly furious, her eyes turning red as she yanked the chain, making a loud, clattering sound. I want to kill you. You ruined my innocence. I'm done for. How can I face anyone now? Gu Chunhua shouted while pulling at the chain, resembling a mad dog that had lost its mind. As her violent movements continued, the stench of her body wafted over, causing everyone to cover their noses and step back, wondering how it could smell so bad. However, faced with Gu Chunhua's breakdown and rage, Li Sangon on the ground felt wronged. I'm just a young man who slept with you, an old woman, and I haven't complained yet. Why are you howling? Damn it. Weren't you pretty welcoming when I came in? Li Sangon spat at Gu Chunhua, his eyes filled with disdain. Ugly and smelly. Did you think I wanted to touch you? You're really trying to flatter yourself? You old whore. Li Sangon felt unlucky. Clearly. The Fong family had given him $100 to sleep with the young and beautiful Chen Mianmian, but it had turned into a stinky pig. Hearing Li Sangan's apparent disdain, Gu Chunhua went even crazier, wishing she could pounce on him and die together. Who the hell let you sleep with me? I thought my Daon came back, woo woo woo. Gu Chunhua indeed had issues with her lifestyle, but this time she was truly wronged. During the day, she had been frightened by Chen Mianmian and thought that if Chen Daong really came back and kicked her and her mother out, she would be finished. Her family would never accept someone with a ruined reputation like hers. She couldn't get married at all, and she had no skills. So she would be kicked out if she went back. Just as she was thinking about how to kneel and beg for mercy, she heard the warehouse door open, and a figure slipped in. Gu Chunhua thought it was Chen Daong returning and even deliberately asked in a high-pitched voice. But the person didn't say anything and just came up to undress and do the deed. She thought it was Chen Daong, who was impatient after holding back for a while, and to stay at home, she did her utmost and worked hard. So who can tell her why it turned out like this? Now, Gu Chunhua's mind only had one thought. She was completely finished. I spit. It was clearly you who opened your legs to entice me. Otherwise, as a young man, how could I fancy you? Who in the village doesn't know that Gu Chunhua is a loose woman, messing around with multiple men, and now that someone has found out? You're making a fuss like this. Do you think you're a pure maiden? Li Sangan realized he had slept with the wrong person, and with so many people watching, it was no longer just a matter of ruining his reputation. So he firmly asserted that it was Gu Chunhua who seduced him, trying to push all the blame onto her. At most, he would be labeled as an adulterer. As long as he had thick skin, it would be as if nothing happened. Moreover, Gu Chunhua's reputation was already ruined, with Li Sangan saying this. The villagers began to doubt whether it was indeed her who seduced him. Chen Mianmian, seeing the smug look in Li Sangan's eyes from the crowd, sneered and rushed over, giving him a big slap that left him dazed. Gu Chunhua has been locked in the warehouse by my father since that day. Did she use chicken feathers to entice you? Just now, you were clearly shouting my name, saying who exactly sent you here, and who told you that I was sleeping in the warehouse. Hearing Chen Mianmian say this, the villagers suddenly realized. Yes, ever since that incident, Gu Chunhua hadn't gone out, and now it seems she couldn't even get off the Kong. So how could she possibly flirt with men? Moreover, this man wasn't T from their village. Even if he knew Gu Chunhua was promiscuous, there was no reason for him to sneak in her bed at this time. No one sent me. It was Gu Chunhua who seduced me. Li Sangan was caught off guard by Chen Mianmian's words, revealing a guilty expression. But thinking of the $100 the Fong family gave him, he insisted that it was Gu Chunhua who seduced him. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian was not polite either. She bent her fingers and whistled loudly outside, and soon a few strong wild dogs ran in, standing beside her, ready for action. Bite him, with Chen Mianmian's order. The dogs rushed over, baring their sharp white teeth and biting at Li Sangan's body. Help! Help! The dogs were already strong, and Li Sangan was sitting on the ground, completely exposed, making it easy for them to bite him. As Li Sangan's painful howls echoed, the dogs tore at his flesh, ripping off a chunk of meat from his leg. The villagers watched the ferocious dogs and all retreated. Who would be crazy enough to help at this moment? Li Sangan rolled on the ground in pain, but still couldn't escape the dogs' tearing. Soon the ground was covered in blood, and the villagers frowned and stepped back, while Chen Mianmian's expression remained incredibly calm. Now, are you going to speak, or if you don't, I'll let the dogs castrate you. Upon hearing this, Li Sangan felt a tightness in his rear and quickly curled up, desperately covering his precious parts. This was essential for carrying on the family line. It couldn't be lost. I'll talk. Looking at the dogs' increasingly blood-soaked faces, the man finally caved. It was Fang Youwei's parents who sent me to ruin Chen Mianmian. What? Wasn't Chen Mianmian supposed to marry him? Why would they want to ruin this girl? The villagers were astonished, all with their mouths agape. And Chen Mianmian also pretended to be hurt, swaying her body slightly. Faced with the angry villagers and the fierce dogs, the man dared not hide any longer and revealed that Fang Youwei had taken another lover, intending to harm Chen Mianmian and make her regret her engagement first. The villagers, upon hearing this, began to curse them as beasts. Not to mention that Chen Mianmian had waited for him for 5 years, just since Fang Youwei left. She had cared for his parents tirelessly like an old workhorse, and she shouldn't have to endure such wickedness. Listening to the villager's denunciation, Chen Mianmian secretly pinched her thigh, her eyes quickly turning red. She first staggered back against the wall, then trembled and covered her face, bursting into tears. Woo woo woo. Why does Wei have to treat me this way? If he doesn't like me anymore, he could write a letter back. In a marriage, I couldn't say anything. Why does he have to ruin my reputation? I'm already so miserable. Why does he have to do this to me? Chen Mianmian didn't shout loudly. Even her cries were filled with suppression and grievance, making the neighbors feel even worse. Such a good child. Her family doesn't care for her, and thinking that Fang Yue seemed all right, at least there was hope for the future, yet he turned out to be even darker-hearted. Just when everyone was feeling uncomfortable due to Chen Mianmian's crying, she suddenly walked outside. I want to ask Uncle Fang and Aunt Fang why they did this. What exactly did I do wrong to make them harm me like this? After saying this, Chen Mianmian had already reached the courtyard. The neighbors around also felt indignant for her and suggested going together to ask that old couple from the Fang family why they were bullying Chen Mianmian like this. People in this era might not be wealthy, but they were genuine. A few stayed behind to watch Li Sangan and Gu Chunhua, while the rest followed Chen Mianmian. A group of people walked through the village, soon waking up more people. Everyone listened to the villagers recounting what happened that night and immediately came out to see the commotion. Chen Mianmian walked over, not speaking, just lowering her head, watching more and more people behind her, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. Finally, they arrived at the Fang family, and by now, half the village had already woken up. Uncle Fang, Aunt Fang, I'm Mianmian. I have something to discuss with you. Facing the eager gazes of the villagers behind her, Chen Mianmian stood at the Fang family's door and called out, but after shouting several times, no one responded. There was still an impatient person who couldn't stand it and went up to kick the door. As a result, the courtyard door wasn't even locked, and with one kick, it not only swung open, but almost caused him to split his legs. The man rushed into the courtyard, and the others followed him in, only to see 3 people fighting from the house into the courtyard. Immediately, everyone gasped in shock. Chapter 13, Eating the Shoes of the Big Mouth. Most of the people who came in were married and had seen the world, but seeing the scene of 2 men and a woman entangled with each other made them unable to help but curse. This is utterly immoral. Not only bullying the helpless Mianmian girl, but also doing such disgusting things. It turns out that Sun Tsuehua, who usually seems to hate it when people stare at her, is quite skilled in bed. No wonder she could make the village chief so infatuated. Some thick-skinned aunts watched with great interest, especially since Sun Tsuehua's fair skin looked particularly striking in the night. With so many people barging in, they still didn't react and continued to act on instinct. Chen Mianmian had just entered when her eyes were covered, and she was momentarily speechless. Isn't this just the usual stuff? She had dealt with animals since she was a child and had seen too much of this. Once, she had put in a lot of effort to help endangered animals reproduce, so when it came to this matter between men and women, she really didn't feel the shame that a girl should have. She just thought it was a natural process. However, being blindfolded didn't stop Chen Mianmian from taking action. Today, she was going to ruin the village chief and the Fang family's reputations. Woo-woo, Aunt, let me go. I want to ask Aunt Fang why she wants to harm me. If she doesn't want me to be her daughter-in-law, she should just say so. Why trick me into working for them while plotting against me? Today, I'm lucky to be sleeping in the main house. Otherwise, my life would be over. Chen Mianmian pinched her thigh, and tears immediately streamed down her face, soaking the palm of the aunt, covering her eyes. Hearing her choked voice and seeing her teary eyes made the aunt feel very distressed. What a good girl. How could she be harmed? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She released Chen Mianmian and rushed over, taking off her shoes to pull Sun Tsuehua's hair and slap her face hard. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and separate these 3 scoundrels. Do you really want to watch this all night? The aunt's loud voice snapped the stunned onlookers back to reality. Seeing Sun Tsuehua being restrained, several men stepped forward to hold down the village chief and Fang Dezhu. Let's go. Let's go. I still want. Baby. The village chief, with his fat body exposed, had long lost his rationality, covered in bruises and bleeding from behind. While he was shouting, he even reached out his dirty hands towards the villagers nearby. Ah, damn it, I'm dirty. A man yelled in disgust, kicked out, and Chen Mianmian watched helplessly as the village chief's fat face swayed a few times before he fell to the side. However, the man felt insulted and, in a fit of rage, repeatedly kicked the village chief. "I still don't have a wife, and I got touched by you, you disgusting bastard." Ugh. The onlookers saw the three of them making a scene and casually tried to intervene, but eventually let the man continue beating. After all, anyone who got touched by the village chief's filthy body would feel sick. The village chief screamed in agony, the intense pain suppressing the effects of the drugs in his system, and he finally stopped acting like a madman and lay on the ground like a dead dog, groaning. "You old lecher, why don't you just die?" The married aunt spat at him, and Chen Mianmian watched from the side, secretly delighted. After a while of watching everyone fight, Chen Mianmian took the opportunity when no one was paying attention to her, secretly smeared saliva over her eyes, and cried out loud. "Showtime!" Feeling everyone's gaze focused on her, Chen Mianmian took small steps and pounced on the already beaten son, Suihua. "Aunt Fong, what have I done to deserve you wanting to harm my innocence? Oh, over the past 5 years I have been so good to you. But just because Wei Ge wants to marry the teacher's daughter, you want to harm me?" Chen Mianmian cried heartbreakingly, while secretly pinching son Suihua hard. Since she had so many marks on her body, who would know it was her doing? Chen Mianmian, you little bastard, dare to pinch me. Son Suihua, still under the effects of the drug, disregarded her usual pride and pushed Chen Mianmian in pain. Chen Mianmian fell to the ground, her face full of helplessness and pain, making the ants nearby even angrier, taking off their shoes and starting to hit son Suihua's face again. Hearing the delightful sound of shoe soles colliding with son Suihua's cheeks, Chen Mianmian then approached Fong Dezhu. "Uncle Fong, when you broke your leg before, I carried you 10 miles to find a barefoot doctor to treat your leg. You said you would treat me like your own daughter in the future. Why? Why did you want to harm me? Is this how you treat your own daughter?" After wiping her tears and finishing her sentence, someone behind her cursed Fong Dezhu as a beast, and the next moment, he also received a well-deserved beating. The couple's screams were Chen Mianmian's stimulant. This was just the beginning. Suppressing the smile at the corners of her mouth, she walked to the village chief. By now, they had at least managed to put on some underwear, but when the village chief regained consciousness, he felt immense pain all over, especially in a certain private area, making it hard to breathe. He didn't understand why he was here, but when he met Chen Mianmian's eyes, which seemed to be smiling, he felt a chill all over. "Village chief, I previously asked for a letter of introduction to find Wei Ge, but you wouldn't give it to me, saying there were limited slots in the village. Now it seems you clearly have an improper relationship with Uncle Fong and Aunt Fong, helping them to harm me, right?" The village chief wanted to argue, but was grabbed by Chen Mianmian at the ankle, desperately asking why. With each of Chen Mianmian's movements, the village chief felt a sharp pain, leaving him no chance to speak as he gasped for breath. However, such a reaction in the eyes of the crowd was a sign of guilt. Taking advantage of the crowd, Chen Mianmian also revealed the matter of Ge Chunhua bribing Zhao Erlu to harm the original owner. With that, everything was clear. No wonder when Fong Yue said he wanted to come back to marry, Ge Chunhua hurriedly found someone to harm Chen Mianmian. It turned out she wanted to ruin her reputation. But last time, the girl had managed to escape. So the Fong family acted again, sending a man to directly crawl into Chen Mianmian's bed. This girl had no one to support her, and when she tried to find Fong Yue, the village chief held her back. It was truly a case of calling out to the heavens, but getting no response. If Chen Mianmian hadn't been lucky enough to sleep in the main room tonight, her life would have been ruined. The villagers thought about this and felt that the 3 people in front of them deserved to be chopped into pieces. Then the sounds of fists and kicks echoed in the yard again, accompanied by the painful howls of the 3. Chen Mianmian happily curled her lips and looked up at the moon in the night sky. "Little Mianmian, did you see? Those who bullied you have not ended well." Chapter 14, I'm going to report to the police station and treat the villagers to buns. After a while of fighting, the 3 men were already bruised and battered. But the villagers were still not satisfied. It was Chen Mianmian who felt it was enough and stopped them. "Thank you, uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, for helping me. If it weren't for you, I would have hanged myself tonight." Chen Mianmian had stayed up all night, her eyes red, looking particularly pitiful at this moment. "Oh, Mianmian, there's no need to thank us. They clearly did something immoral, so they deserve to be beaten. What are your plans now? After everyone had beaten the men, they looked at each other, unsure of what to do. After all, the village head was lying on the ground, and if he sought revenge tomorrow, I don't have any plans, I just don't want to live like this anymore, Chen Mianmian said, determination flashing in her eyes. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. I'm going to sue them. The Fong family hired someone to attempt to rape me. The village head misuses his power for personal gain. Gu Chanhua is involved in immoral relationships, and those two men committed acts of hooliganism. No one is getting away with this. People in this era are very superstitious about going to the authorities, always feeling it's inauspicious, yet here was Chen Mianmian ready to file a complaint. In fact, she and T expected the villagers to be so supportive today. They saved her a lot of trouble. I feel bad for making everyone go through this all night. Once I finish reporting, I will definitely thank each household. Chen Mianmian bowed to the villagers who had helped her. Over the years, she had relied on the food given by Gu Chanhua to survive. It was the villagers who saw her pitiful and gave her food and soup to grow up with. At this moment, Chen Mianmian's gratitude was sincere. She genuinely thought about buying some food for the villagers who had helped her as a farewell gift. Oh, child, there is no need for thanks. Every family has a daughter. If we let these beasts go today, wouldn't that be pushing you in the fire pit? An aunt beside her patted Chen Mianmian's head and gestured for her not to overthink. Seeing her so sensible and obedient made others feel sorry for her. And they all insisted she didn't need to thank them. Right, Mianmian, it's these three beasts who are in the wrong. Since you want to report them, let us take them to the police station and see how they can harm you then. Yes, exactly. I'll go get a bullet cart and bring Gu Chanhua and her lover along. No one gets to escape today. Watching the villagers actively helping, Chen Mianmian felt the genuine bond between people in this era. In no time, those involved had woken everyone who was asleep, except for the children sleeping soundly, the villagers. Along with the village's cats and dogs, all knew what had happened to the Fong family. Everyone was aware that Fong Yue had harmed Chen Mianmian to climb the social ladder with his parents. An uproar of curses erupted in the village. When they loaded Gu Chanhua and her lover, Li San, onto the bullet cart, villagers came out with flashlights. Seeing the bruised faces of the men and the downcast Chen Mianmian walking beside them, they angrily picked up stones from the ground and threw them at the five men. For the happiness of one person, so many had to harm Chen Mianmian. It was truly despicable. The five men were tied to the bullet cart, and even as they were being pelted with stones, they didn't dare to cry out in pain, fearing that someone might get angry and beat them to death, which would ruin their lives. Although what awaited them afterward was not a good thing either. Perhaps fueled by the villagers' anger, the journey to the town, which usually took an hour and a half, was cut down to just an hour. When they arrived at the police station, it was still dark. They drove the bullet cart to the police station, and the on-duty police officer walked over, looking at the bullet cart filled with five tied-up, bruised men, unsure of what was happening. What's going on? Sun Chung looked at the villagers, who seemed a bit timid upon seeing the uniformed police officer, hesitating and stammering without saying much. At this moment, Chen Mianmian walked over with red eyes and a pained expression, saying she wanted to report crime. The people on the cart wanted to harm her. Then, Chen Mianmian recounted how Fong Yue, in order to marry the commander's daughter, colluded with his family to harm her. She also revealed the village head's inappropriate relationships, accepting bribes, and abusing his power for personal gain. The more Sun Chung listened, the tighter his brows furrowed. That Fong Yue was none other than Chen Shimi. Comrades in law enforcement. The Zhao Lu who was previously arrested was hired by my stepmother to bully me on the mountain. You can find out the truth with just a few questions. If I, Chen Mianmian, tell one lie, may I be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. The villagers quickly covered her mouth. This was not something to say, as it would spread superstitious beliefs. Comrades in law enforcement, what Mianmian said is true. We can all testify. She was just too angry and spoke nonsense. In this day and age, saying the wrong thing could lead to being taken away. Sun Chung was not the kind of person to nitpick over words, waving his hand to signal them not to be nervous. Take them inside. I need to interrogate them properly. It was the middle of the night, and a big case had come up. Sun Chung directed the villagers to bring the men inside. At first, Gu Chanhua and the others shouted their innocence. But when Chen Mianmian presented the telegrams and letters that the cats had helped her sneak out of the house, they fell silent. Fang Yue had clearly stated in the letter that they should quickly deal with Chen Mianmian. He didn't want his marriage to be affected when the commander sent someone back to the village for an investigation. The letter mentioned the village head and Gu Chanhua, indicating they had both been bribed. The letter also had the name of the northern military region where Fang Yue was stationed, along with the postmark and mailing address, proving that what Chen Mianmian said was true. While Sun Cheng interrogated them, the villagers waited outside to give their statements. There were only 2 police officers on duty at the station, and the questioning was somewhat slow. Chen Mianmian was the first to finish her statement. Seeing the tired faces of everyone still holding on, she felt a bit guilty. She asked the police if there was anywhere nearby to buy breakfast. Fortunately, there was a state-owned restaurant nearby that sold buns and steamed bread. After thanking them, Chen Mianmian greeted the villagers and went to buy breakfast. Being a bit of a money grubber, she always carried money and ration tickets with her, more than enough to treat everyone to a meal. The state-owned restaurant was easy to find, and by the time Chen Mianmian arrived, there was already a long queue. Despite the waitstaff's haughty attitude, many people were still coming to buy breakfast. When it was Chen Mianmian's turn, she ordered 20 buns, 10 steamed buns, and 5 portions of pickled vegetables. Buying so much, do you have ration tickets? We can't accept cash without tickets. The waitress frowned at Chen Mianmian, fearing she wouldn't have enough ration tickets and would cause trouble for herself. Chen Mianmian pulled out a stack of ration tickets and counted out 2 pounds, finally receiving an eye roll and a pile of buns and steamed bread. She had brought a lunchbox, so she rented a bowl from the state-owned restaurant for 20 cents, planning to return it after eating. When she returned to the police station with a pile of buns and steamed bread, everyone couldn't help but gulp. The buns smelled so good. Surely they were filled with meat, right? After a night of chaos, the sun had risen, and with the delicious smell of buns wafting through the air, everyone's stomachs began to growl. Chen Mianmian felt the villagers' eager gazes and smiled as she handed out the buns one by one. I troubled everyone to go through this with me all night. I don't have much to offer, just these buns and steamed bread to thank you. I hope you don't mind. Hearing Chen Mianmian say this, everyone quickly waved their hands. Who would mind big buns? In a typical village household, having fine flour to eat twice a year was already considered a celebration. And here was Chen Mianmian treating everyone to 2 buns and 1 steamed bun each. Who would dare to complain? Some were concerned about the cost and wanted to return the favor to Chen Mianmian, but upon seeing her eager expression, they instantly found it hard to refuse. In the end, everyone couldn't resist Chen Mianmian's warm invitation, combined with the fragrant buns and their hungry stomachs, and they happily dug in. The soft and fluffy bun skin, paired with the rich and savory filling, is so delicious that it makes you choke. And then you take a couple more bites of the crunchy, pickled radish. During the new year, they might not even get to eat this well. Everyone is almost moved to tears. Especially in this era, the ingredients are solid, and the buns are bigger than an adult male's fist. Chen Mianmian has already stuffed herself with 2. She gives the remaining buns to Sun Cheng and another police officer. While carrying the empty basin back, she hears someone shouting to catch a thief. Chapter 15, Capturing the Spy. Helping the dog get revenge, woof, woof, woof. With the faint sounds of catching a thief and the urgent barking of a dog, Chen Mianmian initially didn't intend to meddle. But she caught the content of the dog's barks. That's not a thief at all. It's a spy, a traitor stealing national secrets. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian became alert. In her previous life, her greatest skill was capturing those who walked the line of the law. Once, someone tried to use their good looks to lure her away. But before she could react, the person was apprehended, labeled a spy sent by another country. Later, many others tried to set her up, attempting to take her abroad, but they were all discovered and rejected by Chen Mianmian. Thanks to her reporting these individuals, her bank account balance skyrocketed. She generously treated the animals around her to feasts, and even impulsively went out to see the wild animals she had once rescued. It was also because of this that she was fatally sat on by an overly enthusiastic brown bear. Catch the thief, quickly catch him. While Chen Mianmian was lost in thought, the frantic spy had already come close. Wise ones, back off, or I'll take your lives. The man pulled out a folding dagger, his eyes full of murderous intent, clearly a desperate criminal. Chen Mianmian wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs, but seeing a spy act so arrogantly made her quite displeased. Just as the man was waving his dagger and pushing the surrounding people back, he suddenly felt a flash of silver, followed by a clang as a large iron pot appeared before him. It turned out that Chen Mianmian had taken advantage of the man's momentary lapse and swung the iron pot at him. The 1 centimeter thick iron pot hit the man's face squarely, making him feel as if he had been trapped inside a temple bell, with a buzzing sound ringing in his ears. Taking advantage of his dazed state, Chen Mianmian struck him several more times with the pot. "Aren't you capable? Aren't you after our lives? Come on, get up and fight again." By the time Su Baiyan caught up, the spy had already been knocked down by Chen Mianmian. Not only was blood gushing from his mouth and nose, but he even lost a front tooth, lying on the ground in despair. Who would have thought that a terrifying snake would fall beneath a girl's iron pot? "Hey, isn't this the girl I met last time? She's just as impressive as before." Hearing his companion Qian Wang's voice, Su Baiyan finally snapped out of his daze at Chen Mianmian's fierce stance, secretly annoyed at himself for being distracted during a mission, and hurried over to apprehend the man. Seeing someone come to help, Chen Mianmian finally stopped swinging the pot, shaking her sore arms. This body lacked strength. She would have to train later. "Thank you, comrade, for your help. Otherwise, this thief would have gotten away." Qian Wang kicked the spy hard, cursing, "Damn it. Not that capable, but sure can run fast. I chased him all this way and couldn't catch up. If he got away, I'd be laughed at by the captain when I got back." Thinking this, Qian Wang looked at Chen Mianmian with a softer gaze. This comrade was truly a tough one. "It's fine. Just make sure he doesn't steal from others again." Chen Mianmian smiled knowingly at the dog following them. What seemed like a normal statement, however, sounded to Su Baiyan as if it had another meaning. Just as he turned to get a better look, Chen Mianmian had already turned her back to block the crazed dog from charging forward. The dog had been following them since they started chasing the spy, extremely excited, with a fierce look in its eyes as if it held a grudge. Through communication with the dog, Chen Mianmian learned that the spy indeed had a vendetta against it. A few days ago, the dog had been searching for food with its wife and child when this man suddenly charged out and killed its puppy with a stick. Its wife had also been killed when she tried to see the puppy. The dog was filled with hatred, wanting to bite the man to death, but could only watch helplessly as the man ate its family. For the following days, the dog had been following the man, looking for an opportunity for revenge, only to discover that the man was a spy. "Not only is he a spy, but I also know he buried something. Human, let me take you to find it, and you let me bite him to death." The dog was extremely furious. Its enemy was right in front of it, and it had to kill him. He truly deserved to die 1,000 deaths, but now was not the time for that. He still had many secrets to unveil, which were important to humanity. "How about this? I'll help you out, let you bite him a couple of times to vent your anger, and later they will definitely execute him to avenge your wife and child." Chen Mianmian hugged the dog's neck, looking like good buddies squatting aside, mumbling to it, appearing quite spirited. Qian Wang tightly bound the spy and even took off his socks, stuffing them in the man's mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue in despair. After taking care of this, he was about to call Su Baiyan to leave when he noticed the usually indifferent captain staring intently at a girl. "Oh, this comrade is quite interesting. She can even chat with a dog." Hearing this, Su Baiyan shot a glance at Qian Wang and was about to drag the spy away. He had too much to uncover from him and needed a hurry. Can you wait a moment?" Suddenly, Chen Mianmian called out to the two. Su Baiyan turned around to see a pair of bright, clear eyes looking at him. "Comrade, do you need something?" As Su Baiyan turned, Chen Mianmian finally saw the man's face clearly and was instantly taken aback by his handsomeness. The man was at least 183 centimeters tall, long-legged with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His features were striking and chiseled. Not the type of pretty boy, but a ruggedly handsome figure with a sharp look in his eyes. Yet, his skin was very fair, and there was a small red mole at the end of his left eyebrow, softening his fierce aura and making him appear more refined. If it weren't for his swift and decisive actions earlier, Chen Mianmian might have thought he was an office worker. Coughing, Chen Mianmian quickly got to the point. The man had killed the dog's wife and child, and it wanted to take a few bites in revenge. "Don't worry. I've already told it not to bite any fatal areas, so you can take the man back." Chen Mianmian pointed at the wild dog standing to the side. Hearing this, Su Baiyan frowned, his mind racing to assess the truthfulness of her words. If it were an ordinary person, Su Baiyan would certainly think she was crazy and ignore her. But suddenly recalling the previous encounter on the mountain, where this girl seemed to be able to summon cats and dogs to help her, he felt slightly swayed. The main point was that she was the one who helped subdue the spy. After pondering for a moment, Su Baiyan nodded. As long as you can guarantee not to kill him, I agree. Hearing Su Baiyan's words, Chen Mianmian instantly beamed with joy. Not only was this man handsome, but he was also quick-witted. She had prepared to justify herself in case of doubt, but he agreed so readily. Thank you so much. Chen Mianmian smiled brightly at Su Baiyan, quickly turning to the dog. Go get your revenge. As soon as her words fell, the dog charged forward, baring its sharp teeth and sinking its jaws into the spy's abdomen. Chapter 16, Seeing her reminds me of my sister. Finding the telegraph machine, oh my. TSK. That dog is really ruthless in taking revenge, directly castrating the person. No one expected that the dog would bite right where it hurts and incapacitate this spy. The men standing around watched the dog's actions, all tightening their legs, feeling a shiver down their spines. Oh, hurry, let the dog release its grip. If it bites off too much, the loss of blood could be fatal. And we still have things to ask. Seeing the dog fiercely trying to bite off the spy's vital part, Qianwang quickly sought help from Chen Mianmian. Chen Mianmian understood the situation and whistled to call the dog back. The spy rolled on the ground in pain, letting out a heart-wrenching howl from his blocked mouth, with veins bulging on his forehead, indicating just how painful it was. You can rest assured, he won't die. I'll let the dog bite with restraint, so he won't lose too much blood. If something really happens to him, you can come to Hexiang village to find Chen Mianmian within 2 days, and I will help you. Since Chen Mianmian can let the dog take revenge, she must have the ability to cover for them. The telegraph machine and the meeting contact that the person hid were all seen clearly by the dog, and it remembered them. If that person dies, she can inform the 2 people about what the dog discovered. However, this would reveal that she understands animal language. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, she will leave here in a couple of days, and by then, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if they want to find her, they won't be able to. Thinking this way, Chen Mianmian's gaze became more composed, while Su Baiyan squatted down to quickly check the wound. Although it looked fierce and painful, the bleeding was not much. Although the pants were stained red, there was no more blood flowing. So he stood up and waved his hand at Chen Mianmian. This is none of your business. Since I agreed to let the dog take revenge, I want to push the responsibility onto you. People like him. If they die, they die. It's nothing serious. Su Baiyan comforted Chen Mianmian with a few words and then took the person away with Qianwang. Chen Mianmian did not expect Su Baiyan to speak up for her. She was quite surprised and thought the handsome man looked even cooler. Until the 2 figures disappeared and the onlookers dispersed, only Chen Mianmian remained, still immersed in the shock of Su Baiyan's handsome face. Oh my, who understands? He just smiled at her, and the cinnabar mole at the end of his brow twitched slightly, directly hitting her heart. Damn it, if only Feng Yue were this handsome. She wouldn't have to deal harshly with the Feng family. Standing still, savoring the impact of Su Baiyan's handsome face while being infatuated. She caught sight of the deformed iron basin on the ground, and the smile on her face disappeared. Oh no, this iron basin was borrowed. If she returns it like this, won't the waitress scold her? So, the world-renowned zoologist Chen Mianmian began to squat by the roadside and try to restore the iron basin. Meanwhile, Su Baiyan and Qianwang had sent the person to the hospital for treatment. As expected, the wound looked dangerous, but there was no life-threatening risk. However, he would never be able to exercise his rights as a man again. Regarding this, the 2 were not too concerned. After all, that person wouldn't live to see the wound heal. Commander, do you know that woman from today? Why are you so patient with her? After finishing the hospitalization matters, Qianwang teasingly looked at Su Baiyan, who was usually so helpful. Don't talk nonsense and ruin the reputation of the female comrade. Su Baiyan frowned, warning the indiscreet Qianwang. Seeing her reminds me of my sister. If she could have self-defense skills like this woman, I wouldn't have to worry all the time. Upon hearing Su Baiyan mention family, Qianwang stopped teasing. He thought about the commander's weak mother, timid sister, indifferent biological father, and strong stepmother. This explosive combination really took a toll on the commander. If the commander hadn't fought his way up, his mother and sister would likely have been bullied to death. Su Baiyan ignored Qian Wang's apologetic gaze and instead recalled the two encounters with Chen Mianmian. This girl is really interesting. Achoo! Chen Mianmian was just sending the villagers back to their village when she sneezed. Everyone worried that she might catch a cold from the exertion. Mianmian, don't dress too lightly just because spring is warm. It's not summer yet, so wear more. At your young age, if you're not careful, you'll suffer when you're older. An auntie who came to record a statement advised Chen Mianmian to take care of her health, and she felt warm in her heart from the villagers' concern. She handed over the food and drinks she had bought in advance, asking them to distribute it in the village. Thanking the villagers who had helped her yesterday. Everyone didn't expect to eat buns and steam buns while coming to record a statement. And now there was even good food. This must have cost a lot. I've been in town recording statements these past few days, and there's no one at home to take care of things, so I'm asking everyone to help look after it. The few people Chen Mianmian reported were mutually incriminating, with particularly severe circumstances. To facilitate the police investigation, she suggested staying at a nearby guest house until all the interrogations were done. The police department promptly issued her a letter of introduction for lodging, and Chen Mianmian moved in. Knowing it would soon be dark, she noticed the street becoming increasingly empty and realized it was time to take action. Avoiding the person at the registration desk, Chen Mianmian walked out onto the street, where the dog that had been hiding in the corner all day rushed over, wagging its tail excitedly. Helping it take revenge made her its benefactor, especially since the benefactor had given it big buns. It was determined to help her find that bad guy's stuff. Following the dog, they walked to the outskirts, passed through an abandoned factory, entered a dense forest, and finally stopped in front of a grave. You're not telling me that the spy hid something here, are you? Chen Mianmian swallowed hard. Walking around the grave mound and couldn't help but admire the spy's creativity. If it weren't for her belief that the dog wouldn't make a mistake, who would think a telegraph machine would be hidden in a graveyard? If it's dead, then it's dead. If we really dig in the wrong place, we can just cover it back up. It's not my fault. If I disturb you, just go find the person who buried the machine. It's all they're doing. Chen Mianmian clasped her hands together and bowed to the surroundings, then took out a small shovel from her waist, spat twice into her palm, and started digging. As she dug, she muttered, "In such a big graveyard, I'm digging away with this big shovel, digging up the radio to exchange for money." The dog watched Chen Mianmian digging and joined in, using its front paws to dig alongside her. For a moment, in the quiet little forest, only the sound of digging was heard. Not knowing how long they had been digging, just as Chen Mianmian was sweating profusely, the lonely grave was finally uncovered, revealing a coffin inside. Originally, Chen Mianmian was a bit nervous, fearing that she would open a blind box and find a zongzi, rice dumpling. Before she could hesitate, the dog rushed over and pushed the coffin open with its paws. After the initial surprise, Chen Mianmian reached out to touch the coffin's material and found it was made of thin wooden boards, easily pushed open with a finger. With the dog's company, Chen Mianmian felt less afraid. She bravely leaned in under the moonlight. Instead of the imagined corpse, there were several small boxes inside. Chen Mianmian took the items out and opened them, and, as expected, the first thing that caught her eye was a telegraph machine, the tool used by that spy to contact hostile forces. With this, she could catch the spy red-handed. After securing the telegraph machine's box, there were still a few smaller boxes left. With the mindset of being here already, Chen Mianmian opened each of them. As soon as she opened the first small box, she was dazzled. The box was filled with shiny little goldfish. Chapter 17. So many gold bars. I'm rich. Bite him, wow. So many gold bars. I'm rich. I'm rich, haha. Chen Mianmian held a box full of gold bars, her eyes sparkling with excitement. While she was in high spirits, she directly opened other boxes, finding documents and many photos, all related to confidential matters and evidence of internal corruption. The more Chen Mianmian looked, the angrier she became. These pests deserved to be skinned alive. Putting the confidential documents and the telegraph machine together, Chen Mianmian found some receipts and cash, $2,000 in total. The receipts were universally valid, and there were even some industrial tickets. She could buy a bicycle, a television, an electric fan, and various large items. Chen Mianmian danced with joy, bowing 3 times to the empty grave to thank nature for its gifts. Turning around, she saw the dog standing obediently and pulled it over for another round of kisses. If it weren't for the dog, she wouldn't have struck it rich. Brother dog, from now on, stick with me. As long as I have food, you'll have food too. I won't let you starve. Chen Mianmian felt that the dog was no longer just a dog, but her fortune god. The dog felt a bit awkward with Chen Mianmian's enthusiasm, but when it was time to leave, it shook its head, its eyes filled with reluctance. I don't want to leave. My wife and children are gone, and I want to guard them here. Hearing the dog's words, Chen Mianmian was momentarily stunned, then nodded in understanding. Since it didn't want to leave, she would find a reliable person to adopt it, at least not to let it down for helping her find so many good things. After putting the items into a prepared burlap sack, Chen Mianmian followed the dog back to town, quickly locating their hideout following the scent left by Su Baiyan. It was the abandoned factory they had passed earlier, which looked like a haunted house. The dog stopped under a window and turned to Chen Mianmian, indicating that the previous people were inside. Although it was Chen Mianmian's first time seeing Su Baiyan, the aura he exuded told her he was military and skilled. People like this were highly vigilant, so it was better for her to keep her distance. Just as Chen Mianmian was thinking about how to avoid detection while alerting Su Baiyan, he and Qian Wang were intensely interrogating a prisoner. You can kill me, but I won't say anything. The spy knew that whether he spoke or not, he was dead, and he clenched his teeth, refusing to divulge a word. Su Baiyan looked at the badly beaten man who still wouldn't talk, snorted coldly, and lifted his foot to step on the man's legs. The intense pain made the spy's veins bulge, his body convulsing, and just as he was about to pass out, Qian Wang splashed a basin of cold water on him to wake him up. Quickly tell us how you contacted the higher-ups, and what intelligence you've gathered during your long-term infiltration. If you confess, we can leave you with a whole corpse. If you dare to be stubborn, we have ways to make you talk. Hearing Qian Wang's words, the spy convulsed and spat at him. If he didn't speak, his family might still be saved. If he did, many lives would be lost. Su Baiyan coldly laughed at the spy's stubbornness, saying, "There's no torture you can't withstand, only mouths that can't be pried open. Press his hands down and pull out his nails." The spy's pupils shook at the words, and he bit down hard, telling himself not to compromise. Just as Qian Wang approached with a pair of pliers, suddenly there was a loud crash as the glass was shattered. Chen Mianmian had the dog bring the telegraph machine and documents to the base of the window, making a slingshot with a rubber band from her head and picking up a stone from a distance to launch it. However, she used too much force, and with a loud crash, the glass shattered. Su Baiyan and Qian Wang quickly jumped out, alert and checking the surroundings. Chen Mianmian cursed inwardly, quickly taking advantage of the night and the cover of the wall to escape, as Su Baiyan and Qian Wang were about to chase. The dog bit onto Su Baiyan's pant leg. Woof, woof. The dog led Su Baiyan to the box, scratching at it with its paw and then looking up at him. Su Baiyan looked at the box, then at the dog, and a strange thought crossed his mind. Is this for me? He pointed at himself, and the dog seemed to understand, barking twice and placing its paw on the box. Wow, this dog is quite perceptive. What did it bring us? Qian Wang, amazed by the dog's unusual behavior, squatted down to open the box but was stopped by Su Baiyan. He carefully sniffed and then leaned over to listen closely, fearing it might contain a bomb. After 10 minutes of careful inspection, they finally confirmed it was safe and slowly opened it. When the telegraph machine came into view, a look of surprise flashed in Su Baiyan's eyes, and his expression became increasingly serious. Meanwhile, Qian Wang opened another box, revealing various confidential documents they had been looking for but couldn't find. Captain, these... Su Baiyan raised a finger to silence Qian Wang, quickly darting outside to search the area but found no one around. With a frown, Su Baiyan absolutely did not believe that these items were brought over by the dog. But who, after all, would give them such important things for free? If they used it to exchange for military merit, they wouldn't have to worry in the days to come. Suddenly, Su Baiyan's mind flashed to Chen Mianmian's spirited little face. She had demonstrated an extraordinary ability to communicate with animals on both occasions. Could it be her? Captain, with these, the one in the house is useless. Qian Wang was dancing with joy, looking at the telegraph machine and confidential documents. With these items, they could return and report back. He initially thought it would take 10 days or half a month, but it turned out to be so smooth. Su Baiyan looked at the important evidence they had obtained so effortlessly and felt something was slipping out of his control. However, now that the needed items were in hand, Su Baiyan breathed a sigh of relief and walked over to pat the dog's head. "Thank you for bringing these things. Since you've made a contribution, I'll give you a reward." Su Baiyan's tone was gentle, and the dog sensed he meant no harm, following his lead back into the room. The smell of blood was strong inside, and the spy sneered as he saw the two return. "If you know what's good for you, release me quickly. Otherwise, when my comrades come to rescue me, they'll kill all of you." Su Baiyan curled the corners of his mouth. His eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent as he opened the box containing the telegraph machine and documents. When the spy saw these two items, his pupils trembled in fear, and Su Baiyan knew they were genuine. "What a stroke of luck. Since we found your telegraph machine and codebook, you are of no use to us anymore." Su Baiyan gently patted the dog's head, pointing at the bound spy. "Go take revenge. Bite him." The dog didn't understand anything else, but recognized the command to take revenge. In an instant, the dog pounced on the spy, tearing into him viciously. Help. I'll talk. I'll say everything, help." The spy felt his life was genuinely threatened and, driven by survival instinct, finally began to confess. But it was too late. Su Baiyan carefully collected the items, watching the dog take revenge. After a while, when the spy had gone silent, he approached to deliver a final blow, ensuring the spy was completely dead. By the time Su Baiyan and Qian Wang finished dealing with the body and returned to the county, it was already dawn, and the dog had left after taking its revenge. As for Chen Mianmian, after waking up at the guest house, she specially bought breakfast to take to the police station, coincidentally running into Sun Cheng. "Officer, your police station is bustling with people. If you want a dog, I can bring you one." Chapter 18. The dog catches the murderer. Returning to the village, Sun Cheng looked at Chen Mianmian, who was stuffing buns and steamed buns into his hands, and his mouth twitched. Did she think the police station was her home? Just like that, she brought over a dog, just as he was about to refuse. Chen Mianmian continued to promote the benefits of the dog. "When you're on duty at midnight, don't you dare sleep, afraid of missing something. But with a dog, it's different. It can be your ears. If someone comes, it will bark. At least you won't miss any alerts. Plus, a dog's sense of smell is sharp. If something is lost or someone is missing, it can find them faster than us just searching blindly. My dog is really smart. If I weren't too poor to raise it, I wouldn't want to give it to you." Listening to Chen Mianmian's passionate sales pitch, Sun Cheng really felt a bit tempted. "I need to discuss this with our director. I can't make the decision myself. In today's world, raising a person is already difficult, let alone multiple dogs." Chen Mianmian didn't want to put Sun Cheng in a tough spot. As a police officer, it wasn't easy for him, so she patiently waited for him to consult his superior. While waiting, Chen Mianmian waved over the dog, squatting down to gently pet its furry head. "If the police station accepts you, you'll do well here. This is a place where you eat public rations. It's much better than wandering around. Just be clever, and they won't treat you poorly." The dog, knowing that Chen Mianmian had its best interests at heart, rubbed its head against her knee. Suddenly, the dog became alert, glancing sideways and lowering its body, baring its teeth at a seemingly honest man. There's a strong smell of blood. It's human blood. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian's expression also turned serious as she looked over. The man was wearing patched clothes, limping, and carrying a large backpack filled with small pine branches, typically used for kindling at home. It seemed he sensed Chen Mianmian's gaze and turned to look, his dull eyes filled with intense wariness. "Sir, can I trade some pine branches with you?" Chen Mianmian stood at the entrance of the police station, looking just like an ordinary girl. "These are for my own use. I won't trade," the man replied, looking down, his voice monotonous as he continued walking forward like a wooden figure. "Can you tell me where you got those? There aren't any around my house. If I don't find some, my stepmother will beat me." Chen Mianmian lowered her head, putting on a pitiable expression. The man frowned, unable to hide his impatience. But seeing that they were right at the police station with more and more people gathering, he eventually held back his emotions and pointed to a place. Chen Mianmian nodded and stepped back to give the man space. The man sighed with relief, thinking he could finally leave, but the next second, a large yellow dog charged at him, barking incessantly. Its barking attracted quite a few onlookers, and as they turned to look, the man broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly kicking at the dog with his lame leg, trying to scare it away. Instead of retreating, the dog became even more aggressive and moved closer. "Sir, quickly hit it with the pine branches in your backpack. If you hurt it, it will run away." Chen Mianmian's words made the man frown. He didn't want to use what was in the backpack. Just as the standoff continued, Sun Cheng finally came out. His superior said that if the dog was clever and intelligent, it could stay. Just as he was about to ask Chen Mianmian where the dog was, he saw the scene at the entrance of the police station. When the man saw Sun Cheng come out, his body tensed up, cold sweat running into his eyes. But he didn't dare wipe it away. Instead, he reached between the backpack and his back. "Comrade Chen, where's the dog you mentioned?" Seeing Sun Cheng arrive, Chen Mianmian sighed in relief, quickly walking over and pointing at the dog that was blocking the way. "It's this one, just now was perfectly fine. Suddenly it started barking at this man." "Officer, do you think there might be something unusual?" Sun Cheng looked at the man's tense body and his lowered head, not daring to look up, and instinctively approached to inquire. The dog's sharp and urgent barking made the man extremely agitated. Seeing the officer approach, he lost his last shred of patience. Before Sun Cheng could say anything, the man pulled out a large machete from his back. Woof woof. The next second, the dog suddenly lunged, biting down on the man's throat. The immense impact and the weight of the backpack caused the man to fall backward uncontrollably. The moment the backpack hit the ground, the pine branches were flung out, revealing a dismembered corpse inside. A murder! The bloody corpse, scattered on the ground, made some passers-by vomit on the spot, while others fainted at the sight of the blood. Once Sun Cheng came to his senses, he quickly rushed over and pinned the man down, at which point the dog finally released its grip and stepped back. "Let me go. I'm going to kill you two adulterers. You put a green hat on me. I'm going to chop you to death." The man, reeking of alcohol and out of his mind, struggled violently and shouted. However, Sun Cheng was strong and, with handcuffs on him, managed to lift him up. "This dog is good. It stays." They had directly caught a murderer, especially in such a heinous case of dismemberment. A third-class merit was unavoidable. He looked at the dog with delight. It couldn't be more pleasing. In less than a minute, several police officers rushed out of the station, taking the backpack away for investigation and dispersing the onlookers. Chen Mianmian took the dog to a corner, admiringly stroking its head. "You did great. Keep it up. And maybe one day you could even become a police dog." The dog was also very happy. It enjoyed such thrilling activities, and all these bad people, like those who killed its wife and children, deserved to die. Having fulfilled her promise to the dog, Chen Mianmian didn't linger and bought some food before heading back to the village with her ample assets. Now, there were only Chen Qianqian, Chen Daong, and the original owner's grandmother's family left. These people also shouldn't expect to have a good life. When Chen Mianmian returned to the village, it was just noon when everyone was eating at the fields. Seeing her come back, they quickly gathered to ask how things went with the village chief. The village chief was taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission for investigation. "I heard he has many issues. It's uncertain whether he will come out in the future. Gu Chunhua hired someone to frame me, and she'll be going in for a few years too." Sun Sehua and Fang Dezhu incited others to commit crimes. They would at least be sentenced for several years. Zhao Erlu and that Li San from the day before couldn't escape charges of hooliganism. They'd likely get the death penalty. These were all things Sun Cheng had told her in the morning. Listening to this, the villagers couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. After saying what needed to be said, Chen Mianmian reluctantly walked home, and as soon as she entered, she saw the clothes Chen Qianqian had hung out to dry in the yard. After thinking for a moment, she took them all down and threw them into the stove to burn, leaving only the outfit the original owner had worn when she first arrived. Chapter 19 still can't return it, but this dress can still be used after you die. Chen Mianmian was too lazy to cook at noon, so she boiled a pot of water and soaked a big bowl of fried noodles, oil-tea noodles, eating them with walnut crisp. The warm fried noodles were fragrant with sunflower seeds, peanuts, and black sesame, and one bite left a lingering taste in her mouth, making Chen Mianmian comfortably squint her eyes. Soon she would gather all the valuable things in the house and leave without leaving a single grain of food for Chen Daon. Oof. Let him be so indifferent to the original owner, allowing good Chunhua to mistreat her. Everything that followed was what Chen Daon deserved. A cold light flashed in Chen Mianmian's eyes as she finished the last bite of noodles and hugged the bowl, preparing to wash it clean. Just then, Chen Qianqian came back. When she saw Chen Mianmian, she was first stunned, then her eyes filled with resentment. If it weren't for this dead, wild child, she wouldn't have ended up like this. It should have been Chen Mianmian doing the work. Why should she suffer this? In recent days, whenever she went out, she was always laughed at. Growing up, these past few days were the most humiliating of her life. What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll dig your eyes out. Chen Mianmian felt Chen Qianqian's gaze and fearlessly glared back. Your mother has become a broken shoe. How dare you still stay in my house? If you are sensible, hurry up and get lost, otherwise I'll throw you into the dung pit. Chen Mianmian knew that Chen Qianqian was both vicious and cowardly. Such a person would become obedient as long as someone was tougher than her. My mother and your father are not divorced. I have the right to live here. Chen Qianqian bit her lip, her face full of humiliation. Didn't she want to leave? But now that her mother's reputation was ruined, even if she returned to her grandmother's house, she wouldn't have a good ending. She might even be forced to marry off for a bride price. It was better to just live day by day in the Chen family. Besides, she was also actively looking for a marriage partner. As long as she found someone with similar conditions, it wouldn't matter to her what happened to the Chen or Gu families in the future. Thinking this way, Chen Qianqian felt a little better. Just right. A young man from the neighboring production team had spoken to her today. He looked shy, which probably meant he was interested in her. She could dress a bit nicer and inquire more about him. If his family was in good condition and could provide her a good life, she could consider it. Where are my clothes? Chen Qianqian, feeling pleased about her plans, reached out only to find that the clothes she washed in the morning were missing. Ever since Chen Mianmian took over her room and all her belongings, she had only that one decent outfit left. Watching Chen Qianqian in a panic, Chen Mianmian happily tucked her hands into her sleeves and leaned against the wall, enjoying the sight of her flailing around like a headless fly. It wasn't until Chen Qianqian looked like she might tear the house apart that Chen Mianmian lazily pointed to the ragged piece of clothing on the floor. "Isn't your clothing right here? That's not my clothing. My clothing isn't this tattered," Chen Qianqian said with disdain. This was something she didn't want 2 years ago and had thrown to Chen Mianmian. She even remembered how surprised Chen Mianmian had been when she threw the clothes. She had looked so pathetic, not even as good as a dog. "No, this is your clothing," Chen Mianmian insisted, pointing to the stove. "Because the outfit you hung there was burned by me." Chen Qianqian, hearing Chen Mianmian's words, widened her eyes in shock. This was probably the biggest her eyes had ever been in her life. The next second, she ran to the kitchen, and when she saw the little bit of fabric that remained outside the stove, it was indeed her clothing. "Chen Mianmian, give me back my clothes." Chen Qianqian grabbed the remaining bit of fabric, her eyes red as she ran out, wishing she could strangle Chen Mianmian. If it were before, she might not have been this angry, but now this was her only good outfit left. "Still can't return it. But this dress can still be used after you die. I burned it for you in advance, saving you decades of detours. You should thank me." Chen Mianmian still had that infuriating attitude, and Chen Qianqian was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Finally, her last bit of rationality snapped, and she screamed as she rushed over, wanting to scratch that face she was so jealous of. Chen Mianmian was waiting for this, raising her hand and hitting Chen Qianqian with all her might. Chen Qianqian spun around from the slap before stopping. Before she could react, her hair was grabbed, and Chen Mianmian's big mouth followed up. "This slap is to repay you for throwing my shoes into the water in the middle of winter, causing my feet to almost freeze off. This slap is for putting sand in my food and forcing me to eat it. This slap is for eating the chicken from the dairy family and blaming it on me, almost getting my leg broken." Chen Qianqian, with so much hatred. "Do you think I don't want to kill you?" At the end, Chen Mianmian tightly gripped Chen Qianqian's neck, her eyes filled with murderous intent. The original owner's death was never caused by just one person. Chen Qianqian's eyes rolled back as she was choked, desperately clawing at Chen Mianmian's hand, but unable to break free. She felt that Chen Mianmian really might kill her, and an uncontrollable fear surged in her heart. Her whole body trembled, and she cried out, her nose and tears smeared all over her face. Seeing Chen Mianmian's cowardly appearance, Chen Mianmian disdainfully stood up from her, thinking such a fool wasn't he worth her killing and going to prison for. Chen Mianmian should really be thankful that we live in a society governed by law. Otherwise, I would have stabbed her into a sieve. Chen Mianmian, you owe Chen Mianmian, and I will make sure you pay it back. Chen Mianmian stared darkly at Chen Mianmian until she terrifiedly avoided her gaze, finally laughing as she walked out of the yard. She wanted to go meet the original owner's grandparents again. The original owner had never had an easy life from infancy until she was 8 years old. Not only did she start working at the age of 2, but her grandparents also indulged her cousins in bullying her, tying her up like a dog. Moreover, during the Great Famine a few years ago, they even came to discuss with Chun Daong about eating the original owner. Such grandparents were certainly not on Chen Mianmian's list of respecting the elderly and loving the young. Following the dogs, she found the yard empty, probably out earning work points. Chen Mianmian let the dogs out to watch for her, then swaggered into the yard. She first went to the inner room and found the best hiding place for money. Sure enough, she pulled out a stack of cash, ranging from 1 cent, 2 cents, to 5 and 10 yuan, counting a total of 135 yuan. TSK. At their age, how many more years can they live? Can this money even be spent wisely? I'll just begrudgingly help you spend it. After stuffing the money into her pocket, Chen Mianmian took out the old couple's clothes and threw them into the stove to burn, muttering as she burned them. Lord Yin, I hope you give me some strength to take these 2 old folks away. Of course, if you don't take them away, it's fine. I'll just make them die of anger later. Don't give them these clothes when they die. Let them run around naked in the underworld. And then you can charge them with being a rogue and punish them to be cattle and horses in the underworld for hundreds of years. After burning all the clothes, Chen Mianmian stood up and smashed all the dishes and chopsticks out of the cupboard. The crisp sound was incredibly refreshing. Following that, adhering to the principle of since I'm here, I might as well go all out, she not only smashed their pots, but also took away anything edible or usable in the house, destroying anything that couldn't be taken. It was a policy of total destruction. Steal, smash, burn. This looks much better. Chen Mianmian looked at the mess inside and out, feeling immensely satisfied, and casually called over 2 dogs to have them defecate and urinate on their kong, a traditional heated bed, and then smeared around. Chapter 20. Fell into the latrine. Found the village head's hiding place, woof woof, just as Chen Mianmian was directing the dog to poop against the wall and spread around. She heard the lookout dog's reminder. She quickly took her loot and sneaked out of the yard, quietly hiding it in a nearby concealed corner, listening to the commotion inside. Who is it? Which scoundrel did this? My house, my pot, my clothes, listening to the original owner's grandmother's shrieks and retching sounds. Chen Mianmian felt an immense sense of pleasure, even regretting not being able to see in person. How heartless, my home. Who on earth did this? I'll curse his ancestors for 8 generations. The old lady sat at the door, slapping her thigh and cursing furiously, while Chen Mianmian merely pouted. If you have the guts, go dig up your ancestors' graves, you old liar. Chen Mianmian squatted and listened to the original owner's grandmother's curses for quite a while, repeating the same phrases. Just as she was about to leave, the old woman fainted from rage. Passing villagers heard her cursing, but didn't approach. But when they saw her passed out, they hurriedly rushed to carry her inside. Upon seeing the excrement covering the bed and walls, they all covered their noses and retreated. Eventually, they had no choice but to dismantle a door panel to lay her on it and carry her to find the village barefoot doctor. Chen Mianmian squatted on their path, watching the old lady with her eyes tightly shut, signaling the dog nearby. Woof, woof, woof. The dog suddenly leaped out from the alley, barking frantically at them, startling the 4 men carrying the door panel. Instinctively protecting themselves, the door panel lost its balance, and the old lady rolled off, tumbling down the dirt slope into the ditch. Oh no, the ditch is filled with compost. The villagers were shocked and hurried to the bottom of the slope to rescue the old lady. Unfortunately, she was now covered in excrement, slowly sinking to the bottom with no place to grab onto. It was a neighbor who fetched a hook to pull her out, but at that moment, no one wanted to deal with her, as anyone normal couldn't withstand that mess. Chen Mianmian originally thought to just give the old man a black eye, but unexpectedly, even heaven was helping her. TSK, she actually fell into the latrine. What luck for you, old man. Chen Mianmian enjoyed the spectacle, watching the stinking old lady being wrapped in a sack by the original owner's uncles. The men pushed her like a dung beetle pushing a dung ball, retching as they carried her home. Looking at the expressions of those middle-aged men, Chen Mianmian pressed her chest and muttered to herself, as if comforting someone. Don't worry, they won't have a good ending either. Returning home with her loot, Chen Mianmian had already vanished, which was even better. Chen Mianmian wouldn't be suspected for bringing back too many things. Woof woof woof. Just as Chen Mianmian was packing her belongings to leave, she heard the dog's urgent barking. She curiously went out to inquire, only to find an unexpected surprise. You say you know where that old lecher, the village head, secretly hid his stuff? Wow, amazing. Hurry and take me there. The village head was detained, and his home was in chaos, especially with his married sons clamoring to split the family. Those who had been bullied by the village head before were now coming to his door. If it weren't for the village head's wife, their house would probably have been emptied by now. They were busy and flustered, completely unaware that a small figure had already entered the nearby hill under the dog's guidance. The dog twisted and turned until they reached a graveyard, without even a gravestone, prompting Chen Mianmian to twitch her mouth. Don't tell me they're digging up graves again. What are these people thinking? Why must they make it look like a graveyard? It's really burdensome for me to dig here. Huh. Today I'll see how much private money the village head has. A county magistrate can clear over 100,000 silver taels in a year. I don't believe that village head is honest. Chen Mianmian was extremely glad she had brought a small shovel. Otherwise, she would have to dig with her hands. She decided to carry this small shovel from now on. It could dig graves and fight, a perfect tool for robbery and murder. The village head's methods were not as clever as that of the spy. After digging for a while, Chen Mianmian could feel what was beneath. Excitedly clearing the loose soil, she discovered several large boxes buried underneath. Chen Mianmian thought to herself, it would be like last time with a few boxes of little goldfish. That would make me rich. Eager to open the boxes, she found they were filled with grain. No wonder this old fellow was fat as a pig during the famine. It turns out he was hiding all this grain. As Chen Mianmian dug more and more, her anger grew. So many boxes must contain at least a few thousand pounds of grain. In the end, she even unearthed several antiques. Those would start at hundreds of thousands in modern times. Where did this old man get them? Seize them. The thieving village head was not only lecherous, but greedy as well. Chen Mianmian dug for several hours before finally counting all his belongings. She planned to take the antiques in cash, but she couldn't carry away all that grain. It's better to share the joy. With so much grain, even distributing it to the village could give each household dozens of pounds. Chen Mianmian gently patted the dogs' heads. They didn't want to leave her, so she prepared to stay in the village. But she also didn't want the dogs to work so hard for nothing. While she handed over this batch of grain, she should be able to secure a good future for these furry kids. With this in mind, Chen Mianmian buried the things she wanted in a pit first, then took the dogs to find Captain Qian. By this time, it was getting dark, and Captain Qian's family was about to sleep. Hearing someone knock on the door, he was quite surprised. Mianmian girl, are you looking for me for something? Captain Qian looked at Chen Mianmian with some confusion. Since that day, she caused a ruckus. Qian appeared much in the village, but whenever she did, it was for something big. Thinking of this, Captain Qian nervously swallowed. It wouldn't be more trouble, would it? Captain Qian, I have something to tell you. Hearing Chen Mianmian's words, Captain Qian's heart sank. It was finally here. It wouldn't be another scandal, would it? Their village's reputation was already beyond repair. Today, under the guidance of the dogs, I found a large stash of grain, a lot. Enough for each villager to get dozens of pounds. Ah, I knew something would happen. Let us go, I'll go with you, huh? Wait a minute. What did you say? You found grain? Captain Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Mianmian didn't waste words, letting the dogs lead them back up the mountain to take a look. When Captain Qian saw the grain exposed under the moonlight, his eyes turned red. If only they had found this years ago. So many people in the village wouldn't have starved to death. Chapter 21, I want to make the Chen family and Fong family wish they were dead. It turns out there are still people thinking of her. Little Mianmian, did you find all this food? Captain Chen held out a handful of corn kernels. Although they were a bit shriveled due to age, at least they were edible. With this much food, every household in the village could have several hearty meals. It was the dogs that found it and brought me here. Chen Mianmian smiled at Captain Chen. These dogs probably want to help the villagers too. Otherwise, they would just eat what they dug up themselves and no one would notice. Captain Chen nodded in agreement, looking at the dogs roaming around the village, feeling very pleased with them at the moment. Yes, when I get back, I'll tell the villagers to leave some food for them. As long as they can survive, we'll have extra eyes to keep watch. Chen Mianmian appreciated Captain Chen's understanding. Although his abilities were average, at least he had a good heart. If he were to become the village chief, at least the situation of starving to death in Hexiang village wouldn't happen again. Thinking this, Chen Mianmian tentatively asked him if he wanted to rise in position. Captain Chen looked at Chen Mianmian in surprise. The girl stood before him with a smile, looking particularly fragile under the moonlight. Yet her eyes were surprisingly bright, as if everything was under her control. It's not that I don't want to rise, but I simply don't have the ability. The village chief has been taken away. But I heard he has connections in the county, so he'll probably be released soon. I'm just an ordinary person. How can I compete with him? Captain Chen had disliked the village chief for a long time, but he was powerless. Aside from the villagers' support, he had no advantages. Hey, as long as you have the heart, that's enough. Chen Mianmian waved her hand and took out a small notebook she found in the village chief's antique box. It contained evidence of the bribes he had accepted over the years, even records of gifts he had given to his superiors. Dates and amounts, I remember them all clearly. Captain Chen looked at these things, trembling with anger. This scoundrel had manipulated the scales, giving the villagers less food during the distribution. Then he either sold the remaining food for his own greed or hid it for his family to eat. During the years of famine, when people starved to death in the village chief even went over to cry a few times. Thinking back, it was truly disgusting. Captain Chen, you take this evidence to the disciplinary committee to report them. The village chief will definitely not come back. Then you can distribute the food, and the villagers will be grateful to you. When it's time for elections in the village, if you don't become the village chief, who will? Chen Mianmian's words made Captain Chen's heart race. Could he really become the village chief? But soon, his excitement was replaced by calmness as he looked at Chen Mianmian suspiciously. Why are you giving this to me? Anyone else could do this. Listening to Captain Chen's words, Chen Mianmian raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. Good, he is not a fool. Because I want to negotiate terms with you. Chen Mianmian hid her smile, and her face took on a serious expression she had never shown before. In a few days, I'll be looking for Fong Yue to settle scores. If all goes well, I want to be back for a while. I need someone to keep me informed about the village's affairs. Also, I want to make the Chen and Fong families wish they were dead. Their hands are stained with the original owner's blood, and Chen Mianmian would not let them go. Captain Chen felt the fierce hatred in Chen Mianmian's eyes and couldn't help but swallow hard. When did this girl become so intimidating? Killing is against the law. Captain Chen weakly reminded her, his face a bit bitter. He could be the village chief, but he wasn't an emperor. If someone died, he couldn't just cover it up. Seeing the fear in Captain Chen's eyes, Chen Mianmian smiled brightly, her eyes appearing ethereal and clear under the moonlight. Who said torturing them has to involve killing? I want them to live the life I once did, to be scorned by others, to be bullied by anyone. Killing is just a matter of a nod, but living comes with endless suffering. Captain Chen shivered at the ruthlessness on Chen Mianmian's face, thinking of the recent fate of Gu Chenhua and the Fong family. Could it be? Don't worry, Captain Chen, you are a good person. I want to make you do anything that goes against your conscience. Just keep me informed when the time comes, so they can suffer a bit more. Of course, you can choose not to agree. We can pretend tonight never happened, and I'll find someone else. Hearing Chen Mianmian's words, Captain Chen, who had been hesitating, finally made up his mind. I'll do it. It would be foolish to throw away the benefits right in front of him. Besides, the Chen and Fong families had lost all face and standing now, and they wouldn't be able to do anything. The villagers would not welcome them. Chen Mianmian nodded in satisfaction, thinking Captain Chen was clever. With the food situation taken care of by Captain Chen, Chen Mianmian headed down the mountain. As she entered the village, she thought it was quite close to the original owner's grandmother's house, so she sneaked over. After she had smashed and destroyed things, the yard was a mess. Looking at the scattered items that no one was taking care of, Chen Mianmian felt quite pleased. She thought the two old folks were getting old. It might be fun to scare them a bit. What if they got scared to death? Sneaking up to the window, she messed up her hair and was just about to throw a stone to break the window and crawl in like Sadako when she heard voices inside. "Old man, what are we going to do? Our money is all gone. The savings we worked so hard to accumulate are our coffin funds." The original owner's grandmother, Chen, was crying and complaining. From the sound of it, she must have been quite shaken today. "What else with all the crying? Your luck has been cried away." The old man's voice was old and oppressive, and Chen voice indeed fell silent. "It's just a little over $100. We can go to the town and send a telegram to that dead girl's mother, saying Chen Mianmian is dying. I don't believe she want to give us money." The old man's voice was full of smugness and cunning, which made Chen Mianmian outside frown. The dead girl they were talking about couldn't possibly be her, right? Well, after all, that piece of trash had sent things to Chen Mianmian over the years. This time, they would ask for more, just enough to rebuild the house. She goes back to live a good life and leaves her daughter here. It's only right for her to give us money. Hearing Chen Lisher's voice confirmed for Chen Mianmian that the original owner's mother had actually contacted her over the years. In the past, the villagers said the original owner's mother ran away with someone, and they were the loudest in cursing. Who would have thought they clearly knew the news, but never said a word? Most importantly, everything the original owner's mother had given her was pocketed by them. In her memories, the original owner had suffered countless grievances growing up without a mother, especially from Chen Lisher, who would beat and scold her at the same time. She could pull out all sorts of filthy words. At that time, the original owner was young. Everyone said her mother ran away and abandoned her. Although she felt hurt inside, she could only grit her teeth and endure it. But now she realized that in all those countless painful and desperate days before, there was someone who cared about her. It turns out, there was still someone in this world thinking of her. Her heart raced, seemingly venting the original owner's anger and hatred. It's okay. I will take revenge for you, don't worry." Chen Mianmian murmured to herself while staring at the window, her eyes filled with killing intent. Chapter 22. Wrong posture. Get up and sleep again. I want to report someone for speculation. Keep a close watch on those two old men for me. Tell me everything they do, and I'll treat you to something delicious later. Chen Mianmian climbed over the wall from the courtyard, feeling her dogs nuzzling against her, their tails wagging happily. Ever since this person came, they had been well fed, and she smelled good. It was already midnight when Xian returned home, and there was no sound from the storage room where Chen Qianqian lived, probably because she was already asleep. Chen Mianmian took a glance, kicked the door open, and saw the dazed person on the Kong, immediately slapping her. "Wrong posture, get up and sleep again." After saying that, Chen Mianmian left like a gust of wind, leaving Chen Qianqian, who was covering her face, in a state of confusion. 2 seconds later, when Chen Mianmian opened the door to the main room, she heard Chen Qianqian's furious roar. "Chen Mianmian, are you out of your mind?" Refreshing, listening to Chen Qianqian's crazy curses. The pent-up frustration in Chen Mianmian's heart finally eased. Lying back on the Kong, she began to think about her original mother's matters. It seemed she needed to find an opportunity to search the old Deng family's house again. If she found any clues, she could ask that woman why she left, why she only sent money but never came back to see her. If the original owner had someone to rely on, she wouldn't have become a victim in the hands of those people. Thinking about this, Chen Mianmian gradually fell asleep. The next day, when she got up to wash up, she saw Chen Qianqian wearing the set of beggar clothes she had taken off earlier to work. Her clothes were all gone, leaving only this set for a change. If she didn't wear it, her clothes would have to be washed, and she'd have to wait on the Kong wrapped in a quilt. Now, the kitchen door was locked by Chen Mianmian, and Chen Qianqian couldn't even eat. She wanted to resist, but couldn't win, so she could only drink more water to suppress her hunger. After finishing her work, she planned to sneak in through the window to find something to eat while Chen Mianmian wasn't home. Wasn't this just like the original owner's previous life? Chen Mianmian ignored Chen Qianqian's resentful gaze. This little brat wasn't worth her time. She could easily mess things up on her own. The days without anyone at home were really nice. Chen Mianmian cooked a large pot of rice without any care. She also stewed cabbage with meat oil adding a big handful of vermicelli, which Gu Chunhua usually wouldn't spare for herself. After filling herself up, Chen Mianmian mixed the rice and soup together, whistling, and soon a dozen figures came running over. The cats and dogs were filled with a desire to eat, rushing to Chen Mianmian's side, being all cute and obedient. No matter how fierce they were in the village, they all became adorable little fur balls around her, little yellow and little black. Eat, Chen Mianmian said. And only then did the furry kids start gobbling down their food while she squatted nearby watching. Before long, they finished eating and came over to snuggle with her again. Chen Mianmian petted each one for a while before letting them go, feeling that these furry kids were far simpler and more loyal than people. Seeing it was still early, Chen Mianmian decided to head to town to ask the police about how the two old men from the Fong family were judged. Also, if Gu Chunhua was paraded through the streets, she wanted to witness it. Upon arriving in town, she first went to the police station. Before she could even enter, she saw the dog from before running over, wagging its tail and putting its paws on her pants, making happy sounds. Pezon, you lay here, happy. Happy. Chen Mianmian smiled at the dog that seemed eager to perform for her. Looks like you're having a great time here. Stay well in the future. It seemed that after they caught the murderer, the dog's status was secure, and Chen Mianmian even noticed a special dog food bowl at the entrance. While playing with the dog, Sun Cheng came out from inside, smiling at her. As soon as I saw Sai-Hu come out, I knew you were here. Upon hearing Sun Cheng call Sai-Hu, the dog barked proudly, clearly liking the name. That's a nice name, very impressive. Woof. After giving Sai-Hu a pat on the head, Chen Mianmian approached Sun Cheng to ask about the case's progress. The case was straightforward. The people involved weren't tough nuts to crack, and they confessed easily after a bit of intimidation. Gu Chunhua bribed Zhao, Lu, to harm Chen Mianmian, and there was no way she could escape prison. Moreover, her lifestyle was also problematic. Before her sentencing, she would have to parade around in worn-out shoes every day. She had lost both face and dignity. The two old men from the Fong family, along with the village chief, although they were caught doing something in their own yard. The villagers reported that their behavior was equally terrible, and they would also be paraded through the streets. Hearing about the fates of these people, Chen Mianmian felt much better. Sun Cheng also mentioned the murderer who had carried the corpse. That person looked honest, but was actually a domestic abuser, taking out his frustrations on his wife after being bullied outside. His in-laws always told his wife to endure, saying every couple fights, and hitting is a form of love. One day, after drinking, he came home, and his wife, terrified, ran away in the dark. He was so drunk and furious that he couldn't suppress his emotions and ended up killing his own mother-in-law, who had come out to see her daughter being beaten. When he sobered up and saw his mother-in-law covered in blood, he was stunned. However, he quickly thought that since no one was around, he might as well dismember her and throw her away in mountains. Who would have thought that Sai-Hu would discover him? This dog is really great, obedient and alert. With it around, night shifts are much easier. Sun Cheng praised Sai-Hu, and it was clear he loved dogs too. After chatting for a bit, Chen Mianmian took her leave. As she was thinking about going to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some food, she saw a fleeting figure not far away that looked like the original owner's grandfather, Chen Laojin. Chen Mianmian raised her eyebrows and followed him, discovering he was squatting at the corner with a bag, looking around furtively. Occasionally, passers-by would come over to chat, which caught Chen Mianmian's attention. Was this old man trying to sell grain? In this planned economy, private trading was prohibited. That was speculation, a serious crime that could lead to execution. Isn't this just the right opportunity? Old man Chen, I was worried about how to deal with you, and now you've delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Chen Mianmian looked around and indeed saw the dog following Chen Laojin, waving it over to keep watch while she ran to the police station. Officer, I want to report someone for speculation. Sun Cheng thought Chen Mianmian had forgotten something when she came back, and upon hearing her say this, he quickly called a colleague to follow her out. Recently, the higher-ups had been paying close attention to this issue, instructing them to catch examples. But those involved in private trading were as cunning as monkeys. As soon as they caught wind of something, they would run away. Chen Mianmian's report was a significant help. The group quickly arrived at the alley's entrance, and the dog on lookout rushed over, wagging its tail at Chen Mianmian. She gently patted its head, knowing that Chen Laojin hadn't left, and hid with Sun Cheng and the others in a corner, preparing to catch them red-handed. Coincidentally, Chen Mianmian had been squatting there for a while without anyone coming to buy. But just as Chen Mianmian and the others arrived, someone came over, looking around cautiously, and bent down to check the grain in the bag, haggling over the price before pulling out money from their pocket. "Go," Sun Cheng said to his colleague and rushed out. "Police, don't run." Hearing the word police, the buyer quickly fled. And Chen Mianmian realized it too and tried to escape with the bag. Chen Mianmian would not let him have his way. She pointed at Chen Mianmian and commanded the dog beside her. "Go, Pikachu." Chapter 23. This little girl is not simple. Finding the address of her biological mother, the dog let out a bark and bolted out, its four legs sprinting with all its might, much faster than Sun Cheng on his two legs. It zeroed in on Chen Mianmian and pounced, catching him off guard as he was carrying grain and running away, and he was soon knocked down. Woof woof. The dog stood on Chen Mianmian's back as if to show off, and when it saw him trying to get back up, it bit him right on the butt. Help! Chen Mianmian was writhing in pain, trying to roll to throw the dog off, but it held on tightly, and even when Sun Cheng and the others arrived, it wouldn't let go. Chen Mianmian saw that people had arrived, and only then did she whistle. The dog immediately released its grip and ran to her without any hesitation. If the previous obedient behavior of Sai, who was just a coincidence, Sun Cheng began to notice Chen Mianmian now, considering that Sai, who was brought by Chen Mianmian and later listened to her exceptionally well, it made sense. But why was this dog so obedient too? These dogs were just wild ones commonly seen on the streets, showing no signs of training, the only difference being Chen Mianmian. While Sun Cheng was lost in thought, his colleagues had already apprehended Chen Mianmian and brought him, along with a half bag of grain, to the police station. At first, Chen Mianmian tried to argue, but when Sun Cheng sternly asked where he lived, who was there, and why he was lingering with an open bag of grain, he spoke vaguely. Once at the police station, it was no longer a matter of stubbornness. The police had plenty of methods to make Chen Mianmian confess. Moreover, he had already been a bully in his area. A little intimidation and the fact that they caught the buyer meant he was accused of selling grain. Eventually, he confessed in less than 2 hours. When Sun Cheng came out with the confession, he saw Chen Mianmian playing with Sai, who in the police station yard, accompanied by the dog that had helped catch Chen Mianmian. "Comrade Sun, how is that person?" Chen Mianmian looked at Sun Cheng with anticipation, hoping that this old man would be sentenced to peanuts. It was definitely speculative trading, but the amount of grain involved was not much, only about 20 kilograms. Considering his age, he would probably get a few years in prison and then be sent for labor reform. Chen Mianmian was already in his 60s. Spending a few years in prison, he might not even come out alive, which was good. "Thanks for your help this time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so smooth," Sun Cheng said, looking at the dog next to Chen Mianmian. "Is this dog yours? It listens to you quite well." Chen Mianmian laughed and patted the dog's head. "I've always had a way with animals. They like to listen to me. It's getting late. I have to go back to the village. Goodbye, Comrade Sunday." After saying that, Chen Mianmian left with the dog, leaving Sai, who looking reluctant. Sun Cheng watched Chen Mianmian's figure and thought about her actions since they met, finally realizing that this girl was not simple. Knowing that Chen Mianmian would definitely go to prison, Chen Mianmian was very cheerful, sitting in the ox cart with her hand on her chest, telling the original owner that one more enemy was gone. When she reached the village entrance, Chen Mianmian saw some young children coming down the mountain to gather wild vegetables. In spring, everything revived and various wild vegetables had grown on the mountain. The original owner used to love this season the most because with a little effort, one could eat their fill. But now that Chen Mianmian was here, she was really too lazy to go up the mountain. However, seeing those children, she couldn't help but smile. Such a big event as Chen Mianmian going to prison definitely needed to be publicized throughout the village. Taking out the fruit candies she bought at the supply and marketing cooperative, Chen Mianmian waved to call the children over. She told them about Chen Mianmian's speculative trading and being caught, urging them to spread the word. The old Chen family had lost face to the ancestors. She believed that the Chenli family would want to use money to smooth things over now that they knew Chen Mianmian was in prison, without money. They would definitely contact the original owner's mother. Moreover, this matter was very discreet. She didn't want others to know, so she had to handle it herself. She called the dog to closely follow Chen Li. As long as she went to the town, it would inform Chen Mianmian. Sure enough, before dawn the next day, Chen Mianmian heard barking outside the yard. She immediately got up, quickly dressed, and followed the dog to find Chen Li. The spring morning was misty, making it hard to see the road ahead. Chen Li, hunched over, sneaked out of the village, probably aware that Chen Laogan's imprisonment was embarrassing and did not want to run into anyone else. Chen Mianmian instructed the dog to follow closely while she kept her distance. Originally, riding the ox cart would have been comfortable, but that dreadful old woman walked for more than 2 hours. Chen Mianmian was almost driven crazy by the walk, wanting to rush over, kick the old lady down, and then grab her leg to swing her around like a giant hammer. But that was just a thought. Finally, when Chen Mianmian's patience was running out, they arrived in town. Chen Li skillfully entered the post office, and Chen Mianmian stealthily walked to a corner to grab a piece of letter paper and an envelope, pretending to write a letter while actually listening to her talk to the postal staff. "Girl, the old lady can't read. Can you help her write a letter?" Chen Li trembled as she handed the paper with the address to the staff. Chen Mianmian had sharp eyes and could see that the paper was already yellowed with frayed edges, indicating it had been reused many times. "Just write that Mianmian was kicked by an ox. Her insides are bleeding everywhere, and the doctor said it would take 500, no, 1,000 to save her. So hurry up and send the money." After speaking, she pulled out 50 cents. The postage was 8 cents. So she needed to buy 2 stamps, letter paper was 10 cents, and the envelope was also 10 cents, totaling 36 cents. With the remaining 14 cents, she left. And Chen Mianmian quickly approached the staff member who was sealing the envelope. "Comrade, did an old lady just come to mail a letter? That's my grandmother, and I have a letter from Mianmian to her mother. Can you stuff it in together?" When the staff heard the name Mianmian, they knew it was the letter Chen Li wanted to send, and without thinking much, they took the letter paper to look at it. It had a few crooked words written on it. "Mom, I miss you." A total of 5 words. The staff, imagining a child injured by an ox, tremblingly writing this on a hospital bed, couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness and sighed helplessly. Taking advantage of the staff's moment of distraction, Chen Mianmian quickly memorized the address on the envelope. Chuansong City Military Region Family Compound? Chuansong City? Isn't that where Fang Youwei's military region is located? Chen Mianmian instantly felt delighted. This was truly a huge stroke of luck. After dealing with Fang Youwei, Chen Mianmian would go find the original owner's biological mother to see what she was thinking. It was one thing to abandon her daughter. It was another to think about her, but never even take a glance. Perhaps she thought that giving birth to this daughter was a disgrace? Chen Mianmian watched the staff put the letter into the envelope and seal it, then turned to leave. Those 5 words had been silently shouted in the original owner's heart for 19 years. This expedited letter should arrive in just over a week, and she believed she would find her way there before the letter arrived. A glint flashed in Chen Mianmian's eyes. It seemed she needed to quicken her pace. Chapter 24. Save the police dog. If she can cure it, I'll call you Dad. After sending the letter, Chen Mianmian went to the police station again. Recently, she had almost made it her second home, going there to stroll around whenever she had nothing to do. Previously, Sun Cheng mentioned that Gu Chanhua and the 2 from the Fong family were going to be paraded through the streets, and she wanted to find out when so she could watch them make fools of themselves from the front row. Generally, such events would be posted on the bulletin board at the police station. Sure enough, it said that there would be a parade tomorrow, with the main suspects being Gu Chanhua, Sun Tsuhua, Fang Dezhu, and others. The names and charges of the individuals were detailed, and passers-by pointed and discussed, some even spitting in disgust, indicating they would come to throw rotten eggs tomorrow. Chen Mianmian thought this was great and planned to get some slop to splash on those bastards. Hee. Hey, Chen Mianmian, you are really here. I've been waiting for you all day. Just as Chen Mianmian was about to leave, Sun Cheng suddenly walked over excitedly, his face full of anticipation. While she was puzzled, Sun Cheng brought Chen Mianmian into the police station and cautiously explained the situation. It turned out that yesterday he went to find a friend in the police dog team, but found his friend looking listless and anxious. After asking, he learned that the police dog Lightning, which his friend raised, had lost its appetite since yesterday, not wanting to eat or move, looking lethargic and constantly whimpering. After a thorough check, they discovered a hard lump in the dog's belly, and they all suspected it was something bad. They went to the veterinarian to induce vomiting for a long time, but nothing came out, and the dog became even weaker. They finally said that surgery was necessary, but the success rate was low, leaving his friend sleepless all night. Lightning was the best dog in the police dog team, and there were not many police dogs in their town. It took a lot of effort to raise and train it, especially since his friend treated Lightning like his own son. If anything happened to it, he feared his friend would be too heartbroken. Sun Cheng recalled how Chen Mianmian had been able to communicate smoothly with dogs before, and since the police dog team had no other solutions, he thought he might as well take a chance and let her have a look, just in case it worked. Chen Mianmian furrowed her brows, wondering how Sun Cheng could see her talent when she had been so low profile. Sigh, indeed, gold will shine no matter where it is. Sun Cheng thought Chen Mianmian's silence was a rejection and hurriedly continued, just go take a look. If you can't cure it, that's fine, but if you do, I'll give you 10 yuan as a reward. Upon hearing about the money, Chen Mianmian's eyes immediately brightened. What money? The main thing is I can't bear to see your nephew die. Let's go now. I can't stand to see any little dog suffering. Chen Mianmian urged Sun Cheng to hurry up, and seeing her eagerness, he couldn't help but smile, realizing he should have mentioned money sooner. The police dog team was not far from the police station, and as Sun Cheng led Chen Mianmian there, they spotted a tall man in his 20s waiting at the entrance, looking around. When he saw Sun Cheng, his eyes lit up. Where's the veterinarian you told me about? Wang Shengli stretched his neck like a giraffe, scanning above Chen Mianmian's head several times without noticing her. She rolled her eyes internally, thinking that one day she would tie up all the tall people and send them to the moon. Being tall is impressive, huh? Just because you're tall, you can ignore me? Right in front of you. Sun Cheng pointed at Chen Mianmian, and when Wang Shengli followed his finger, the light in his eyes instantly dimmed. Originally, his friend said he was going to find someone to take a look, and he thought it would be an experienced veterinarian, but it turned out to be a little girl. Sun Cheng, are you kidding? Lightning hasn't eaten for 2 days. If this continues, it will be life-threatening. What do you mean by bringing a little girl? Wang Shengli was very angry, feeling that Sun Cheng was making a joke out of Lightning's situation. You've looked everywhere. You've tried everything. If Lightning is like this and you have no way, why not let her give it a shot? Sun Cheng could only try to persuade his friend, as he had no way to explain his intuition about bringing Chen Mianmian. Wang Shengli still wanted to say something when suddenly, Chen Mianmian heard a series of dog whines. Her previously relaxed expression tightened, and she quickly maneuvered around the two still arguing and walked inside. It hurts so much. Boo-hoo, am I going to die? I haven't found a wife yet. I haven't had kids. I don't want to die. The big black dog next door said finding a girlfriend is fun. I haven't even tried. Listening to the whimpering, Chen Mianmian walked straight to Lightning's cage without hesitation. Hey, what are you doing? I'll let you in. Wang Shengli was about to chase her out, but Sun Cheng stopped him. Since she is already in, let her try. This girl is not simple. Sun Cheng's words made Wang Shengli frown even tighter, looking at his friend as if he'd been kicked by a donkey. This little girl was thin and small. How could you be anything special? If she can cure Lightning, I'll call you Dad. Upon hearing this, Sun Cheng looked at Chen Mianmian, his eyes filled with excitement. Chen Mian, show your skills. If you cure it, I'll personally give you 10 yuan. Sun Cheng's monthly salary was only 48 yuan. So 10 yuan was almost 1/5 of it, but the chance to make his friend call him Dad was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No problem, as long as you cooperate. I'll take care of it. Thinking of the 20 yuan reward, Chen Mianmian suddenly felt more motivated and asked for Wang Shengli's consent before stepping into the cage. Normally, Lightning was not friendly and only allowed Wang Shengli to get close, but in the past few days, it had been very irritable and would even growl at him. She thought Lightning would bark at her too, but to her surprise, it not only remained calm, but even allowed her to pet its head and started chatting with it. Oh, how about that? I told you this little girl is not simple, right? Sun Cheng watched Chen Mianmian interact smoothly with Lightning and felt a sense of pride as he looked at Wang Shengli, eagerly anticipating the moment he would be called Dad. Huh, just because she can get close doesn't mean she can figure out why Lightning is like this. As soon as Wang Shengli's words fell, he suddenly heard Chen Mianmian gasp. Oh, so that is how it is? After saying that, she turned to Wang Shengli and asked, You must really like the girl your family introduced to you, right? Hearing Chen Mianmian's words, Wang Shengli's eyes widened in shock, his expression incredulous. He and T even told Sun Cheng about his blind date, planning to discuss it after things were settled. You, how did you know? How'd I know? Chen Mianmian sneered, pointing at Lightning's belly. Because the snow cream you bought for your date is in its belly. Huh, no wonder I couldn't find it. I thought I lost it. It turns out Lightning ate it? Wang Shengli's face turned pale, then flushed. He had gone to the supply and marketing cooperative the day before to buy snow cream for his date, planning to deliver it after work, but when he arrived, he couldn't find it all. He never imagined it would turn out this way. He thought Lightning had some terminal tumor, but then he became anxious again. Since they couldn't induce vomiting before, could this little girl really cure it? Go get me 3 big spoons of salt. Fortunately, the snow cream container was round and wouldn't scratch the intestines. Now that Lightning still seemed to have some energy, they could try inducing vomiting. If it could throw it up, everything would be fine. If not, surgery would be the only option. Chen Mianmian's hands itched. It had been a long time since she had performed surgery. Lightning seemed to sense Chen Mianmian's overly bright eyes and felt a chill run through its body. Why did this sweet-smelling person suddenly become so scary? At that moment, Wang Shengli completely believed in Chen Mianmian. As soon as she asked for salt, he dashed to the cafeteria and brought back the salt container, followed by a chef wielding a spatula. Salt is here. Chen Mianmian glanced at the now less arrogant Wang Shengli, took 3 big spoons of salt, and pressed them into Lightning's mouth. Lightning understood that this was to save it, and even though the salt tasted terrible, endured it. 3 spoonfuls of salt were swallowed, and everyone was anxiously waiting. Fortunately, Lightning didn't keep everyone waiting too long. Before long, he started gagging and then violently vomited acid. Cough, cough, puke. Lightning's stomach convulsed, and he vomited more and more violently, making Wang Shengli feel heartbroken as he kept slapping his own mouth. It was all his fault for carelessly putting the snow cream in his pocket, or else the dog wouldn't have eaten it. Just as he was about to slap his own face into a pulp, he heard a clattering sound. Lightning finally vomited out the palm-sized snow cream bottle. Wang Shengli looked at the bottle on the ground and was so happy that he cried out, "Wow, Lightning, you finally threw it up. Otherwise, I would have wanted to die for you." Seeing his friend cry so miserably, Sun Cheng proudly touched his nose, as if he were the one who cured the dog. "Come on, call me Dad." Chapter 25 Cooperation with Su Baiyan. Ordinary people can receive awards at the military district. Wang Shengli glanced at the smug Sun Cheng, then turned to Chen Mianmian and bowed solemnly to her. If it weren't for her, no one would have known that Lightning had eaten a bottle of snowflower cream. If anything happened to it, not only would he face punishment, but he also wouldn't forgive himself. "Thank you, comrade. If it weren't for you, Lightning might have." Wang Shengli sniffed and took out 10 yuan from his pocket. The incident with Lightning was due to his negligence, and this 10 yuan shouldn't come from the team. Sun Cheng also took out 10 yuan and handed it to Chen Mianmian. In less than 10 minutes, they had made a profit of 20 yuan. Feeling happy. It's okay. Just be more careful next time. Lightning is still young and curious. It has learned its lesson this time and won't eat random things anymore. Lightning had vomited out the foreign object, and although its stomach no longer hurt, it was still listless and would need a couple of days to recover. Chen Mianmian advised Wang Shengli on how to help Lightning recover quickly and what dietary precautions to take. He took out a small notebook to jot down her instructions. Her words were now like a decree. "All right, good boy. Since Lightning is fine, we will leave now." Sun Cheng proudly patted Wang Shengli's shoulder, enjoying his friend's frustrated yet speechless expression. The 10 yuan was well spent. Just as they were about to leave with Chen Mianmian, 2 people from the police dog team came in, the leader being the handsome Su Baiyan, whose prominent beauty mark at the end of his brow was particularly striking. "Hello, I am Su Baiyan, the commander of the 28th Regiment of the 325th Division of the Northern Military District. I am here on orders to track down a suspect and would like to borrow 2 police dogs from you." Su Baiyan presented his police officer ID and a letter of introduction for the mission. Wang Shengli, as the leader of the police dog team, quickly approached to discuss the matter. He knew they had to help, but their timing was indeed unfortunate. "Commander Su, we should be responsible for lending police dogs. But our team has only been established for less than a year, and aside from Lightning, the others are not fully trained yet. Lightning is unable to perform tasks due to the recent incident of swallowing a foreign object, and the others are still unstable and cannot follow commands completely. Wang Shengli's words made Su Bian frown. Through the telegraph and documents sent by the dog, they found the contact for their operation, but the other party was hiding deep in the mountains, making it hard to locate. If they rushed in, it would be easy to alert the snake and let the target escape, making capturing them even more difficult. However, there was only this police dog team in town, and if they went to the city, the round trip would take 8 hours. Intelligence changes rapidly, and they feared it might delay military operations. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Chen Mianmian secretly looked at Sun Cheng. Will there be a reward for completing this mission? There will be. If the capture bad guy is a big fish, you might even receive a third-class merit award. Sun Cheng didn't understand why Chen Mianmian was asking, but he answered nonetheless. What if an ordinary person helps catch them? What reward would they get? Looking at the bright sparkle in Chen Mianmian's eyes, even Sun Cheng, who was not very sharp, understood that someone was thinking about the reward. For ordinary people, we would apply for a bonus and issue a certificate. In the future, whether for work or school, they would receive preferential treatment. When Su Bian entered, he had noticed Chen Mianmian and felt that the world was too small, as if he could see her wherever he went. He initially planned to finish his business before talking to her, but he unexpectedly heard her subtle inquiry. The feeling in his heart grew stronger. She seemed very confident with animals. How much bonus can be issued? Where will the certificate be awarded? At the military district. Chen Mianmian had just heard Su Bian mention that he was from the northern military district, which meant he was associated with Feng Yue. If she could go to the military district to receive a certificate, wouldn't that allow her to casually look for someone? I don't know the exact amount, but it should be at least 50 to 100 yuan. As for the certificate, you can either pick it up at the military district or we can mail it to you. Hearing that the reward was at least 50 yuan and that she could go to the military district to receive it, Chen Mianmian's eyes lit up like spotlights. She felt a warm familiarity with Su Bian. Hey, it's not really about the money. Mainly, as a good young citizen, I can't just stand by and let bad people roam free. If you trust me, I can help you find a person. You? You want to replace the police dogs to find a person? Wang Shengli looked at Chen Mianmian in disbelief. Even if her medical skills were impressive, surely her sense of smell couldn't be better than that of a police dog? Chen Mianmian rolled her eyes. It was a blessing that this guy had a partner. With a mouth like that, how do you woo girls? She placed her fingers to her lips and whistled. In no time, several stray dogs came running, with one leading the pack being the one that had been watching Chen Mianmian. Don't underestimate my motley crew. When it comes to familiar terrain and hiding in place, they're no worse than police dogs. Now it just depends on whether you're brave enough to use them. Chen Mianmian looked at Su Bian, her clear eyes filled with confidence. Despite her frail appearance, she radiated self-assuredness, beautiful enough to captivate anyone's gaze. You need to prove to me that your dogs listen to you. Otherwise, if they slow us down in the mountains, it would jeopardize the interests of the entire nation. I can't promise anything easily. Su Bian's words earned him a few points in Chen Mianmian's heart. He was brave and clever, handsome as well, and he didn't underestimate her just because she was a girl. Instead, he gave her a chance to prove herself. This person was commendable. Chen Mianmian smiled slightly, turned to the dogs, and issued various commands. All lie down. All stand up. Surround the target ahead. As Chen Mianmian issued each command, the dogs promptly followed suit. And in the end, they even surrounded Wang Shengli. They crouched low, alert to his every move, ready to bite him if he dared to break through forcefully. How about it? Do you believe it now? Chen Mianmian snapped her fingers, and the dogs returned to their normal positions, obediently staying by her side. Do you dare to cooperate with me? Sure. Seeing Chen Mianmian's abilities, Su Bian readily agreed, and the two headed up the mountain. Qian Wang couldn't help but marvel as he followed. This girl was indeed interesting. Sun Cheng wanted to tag along, but he still had to work, so he could only watch them leave with envy. Wang Shengli had no such concerns. He handed the police dog team over to his colleague and chased after them, eager to see how Chen Mianmian trained those dogs to execute commands. Hey, come back and tell me how it went. Sun Cheng called after Wang Shengli, who turned back proudly. All right, 2 bowls of dumplings with pork and cabbage. Without caring that Sun Cheng was laughing at him for being greedy, He quickly caught up with Su Baiyan and the others. Along the way, Su Baiyan told Chen Mianmian everything he could about the situation. She understood that they were also after spies who had stolen state secrets, so she became increasingly serious. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Chen Mianmian squatted down to talk to the dogs. You guys go search the mountain. Remember, don't bark. Approach quietly. If you're discovered, run back and tell me the location. Be careful. I don't want you to get hurt. Do you understand? Chen Mianmian patted each dog's head, and the furry kids rubbed against her little legs, appreciating her gentle touch. Complete the mission, and I'll give you big bones. Go. With Chen Mianmian's order, the dogs joyfully ran up the mountain, leaving Su Baiyan and the others in astonishment. That's it. They can complete the mission just like that? Wang Shengli's eyes widened. If the dogs could accomplish the task this easily, what was the point of his early mornings and exhausting efforts? Is it over? Otherwise, do I need to give them an extra treat? After Chen Mianmian said this, she also headed up the mountain, thinking it would be nice to gather some wild vegetables on the way back. Just then, she heard the beast's distinctive roar, mixed with pain and cries for help. A reminder, some plot points in the book are set by the author herself, so dear readers, please do not bring reality into it. It's a fictional world. Please leave your minds in the storage area. Oh, Chapter 26, look at me. Step back behind me. Please spare our 4 dog lives. Why does it sound like the noise is getting closer? Chen Mianmian frowned, listening to the roar, which should belong to an adult brown bear. Just thinking about this species made Chen Mianmian feel pain all over her body. She had been crushed to death by a big bear. Sigh. I wonder if Xiaowai would be heartbroken to find out it was crushed to death. We should retreat. Su Baiyan just finished speaking when Chen Mianmian shook her head. It's too late. Indeed, the bear's roar was getting louder, and it was almost right in front of them, standing nearly 2 meters tall and weighing close to 600 pounds, looking like a small mountain. When it saw Chen Mianmian and the others, a flash of rage crossed its eyes, and despite being covered in blood, it rushed over wanting to swat them dead. This place is very dangerous. Let's climb the trees. Wang Shengli's legs went weak at the sight of such a large bear, regretting that he had come along just to join the fun. Woo-woo, is this how my little life ends? He hadn't even gotten married or had children yet, nor had he sent lightning away. Are you stupid? Brown bears can climb trees. Chen Mianmian rolled her eyes at Wang Shengli and waved her hand boldly. Look at me, step back behind me. Chen Mianmian told Su Baiyan and the others to step back, and as the brown bear approached, she rolled up her sleeves and strode forward. She had a fierce demeanor, reminiscent of a lone hero standing against 1,000 foes. Su Baiyan pulled out his handgun, closely watching the bear's every move, ready to shoot if it really attacked. Captain, we can't shoot. If we do, that traitor will definitely hear us. I'll distract the bear, and you go capture him. Knowing that the traitor had betrayed national secrets and was a lackey for foreigners, even if it meant sacrificing himself, he couldn't let the traitor escape. No, I'll distract the bear, you all run. Su Baiyan couldn't bear to let his companions sacrifice themselves while he escaped. Captain, don't argue with me. You have your aunt and sister to think about. I'm just a single guy. One person full means no one goes hungry. If I die, just don't forget to visit me sometimes. After saying this, Qian Wang wiped his tears and charged forward, but was tripped by Chen Mianmian's leg. Su Baiyan, pull him back. You're holding me up. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I won't let you die at the bear's hands. Chen Mianmian patted her chest, sounding confident, while the brown bear was now less than 5 meters away. It looked like it could swat Chen Mianmian's head off with just one step. Roar! Facing the furious roar of the brown bear and its paw, which was bigger than Chen Mianmian's head, everyone's hearts raced, fixated on the composed young girl. The next second, with a thud, Chen Mianmian suddenly dropped to half her height. Long live the great bear king. I am your devoted subject. Please spare our 4 dog lives. Smiley face, Su Baiyan, Wang Shengli, Qian Wang. No one expected that the composed demeanor of Chen Mianmian just moments ago would turn her kneeling and begging for mercy. Under the speechless expressions of the 3 men, Chen Mianmian kowtowed 3 times to the brown bear, then looked up with a harmless, flattering smile. No, you said step back behind you, and you would handle it. Is this how you handle it? Wang Shengli, halfway up a large tree, felt a strong urge to vomit at Chen Mianmian's pitiful appearance. As soon as he finished speaking, he received an eye roll from Chen Mianmian. You can say whatever you want. Didn't you see that the brown bear is stunned by my presence? You don't really think I'm just a weak little girl, do you? A great person once said to act within one's ability. Do you want me to fight a bear that weighs over 500 pounds? Are you still asleep? Chen Mianmian's words left Wang Shengli momentarily speechless. Su Baiyan looked at the girl kneeling on the ground, yet still exuding an air of confidence, and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. But he had to admit, she had indeed saved everyone. Because the brown bear looked at the suddenly shorter woman with a dazed expression, its attacking stance halted. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Great king, how can you say that about me? I'm your half-sister. Chen Mianmian knelt on the ground, acting all coy and bashful. The brown bear, having never encountered such behavior, was completely bewildered. Where did this crazy person come from? It completely disregarded all common sense. The murderous intent it had felt was interrupted by her, and as it looked at Chen Mianmian and then at the three dumbfounded men behind her, a look of disdain crossed its bare face. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. The brown bear was already injured, with blood seeping from its wounds. It had rushed over to kill Chen Mianmian and the others purely out of self-preservation. But now, seeing these four fools, it felt that if it killed them, it would lose its status. The brown bear swayed its body, wanting to retreat into the deep mountains to heal. After a fierce battle with four wolves, while it had killed them, it was also exhausted. But the next second, a small hand grabbed its injured spot. It was in pain and was about to retaliate when it saw Chen Mianmian pressing on some acupoint, causing the bear to collapse weakly onto the ground. What did you do to me? Get away, or I'll eat you. Oh dear, great king, why are you so angry? I just saw you were injured and wanted to help you. Don't worry, I'm very good at this. I'm known as the little bear doctor. Once, two giant pandas fought, and I helped the one that broke its hind leg. Your little injury is just a piece of cake. Come on, relax, and I'll stitch up your wound. Chen Mianmian smiled sweetly, showing no threat, but as an animal expert, she was well aware of the acupoints on animals, knowing exactly where to press to make them weak. Kneeling and begging for mercy was just to lower the brown bear's guard, so she could approach it easily. After that, regardless of how the bear roared in refusal, Chen Mianmian began to examine its wounds. There were multiple lacerations all over its body, and if not cleaned and stitched properly, it could easily lead to infection and death. Great king, I'm going to clean and stitch your wounds now. It might hurt a bit, so you have to bear with it. The last four words were said through gritted teeth. Little bastard, how dare you roar at me? Just you wait and see what social punishment feels like. Chen Mianmian used to carry a first aid kit with her, but now the conditions didn't allow it. So she had only brought a bottle of iodine and hydrogen peroxide, along with a few needles, thinking that in case a dog got into a fight and got hurt, she could provide first aid. She never expected that instead of helping a dog, she would be saving a bear. Do you have any matches? Help me sterilize this needle. Chen Mianmian pulled out a few long strands of hair and turned to ask Su Baiyan and the others. Su Baiyan quickly took out a windproof lighter from his pocket, which was quite exquisite. Chen Mianmian raised an eyebrow, and Su Baiyan seemed to understand her gaze. This is a trophy for my mission. I can't give it to you. Before he could finish speaking, the path was blocked. Chen Mianmian looked at the lighter with reluctance. It was quite nice. Oomph. She would search the trader later. If she found a lighter, she would also take it as a trophy. After pouring the hydrogen peroxide and iodine on the wound, the brown bear trembled all over in pain, but since it couldn't move, it had to let Chen Mianmian work on it. Chen Mianmian held the glinting sewing needle, her eyes sparkling with a hint of personal grievance as she began to stitch up the bear's wounds. There were too many wounds on its body, and it took Chen Mianmian more than 10 strands of hair to finally finish stitching. The brown bear's breathing became shaky, but it finally endured through it. All right, it's finally fixed. You should be careful not to make any big moves in the next 7 to 10 days. Just take down the line afterward. Chen Mianmian has finally completed the big project. She gave the brown bear's backside a pat, and it looked at her with a complex expression of humiliation and gratitude for a while, before slowly moving its body and walking deeper into the woods. Su Baiyan had been watching Chen Mianmian ever since she stitched up the brown bear. She was truly surprising, like an interesting book that one just can't get enough of. Just as Su Baiyan was about to ask Chen Mianmian if she had any special abilities, they heard a series of urgent dog barks. The dogs had found the hiding place of the traitor. Chapter 27. The spies are from the Little Days country. The national bloodline was suddenly ignited. The people were found, hiding in a cave in the woods, with 3 individuals inside, and a pungent smell that should be from explosives. The dogs wagged their tails and shared everything they saw. As for the explosives, they didn't know how to describe them, just saying they looked a lot like the firecrackers used during the New Year. Su Baiyan watched Chen Mianmian calmly relay this information, and his curiosity about her grew stronger. Although they had only met a few times, she always managed to display a unique side of herself. Such a capable, decisive, and strong girl earned his genuine admiration. If only his sister had half of her skills. She wouldn't have been bullied to the point of nearly dropping out of school. "Let us go. I'll take you to find those bad guys." Chen Mianmian instructed the dogs to lead the way, and the 4 of them walked deeper into the mountains. With the dogs leading, they not only avoided various animals and traps along the way, but also found relatively flat terrain, making their journey easier. "What a treasure for my sister. I'll steal you big bones to eat when we get back." Chen Mianmian noticed the dogs' eager expressions, and she generously praised them, causing the dogs to wag their tails like propellers. Behind them, Wang Shengli watched Chen Mianmian interact so harmoniously with the dogs, his envy almost overflowing. The police dog team was something he had organized, and everything had to be explored from scratch, leaving him exhausted. But why was it that Chen Mianmian, without doing much, could bring in a few dogs that were more obedient than his police dogs? Qian Wang was still in shock from the appearance of the brown bear, trailing behind Chen Mianmian with a dazed gaze. All he could think was, this lady is truly impressive. Chen Mianmian felt the 3 pairs of intense gazes behind her. She was already used to it and didn't care at all. After nearly 40 minutes of walking, they finally saw the cave. Su Baiyan told Chen Mianmian to have the dogs make some noise to lure the people inside out. Chen Mianmian turned to the dogs and told them to pretend to fight at the cave entrance. When someone came out, they would seize the opportunity to bite their hands and feet, incapacitating them. The dogs that Chen Mianmian brought were very strong. Once the 4 of them hid nearby, the dogs ran to the cave entrance and pretended to fight. "You kick me, I'll kick you," making loud noises to attract the 2 individuals hiding inside the cave. The 2 looked at the wild dogs fighting at the entrance with disgust, frowning and muttering a few words before heading back to get their weapons. Upon hearing their conversation, Chen Mianmian furrowed her brow. Little Days country? The bloodline of her nation awakened instantly, and her eyes lit up. She turned to look at Su Baiyan, who nodded at her, signaling her to take action. She immediately whistled. In an instant, the dogs that were fighting quickly changed direction and pounced, catching the 2 off guard and knocking them to the ground. Woof woof. The dogs bit their hands, feet, and even went for their necks. They bit fiercely with sharp teeth and immense biting force, and in an instant, the 2 from Little Days were covered in blood. Just then, Su Baiyan pulled out his gun and rushed into the cave, pinning down the spy who was sending a telegram. "Baka, what are you doing?" The pinned Little Days man still had the audacity to ask what they were doing at that moment. Su Baiyan ignored his shouting, quickly unhinged his jaw, bound his hands and feet, and by the time Qian Wang entered, he had already deciphered the message using the information from the codebook. "The general has entered the inland. All departments pay attention to assist and spare no effort to pave the way for the general." After deciphering the codebook, Su Baiyan received this message. Just finished dealing with a poisonous snake, and now there's a general. It truly feels never-ending. He sealed and packed everything useful in the cave, and when he came out, he saw Chen Mianmian using her portable shovel to strike the 2 from Little Days. "You dare to come here to steal intelligence? Let me smash your head." Chen Mianmian showed no mercy to the 2, aiming for non-lethal areas with her shovel. The dogs around her followed suit, even sneaking in to urinate on the 2, truly maximizing their mockery. "You Chinese sow, I'm going to kill you." Unable to endure the humiliation from a woman, the Little Days man cursed directly, but the next second, the shovel landed solidly on his mouth. Under the sunlight, 2 of his front teeth flew out and landed on the ground. "Screw you, I want to see how you kill me, you stupid American dog." Chen Mianmian grabbed the man's hair, forcing him to lift his head, and swung the shovel left and right. Su Baiyan and the others watched as Chen Mianmian beat the Little Days men into a terrible state, their cries echoing. They didn't even have the chance to intervene. The sound of those slaps was painful just to hear, and they couldn't help but swallow. They all had the same thought. Don't provoke Chen Mianmian. Chen Mianmian kept hitting for 10 minutes, leaving the little dazed man's head looking like a pig's head before she finally stood up satisfied. Seeing that Su Bian had also come out, she knew the matter was resolved. Did you get everything you needed? Chen Mianmian looked at Su Bian, her eyes especially excited, feeling something wasn't quite right. Sure enough, when he nodded, Chen Mianmian cheered and ran back in to start rummaging for anything usable. Since they needed a hide in the cave, the supplies were specially provided. Chen Mianmian had the dog sniff around and soon found a hidden passage where food was stored. When she saw the passage filled with canned meat, compressed biscuits, jerky, milk powder, fruit cans, and stacks of foreign cigarettes. Not to mention Chen Mianmian. Even the three who came in with her were dumbfounded by the abundance of goodies. Don't be polite. Hurry and take some. Chen Mianmian was the first to rush over, finding a box on the ground and stuffing the things she wanted inside. Huh. Isn't this a war trophy? Shouldn't it be turned in? Wang Shengli looked at the canned goods, swallowing instinctively but hesitating to take any, as they had rules and discipline. Su Bian and Qianwang similarly didn't move. In their minds, these were all items that needed to be reported later. I really want to argue with you all. If I don't find these things, where will you report them? If those three useless ones eat everything, what will you report? There's so much here. If you take some and leave the rest to report, who can say anything? If there's a bargain and you don't take it, you're an idiot. This place was discovered by Chen Mianmian, and she took the items without any pressure, even grabbing a few packs of cigarettes, which could be quite a nice gesture. And those canned meats, she could treat the dogs to some treats later. Hearing Chen Mianmian's words, Wang Shengli thought the same. As long as the four of them didn't say anything, who would know how much was here? How about we take some? Mainly because those canned meats were priceless. And during festivals, who wouldn't bring a couple of boxes of this stuff when visiting relatives? That would be quite impressive. Just in time for him to visit his girlfriend's family to make a good impression. Team leader, why don't we take some? It's perfect to bring back for my mother and little sister to nourish their bodies. Qianwang was also tempted, but hesitated to act because of Su Bian. In the past, Su Bian had never considered this, but this time, seeing Chen Mianmian's nonchalant attitude, he felt shamefully tempted. Chapter 28, Dividing the Spoils. I'm going to the military district to cancel a marriage. Chen Mianmian, who was madly harvesting, heard the conversation between the two and directly opened a can of meat. The strong smell of meat quickly spread throughout the dark passage, making all four of them unable to resist swallowing. Come on, everyone get to share. You guys are just too rigid, not knowing how to be flexible. If it weren't for my dog, we wouldn't have discovered this place. In other words, this is mine, right? Is there anything wrong with me treating my friends to some food? Is there anything wrong with being hospitable and giving my friends some gifts when leaving? Nothing wrong with that, right? With a few nothing wrong statements, she completely confused the three men. Su Bian reacted first. Just as he wanted to say it still fell off, he was interrupted and had a whole piece of canned meat stuffed into his mouth. The salty and fragrant taste filled his mouth, and the chewy meat made him instinctively chew, swallowing the words he wanted to say. Eat. Whatever happens, I'll take the blame. I don't believe it. I've helped you catch spies, and you can't even spare me a can of meat? Besides Su Bian, Chen Mianmian also stuffed cans into Wang Shengli and Qianwang's hands, all of which were opened. They had no choice but to eat. For a moment, the secret room was filled with the sounds of eating, especially from Chen Mianmian, who was eating particularly devoutly and happily. Who understand my family? After coming here, this is my first time eating meat so recklessly. I have to say, although the 1960s were resource scarce, the quality was indeed good. The meat pieces are substantial. Eating it isn't salty and doesn't taste overly processed. It's really delicious. Chen Mianmian ate 2 cans of meat before finally feeling satisfied and burping. Su Bian and the other 2 each ate 3 cans. They looked at the empty cans on the ground, fell silent for a moment, and each started to pack their favorite items into boxes. Wang Shengli took some canned meat, cigarettes, and 2 cans of malted milk. Su Bian took 4 cans of meat and 1 can of malted milk. Chen Wang took 10 cans of meat and 2 cans of fruit before stopping. Chen Mianmian clicked her tongue and didn't care further. People from this era are really obedient. She's different, she's thick-skinned, and these are her discoveries. Besides, she has made contributions. So even if she takes all, it can't be helped. Thinking this way, she felt even more justified in taking more. After Chen Mianmian was satisfied with her haul, she found she had packed a total of 6 large boxes. Cough, cough. I didn't think I took that much. It's mainly because there are just too many good things. I can't bear to put any of them down. At this moment, she couldn't help but envy those female leads with space. With a snap of their fingers, they could store all these things away. Su Baiyan sighed helplessly and was the first to walk over to find some rope to tie the boxes. After they went out, he would tie them to the dogs to pull down. Wow, you're really impressive. Why didn't I think of that? Chen Mianmian looked at Su Baiyan's methodical actions and couldn't help but praise him. No wonder you could become a captain. Your brain is just smart. Having spent a long time with animals, Chen Mianmian liked to give straightforward compliments, so she developed a habit of praising. Her unreserved praise made Su Baiyan pause. Growing up, he had always been suppressed. With his mother's difficult life, he couldn't add to the chaos. After joining the army, men don't shed tears, no matter how tough the task. Even when receiving military honors, all he gets is encouragement to keep going. This direct and sincere praise felt like the first time. Chen Mianmian didn't realize that her one sentence had made the usually stern and iron-blooded Su Baiyan's ears turn red. After she left the secret room, she ran back to the 3 men who were tied up like big crabs and started rummaging through their pockets. What are you doing again? Wang Shengli saw Chen Mianmian rummaging through the 3 men as soon as he came out and felt that following her for half a day was more exciting than a month. I'm collecting my spoils. They were subdued by my dogs, so everything on them belongs to me. While speaking, Chen Mianmian found 2 pens, 2 lighters, a stack of receipts, and $480 from the 3 men. After counting the money, she looked at the 3 men with hateful gazes, and her ethnic bloodline awakened again as she slapped them all. Damn it, if you dare glare at me again, I'll gouge your eyes out. This little money in your pockets isn't enough for me to fill my teeth. Your country is so stingy. If it were me, I would at least give you tens of thousands in funding. Hearing Chen Mianmian's merciless taunts, the 3 men twitched their mouths. She clearly thought the money was too little. After Chen Mianmian finished scolding, she happily took out $300, giving each one $100. Su Baiyan still didn't want it, but she shot him a glare. If you don't take it, are you going to report me? You have to take it to be on the same side as me. Take it, or I'll let my dogs bite those 3 men to death. The 3 men who had been beaten half to death. In the end, unable to refuse any longer, Su Baiyan finally took it. He thought that if the team inquired later, he would just hand it over. Qian Wang looked at the 10 bills in his hand and was almost grinning from ear to ear. This was his first time on a mission going so smoothly and happily. He wished he could always go on missions with Chen Mianmian in the future. He didn't expect that this wish would really come true in the near future. With the help of the dogs, Chen Mianmian's large boxes were quickly pulled down the mountain. When they reached the foot of the mountain, it was time to part ways. Wang Shengli held a pile of spoils and $100, dreaming as he finally invited Chen Mianmian to visit the police dog team before leaving. Su Baiyan and Qian Wang needed to escort the 3 spies back to the military district, so they had to leave quickly. Are you going to the northern military district? Chuansong City? Can you take me with you? I'm just going to collect a certificate, saving you the postage. With the 2 of them accompanying her, Chen Mianmian would be safer on the way. In this era, trains were all green-skinned, and she inquired that it took 3 days to get to Chuansong City on the train, and there were no sleeping berths available. She was afraid that she would lose her mind and jump off the train, so having someone watch over her was better. Su Baiyan didn't think she was just going to collect a certificate, but Qian Wang welcomed the idea. Captain, this female colleague is capable. If she goes with us, she'll be a great help. Besides, bringing her into the army at least makes us look good and prevents us from being neglected. Hearing Qian Wang's words, Su Baiyan suppressed the faint joy in his heart and finally nodded. You need a letter of introduction to go to the military district. I have it. I've had it ready for a long time. Chen Mianmian took out the letter of introduction from her pocket. When I go to collect the certificate, I'll also find Fong Yue from your military district to cancel the marriage. Chapter 29. Barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. From Chen Mianmian's offering, hearing that Chen Mianmian has a fiancé left Su Baiyan and Qian Wang stunned. They quickly realized that it was about a marriage annulment. Both looking puzzled. Such a good girl. Which blind man would let her go? Why annul the marriage? Qian Wang, being straightforward, asked what was on his mind. Chen Mianmian had nothing to hide and explained that Fang Yue had set his sights on the commander's daughter and wanted to harm her. The two listened, their fists tightening at the thought of so many people trying to ruin such a good girl for Fang Yue's future. Su Baiyan also recalled the scene he had seen on the mountain, realizing it was all because of this. The anger in his chest made him clench his fists. Very well, Fang Yue, when I return to the military region, I will let that bastard know what it means to be swept away by autumn winds. He was about to marry the commander's daughter. Could he just cause trouble alone? Qian Wang was no fool. A young girl going to the military region to annul a marriage, especially since they had connections with the commander. Wasn't that like an ant shaking a big tree? Upon hearing this, Chen Mianmian coldly smiled, her eyes glinting like they were poisoned. I, who am barefoot, am not afraid of those who wear shoes. As long as I can enter the military region, it won't be a matter of whether I can or not, but how much trouble I want to make. Fang Yue wants to ruin me for his own sake. I will ensure he can never turn back. Chen Mianmian never concealed her ambition, and at this moment, her fierce demeanor was fully revealed in front of the two. Su Baiyan was struck by her aura. Instead of feeling scared, he felt a deep admiration. Watching Chen Mianmian's strong and decisive appearance, his heart began to pound. A sense of unrecognized relief spread within him. For some reason, he felt his mood had improved. Since you have the introduction letter, give it to me. We will take care of the tickets for the 4 p.m. train tomorrow. Su Baiyan's prompt agreement saved Chen Mianmian a lot of trouble. After these few encounters, she thought Su Baiyan was a cautious person who wouldn't easily agree. And she had even thought about exchanging benefits. All right, no problem. I plan to leave right after I see those people parading tomorrow. Since there was this opportunity, Chen Mianmian would first deal with Fang Yue, and the remaining matters in the village could wait until she settled down. She was eager to see Fang Yue's expression when he was expelled, confronted with his imprisoned parents and their dilapidated home. The three agreed to meet at the train station at 3:30 p.m. the next day, and Chen Mianmian left with her dogs. The 6 heavy boxes were too burdensome. So on her way back to the village, she deliberately spent an extra dime to have the ox cart stop at her doorstep. After that, she plunged into the kitchen, crushing most of the meat cans and adding them to the cooked corn porridge. Before long, the rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, causing anyone passing by to swallow hard. What on earth was Mianmian cooking that smelled so good? When the pot was finished, Chen Mianmian called all the cats and dogs that had helped her these days, including those who had exerted themselves on the mountain today, totaling over 30. Thank you for your help these days. I will be going far away and won't be back for a while. You all take care and help the village catch some thieves and rats, and the villagers will treat you well. Chen Mianmian let them eat freely, petting each of the furry creatures. Feeling their reluctance and dependence, she felt very satisfied. She still enjoyed interacting with animals. After they finished eating, Chen Mianmian packed some canned food, cigarettes, and malt extract, carrying a bag of grain to Captain Qian's house. When Captain Qian saw Chen Mianmian approaching, he thought she wanted him to help with something bad and felt a bit nervous. However, she only asked him to keep an eye on the village's cats and dogs. I brought this grain. You can cook it into porridge for them every day. It should last for a while. I'm going to the military region tomorrow and won't be back for a while, so I'll leave them with you. I believe when I return, you'll be the village chief, right? Chen Mianmian smiled at Captain Qian, who had heard from the dogs that he had gone to town today, presumably to report the village chief. With the village chief completely suppressed, when he brought out those grains, it would surely be a done deal during the election. This is all thanks to you. Don't worry. I won't let these furry ones starve. What about the Chen family? Will they be let go just like that? Captain Qian knew that Chen Mianmian wouldn't stop there, even though the Chen family was currently in a dire situation after Chen Laojin was caught for speculation. How can I let them go? Tomorrow, I will give them a big gift that they will remember for a lifetime. With her departure imminent, she left behind 2 meat cans and 2 packs of imported cigarettes, which startled Captain Qian, making him hesitant to accept such precious items. He might not even encounter such valuable things during the new year. Take them. I'll give you an address. If anything happens with the Chun family or the Fong family, let me know promptly. You can send a telegram or a registered letter. After saying this, Chen Mianmian left Captain Qian with Su Bai's address in the military and slipped him 10 yuan. Captain Qian looked at the things in his arms, then at the light-footed Chen Mianmian and sighed. This girl clearly wasn't simple. Chen Daong was truly blind to mistreat her like this. The Chen family would eventually regret it. Wife, hurry, we're having meat today. Put that canned meat in the stewed cabbage. It's going to taste amazing. Captain Qian turned back into the house, his tone cheerful as he prepared for a feast. After Chen Mianmian left, she went to the homes of those who had helped the original owner before, giving each family a can, and for those who had treated her better, an extra can of malt extract, using others' things to repay her favors. Villagers had never seen such a generous gift, and in surprise, they pushed her to take some back for herself. But Chen Mianmian insisted on giving them. In the original owner's memory, she had always wanted to return the kindness to these villagers once she had money after marriage. The poor girl never had the chance. But Chen Mianmian would help her fulfill that wish, while also informing them about Gu Chunhua and the Fong couple's upcoming parade, inviting them to come watch the excitement tomorrow if they had time. After delivering to the last family, the family watched Chen Mianmian's frail figure leave, sighing helplessly. Such a good girl, and yet the Chen family treated her like dirt. They would suffer for it in the future. A good child, and her hands were as thin as chicken feet. After their lament, they cherished the gifts Chen Mianmian had given, putting them away to enjoy during the festival. The kindness of Chen Mianmian was remembered in their hearts, and from then on, whenever they saw someone from the Chen or Fong families, they would spit in disdain and show no good face. With the repayment of kindness concluded, Chen Mianmian began her revenge. She took the sprouted potatoes from the cellar, deliberately collecting the sprouted parts, mashing them up, and steaming a pot of steamed buns. Not only that, but she also smeared the remaining juice on the cutlery and pots, ensuring that anyone who used these items for meals would not be able to avoid dehydration, which would keep their body strong. As midnight approached, Chen Mianmian carried the dry food to the homes of the Chen and Li families and those of the original owner's uncles, hanging them at their doorsteps. With spring plowing underway, everyone was exhausted. In previous years, the Chen family would take turns cooking, with each family cooking for a day, allowing others to sleep in a bit and rest. Previously, this task had fallen on Chen Mianmian, but since she had come here and seemed formidable, they no longer dared to show their faces. Chen Mianmian hung the steamed buns on the doors. By morning, they would think it was the designated family that had finished cooking and sent them over. As for the family supposed to cook, they would assume that the other families had kindly helped out for the day, never suspecting that this was Chen Mianmian's love offering. With the morning fog, the village gradually awakened. With the street parade promoted by Chen Mianmian yesterday, everyone is ready to go see the excitement. While Chen Qianqian's face is so gloomy that it seems like water could drip from it. Chapter 30. My biological father. Why did you have to die? Signed the severance agreement since Gu Chunhua had the accident. Her days had become increasingly difficult. If her biological mother was paraded through the streets again, how could she possibly have the face to stay in this village? It was all that bitch Chen Mianmian's fault. If she had just let Zhao or Lu mess with her honestly, there wouldn't have been so many problems. She wouldn't have to suffer so much. The parade would be at noon, and we would just finish our morning work and go watch the fun. Coming back in the afternoon wouldn't delay our earning work points. I heard that Chen Laojin would also be paraded. At his age, it's really embarrassing. The villagers who received benefits from Chen Mianmian yesterday, knowing that the Chen family treated her poorly, deliberately found ways to humiliate Chen Laojin. The Chen family members passing by had dark faces but couldn't say anything. They could only hurry to the fields with their hoes, thinking that they would also go to town at noon to see if their old man was being mistreated. Gulu gulu. The Chen family members frowned, covering their slightly aching bellies. They didn't know what was wrong today. Their stomachs felt a little uncomfortable. As for the village matters, Chen Mianmian had no idea. She had destroyed everything that could be destroyed at home. Apart from the bedding she took away, everything else was thrown into the stove pit to be burned. Pots, bowls, and even food were not left for Chen Qianqian. By the time Chen Mianmian stopped, it could be said that while the outside looked peaceful, inside it was as if locusts had passed through. Taking advantage of everyone working, she called for an ox cart, spending 2 coins to rent it for a whole day. She placed 2 large bags of sorted items onto the cart and took her household registration book to where Chen Daong was digging the river ditch. "Uncle, wait for me here for a moment. I'll bring some food to my dad and be right back." Chen Mianmian was sweet-talking and also gave the old man driving the ox cart 2 pieces of walnut crisp as a snack. The old man happily told her to go ahead. He would watch the things. He could earn 2 coins just by driving the ox cart for a day, which was simply too delightful. Chen Mianmian carried a small bundle in her hand, containing the steamed bun she made. The Chen family shared everything, so she couldn't forget about Chen Daong. "Run, run, the stones ahead are going to collapse." Suddenly, a dog ran over to warn Chen Mianmian. She quickly walked towards the riverbank and found that the sand and stones below the slope were about to be dug through. Only a broken wooden board was left supporting it. It was about to collapse. Generally, the sand and stones for repairing the riverbank should be dug from designated places. How can anyone choose to dig here? Wasn't this just moving a shit pit? Just as Chen Mianmian was thinking about reminding someone if they came by, she saw Chen Daong sneaking over with a shoulder pole. Seeing no one around, he began to dig at the unstable spot. A trace of sarcasm flashed in Chen Mianmian's eyes. It turned out he was slacking off and deliberately digging here. Well, that was fine. She even found a spot with a good view to squat down and watch him slowly dig his own grave. In her memories, Chen Daong was very irritable and impatient with the original owner. In the past, when the original owner was bullied at her grandmother's house, she timidly waited for Chen Daong to come and complain, but he only coldly said, "Why don't they hit others? Only you?" Later, after he got a stepmother and stepsister, the original owner remained the target of bullying. She once again mustered her courage to tell Chen Daong that she was being bullied, but all she got was the accusation. "Why are you so pretentious? It's already good enough that you can stay here. If you don't want to, just get out." This was said in front of Gu Chanhua, and after that, the original owner never had a good day again. Chen Daong watched as Gu Chanhua and Chen Qianqian bullied the original owner, but remained indifferent. And sometimes when he looked at her, there was hatred in his eyes. He vented his anger on the original owner for the departure of her biological mother. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted Chen Mianmian's thoughts. Hearing Chen Daong's weak cries for help, she knew that the bastard had finally met his comeuppance and was trapped. "Oh no, help, help!" Chen Mianmian skipped over with the joy of someone whose father had died. Seeing that Chen Daong's lower body was firmly trapped by the collapsing sand and stones, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Oh my dear father, how could you be dying like this? Ha ha ha! Which angel's sister gave me this opportunity?" Chen Daong heard the voice and struggled to lift his head. Seeing his biological daughter bouncing over, his face brightening. "Mianmian, you're just in time. Hurry and call someone. Dad is trapped." Chen Daong was slacking off and digging sand and stones in the wrong place. Of course, he had to avoid people. If he didn't call for help, he might die here without anyone noticing. "Sure, I can help you call someone, but you have to sign this first." Chen Mianmian cheerfully pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket. Facing Chen Daong's doubtful expression, she softly said 3 words. "Severance agreement. Sign this, and I'll go find someone." "Are you crazy? I'm your biological father, and you want to sever ties with me?" Chen Daong widened his eyes in surprise, pointing at Chen Mianmian and cursing, "You little beast, I raised you, and you actually want to sever ties with me? You really take after your promiscuous mother. If I had known this, I should have thrown you to your death." Chen Mianmian looked at Chen Daong's shameless insults and clicked her tongue in her heart, raising her foot to step on his head. "Chen Daong, since I'm in a good mood right now, stop whining. Just sign the severance agreement quickly. Otherwise, if you die, I'll go cancel your household registration anyway." "Chen Mianmian, you actually laid hands on your biological father. You won't have a good end." Chen Daong was pinned down and couldn't move, filled with rage, thinking that Chen Mianmian wouldn't really leave. But the next second, when her foot moved away from his head, she really turned and left without looking back. Only then did he realize that Chen Mianmian would actually watch him die, and he panicked. He didn't want to die. He was still young. "Come back, I'll sign, I'll sign." Chen Daong humiliatedly called Chen Mianmian back, swearing that once he got better, he would definitely break this little beast's legs. Hearing his words, Chen Mianmian turned back, laid the severance agreement flat in front of him. And the content was very simple. From now on, she had no relationship with Chen Daong or the Chen family, and they would not have any dealings until death. Listening to Chen Mianmian read the words, Chen Daong's veins bulged in anger, But now his life was in the hands of this little beast. I don't have a pen. How can I sign? Hearing his request, Chen Mianmian impatiently clicked her tongue, her eyes searching for a thin little branch to stick into Chen Dayong's hand. As for not having ink, Chen Mianmian pressed down hard on the wound on Chen Dayong's arm, watching the blood pour out and feeling very satisfied. All right, sign. Chen Dayong was in so much pain he was about to faint. He wanted to curse, but was afraid that if Chen Mianmian left, he would die here. So he could only grit his teeth and shakily use the branch dipped in his blood to sign his name stroke by stroke. After signing, Chen Mianmian insisted that he press a bloody handprint, and only then was she satisfied, blowing dry the bloodstains so that the household registration could be separated out. Chen Dayong was now in so much pain that he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Excessive blood loss made him feel cold all over, and his vision blurred. But seeing Chen Mianmian's look of relief, he couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. Chen Mianmian, I haven't treated you poorly over the years. Why do you hate me so much? Hearing this, Chen Mianmian burst out laughing, her laughter sharp and full of mockery. How can you expect me not to hate you? You left me in my grandmother's house for 8 years, where I was bullied and beaten, and you turned a blind eye. When I finally returned home, I thought at least I could live better in my own house. But good Chen Hua and Chen Qianqian bullied me too, and you still chose to turn a blind eye. Chen Dayong, don't say that letting me live is a kindness to me. I don't need your few seconds of pleasure. You should be grateful that the rule of law saved you. Otherwise, I would have been the first to kill you, you stupid thing. Chapter 31. Stuffing compensation money into her own pocket. This girl is silver-hearted Chen Dayong was stunned by Chen Mianmian's words. When he looked up, he saw the unabashed hatred and contempt on her face. He felt a bit confused, although he knew she had not been treated well at her grandmother's house and was made to work by Gu Chunhua and Chen Qianqian. He had at least given her a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Why did she hate him so much? Chen Mianmian looked at Chen Dayong, who still did not realize his mistakes, and sneered. It didn't seem matter if he was oblivious. She would settle the accounts with him later. Seeing that Chen Dayong was almost unable to hold on, she turned to find someone. When everyone heard that Chen Dayong had been trapped under the sand and gravel, they quickly sent someone to dig him out. At that moment, he had already passed out, and his lower body was a bloody mess, especially his legs. With bones broken and exposed, if they could be reattached, it would be like lighting incense at the ancestral grave. While everyone hurriedly sent Chen Dayong to the hospital, Chen Mianmian placed a steamed bun on him. This is the steamed bun I made. When my dad wakes up, let him fill his stomach with it. When everyone heard that Chen Mianmian was Chen Dayong's daughter, they asked her if she wanted to go to the hospital with them. Chen Mianmian pinched her thigh, and tears fell down. Please, uncles and brothers, take my dad to the hospital first. I need to find the person in charge to get an explanation. My dad is so badly hurt. I don't know how much it will cost to treat him. Boo-hoo. I need to ask what will happen if there is no compensation. I might as well hang myself here. Everyone looked at Chen Mianmian's frail figure with sympathy. It seemed that Chen Dayong would likely be disabled. Whether he could be treated well was another matter, but if he lay in bed crippled, life would be tough from then on. So, out of kindness, they pointed Chen Mianmian in the right direction and then hurriedly took Chen Dayong to the hospital, of course, bringing along the bag of steamed buns. After those people left, Chen Mianmian rolled on the ground a couple of times, messing up her hair. After all, she would be asking for money soon, and being too neat wouldn't be convenient. Following the directions given by everyone, she soon saw a man in a cadre uniform patrolling. She ran over and started crying. Leader, you must take responsibility for my dad. He came to repair the waterway and is almost smashed into a meat pie. My family is 8 generations of poor farmers. We can't even split a penny into 8 pieces. My dad is so badly injured. If he becomes disabled, how are we going to live? Chen Mianmian's cries attracted a lot of people, and those in the know regretfully recounted how Chen Dayong had been injured. Everyone couldn't help but feel pity for this poor girl. Su Daffin was the supervisor sent by the county. He had been thinking that this project would finish soon, done quickly and well, and he would surely get recognition later. Just as he was dreaming of promotion and wealth, this incident happened. Looking at the nearly fainting Chen Mianmian, he felt like crying too. It was over for his career. Young comrade, don't be anxious. If you have difficulties, you can talk to the organization first, and we will do our best to help you. No matter what, Su Dafan was thinking of calming Chen Mianmian down. He absolutely couldn't let this matter be discovered by his superiors. Boo-hoo, my family is so poor. How can we afford to treat my dad when he is so badly hurt? Leader, you have to take responsibility for me. Otherwise, if my dad is like this, a little girl, can't support myself. We might as well die together. After saying that, Chen Mianmian started to loosen her belt, preparing to hang herself on a crooked tree, her movements shockingly skilled. Seeing Chen Mianmian's hopeless expression, Su Dafan quickly grabbed her, urging her not to take such drastic measures. One injury was enough. If another life was lost, he would never see a bright future. Young comrade, let us talk things over calmly. Don't be agitated. Listening to Su Dafan's persuasion, Chen Mianmian had already slipped the belt around her neck, wailing about how miserable her life was. I lost my mother right after I was born. I was beaten by my stepmother and then by my biological grandmother. Just when I grew up and was about to have a good life, my dad ended up like this. Heaven, please open your eyes and look at this little cabbage of mine. Boo-hoo. Chen Mianmian cried heartbreakingly, making those around her feel a pang of sadness. Looking at Su Dafan, their expressions turned unfriendly. This accident was clearly caused by his rush to finish the project, squeezing everyone for time, or else there wouldn't have been someone digging nearby. Sweating profusely under the weight of their resentful gazes, Su Dafan felt cornered. Boo-hoo, I don't want to make things difficult for you. Otherwise, I'll just hang myself at the county government. I'm sure the leaders there can help the masses solve their problems. Seeing Su Dafan's increasingly guilty expression, Chen Mianmian knew she had hit a nerve. Sure enough, upon hearing that Chen Mianmian wanted to go to the county government, Su Dafan no longer hesitated. Gritting his teeth, he took out 200 yuan and some food stamps and cloth tickets from his pocket. Young comrade, take this money to treat your dad. No matter what, I will take responsibility for this matter and won't evade it. Just rest assured to treat your dad. If it's not enough, I'll give you more. As Su Dafan handed over the money, he felt heartache. This was money that others had just given him, and he hadn't even warmed it up before handing it out. Chen Mianmian looked at the neat stack of cash and the tickets, her emotions finally stabilizing. Sniffling, she shakily took the money into her hands, and a tear fell down. My dear dad, you have money for treatment now, boo-hoo. Chen Mianmian held the money and bowed to those around her, thanking them for speaking up for her. Oh, we didn't help at all. You hurry to the hospital to take care of your dad. What a poor thing, such a good girl. Everyone kindly urged her to leave quickly. After Chen Mianmian sniffled and thanked them again, she hurriedly left, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers and a pained Su Dafan. As Chen Mianmian walked, she wiped her tears. When she reached a place where there were no people, a mocking expression appeared on her face as she kissed the 200 yuan. The suffering Chen Daong had brought to the original owner over the years was light compared to taking his 2 legs. This 200 was considered compensation for the original owner's mental distress. She hoped Chen Daong could survive until she returned to the village. Then, she would slowly settle the other accounts. After putting the money away, Chen Mianmian tidied herself up a bit and returned to the ox cart. The driver noticed her red eyes and asked if she had been bullied. No, I just saw my dad working so hard, it broke my heart. I wish I could help. Chen Mianmian put on a filial expression, moving the old man to give her a thumbs up. You're such a filial daughter. A truly silver-hearted, benevolent child. Hearing the old man praise her while driving, Chen Mianmian felt a bit shy. Lowering her head and munching on half a pound of walnut pastries to vent her feelings of missing her dad, the ox cart slowly made its way into the town. Seeing that there was still a while before the street parade, she stored her 2 large bags of gifts at the Public Security Bureau with Sun Cheng and went to the state-run restaurant for a bowl of beef noodles. Having just cried a lot and earned 200, Chen Mianmian ate ravenously. Before leaving, she packed a box of braised pork, 2 pounds of pork and scallion dumplings, 10 oil pancakes, and 3 bottles of soda. The waitress was stunned to see her order so much food. This girl looked thin. Could she eat that much? Of course. Chen Mianmian couldn't eat at all. This was the food for 3 days. Carrying a long string of takeout boxes, she left the restaurant and bought 20 steamed buns, thinking this should be enough for her to eat on the cart. Satisfied with her food haul, she walked back to the Public Security Bureau and saw Gu Chunhua, Sun Suohua, Fong Dachu, and Chen Laojin all tied up, preparing for the parade. Watching more and more onlookers gather by the roadside, Many villagers, including Chen family members, came over, and even Chen Mianmian was secretly hiding in the crowd. Seeing this, Chen Mianmian's eyes lit up. The good show was finally about to start. Chapter 32. Paraded through the streets. Please don't drag me. I'm scared, minor revision. Oh, why the first three up ahead all involved in scandalous affairs? TSK, TSK. What shameless creatures. You don't know, do you? These three are not good people at all. As the villagers watched the parade, they began to share what good Chunhua and the others had done, especially about how they took things from Chen Mianmian. Their mouths were practically frothing with excitement. The townspeople, upon hearing this, suddenly realized the truth, and their gazes towards Gu Chunhua and the others became increasingly hostile. Truly despicable. To pave the way for Chen Shimi, they are willing to sacrifice an innocent young girl. Gossip spreads incredibly fast. The deeds of Gu Chunhua and her companions traveled even quicker than they did. In no time, those who came to watch the commotion were aware of the truth. Beat this shameless wretch to death. How could they harm a young girl like that? Yes, beat them. Those three are old and indecent. Gu Chunhua and her companions had old shoes hanging around their necks, pointed hats on their heads, and the words shoe crime written on them with a brush. Coupled with their haggard and panicked faces, it was quite a sight. In just a few days, the three looked as if they had aged over a decade, especially Gu Chunhua, who even had white hair. Her expression was dull and numb, indicating she had received quite a bit of education while inside. As they were paraded through the streets, an angry woman picked up a stone and hurled it at Gu Chunhua, prompting others to find anything they could throw. In an instant, rotten vegetable leaves, shoe soles, grass roots, and slop were all thrown at them. Gu Chunhua and her companions were battered and bleeding, unable to escape, forced to cover their heads and flee in a sorry state. Chen Mianmian followed closely behind and accidentally spotted Chen Mianmian hidden in the crowd. Her face was gloomy, staring fiercely at Gu Chunhua, not with pity, but with blame. Indeed, Chen Mianmian was not mistaken. Chen Mianmian was blaming Gu Chunhua. Over the years, she had warned her more than once to be careful, but she never listened. Now, not only had she lost her reputation and dignity, but she also had to go to prison. After today's parade, Chen Mianmian could already guess what the villagers would say about her in the future. In an instant, pain, despair, and confusion overwhelmed her, leaving her unsure of what to do. At that moment, Chen Mianmian suddenly felt a strong shove, and she stumbled out of the crowd, rushing in front of Gu Chunhua. Mian? Gu Chunhua looked at the suddenly appearing Chen Mianmian, deeply moved. Are you here to see Mom? I knew you wouldn't miss me. Seeing Gu Chunhua's touched expression, Chen Mianmian felt a chill run through her body. Without needing to turn around, she could feel all the eyes around her focused on her. You have bad eyesight. I'm not your daughter. Chen Mianmian instinctively covered her face and tried to leave, completely disregarding Gu Chunhua's stiff and hurt expression. However, before Chen Mianmian could run away, a lump of mud was thrown at her face. Quick, hit her. She is Gu Chunhua's daughter. When Gu Chunhua was fooling around with men, she was right there keeping watch. This girl is just like her mother, promiscuous, Chen Mianmian shouted, pinching her nose in the crowd, igniting the previously excited emotions of the masses. They had initially thought she was an innocent bystander, but it turned out she was an accomplice. Hit her, hit her. At such a young age, she's learning bad behavior, helping her mother with her scandals. In no time, Chen Mianmian became the target of everyone's ire, trying to run back in the crowd but being pushed back to Gu Chunhua's side, where she faced the furious beatings and curses of the crowd. Don't hit my daughter. If you want to hit someone, hit me. Gu Chunhua, seeing Chen Mianmian battered and bleeding, couldn't bear it and shielded her in her arms, enduring even harsher blows. Compared to the bloody storm faced by the first three, Chen Laojin was much safer. His crime was just speculation and profiteering, and since he was older, no one bothered him much. Taking advantage of the crowd's focus on the first three and their inability to leave, several of Chen Laogan's sons and daughters-in-law rushed over. Dad, are you okay? The Chen sons quickly stuffed food and supplies into Chen Laogan's arms, including clothes and blankets. Chen Laojin looked haggard, but fortunately, he hadn't been beaten. Seeing his sons and daughters-in-law made his eyes red with emotion. Just as he was asking how things were at home, he suddenly noticed that his children seemed to be in pain. What's wrong with you? Chen Laojin noticed their faces were pale, clutching their stomachs and squirming. I don't know. My stomach has been upset since this morning. I have to find a toilet. Chen Dagong, Chen Laogin's eldest son, clutched his stomach and tried to squeeze through the crowd. He had been desperate to relieve himself, but had been holding it in out of concern for his father. Now that he saw his family, and the weight on his mind was lifted, the urge became almost unbearable. The group, all clutching their stomachs and trembling, was trying to get out when, by coincidence, a drunk man pushed in to see the commotion. The people around him, disgusted by the strong smell of alcohol, pushed him away. The result was similar to bowling, tripping over the Chen family members. Poof poof. The way they fell seemed to trigger something in their bowels, and the Chen family lost all control, transforming into spraying warriors as they uncontrollably released their bowels. EW, how disgusting. Get away from them. I might vomit up my lunch. The onlookers quickly backed away, fearing they would be splattered with the repulsive substance. However, the drunkard, having drunk too much, couldn't get up. He lay on the ground, forced to hear the sounds of chaos and smell the overwhelming stench, tears streaming down his face. Wawa, please stop, I'm scared. As the drunkard's cries grew louder, the surrounding people realized that Chen Laogin's family had come to deliver supplies, but ended up scaring themselves into losing control. The villagers, upon hearing this, covered their noses and rushed over to see the spectacle, only to find the Chen family unable to get up, and they burst into laughter. Deserved it. For bullying Mianmian. This is what you get. The villagers showed no sympathy for the Chen family. Instead, they were very pleased to witness their comeuppance. The parade continued until 1 o'clock, and the villagers had long since left. Chen Mianmian took advantage of the dwindling crowd to escape. The Chen family was in a state of chaos, unsure whether to cover their pants or their faces. However, many people would remember for a long time how the family left, rolling and crawling, accompanied by the sound of splattering. From then on, wherever they went, the incident would follow them like a shadow, and they would never be able to escape it. Chen Mianmian continued to follow the parade back to the police station, taking out the severance letter to establish a separate household registration. Normally, this process wouldn't be so simple and would require layers of approval, taking 10 days to half a month. But by chance, Sun Chen was there. Seeing that Chen Mianmian wanted to establish a separate household and had the severance letter, he directly took it to find the director for a signature. With Gu Chunhua's criminal record and Chen Dayong's signature, the application was processed quickly. Chen Mianmian looked at the brand-new household registration book with a warm feeling in her heart. From now on, she wouldn't be bound by the Chen family and could live the life she wanted. Before leaving, she gave Sun Cheng 2 boxes of canned goods and 2 packs of cigarettes, asking him to help mail the household registration book back to the Chen family. Then she set off with her heavy baggage towards the train station. Unbeknownst to Chen Mianmian, while she was inciting the crowd to deal with Gu Chunhua and the others, Su Baiyan was watching her with great interest. Chapter 33. The captain speaks with skill. The Paw Patrol captain said, Comrade Chen is really too pitiful. No wonder she is so formidable. It turns out she was forced into it. Qian Wang looked at Gu Chunhua and the Fong couple parading through the streets and felt a deep sympathy for the poor girl, recalling Chen Mianmian's earlier words. Su Baiyan nodded silently, thinking back to their first meeting and to how she had just stirred the crowd, her quirky demeanor making him smile. This girl is truly one of a kind. But at the same time, he sighed softly, recognizing that they were both bullied. His own mother and sister could only swallow their anger and endure. If only Chen Mianmian could become part of his family. At least she could protect his mother and sister. This thought flashed away, and seeing that the time was about right, he went to the police station to pick up the 3 spies. Just before leaving, he paused, turned, and went to the chief's office. He was out again in less than 5 minutes. Captain, what were you doing? Qian Wang asked curiously. The captain usually didn't like dealing with officials, always finding it exhausting to talk to them. It's nothing, just giving the chief some suggestions. For some particularly heinous cases, the sentences must be heavier, especially for those who harm others for their own selfish desires. They should be made to work harder and reform more. Su Baiyan said this, coming close to reciting Gu Chunhua and the others' ID numbers. Qian Wang gave Su Baiyan a thumbs up, saying the captain is indeed eloquent. With just a few simple words, he could make those bastards suffer a bit more in prison. The two escorted the spies to the train station and immediately spotted Chen Mianmian standing on a platform. She was struggling with a large bundle in each hand and a big net bag hanging around her neck, filled with food. Seeing the two approach, she waved her hand with effort. "Which carriage are we in? We need to stand in front to get on the train easily." Trains in this era were not only slow, but also crowded, and the things people brought were all sorts of strange. Some even carried chickens in baskets. Su Baiyan looked at the bright, sparkling eyes of Chen Mianmian and pointed to the sleeper area ahead. "We need to escort prisoners. So I bought a sleeper for 6 people. Hearing that they could have a sleeper, Chen Mianmian was immediately overjoyed. The thought of sitting on a train for 3 days would drive her crazy. Now she could lie down and at least suffer a little less. The two had to stay alert while escorting the prisoners, so Chen Mianmian took her ticket and slowly followed behind, not wanting to cause trouble for them. Even when Su Baiyan wanted to help her carry a bundle, she refused. "I'm not weak. They're just 2 bundles. I can handle it." Fortunately, Su Baiyan used special connections to buy 6 adjacent sleeper tickets. Chen Mianmian put her 2 large bundles on a luggage rack and was soon panting from exhaustion. The 3 spies were arranged on the same side for easier supervision, with iron chains binding their wrists and ankles, clearly prisoners being escorted. The train staff would pay special attention to this side, and other passengers would avoid it. Originally, Su Baiyan wanted Chen Mianmian to take the lower bunk, but she politely declined. "Having a sleeper is good enough. I can't delay your mission." She tossed the food onto the sleeper, quickly climbed up, and lay down. Su Baiyan watched her nimble movements, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. She was very measured in her actions. She was truly a smart girl. The 3 days on the train were dull and tense. Su Baiyan and Qian Wang had to keep an eye on the 3 spies to prevent them from making any small moves to escape. Both had to stay alert at night, barely managing to sleep with one eye open. The next day, stubble grew on their chins, and there were red bloodshot lines under their eyes from lack of rest. In contrast, Chen Mianmian looked much more energetic, sleeping soundly in her bunk, and when hungry, she would take out the food she bought for the 3 of them to eat together. "You spent money on all this food. I'll reimburse you later." Su Baiyan looked at the braised pork and steamed buns, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Hey, you bought the sleeper tickets for me. I'll treat you to food. It's only fair. Besides, if we don't eat all this, it will spoil when we get off the train, so eat up to avoid waste." Chen Mianmian stuffed her cheeks full, eating like a little hamster. Su Baiyan knew this was her excuse for wanting to share with them, which increased his fondness for her. After finishing the meal, Chen Mianmian went out to use the restroom and took a stroll. A little while later, she returned with a medium-sized puppy in her arms. "Tonight, it will take turns keeping watch for you. Su Wuyan? I borrowed this from a lady in the next carriage. While you sleep tonight, it will help keep watch on the lower bunk." Qian Wang looked at the dog, then at Su Baiyan, his eyes filled with disbelief. "It helps keep watch? This is a bit ridiculous. Isn't it?" Although he knew Chen Mianmian could train dogs to obey, expecting a dog to stay awake all night to guard them was a stretch. "Thanks, then we'll have a helper tonight." Su Baiyan took the dog, a small yellow mutt, which looked excitedly at him, full of energy like a certain girl. Chen Mianmian didn't care about Qian Wang's doubtful gaze. After all, she had been through a lot, and Su Baiyan's trust in her surprised her. "This man is interesting." At night, Su Baiyan let the dog lie beside him. He didn't sleep, merely closing his eyes to rest, with every sound escaping into his ears. In the middle of the night, while everyone was sleeping soundly, the dog suddenly barked and rushed to the lower bunk of the spies, biting down hard on one spy's wrist. Despite being a medium-sized pup, its teeth were still sharp, and the spy instantly bled, crying out in pain. At this moment, Su Baiyan sat up and rushed over to subdue the spy, flipping his hand over to find a small piece of wire hidden there, likely picked up in the restroom, and secretly stashed away. "Still trying to run? Huh? I've been too gentle with you." A fierce light flashed in Su Baiyan's eyes as he directly broke both of the spy's arms, ensuring he wouldn't think of escaping again. The other 2 spies, seeing the fate of their companion, were frightened and huddled like quails, not daring to move. At this time, the train staff also rushed over, seeing the spies trying to escape. They specifically lent Su Baiyan 3 pairs of handcuffs for use on the train. After a brief chaos, the carriage fell silent again, with only the spies' muffled groans of pain remaining. Qian Wang, now awake, stared wide-eyed at the fierce little dog. Wow, this dog is really useful. Comrade Chen is amazing. Hearing Qian Wang's admiration, Chen Mianmian, from the upper bunk, smiled and covered her head with the blanket to continue sleeping. Hey, this is just a small part of my many talents. I need to be low-key. The dog praised, wagged its tail excitedly, and returned to lie quietly on Su Baiyan's bunk, but its eyes remained fixed on the opposite side. It turned out that Chen Mianmian could really communicate with animals and even make them obedient. If this skill were applied in combat, it would be a deadly advantage. It was simply too appealing to him. Whether as a friend or a teammate, they were extraordinarily in sync. Su Baiyan thought of Chen Mianmian's lively, dark eyes, a deep light flashing in his gaze. Chapter 30, for she is here to collect an award. The commander let her in, with the help of the dog. Su Baiyan and Qian Wang had a good rest that night. During the day, Chen Mianmian fed the dog buns and canned food, ensuring it had a good sleep. Finally, the train safely arrived at Chuansong City. Chen Mianmian returned the dog, carrying 2 large bags off the train while feeling a bit unsteady on her feet. Commander Su, we are here to pick you up. As they got off the train, a dozen soldiers approached, saluting Su Baiyan and beginning the handover. Su Baiyan handed over 3 spies to them, carrying the evidence and telegraph machine he had collected over the days, preparing to report. Comrade Chen, I'm going back to the military district. Would you like to come with me? It was only after Su Baiyan spoke to Chen Mianmian that others noticed a little girl standing behind him. She was quite distinctive in appearance, but her face was pale and she was too thin, making it hard to tell if she was an adult. Su Wuyan, who usually kept his distance from the opposite sex, was unexpectedly gentle with the girl this time, causing the onlookers to stare in surprise, their eyes darting back and forth between the two, looking quite curious. If it won't delay you, I'll go with you. Some matters are better resolved sooner rather than later. Chen Mianmian was referring to the annulment of their engagement, and Su Baiyan understood. Seeing her so determined about the annulment made Su Baiyan feel inexplicably happy. She was going to the military district for what? That place wasn't open to just anyone. Even visiting family required an introduction letter. She was there to collect an award, and Su Baiyan concealed the fact that Chen Mianmian was going to annul their engagement, crediting it to Comrade Chen's efforts in capturing the 3 individuals. As his words fell, Su Baiyan heard a collective intake of breath. This mission was perilous and troublesome, mainly because these spies hid too deeply and were quite cunning, making them difficult to catch. Su Baiyan had taken on this challenging task because his superiors were intentionally making things difficult for him. Everyone thought he would be gone for months, even half a year. Who would have thought that less than half a month later, the task would be neatly completed, and he even brought back a beautiful young girl? What merit did she have? Everyone looked at Chen Mianmian's small figure, which seemed to resemble a golden needle mushroom beside the 2 large bags. It wasn't that they underestimated her. It was just that this girl didn't seem to display any special talents. As soon as Qian Wang heard everyone's comments, he immediately wanted to recount all of Chen Mianmian's great achievements, but was interrupted by Su Baiyan. It's getting late. Let us hurry back to the military district. After saying that, he helped Chen Mianmian carry one of the bags and move forward. Seeing this, Qian Wang picked up the other bag and followed suit. With her hands free, Chen Mianmian happily trotted along behind them. Watching Su Baiyan and the others with their long legs moving quickly, she felt a bit resentful, thinking that once she made her roller skates, she would see who could run faster. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Su Baiyan suddenly stopped, turned to Chen Mianmian, who was catching up, and let her walk in front, while the remaining soldiers adjusted their pace to match hers. Although Chen Mianmian wasn't particularly sensitive, Su Baiyan's actions made her feel much better. This man was quite observant, which was nice. Fortunately, the military district sent a car to pick them up, and they made a smooth journey there. After Chen Mianmian got out of the car, she wanted to go straight in. You wait here for a moment. I'll report to the commander. When it's time to enter, I'll call the sentry. Su Baiyan asked Chen Mianmian to wait, as entering the military district as a hero was much more important than as an ordinary soldier's fiancé. Moreover, since Chen Mianmian was there to annul the engagement, it would be best for her to meet someone of a higher rank than a division commander. Otherwise, even if she spoke up, no one would dare to intervene. Chen Mianmian understood Su Baiyan's intentions and cooperatively placed the 2 large bags at the sentry post. likely not expecting that these shabby bags contained a stash of gold bars and over 3,000 in cash. One Su Baiyan and the others went inside. Chen Mianmian squatted in a corner, basking in the sun, which filtered through the leaves, making her feel drowsy. Woof woof. Suddenly, a few barks brightened Chen Mianmian's eyes, prompting her to quickly stand and walk toward the sound. When she saw several handsome field dogs, she broke into a big smile, exclaiming, "Oh, my eyes and ears have come." While Chen Mianmian was busy gathering gossip from the dogs, Su Baiyan had already arrived at the commander's office with the documents. Report. Su Baiyan stopped at the open door, saluted, and knocked. Inside sat a cold-looking man with graying temples, who was reading documents. Upon seeing Su Baiyan, he lowered his reading glasses and waved him in. Report, Commander. Here are the radio station and documents I seized. They include a list of officials corrupted by the poison snake, as well as lists of contacts. The poison snake was killed in action while resisting arrest, and the remaining 3 have been captured and transported to the military district. Su Baiyan's confident report brought a glimmer of satisfaction to Song Chuliu's eyes. This kid was only 24, having entered the army at 14 and risen through countless battles to reach the position of commander. If it weren't for his clueless father causing trouble, Su Baiyan would have already submitted his promotion application. Even this tricky mission had been orchestrated by his father, yet the kid had completed it so excellently. The thought of striking a blow to Su Chunsheng and his second wife made Song Chulu quite happy. You did well this time. I'll recommend you for a commendation. You may not reach the deputy brigade level, but a second-class merit should be no problem. Hearing he would be recommended for a commendation, Su Baiyan quickly stood at attention and mentioned Chen Mianmian. If it weren't for Comrade Chen's help, I would have been able to complete it so quickly. I hope the commander can reward her. Song Chulu raised his eyebrows in surprise. What had the usually aloof Su Baiyan ever been so certain about someone? Since he said so, she must be quite remarkable. All right, if the kid is good, a third-class merit would be acceptable. Thank you for the praise, Commander. Chen Mianmian is a female comrade. She is waiting at the entrance of the military district. You can call the sentry to let her in. Upon hearing that the person helping Su Baiyan was a woman, especially one who had caught spies, Song Chulu became interested and directly ordered her to be let in. The sentry received the call and turned to find Chen Mianmian, only to see her squatting with the dogs, nodding occasionally, looking animated. A pretty girl, but why does she look so unwell? Just let her in. She wants to suddenly go crazy and bite someone, right? Comrade Chen Mianmian, you can go in now. Commander Su is waiting for you ahead. The sentry shook off his chaotic thoughts and called over Chen Mianmian, who was chatting with the dogs. Sister is going to take care of some business. I'll come back to play with you later. Chen Mianmian patted each dog on the head before standing up and walking towards the soldiers. Just as she was about to enter the military district's main gate, she suddenly turned her head back. When you return to the dorm, it's best to check your bedding. Some not-so-good things were added inside. After saying that, Chen Mianmian walked into the military district, where Su Baiyan had already come to pick her up, leaving the soldiers stunned, unsure whether to believe her. Chapter 35. Practical Rewards. Don't show off your big mouth before the little soldier could react. Chen Mianmian had already run into the military district's gate, waving at Su Baiyan, who was driving over. The passing soldiers looked at Chen Mianmian being picked up by Captain Su, all curious about her identity, especially since she came by car. You'll meet the division commander soon. Don't be nervous. He may look fierce and have a loud voice, but he's a good person, Su Baiyan reassured her. Along the way, fearing that Chen Mianmian might feel uncomfortable, he tried to find a topic to talk about, but she was just gazing out at the retro military buildings, obviously not thinking about being scared at all. In her previous life, she had collaborated with the military many times. Such situations were too normal for her. Don't worry. I won't be nervous. Chen Mianmian smiled at Su Baiyan, her eyes sparkling, captivating him. Su Baiyan was taken aback for a moment, but quickly composed himself, turning his gaze forward, not daring to be distracted by Chen Mianmian again. The only thought in his mind was, her eyes are really beautiful. Su Baiyan brought Chen Mianmian to the division commander's office, where several people were already seated. Judging by the insignias of 2 stripes and 4 stars, they were at the colonel level, likely a division commander or brigade commander. Report to the division commander. Comrade Chen Mianmian has arrived. After the loud report, Su Baiyan led Chen Mianmian inside, where everyone was sizing up the seemingly thin and somewhat unsophisticated girl. "Hello, Division Commander. I am Chen Mianmian." Chen Mianmian looked at Song Chulu, who appeared to be in his 60s, exuding a strong presence. He had a scar running from the corner of his left eye to the bridge of his nose, which was quite intimidating. It seemed his rank had been earned on the battlefield. "I hear from Captain Su that you contributed significantly to this mission. I must reward you. So tell me what you would like," Song Chulu said, also observing Chen Mianmian. She didn't seem intimidated by his appearance and was quite composed. Especially her bright and calm eyes made her seem approachable. "I'm just an ordinary citizen and don't need any external honors. Just give me some practical rewards." After saying this, Chen Mianmian rubbed her thumb and forefinger together, mimicking counting money, her lively eyebrows making Song Chulu chuckle. "This girl really isn't shy at all. All right, since you say so, I won't shortchange someone who has done well. I'll give you a bonus of 500 yuan and a bicycle. How does that sound? 500 yuan. That's more than what an ordinary worker might earn in a year. Besides, a bicycle costs about 160 yuan now. And you need industrial tickets on top of that. Adding it all up, that's nearly 1,000 yuan in rewards. It seems that big units are indeed generous." Chen Mianmian's eyes instantly lit up with the thought of money, nodding happily, her greedy expression making Su Baiyan smile. "That is great, really great. You don't have to give me so much. As a member of the country, I have an obligation to help catch those pests. The main thing is, I really enjoy acting righteously. I will definitely strive to catch more next time." Wait, just as Chen Mianmian was passionately expressing her determination, a colonel with 2 stripes and 4 stars spoke up from behind. She frowned and turned around, annoyed at being interrupted while trying to please her benefactor, wanting to see who the inconsiderate person was. A dark-skinned man in his 50s with slanted eyes and yellowed teeth looked at Chen Mianmian, his face showing disapproval. "Division Commander Song, she's just a girl. How can you give her so much money? Our division's quarterly bonuses haven't even been approved yet. Besides, this is all just Captain Su's one-sided opinion. Do you really believe her? What if they are colluding to deceive you? I don't believe that a skinny little girl can help catch people." Shui Yongsheng had always been at odds with Song Chulu, and he disliked Su Baiyan even more because he had raised him. He didn't care about the rewards and just wanted to make things difficult for them. Su Baiyan was used to being questioned and didn't want to defend himself, but he didn't want Chen Mianmian to be defamed along with him. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a shadow dash out from the side, spitting directly in Shui Yongsheng's face. "You call me a little girl? But who do you think you are, you potato spirit? Great people have said that women can hold up half the sky. Do you look down on me and great people?" Chen Mianmian had sensed Song Chuliu's disdainful and disgusted gaze when Shui Yongsheng spoke, clearly indicating they usually didn't get along. With one benefactor on one side and a picky bystander on the other, Chen Mianmian had no qualms about firing back. These high-ranking individuals always had to maintain their composure, but as someone who was alone and had nothing to lose, Chen Mianmian felt no such concerns. She only knew that if she made her benefactor happy, there would be more money next time. With that thought, her momentum increased. "You're talking nonsense. What did I ever look down on great people?" Shui Yongsheng had expected the previously smiling girl to suddenly become aggressive, especially with that remark, if handled poorly. He could easily be taken away for questioning. That is looking down on them. Great people have said we are the masters of the country, and everyone is equal. If you look down on me, you're looking down on great people. Looking down on great people. Are you trying to ascend to heaven? Chen Mianmian's words fell like a heavy hat on Shui Yongsheng's head. If this escalated, he would really be in trouble. "How dare you? Who allowed you to speak to me like this?" He could no longer contain his anger, slamming his hand on the coffee table and preparing to stand up. But Chen Mianmian directly stood on the table and pushed him back down. "You are the one being outrageous. The division commander is talking to me, and you, a colonel, are just putting on airs. Not only do you look down on great people, but you also look down on the division commander. What? Do you want to drag your subordinates to carve out your own kingdom and become emperor?" Chen Mianmian's words were like a heavy crown placed on Shui Yongsheng's head. If this blew up, he truly would be in deep trouble. "Su Baiyan, where did you find this crazy girl? She is talking nonsense and actually slandering me. Just wait until I deal with her." Shui Yongsheng shifted all his rage on his Su Baiyan, grabbing the ashtray from the coffee table and throwing it. In the meantime, he also reached for his gun to intimidate Chen Mianmian. He didn't believe that a little girl would not kneel and beg for mercy upon seeing the gun. Seeing the situation escalate, Su Baiyan didn't even dodge the ashtray that hit his forehead. He rushed to Chen Mianmian's side, shielding her behind him. The next second, a dart gun barrel was pressed against his forehead. Shui Yongsheng put down the gun. Song Chulu watched with delight as Chen Mianmian single-handedly put Shui Yongsheng in a position where he couldn't retaliate. But then this dog dared to point a gun at Su Baiyan's head. He couldn't believe it. Had he really thought that after all these years of cultivating his character, he wouldn't kill Shui Yongsheng? Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Chen Mianmian's eyes behind Su Baiyan. Do you have a daughter named Shui Jiren? To find trouble for Feng Yue. Chen Mianmian had specifically asked son Cheng to dig up the dirt on his mistress. Feng's parents sought to reduce his sentence, so they revealed everything they knew. Feng Yue climbed high and called himself Shui Jiren, and her father was clearly Shui Yongsheng. Yes, how do you know? Shui Yongsheng instinctively replied, but the next second, a small figure opened the office window, standing on the windowsill and shouting below. Help! Shui Yongsheng, this bastard is killing people. He wants to murder Division Commander Song and Captain Su to establish himself as king. Quick, someone come save me. Chapter 36. Indulging the daughter in interfering with military marriage. Dare you use your rank as guarantee? Chen Mianmian, you are talking nonsense. At this moment, Shui Yongsheng wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Chen Mianmian had her upper body completely leaning out, and this was the 4th floor. If she fell, it would be very dangerous. There were originally no women in the army, but at this moment, listening to Chen Mianmian's loud shout attracted a lot of attention. When everyone ran over, they saw Shui Yongsheng disregarding Su Baiyan's obstruction, coming to the window to grab Chen Mianmian. Shui Yongsheng, you beast who uses power for personal gain. Not only questioning the military district decision and looking down on great leaders, but even indulging your daughter in interfering with military marriage and acting like a loose woman. You are a parasite in the army, a troublemaker among the people. Even if I die, I will expose your crimes. Seeing Shui Yongsheng coming to grab her, Chen Mianmian jumped directly onto the protruding wall outside the window, her small body pressed against the wall like a steadfast and independent wisteria flower. Oh dear, little girl, you must not jump, it's very dangerous. The soldiers below saw Chen Mianmian hanging outside, barely able to stand. Any slight movement would make her fall, and they quickly shouted for her to come back. Some even ran out to find something to catch her, and in no time, dozens of soldiers had gathered below, spreading out a large net underneath Chen Mianmian, afraid she would fall. At this moment, Shui Yongsheng also came down from upstairs, standing below, confronting Chen Mianmian. If he didn't clarify things today, he wouldn't be able to survive in the military district. Chen Mianmian, this is our first meeting. On what basis do you slander me? When have I ever used my power for personal gain or indulged my daughter in interfering with military marriage? I see you are deliberately trying to ruin my reputation. This deliberate person undoubtedly referred to Song Chulu and Su Baiyan. When? I will tell you right now. Chen Mianmian snorted coldly, looking at the increasing crowd below, raising her voice to expose the affair between Feng Yue and Shui Jiren, and how they bribed people to ruin her reputation. I have a marriage certificate from when Feng Yue came to my home to propose 5 years' worth of letters, the introduction letter for his family visit, and a statement issued by the local police station, all of which can prove everything. I have been engaged to Feng Yue for 5 years. Does that count as a military marriage? Your daughter, Shui Jiren, interfering, isn't that destroying a military marriage? Does she want to come and be a concubine? Today, I came to this military district primarily to break off the engagement with that bastard Feng Yue, and secondly to accuse Shui Jiren of destroying a military marriage. Originally, Chen Mianmian wanted to find Feng Yue to expose his hypocritical facade in person, and then let the dogs bite off his descendants. Unexpectedly, she directly encountered Feng Yue's future father-in-law, which was just too good. She not only wanted to make Feng Yue unable to survive in the army, but also wanted to make Shui Yongsheng suffer. Hearing Chen Mianmian's words, everyone present gasped. What shocking gossip did they just hear? Someone actually pursued the daughter of Colonel Shui for their career? Although Shui Jiren had a nice name, she looked exactly like Shui Yongsheng, even down to her skin tone. Since she turned 18, Shui Yongsheng had been choosing sons-in-law in the army. But now that he was 30, he still hadn't found one. Everyone found it hard to accept her appearance. No one wanted to wake up in the morning to see a face that looked exactly like their father-in-law. Unexpectedly, there was indeed someone bold enough to pursue her. Even kicking aside such a beautiful fiancé at home, one had to say that was truly impressive. Shui Yongsheng didn't expect that Chen Mianmian was actually Fang Youwei's fiancé. He had previously said that his family was clean, otherwise he wouldn't have tacitly allowed his daughter to date him. This bastard was truly going to ruin himself. Who knows if your evidence is forged? Just to ruin my reputation? A ruthless look flashed in Shui Yongsheng's eyes as he decided to shift the blame, thinking that with just a few of her words, she could say that his daughter destroyed a military marriage. Did he really think he was easy to bully? After saying that, he was about to call someone to bring Fang Youwei over for a confrontation. Wait, how could Chen Mianmian not understand Shui Yongsheng's intentions? If he sent someone to find Fang Youwei, the time on the way would be enough for them to collude on their testimonies, and then everything would be pushed onto her. How could they continue? I have reason to suspect that you're trying to collude with Fang Youwei. I don't trust you. After saying that, she wanted Su Baiyan to find someone, but Shui Yongsheng objected again. I don't agree with Su Baiyan going. He is in cahoots with you. What if he coerces Fang Youwei into a confession? Both sides didn't trust each other, and when the atmosphere became tense, Chen Mianmian scoffed lightly. What is the big deal? Chen Mianmian turned around to speak to Song Chulu, asking Major General Song to help her make a phone call, letting the 325th Division, 25th Regiment, Assault Company, 5th Platoon bring over anything that Fang Youwei has worn or his shoes. Although Song Chulu didn't know what Chen Mianmian was going to do, her eyes were full of calm confidence, bright as the moon, and she subconsciously picked up the phone to dial. She even ordered to have Shui Yongsheng and those around him controlled, ensuring that no one could leak information. When the orders got to the Major General, they didn't dare to delay for a moment and rushed to gather Fang Youwei's belongings. While waiting for the items to be delivered, Chen Mianmian raised her index finger and whistled loudly. In no time, dozens of dogs came running from all directions. Woof, woof, woof. The dogs squeezed through the crowd and rushed to the front, looking up at Chen Mianmian outside the window, eagerly responding. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The military district often had stray dogs running around, but they had never realized there could be so many, and these dogs had all been attracted by a little girl. Since we don't trust each other, let us have the dogs find Fang Youwei, and we'll confront him together. If I say anything false, I'll directly die here. If what I say is true, Colonel Shui, do you dare to use your military rank as a guarantee? Chen Mianmian's words were like thunder in Shui Yongsheng's ears. He had worked hard to climb to the position of colonel. If it weren't for Song Chulu getting there first a few years ago, he would be the major general now. Why should he guarantee for that brat Fang Youwei? Faced with Chen Mianmian's decisiveness, Shui Yongsheng's hesitation made him appear guilty. The people around suddenly understood that the affair between Fang Youwei and his daughter was indeed true. Under the complex gazes of the crowd, Shui Yongsheng wished he could climb up and tear Chen Mianmian's mouth apart. But at the same time, he wanted to slap himself. Damn it. If it weren't for him trying to cause trouble for Song Chulu and Su Baiyan, he would have ended up in this situation. Just as the atmosphere became tense, two people quickly ran over with several pieces of clothing. Report, the clothes of squad leader Fang Youwei have arrived. Chapter 37, if you can find Fang Youwei, I'll fucking bark like a dog around the military district. The soldiers of the Vanguard Company were also puzzled as to why they had to go through so much trouble to deliver clothes to squad leader Fang. They had their day off today and could just call someone to handle it when they returned. However, soldiers must obey orders, so after bringing the clothes over, they waited for the next instructions. Song Chulu and Su Baiyan were also standing by the window, turning to look at Chen Mianmian. Let the dogs sniff the clothes after putting them on the ground. After saying that, she climbed back from the windowsill and quickly ran downstairs, determined to find Fang Youwei. She couldn't miss this opportunity. Su Baiyan watched Chen Mianmian's nimble movements and quickly followed her down. Song Chulu thought for a moment and hurried to make a phone call. Commander Dong, there's a show to watch. Are you at the military headquarters? Come quickly. That old bastard Shui Yongsheng has kicked a metal plate this time. Song Chulu quickly instructed his bodyguard to follow Chen Mianmian to get first-hand gossip while he excitedly recounted what had just happened, his tone unable to conceal his delight. The once old and fierce face softened significantly at this moment. Chen Mianmian ran downstairs, completely unaware that Major General Song had reported this incident. By the time she reached the bottom, the dogs had already sniffed around enough. She cast a scornful glance at Shui Yongsheng and squatted down to pat the dogs' heads one by one. Remember this scent? Help your sister find the person. And once I'm done, I'll treat you to meat. There's still a dozen cans in the bag, enough to treat the dogs. Woof woof. Hearing there was meat to eat, the dogs quickly scattered to track the scent. Shui Yongsheng was initially nervous, unsure of what method Chen Mianmian would use, only to find she had brought a few wild dogs to gain attention. Do you really think a few words can make these wild dogs find someone? I think you're truly insane to come to the military district and act wild. Su Baiyan, what was your intention in bringing this crazy woman here? I have reasonable grounds to believe you are deliberately disrupting the order of the military district, and I will report you to the investigation team for a thorough investigation. Shui Yongsheng felt he was going crazy for playing along with this crazy woman. Su Baiyan stood next to Chen Mianmian, preparing to explain Shui Yongsheng's words when he heard someone's sarcastic voice. Oh, you even want the investigation team to investigate you? Chen Mianmian squinted her eyes and mimicked Shui Yongsheng's expression perfectly, her tone winding and twisting. Do you think the military district is your family business? Just because you say to find the investigation team, they will come? If I were a madwoman, I would just shit on your face right now. Why waste so many words? You think you're so high and mighty, but if you provoke me, your fate is unpredictable. Today, I'll find Feng Yue right in front of you, and let us see what else you have to say. If you can find Feng Yue, I'll fucking bark like a dog around the military district. Shui Yongsheng did not believe that a few words from Chen Mianmian could make those wild dogs understand. If it were that miraculous, why would the military dog base be so challenging? Hey, everyone heard that, right? He said it himself, and when the time comes, everyone will be a witness. This isn't me talking nonsense. Chen Mianmian loved to make such bets, having seen many people fall for it in her past life, with some even running away abroad overnight out of fear of punishment after losing a bet. She was looking forward to seeing Shui Yongsheng barking like a dog throughout the military district. Woof, woof, woof. Just as the two were at a standoff, a dog ran back. Person found. Come quickly. Chen Mianmian's eyes lit up, and she beckoned Shui Yongsheng to follow her. Such a bet must have the parties involved present to be enjoyable. Of course, Su Baiyan had to follow as well, since Shui Yongsheng's hostility toward Chen Mianmian was also due to his connection with Major General Song. Other soldiers exchanged glances, genuinely curious whether Chen Mianmian could find Feng Yue, and thus followed her sneakily. A group of burly men crouched down and tiptoed to lower their presence, excitedly following along. If discovered, they could just run 5 kilometers in the wilderness, but this kind of excitement was rare, so they were all in. Thus, such a scene appeared in the large military district, a dog walking and stopping in front, leading a slender girl, followed by Commander Shui and the famous Commander Su. Behind them were a group of self-deceiving rookies who thought they were hiding well. Chen Mianmian followed the dog to the warehouse at the back of the military district, which was generally used to store training equipment, and usually no one came here. Seeing Chen Mianmian's relaxed demeanor, everyone felt a bit nervous for her. If she couldn't find him, it would be a huge problem, not only for her, but it seemed even Commander Su would have to bear the brunt. Su Wuyan, are you nervous? If I fail, I'll just pack up and leave, but you will be the one to suffer. Chen Mianmian thought of this situation and turned to look at Su Baiyan, who had been following her. Not nervous, I believe in you. Su Baiyan looked into Chen Mianmian's eyes, filled with trust. Chen Mianmian was momentarily taken aback by his words. They had only met a handful of times and had known each other for less than 4 days, yet he trusted her so much. And Su Baiyan gazed at Chen Mianmian, feeling an indescribable ripple in his heart. Throughout his life, whenever he had conflicts with others, people from his father's side would take sides, and his mother would only tell him to endure. Once in the military, it was all about weighing pros and cons. Even if he was wronged, he had to grit his teeth and swallow it. But just now, When Shui Yongsheng was making things difficult for him, Chen Mianmian stepped up, like a mother lion protecting her cub, allowing him to experience the feeling of being defended for the first time. Just this one thing was enough for Su Baiyan to protect Chen Mianmian. Hey, don't worry, I won't let you be punished. After all, we were together quite well. Chen Mianmian liked dealing with smart people, and Su Baiyan was smart, able to read the room, and didn't speak carelessly. Most importantly, he was really damn handsome. Just looking at his handsome face, Chen Mianmian felt reluctant to let this handsome guy suffer. Shui Yongsheng followed behind, snorting coldly. Want to see what Chen Mianmian could pull off after all this time. Woof woof. Suddenly, the dog stopped in front of the door and barked twice. And Chen Mianmian knew they had arrived. Looking at the empty warehouse and the tightly closed door, it was obvious that something unspeakable was happening inside. The person you're looking for is mating right now, and he said that as long as she gets pregnant, he can use the child to get his father-in-law to agree to the marriage. He also said that his family has already dealt with that idiot Chen Mianmian. And even if someone investigates, no one will find any clues. The dog had excellent hearing, even if it didn't understand the meaning. It conveyed the content to Chen Mianmian. Listening to the dog's words, a fierce glint appeared in Chen Mianmian's eyes. She walked to the door and felt around, discovering that it was locked and couldn't be opened, but that wouldn't stump her. She turned to Su Baiyan and borrowed a dagger, slipping it into the crack of the door and slowly moving the bolt aside. Su Baiyan raised an eyebrow at Chen Mianmian's skilled technique. She was indeed multi-talented. As she opened the door, Chen Mianmian glanced back at Shui Yongsheng, revealing a sinister smile. Old Shui, get ready to bark like a dog in a bit. After saying that, she suddenly kicked open the heavy iron door, and with a loud crash, the sound of the iron door crashing startled the two people inside, making them jump. Chen Mianmian charged right in. Fang Yue, your father is here. Chapter 38, just now, I was busy beating that dog bastard and forgot to hit you, right? You are. Fang Yue hurriedly pulled up his pants, squinting at the newcomer, and when he saw Chen Mianmian's face clearly, he screamed, Mianmian? What are you doing here? Chen Mianmian snorted coldly. Taking advantage of his shock, she rushed over and kicked him right in his fatal weakness. The difference in strength between men and women is significant, especially since Fang Yue had been a soldier for 5 years, while Chen Mianmian was no match for him in a one-on-one fight. So she had to immobilize him right from the start. Fang Yue covered the kicked area, curling up in pain, feeling as if all the bones in his body were shattered, cold sweat pouring down. However, Chen Mianmian did not stop. She yanked his hair, forcing him to lift his head, grabbed the shoes on the floor that he had time to put on, and started hitting him left and right. Why the hell am I here? Of course, I'm here to settle accounts with you, you little bastard. Damn it. You want to ruin my innocence just to climb up the social ladder, right? Just watch me destroy you today and turn you into a eunuch. Chen Mianmian thought about the pain the original owner suffered. That innocent life was lost because of Fang Yue's selfishness, and hatred surged from the bottom of her heart. After spitting on Fang Yue fiercely, she used all her strength to choke his neck. Damn it. When she first came here, she was choked like this by Zhao or Lu. Now, it was Fang Yue's turn to experience it. You shameless bitch, let go of Yue. Seeing Fang Yue's face turning purple from being choked, his eyes about to pop out, Shui Jiren, who had finally managed to put on her clothes, rushed over to grab Chen Mianmian, trying to pull her away. Pretty girl. Just now I was busy beating that dog bastard and forgot to beat you, right? Chen Mianmian turned her head and saw Shui Jiren, who looked just like Shui Yongsheng, and her anger flared even more. Damn it, Fang Yue had treated the original owner like this because of this ugly face. Today, neither of these two will have it easy. After saying that, Chen Mianmian loosened her grip on Fang Yue and turned to pull Shui Jiren's arm down, then directly jumped on her, hitting and scratching with both hands. Shui Jiren screamed, trying to poke Chen Mianmian's eyes with her hands, but was met with a fierce bite on her hand. Help, I'm being killed. Chen Mianmian kept hitting, scratching, and biting, and soon Shui Jiren's face was bruised, with a chunk of flesh bitten off her hand. Shui Yongsheng watched his precious daughter being beaten and quickly wanted to help, but was firmly blocked by Su Baiyan. Su Baiyan, do you dare stop me? Shui Yongsheng's face was dark, anxious to rush over, his eyes wishing to kill Su Baiyan. Colonel Shui, it's not that I want to stop you. but Fang Yue and your daughter are messing around here. This matter must be clarified, otherwise it will affect the honor of our army. Moreover, this is a military area where unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. How did your daughter get in? Su Bian not only blocked Shui Yongsheng, but also called over 2 onlookers from outside to hold Fang Yue down, preventing any sudden outburst that might affect Chen Mianmian's actions. I'll do it. 2 clever soldiers quickly ran over, kicking Fang Yue hard, then dragging him away like a dead dog, completely not touching Chen Mianmian. Shui Yongsheng watched this scene, his blood pressure rising in anger. Seeing his disheveled daughter being beaten without the power to fight back, feeling both angry and heartbroken. He had already warned her not to contact Fang Yue recently, and to wait until he sent someone to investigate the situation in Hexiang village before confirming their relationship. Who knew this dead girl would cause such a big mess, not only rolling around with Fang Yue, but also getting caught? Su Bian blocked Shui Yongsheng, while the remaining soldiers watching the commotion were peeking in from the doorway, stretching their necks to see what was happening inside. Wow, Commander Su is so impressive. He actually dares to stop Colonel Shui. Not to mention Commander Su, that girl is also amazing, slapping so hard, it makes my blood boil. I didn't expect squad leader Fang to be like this. With such a good fiancé at home, he still looks for other women, especially someone like her. Just thinking about Fang Yue hugging and kissing Colonel Shui's daughter made everyone shudder and feel admiration for his efforts. This high branch is not something just anyone can reach. While the soldiers were enjoying the spectacle, someone on the other side quickly spread the news. Colonel Shui's daughter is hooking up with a married man, and now she is being caught in the warehouse, getting slapped. Many soldiers without training tasks were eager to try, taking advantage of everyone's distraction to come over. Before long, the warehouse was completely surrounded, and when Chen Mianmian finished beating, she turned her head and raised her eyebrows in surprise. It seemed that love for gossip was not limited by gender. Looking at these soldiers, their eyes were wide open like searchlights, afraid of missing anything. When Shui Yongsheng turned around and saw so many people, he suddenly felt dizzy, with only one thought in his mind. It's all over, it's all over. Today, everyone came at the right time. He was ready to expose the dirty scheme of these 2 dog lovers. Chen Mianmian came to make a big scene. So she grabbed Fang Yue and Shui Jern by their hair and dragged them outside the warehouse. She threw the 2 embarrassed people into the encircled area, allowing everyone to see their disgraceful state. You may not know me, so let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Mianmian, a villager from Hexiang village. And 5 years ago, I was engaged to this dog bastard Fang Yue. Chen Mianmian took out the evidence she had and spun around to show everyone, while also explaining Fang Yue's scheme. The confused soldiers listened as Fang Yue, in order to climb the social ladder, harmed a girl's innocence, all looking at him with disdain. Fang Yue was beaten by Chen Mianmian and couldn't stand up, wanting to stop her, but it was too late. At this moment, feeling the disgusted gazes from all directions, his face turned pale and his body trembled. The world before him turned dark. He knew his life was over. However, this was not the end. After exposing Fang Yue, Chen Mianmian turned her gaze to Shui Jern. And this shameless slut, knowing Fang Yue has a fiancé, still threw herself at him, not only financially supporting Fang Yue's scheme, but even wanting to get pregnant before marriage to coerce her father into agreeing to the marriage. All the dogs came over, and upon seeing Shui Jern and Fang Yue, they immediately reported all the information they had previously overheard. The 2 were always sneaking around, avoiding people but not dogs, and during their conversations, they were overheard by the dogs. Now it was the perfect opportunity. At first, Chen Mianmian thought that if Shui Jern was being kept in the dark, she wouldn't touch her. But this woman was not only ugly, but also had a dark heart, harming another girl for her own happiness. As Chen Mianmian revealed everything, gasps of shock erupted around her. Oh my, this is too vicious. Damn it, you shameless girl, I'll kill you. Shui Yongsheng, having lost both face and dignity, was afraid that Chen Mianmian would reveal even more shocking details, pulling out a gun and wanting to kill her. I'll see who dares to touch her. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the back of the crowd, and the soldiers quickly turned to make way for an elderly man in his 70s, looking spirited. Chen Mianmian glanced at the shoulder insignia of the old man, golden leaves with 2 stars, raising her eyebrows in surprise. He should be a major general, probably the commander of this military district. Chapter 39. Cry louder, haven't you eaten? Please start your performance, Shui Yongsheng. You really are something. Daring to pull out a gun and kill someone in this military district? Do you really think the army is your personal fiefdom? Dong Jingwu had a lean build, but he was not weak. His gaze was sharp, showing no signs of aging. Instead, he carried more of an imposing presence that time had forged. At this moment, he was staring intently at Shui Yongsheng, his voice booming, making it impossible for anyone to pretend they hadn't heard. Commander Dong, this foul girl is clearly causing trouble. There must be someone using her to ruin my reputation. She is a spy. Shui Yongsheng glared fiercely at Chen Mianmian, feeling deep resentment that Dong Jingwu had arrived so early. If only he had been a few seconds late, he could have dealt with that little brat. Chen Mianmian let out a cold snort, raised her leg, and kicked Shui Jiran hard, causing her to scream in pain. Shui Yongsheng's face turned tight with anger, wanting to retaliate, but he was restrained by the guard beside Dong Jingwu, unable to move. What's wrong? Feeling sorry for your daughter. What about me? Fang Yue and Shui Jiran went so far as to find someone to ruin me so they could get married. Where can I seek justice? Damn it, your family is living well, and now you come back to extinguish my family's fire. Huh? I kicked her, I hit her, so what? Come on, hit me. Hit me. Ugh. Drives me crazy, you black potato. While kicking Shui Jiran, Chen Mianmian provocatively taunted Shui Yongsheng, showcasing her sharp tongue and domineering demeanor. Not only that, but she also complained that Shui Jiran wasn't he crying loudly enough, clearly dissatisfied. Cry louder, haven't you eaten? Just now, when Fang Yue was on you. Didn't you scream quite loudly? What is the matter? Can't you scream without a man? Fang Yue and Shui Jiran's faces were repeatedly torn apart by Chen Mianmian's words, feeling humiliated and in pain, wishing they could just die. Chen Mianmian's crude and straightforward insults had been unheard of by Dong Jingwu for a long time, and he wanted to see what this brave girl, who had dared to break off her engagement in the military district, looked like. Upon seeing her, he was instantly taken aback. This child looks so familiar. Chulu. What is this child's name, and where is she from? Song Chulu, who had followed Dong Jingwu over, was watching with great interest. Upon hearing his superior's question, he recalled hard. It seems to be from Hishang village, named Chen Mianmian, but I didn't catch which city. I'll check her introduction letter later. Listening to this, Dong Jingwu fell silent, and when he looked at Chen Mianmian, there was an extra layer of emotion in his eyes. The conversation between the two did not attract any attention, as Chen Mianmian's fighting and cursing was too stimulating, drawing the eyes of the surrounding men. For the first time, they realized that cursing could be so powerful, and some even took out their little notebooks to jot it down, planning to memorize it for future use. Chen Mianmian didn't care about the opinions of others. With one slap, she struck Fang Yue like the legendary 18 strikes of a dragon. She continued until the anger in her heart dissipated, then stopped, shaking her sore arms and handing over all the documents she had brought to Dong Jingwu. Sir, here is my engagement certificate with Fang Yue, along with testimonies from the villagers that can prove our marriage. There is also testimony from my stepmother and Fang Yue's parents. They hired someone to ruin me, wanting to make me a broken shoe, which should not obstruct his marriage. Such malicious and selfish people should not be allowed to remain in the army. Or who knows if he will harm those around him in his quest for advancement. Chen Mianmian. Fang Yue felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Chen Mianmian's words. If the commander really believed her, he would be finished. But before he could speak, someone suddenly trampled on his back, almost crushing him. Struggling to lift his head, he saw Su Baiyan expressionlessly stepping on him, but his eyes were fixed on Chen Mianmian. He felt an intense jealousy, knowing that one day he would step on this scourge. You foul girl, do you think we will believe those testimonies from the Public Security Bureau? If Fang Yue is suspected of a crime, why hasn't our military district received any requests for cooperation? Shui Yongsheng used this as a loophole to deny responsibility, but received a disdainful look from Chen Mianmian. Who doesn't know that the military district protects its own? The Public Security Bureau had previously called to investigate, but aside from confirming that Fang Yue was indeed from the Northern Military District, they would delay as much as possible, unless the Public Security Bureau sent someone specifically to investigate. They wouldn't take it seriously. However, this also made it easier for Chen Mianmian to come. If they had startled the snake, they wouldn't have witnessed such a spectacular scene. Once you kick Fang Yue out of the military and revoke his military status, let us see if anyone from the Public Security Bureau comes to arrest him. Instigating a crime and engaging in improper relationships before marriage, a prison sentence is guaranteed. Dong Jingwu saw that Chen Mianmian was clear in her reasoning and had a distinct purpose, especially her decisive and fearless attitude, which was exactly like his younger self. It was simply refreshing. Little Mianmian, is it? Dong Jingwu looked at Chen Mianmian, his stern face softening. If you trust me, hand over the documents. I will definitely help you investigate this matter thoroughly. You were thinking of marrying Fang Yue. No. I'm here to break off the engagement. I wouldn't want this second-hand rotten cucumber, even if they paid me. Purity is the best dowry for a man. I find it disgusting to have been touched by another woman. Although everyone didn't understand what second-hand rotten cucumber meant, they all understood when she mentioned purity. Good. To love and hate boldly. That's a great attitude. Dong Jingwu personally took the documents handed over by Chen Mianmian, not even using the guard's hands. As he looked through the testimonies from the Public Security Bureau that repeatedly mentioned the child being abused and bullied, a cold light flashing in his eyes. With countless thoughts racing through his mind, he maintained a calm facade and ordered for Shui Jiran, Fang Yue, and Shui Yongsheng to be taken away for separate detention and questioning, ensuring that the matter would be investigated thoroughly. Wait, just as Shui Yongsheng was being taken away, Chen Mianmian suddenly spoke up. This potato just made a bet with me. If I find Fang Yue through the dog, he has to bark like a dog around the military district. Now, please start your performance. Chen Mianmian crossed her arms, mockingly looking at Shui Yongsheng. She was the type who could handle soft but not hard, becoming stronger in the face of strength, specialized in punishing those with sharp tongues, and would see if he dared to bet again in the future. Shui Yongsheng was so angry that he nearly exploded. He was nearing 60, in a high position in the military district, and this little girl was actually making him bark like a dog. How could he still show his face at work? A man's word is his bond. You wouldn't dare to go back on it, right? Oh, you're still a colonel, huh? You dare to say, but not do. Is this how your northern military district operates? If I had known you were the type to poop and eat it back, I wouldn't have come. Your way of dealing with things is worse than a good woman. Chen Mianmian deliberately exaggerated the situation to the military district, and sure enough, the next second, Shui Yongsheng received countless resentful glances, a single mouse droppings ruining the reputation of the northern military district. After listening to Su Baiyan's quiet explanation, Dong Jingwu waved his hand decisively. To say is to do. We men keep our word. Chulu, find someone to keep an eye on this. Let Colonel Shui complete the bet, then take him for investigation. Upon hearing this, Chen Mianmian nodded in satisfaction. She had been prepared for a tough battle, but unexpectedly, things went so smoothly that she even met the top leader of the military district. Not to mention, this old man was quite kind. This matter today is our military district's oversight. I will definitely enforce strict measures later. You've come from so far, and I heard you've also made achievements. How about coming back to my office for a good chat? I will certainly give you a satisfactory compensation. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian perked up and hurried to Dong Jingwu's side, pouring out her grievances and recounting the tragic backstory of the original owner. Accompanied by the barking of Shui Yongsheng's dog, they returned to Song Chuliu's office. Chapter 40. Solving my household registration problem. I want to stay here. Thank you for helping me, comrade Chen Mianmian. I just heard from Commander Song and Commander Su that if it weren't for your help, this mission couldn't have been completed so smoothly. Moreover, our military district has had such a bad apple, dragging you into suffering. Besides the reward of 500 yuan and a bicycle, what else do you want? Chen Mianmian's eyes lit up at Dong Jingwu's words. Could she ask for more? She had just made a huge mess for the northern military district, and they would probably be laughed at for a while. This old commander actually wanted to compensate her. Actually, I feel quite satisfied with what I've received, but since you were so sincere, please solve my household registration problem. I want to stay here and don't want to return to Hishang village. At first, Chen Mianmian wanted to accomplish a few more feats to request her household registration and job later, but she didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly. Dong Jingwu said nothing, contemplating the truth of her statement about not going back. Chen Mianmian took out her severance letter and the household registration book for independent living. She was now the head of her household, able to make decisions. Looking at the brand new household registration book and severance letter, Dong Jingwu's eyes flickered. This girl is quite capable. She even prepared these. All right, since your household registration can be moved out, it will indeed be much easier. We can first register your household at the military district, and when you find a job or get married, you can move it again. How does that sound? Chen Mianmian had no objections. She just wanted to stay. If her household registration wasn't resolved, she wouldn't be able to stay here for long and would be caught as a drifter. As for finding a job with her skills, she was not worried about not finding a place to settle down. Dong Jingwu arranged for someone to handle the household registration issue, and the matter regarding Fang Yue was also under review. To facilitate follow-ups, Chen Mianmian simply stayed at a guest house near the military district where the security was good, and most of the guests were military families, making it relatively safe. With the introduction letter from Song Chulu, Chen Mianmian confidently returned to the entrance of the military district, where the dogs had been waiting, wagging their tails and looking at her with eager eyes. Chen Mianmian moved her 2 large bundles to a corner of the wall, took out several cans of meat, opened them, smashed the contents, and placed them along with the remaining steamed buns on the ground. Eat up. The dogs had long been drooling, but they only rushed over to devour the food when Chen Mianmian said to eat. Some tried to guard their food, but Chen Mianmian pulled them out by their mouths and taught them a lesson. These treats were for the obedient dogs. If you misbehave, you can't eat. And next time I want to need you. If you want to eat, be good. The dog stared at Chen Mianmian with clear, foolish eyes, whimpering eagerly as if begging for mercy. Only then did Chen Mianmian let go, and sure enough, the dogs obediently went over to eat, not baring their teeth or biting the other dogs. This scene was witnessed by Su Baiyan and Qian Wang, who followed along. My goodness, Comrade Chen is too generous, feeding dogs meat cans and big steam buns. People can't even eat that well. It's too wasteful. Although Qian Wang wasn't hungry, the aroma of the meat cans wafting through the air made him unable to resist drooling. Seeing the dogs eat so happily made him feel a bit unbalanced. However, Su Baiyan shot him a cold glance. In your eyes, those are stray dogs, but to Comrade Mianmian, they are her eyes and helpers. They are not the same. Moreover, those are her things. She can handle them however she wants, so don't casually criticize others. Su Baiyan, who normally didn't smile, was even more imposing at this moment, making Qian Wang feel too ashamed to raise his head. Yes, Commander, I was wrong. I lacked awareness and shouldn't have casually judged Comrade Chen. Go run 5 kilometers and remember to use your brain when you speak in the future. Qian Wang, feeling downcast, accepted the order, casting one last glance at the happy dogs, feeling extremely tormented. He also wanted to be Comrade Chen's dog, enjoying good food without having to run 5 kilometers. Su Baiyan ignored someone's grievances and walked over to Chen Mianmian after she finished feeding the dogs, picking up 2 bundles. The guest house is a bit far. I'll take you there. Huh? Don't you need to report for work? Will it disturb you? Chen Mianmian didn't want to delay Su Baiyan's work, but Su Baiyan shook his head, indicating he was just heading home, as the family compound and guest house were in the same direction. Seeing Chen Mianmian nod, Su Baiyan thought she misunderstood that he was married and hurriedly explained. My mother and sister live at home. I usually stay in the military district dormitory. The military commander gave me 3 days off, just in time to go back and take a look. Oh, then you really should go back. Chen Mianmian didn't understand why Su Baiyan was talking to her about this out of the blue. The two chatted aimlessly while her heart had already flown away. Tomorrow she would go find the original mother. Su Baiyan escorted Chen Mianmian to the guest house, helped her check in, and just as he was about to leave after placing her luggage down, he was shoved 2 cans and a can of milk powder. Thank you for helping me earlier. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have dealt with that scoundrel Fang Yue so smoothly. How are you so capable? You were even threatened at gunpoint and didn't get nervous. I can't do that. If a gun were my head, I would kneel down. Chen Mianmian said with a smile, expressing her gratitude to Su Baiyan. He had been shot at on the battlefield. How could he be nervous if it were just Shui Yongxing's pistol? He was confident he could snatch the gun before it fired. He thought it was all very ordinary. But being praised like this by Chen Mianmian made the corners of his tightly closed mouth curve up slightly, and even his ears turned red. Soldiers are supposed to protect the masses, and Commander Shui also has a prejudice against you because of me. I can't turn a blind eye. I can't accept the things. Comrade Mianmian, you should take them back. Su Baiyan stood straight, speaking loudly as if reporting, which made Chen Mianmian laugh heartily, dissipating much of the gloom she felt when she first saw Fang Yue. There is absolutely no reason for me to take back what Chen Mianmian gave. If you don't take it, I'll just throw it away. Ignoring Su Baiyan's polite refusal, Chen Mianmian pushed both him and the items out, then swiftly closed the door. Su Baiyan looked at the door panel, then at the things in his arms, and the smile on his lips spread even more. At that moment, he made a certain resolution and turned to leave. Chen Mianmian didn't understand someone else's thoughts. She was lost in thought, holding the address of the original mother. In her previous life, her parents didn't love her. They divorced when she was 10 and each started a new family, leaving her as the extra. Fortunately, she had the ability to communicate with animals, and with the child support they sent regularly, her life wasn't too hard. Later, she joined various secret missions early on, often disappearing. Sometimes it was normal not to see her parents for years. In her dictionary, the words dad and mom didn't hold much significance. Tomorrow I'll go find your mother. If she doesn't recognize you, then don't blame me. Chen Mianmian held her chest, step by step helping the original owner take revenge while also bidding farewell to the original owner's past. Once she dealt with those people, she would have her own life. In this unfamiliar era, she could also live well. Whether relatives were close or not didn't matter. Money was the most reliable. Thinking this way, Chen Mianmian hugged the box containing gold bars and cash tightly, kissing it repeatedly. This was her precious little treasure. Happy, Chen Mianmian embraced the box and fell into a beautiful sleep. The next morning, she locked the door, holding the address tightly as she set off to find the original mother. Chapter 41. You must be Dong Qingxiu. Didn't you say not to meet? As Chen Mianmian just arrived in Chuansong City, she didn't know where to go, so she asked the receptionist at the guest house. You go north from here, about a mile. When you reach the intersection, turn east and walk 200 meters. Chen Mianmian felt a bit dizzy with all the north and east directions. She was terrible with directions. In her past life, with GPS and navigation, she could just follow along and eventually find the right direction. But now, how could she recognize which way to go? Just as she was feeling troubled, a sudden excited voice came from the entrance. Comrade Chen, I finally found you. Chen Mianmian turned to see the young soldier who had been on duty yesterday. She had heard the gossip from the dogs, and they had just been talking about him. It was said that someone had spilled something on his bedding, and he casually mentioned it. It seemed he had found the culprit. Comrade Chen, thank you for telling me yesterday. Otherwise, I would have been framed. Zhang Weiguo looked at Chen Mianmian with gratitude in his eyes and recounted what had happened the previous day. When he first heard Chen Mianmian's warning, he was puzzled and didn't understand why this young girl wanted him to check the bedding. However, when he returned to the dormitory after his shift, he suddenly remembered this matter and instinctively checked the bedding. Sure enough, he discovered some unknown powder. Despite carefully collecting it, his palm inevitably became red, swollen, and itchy. His pupils constricted, and he immediately realized he was having an allergic reaction. He had always been healthy, but was allergic to a few things that only close friends knew about. Just a slight touch could cause redness and swelling. And in severe cases, it could be life-threatening. And this powder was one of his allergens. Only a close friend who joined the army with him could have targeted him so precisely. I beat him up. He said he was jealous that I won first place in the last recruit competition and that Commander Su took a liking to me. So he wanted to make me perform poorly these days. Zhang Weiguo was furious and could not accept his friend's mentality, so he reported it to his superiors. As a result of this incident, Zhang Weiguo lost a friendship he had cherished for many years, but he did not regret it. Having such a person around was dangerous. Better to distance himself early. He was so angry that he couldn't sleep all night and came to thank Chen Mianmian early the next morning. Thank you, Comrade Chen. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. I will definitely help. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian's eyes lit up. Yes, yes, yes. You can help me right now. Chen Mianmian felt that Zhang Weigua was like a compass sent by heaven. Can you take me to the military family compound? Huh. Of course. Zhang Weigua thought Chen Mianmian would ask him to do some manual labor, but it turned out she wanted to go to the military family compound. He often helped deliver things there and soon brought Chen Mianmian to the place. After thanking Zhang Weigua, Chen Mianmian followed the path he indicated and found a spacious courtyard. Dong, dong, dong. Chen Mianmian took a deep breath and tentatively knocked on the door. Within a minute, she heard a gentle female voice respond. Coming. Who is it? The courtyard door opened, revealing a gentle and beautiful face, especially those expressive eyes that looked almost identical to Chen Mianmian's. When Dong Qingqiu saw Chen Mianmian, she was also stunned, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. I'm Chen Mianmian, the daughter of Chen Daong from Hexiang village. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Dong Qingqiu. Dong Qingqiu, the biological mother of this body. Chen Mianmian observed her attire. She wore a decent outfit, her long hair neatly styled, her fair face, and her curvy figure all indicating that she was living well. At that moment, Chen Mianmian didn't know whether to feel sad or grateful. She was glad that this woman had a good life and didn't suffer in the countryside. Yet, she felt heartbroken that compared to Dong Qingqiu, the original owner lived a life worse than a stray dog in the military district. Dong Qingqiu looked at the slender girl in front of her, feeling a mix of emotions. At only 19 years old, she was shorter than a 16-year-old, with dry, frizzy hair, and her complexion was a waxy yellow from lack of nutrition. Her beautiful features had been dragged down to mediocrity, with only her bright, lively eyes standing out. What are you doing here? Didn't I send you 100 last month? Is it not enough that you came personally? Didn't I say not to meet? Before Chen Mianmian could explain her intentions, Dong Qingqiu frowned slightly and pulled her to a corner, lowering her voice as if she was something shameful. But indeed, it was shameful. The daughter of a commander who, in her youth, impulsively wanted to go to the battlefield for help, ended up getting injured by shrapnel during an enemy attack and was sent to Hexiang village to recover. When she woke up, she had forgotten her origins, knew nothing, and confusedly married Chen Daong, only regaining her memories during the intense pain of giving birth to Chen Mianmian. At that moment, she couldn't accept that she had married a peasant and even had a daughter. Especially the poverty of that home made her feel nauseous. So, when she heard that troops were coming to station nearby, she abandoned her 10-day-old daughter and went to find the army, quickly being sent back to the military district after revealing her identity. Since then, she had refused to think about her past. Just thinking of Chen Mianmian felt like a disgrace. If it weren't for the fact that she had been without any offspring for years and her father had warned her not to be too heartless, Dong Qingqiu wouldn't have wanted to contact the Chen family at all. However, just as she had re-established contact, Chen Mianmian repeatedly asked for money and things, making Dong Qingqiu increasingly dislike this daughter, feeling she was just as greedy and short-sighted as the Chen family. Now this girl had come directly to her home, which made Dong Qingqiu even angrier. Did this girl want to ruin her life? Wait, comrade Dong Qingqiu, it seems you've misunderstood something. Seeing Dong Qingqiu's attitude, Chen Mianmian felt relieved. She wouldn't have to force herself to act emotional and put on a melodramatic mother-daughter reunion. I'm not here to ask you for anything. I just want to tell you a few things. First, the money and things you've sent me over the years, I had no idea. They were all pocketed by Chen Laojin and Chen Lishir. They didn't give me a single cent and didn't even inform me. So I haven't received any benefits from you. So please retract your lofty attitude. Second, I have separated from the Chen family and established my own household. I am no longer a child of the Chen family. Third, I just came to see what Chen Mianmian's mother looks like and how you're living. I have no intention of disturbing your life. Lastly, there should be letters asking for money coming in the next few days. You don't need to worry about them. Just tear them up. You also don't need to send money over there anymore. After saying this, Chen Mianmian bowed to Dong Qingqiu and then turned to leave. Dong Qingqiu watched her daughter, who looked extremely similar yet completely different, walk away, her brows furrowing even tighter. She felt a slight discomfort in her heart. Hello. Registered letter for Dong Qingqiu. Just then, the mailman arrived with a letter and Dong Qingqiu quickly walked over, only to see the postmark from Hishang village. Despite Chen Mianmian saying to tear it up, she opened it directly. The front page requested money, asking for 1,000 yuan. If Chen Mianmian hadn't come and clarified, she would have felt even more disgusted with this daughter. But now could it be that what that girl said was true? The Chen family had concealed her information all these years. Lost in thought, a piece of paper slipped from her fingers. Dong Qingqiu bent down to pick it up and unfolded it, revealing only 5 words. "Mom, I miss you." In an instant, Dong Qingqiu's heart felt as if it had been tightly grasped by something, and she felt a lump in her throat, almost on the verge of tears. As soon as I lifted my leg, I was about to follow the direction Chen Mianmian left, but I heard a sound of heavy objects colliding in the yard. I frowned, but in the end I still walked into the yard. Chapter 42. Why not taste the saltiness when the dung truck comes? Let's burst their hemorrhoids. What happened to Dong Qingqiu doesn't concern Chen Mianmian anymore. The original mother's refusal to recognize their kin made her so happy that she could fly. Just thinking about having to act spoiled to a stranger, and even cry, gave her goosebumps all over, ignoring the slight bitterness and irritation in her heart. She hummed a random tune and walked on. Sister is a scallion from outer space. Who dares to dip me in sauce? I can take down your ancestors. I have horns on my head, a tail behind me, and no one knows I have a secret. Chen Mianmian left gracefully, but soon found herself lost. But it didn't matter. She was just waiting for someone to come out and ask for directions back to the guest house. With this thought, she randomly picked a direction and walked on, as everyone here were military families. Could there be robbers? Sister, this is the subsidy I just got back, and I still have to pay for Xia's tuition. You can't take it all away. What does that good-for-nothing Xia need to study for? After finishing school, she'll just marry someone else. My family Changkai is getting married soon, and the bride's family is asking for 3 rounds and 1 sound. I just happen to be short on money, so consider it a loan from me. I'll pay you back later. Following the voice, Chen Mianmian saw 3 burly middle-aged women pushing around a pair of weak mother and daughter. The mother and daughter wore patched clothes, their eyes full of grievances and pain, looking nothing like wealthy people. Big Aunt, you borrowed money from my family before, and you said the same thing, but you never paid it back. The frail girl was protected by her mother, stuttering as she refused to face the 3 relatives who were staring at them like hawks. It was clear that the girl was terrified. Her body was trembling, and her eyes were filled with tears, struggling to hold them back. "Oh, you little good-for-nothing dare to talk back to me. Huh? Which part of the Su family do you think you are? It's because of you that your dad doesn't want your mom. This family is ruined because of you. Watch me beat you to death today and let you know what it means to respect your elders." A woman with a face full of flesh grabbed the girl's collar and raised her hand for a slap, and it looked like the girl's cheek would swell up. The girl's mother tried to protect her daughter, but was held back by 2 others, watching her struggle with worry while they laughed arrogantly. "Lu Rulin, if you're smart, take out the money today, otherwise this little good-for-nothing Xia will be beaten to death." The mother, Lu Rulin, watched her daughter suffer. Although her son had told her not to compromise anymore, she still couldn't hold on and nodded with trembling lips. "I will give it to you. Just don't hit Xia." Hearing Lu Rulin finally relent, the daughter was rescued, but her small face was already red and swollen from the beating. If you had given it earlier, it would have been over sooner. "What a worthless piece of trash. Hurry up and take it out. You've delayed me for so long." After beating someone, Su Danny felt no guilt at all. Instead, she looked impatient, reaching out a tug on Lu Rulin's clothes, completely ignoring her stumbling. Chen Mianmian watched the bullied mother and daughter, then looked back at the 3 arrogant women, rolled up her sleeves, and charged forward. Just the frustration inside her had nowhere to go. Why not take it out on these 3? "What are you doing? Is this a home invasion?" In broad daylight, in a military family compound, there are actually people robbing money? "Are you carrying guns on your heads? So awesome." Chen Mianmian suddenly ran into the courtyard, startling the 3 Su sisters, but when they turned to see her thin as a bean sprout, they immediately laughed dismissively. "Where did this little slut come from to meddle in our business? You're looking for death, huh? You call me a little slut?" Chen Mianmian widened her eyes, rushed over, and slapped Su Danny, then quickly withdrew. "The great man said women can hold up half the sky. He respects me so much. And you dare to call me a little slut? You're actually refuting the great man's thought. You must be a reactionary trying to persecute military families, right? Chen Mianmian dropped a big black pot on Su Danny, scaring her to the point of nearly fainting. Who would dare to question the great man in this era? That would be like looking for death. Her complexion changed drastically, telling Chen Mianmian not to spout nonsense. What nonsense am I talking? You not only called me a little slut, but also called her a good-for-nothing, and you even hit people and robbed money. What? Is this military compound your family's property? You can't earn a living yourselves, so you come to rob others and feel proud of it? Why don't you taste the saltiness when the dung truck comes? Chen Mianmian jumped and shouted at the three Su sisters, dragging the mother and daughter out of the courtyard. As the argument escalated, more and more people heard the commotion and peeked out from the walls, discovering that the usually submissive Su family mother and daughter were actually confronting their aunts today. It was truly a sight to behold. You woman, don't meddle in our family matters. Su Danny still wanted to curse at Chen Mianmian, but was somewhat frightened by the big hat she had just been given. So she could only grit her teeth and change her words. Lu Rulin, however, tugged at Chen Mianmian's sleeve and quietly rebutted, I've already divorced their brother. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian's anger rose even more. Good heavens, they've already divorced, and they still come to take advantage. The main point is they even hit people. Damn it. Isn't this bullying honest people? Come on, if you have the ability to scold me. Today I won't stop until I turn you into twisted dough. Chen Mianmian rolled up her sleeves and was about to charge forward, but was stopped by Lu Rulin. The Su sisters were notorious for being fierce, and one of them was as good as two in a fight. Little comrade, thank you for standing up for us. But you can't beat them with your small frame. You should hurry and leave. Lu Rulin didn't want this kind-hearted girl to get hurt, especially since Su Danny, who had just been slapped, looked like she could tear this girl apart with her eyes. Chen Mianmian snorted coldly. Can't beat them? What a joke. I didn't say I would fight alone. She bent her fingers and whistled a long whistle, and soon, nearby dogs came running over. Wong Wong team, charge! Chen Mianmian shouted, leading the dogs into the fray. Wong Wong Wong. The dogs, baring their sharp teeth, pounced forward, and Su Danny's hefty body fell instantly. Chen Mianmian took the opportunity to ride on her, slapping her face left and right. You old good-for-nothing like to hit people, huh? Today, I'll let you taste being beaten. Su Danny tried to resist, but the dogs held onto her clothes and pants tightly, pulling in all directions as if they wanted to tear her apart. The other two sisters, seeing the dogs rushing over and their eldest sister lying on the ground, knew they wouldn't gain anything and screamed as they fled, eventually climbing up a nearby tree. Wong Wong Wong. The dogs couldn't climb trees, so they jumped up with their front paws resting on the trunk, barking. The nearby dogs had said before that if someone who could whistle helped them, they could eat meat. They needed to work hard to earn that meat. Help! Help! After beating Su Danny, Chen Mianmian looked at the two women screaming in the tree and casually grabbed a bamboo pole nearby, poking at their butts. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Today, I'll burst your hemorrhoids, and next time you come over, your butt will hurt. Recite the great man's quotes. Wash your pig brains well. If you dare to forget the words or recite them wrong, you are a reactionary. Hurry up. Recite. Help. Little comrade, spare us. We won't dare anymore. Su Ernie in the tree was poked and cried out, unable to let go since there were dogs waiting below, only able to hold tightly onto the trunk. Well, little comrade, call me half the sky. Chapter 43 at a glance. You clearly don't have the great person in your heart. If you hurt someone, you'll have to pay. Comrade Bambi Anshin, please spare us. We won't dare again. Woo-woo, who the hell are you, comrade? If you can't recite the quotations, don't expect to come down. Su Ernie and Su Sani in the tree were forced to recite the quotations. How could they manage? Usually, they just mumbled a few words to get by. But Chen Mianmian was different. She insisted on making them start from the first sentence. And if they couldn't recite it properly, they would be beaten. Although Su Danny wasn't hanging in the tree, she was surrounded by the dogs. And any wrong move could result in a bite, making her more frightened than her two younger sisters, crying and snotting. The onlookers had already collapsed with laughter. The Su family had often bullied Lu Rulin and her sister, and now finally someone was dealing with them. It was really satisfying to watch. Little comrade, You're forcing them to recite quotations. Have you memorized them yourself? A jealous military family member of Su Bian saw that his mother had support and stood outside, speaking sarcastically. Chen Mianmian turned to look at him, immediately standing tall with confidence, her determination evident in her eyes. Of course, memorizing the great person's quotations is an essential duty for us, the children of the flower family. Don't just say reciting. I can even write a 10,000-word reflection, deeply analyzing its significance. After saying that, Chen Mianmian recited the first chapter of the great person's quotations flawlessly. It was no joke. In her past life, Chen Mianmian became a top zoologist, not just because of her ability, but also because she had the insight to assess the situation. To survive in this era, one must integrate the local customs, carry the great person's quotations, and fear nothing wherever they go. She had secretly memorized them at home, coupled with the historical timelines she had learned before. Mastering the key points was not difficult at all. Listening to Chen Mianmian recite flawlessly, everyone around was amazed, wanting to give her a round of applause. The person who had been picking on her, seeing no advantage gained, tried to leave but was stopped. Wait a minute. Chen Mianmian walked over and blocked his path. Since you asked me such a question, I believe you must be good at reciting too, so recite a passage for me to hear. The person didn't expect Chen Mianmian to come looking for trouble, stunned for a moment, and then used the excuse of being illiterate to brush her off. Illiterate? If you're illiterate, don't you still have a mouth? The great person's quotations are our belief. Even if you're illiterate, do you remember them when others recite? At a glance, you clearly don't take the great person seriously. Do you know where this is? This is the family compound, and your awareness represents your family. Looking at your behavior, your soldier family member must not be doing well either. Chen Mianmian rolled her eyes, leaving that person speechless. Laughter erupted around them, realizing that he had hit a hard wall. Not being able to recite the great person's quotations could be a big deal or a small one. And it's not a joke. Seeing that the person was sweating under Chen Mianmian's questioning, they suddenly heard Su Bian's anxious voice. Mom, Juesha, are you okay? Su Bian returned home to find there was no food left, knowing that those relatives must have come to take advantage of them again. Although he was angry, seeing his mother wanted to settle things peacefully, he had to go buy some food. Just as he reached the grain store, a caring neighbor told him that his aunts were causing trouble for his mother again, so he quickly threw money and grain ration tickets to Qian Wang and rushed back. Bian, you're back. Lu Rulin saw her son and quickly teared up. I'm fine. Your sister was beaten by your aunt. Thanks to this little comrade Bambianshan, otherwise, the allowance you brought back would have. Lu Rulin hurriedly told her son to thank the little comrade, but saw Su Bian turn around, his eyes flashing with surprise and joy. Mianmian, is it you? Su Bian had originally planned to find her after talking to his mother, but unexpectedly, he saw her and thanked her for her help. So they are your family? No wonder you're so handsome. You take after your aunt. Chen Mianmian smiled and greeted Su Bian, complimenting both of them in one sentence, making Lu Rulin feel a bit shy. The neighbors, seeing Su Bian return, quickly described the events that had just occurred in vivid detail. Hearing that Chen Mianmian had taken on 3 unruly aunts and forced them to beg for mercy up the tree, their hearts were racing with excitement. Bian, you came just in time. Quickly get us down. I can't hold on any longer. Su Ernie saw that Su Bian knew Chen Mianmian and quickly yelled for him to plead for them to be let down. But to her surprise, Su Bian didn't even glance at them, instead turning to Chen Mianmian. Mianmian, thank you today. I'm going to buy vegetables with my mom now, and you must come over for a meal before you leave. After Su Bian said this, he took his mother away, clearly leaving the 3 aunts for Chen Mianmian to handle. Hearing that she could get a meal, Chen Mianmian's eyes lit up. She patted her chest and assured Su Bian to leave worry-free. She would definitely handle them and leave them with psychological scars. The person who had been picking on her took the opportunity while Chen Mianmian was talking to Su Bian to sneak away. But Chen Mianmian's scolding words had reached everyone's ears, quickly spreading and causing enough trouble for that family. Chen Mianmian no longer focused on those small details and slowly walked over to the 3 Su sisters. So, after reciting the great person's quotations, have you realized your mistakes? We have. Please let us down, Comrade Bambianshan. Su Ernie's arms trembled from fatigue, and she was about to collapse, since they had lost all face now. They might as well break the pot and ask for mercy. Have you all realized? Chen Mianmian looked at the other two. Su Sani was just a fence-sitter. Seeing her sister begging for mercy, she followed suit. Su Danny wasn't very convinced, but she was also subdued by the dogs, nodding in humiliation with a dark expression. Everyone heard it. They admitted to realizing their mistakes themselves, not me forcing them. Since that's the case, then you need to pay. Hearing that Chen Mianmian wanted them to pay, the three Su sisters were stunned. Pay? Pay what? They had come to ask for money. Not only did they not get any, but they were also beaten. Did they still have to pay? Seeing the innocent looks on their faces, Chen Mianmian rolled her eyes. You hurt someone. Don't you need money for their medical treatment? You also kicked their door down. Don't you need money to fix it? Most importantly, you wasted my time. I charge dozens of dollars per minute. Chatting with you for half a day, should you pay me for my lost time? Listening to Chen Mianmian's unreasonable demands, the three Su sisters' eyes were about to pop out. They had hit Su Jiuexia, but they hadn't really hurt her. That door was clearly broken by Chen Mianmian herself. And as for wasting her time, who the hell used her time? This bitch is clearly trying to rob us. Su Jiuexia saw the atmosphere tense and quietly tugged at Chen Mianmian's sleeve, whispering that she was fine, but got a glare in return. Who said you're fine? The human brain is a very delicate organ. It may look fine on the surface, but you might have a concussion. Do you feel dizzy, nauseous, want to vomit, or see double vision? No, right? Facing Chen Mianmian's eager gaze, Su Jiuexia's voice was as soft as a mosquito. No, you do. Chen Mianmian took a deep breath. This silly girl is so genuine. She simply didn't want to waste time, so she pointed to the ground and ordered her to lie down and rest for a while. Oh. Su Jiuexia felt that when Chen Mianmian gave orders, she was just like her older brother and instinctively obeyed and lay down. Watching her lie down, Chen Mianmian looked triumphantly at the three Su sisters. Now you've hurt someone, pay up. Chapter 44. Dare to mock the great, must be shot. Better to go crazy and create chaos for everyone. The three sisters of the Su family were infuriated by Chen Mianmian's rogue behavior. They wanted to act tough, but so many dogs were watching them closely. As soon as Chen Mianmian gave the order, they could rush over and bite off their flesh. What's this? You don't want to pay, huh? Then let us go to the police station to report it. I just want to ask, which family's relative comes over to rob money and slaps their niece's face into a pig's head? How many years is the robbery sentence? Hearing Chen Mianmian's words, the three sisters of the Su family changed their expressions. Even if they weren't sentenced, if they went to the police station and things got big, they would lose face. In the end, they could only grit their teeth and take out the 20 yuan from their pockets to throw to Chen Mianmian. Chen Mianmian looked down at the two large bills and snorted coldly. Oh, are you sending off a beggar? This money isn't even enough for a hospital checkup. Not to mention fixing the door, buying supplements for this girl, and my lost work wages. At least 200, right? 200? Why don't you go rob it? Hearing the amount Chen Mianmian mentioned, the three sisters screamed in shock. Robbing money is not as fast as asking you for it. Chen Mianmian leisurely looked at her fingertips. If you don't give it, I'll go report it to the police station, and by the way, I'll visit the Revolutionary Committee. Reporting someone for mocking the great could mean they are reactionaries hiding among the people and must be executed. Nonsense. What do we mock the great? With this big hat thrown on them by Chen Mianmian, the three sisters of the Su family were so scared their legs felt weak. How could you not? The great calls us half the sky, and you actually say we're a waste of money. Isn't that mocking the great? People like you should be taken out and shot, and your whole family sent to the farm to receive re-education from the poor and lower-middle peasants. After saying that, Chen Mianmian turned around and was about to report it, but the Su sisters were so frightened they felt their calves cramping, wishing they could kneel down to her. We'll pay. We'll give you money. Just don't go report it. Now is a sensitive period. Anyone caught making a mistake could be taken away. And they didn't dare gamble with their future and lives, so they could only grit their teeth and agree. Chen Mianmian snapped her fingers, making the dogs retreat to her side, and had the two from the tree come down. They emptied their pockets inside and out, even pulling out the 20 yuan sewn into their underwear, a total of only 78 yuan. The three of them had bitter faces, completely losing their previous arrogance. Hey, considering you're relatives of Su Bian, Why don't you write an IOU for the remaining 122 yuan? Chen Mianmian had a look of leniency, making Su Danny and the other see hope. Just as they wanted to get closer to Su Jueshia and plead for mercy, they were discovered. What's this? You don't want to write an IOU, huh? Fine. Then let us go to the police station and let everyone see your evil faces as reactionaries. After saying that, Chen Mianmian was about to drag the three to the police station, causing Su Danny to plead for mercy repeatedly. In the end, Chen Mianmian borrowed paper and pen, wrote 4 IOUs, and had them press their fingerprints. All right, bring me the money within a week, or I'll go to your house to collect it and let your neighbors know what reactionaries you are. The Su sisters could finally leave, not caring about the shoes they lost or the arms that were bitten, running away as if chased by wolves. Chen Mianmian watched them leave, smacking her lips, feeling that she hadn't even exerted 70 of her strength. Just this little trash. All right. Thank you all for your support. Come back next time if there's more excitement. Chen Mianmian smiled and waved the onlookers away, turning her head and seeing Su Jueshia lying on the ground, looking at her with rabbit-like eyes. In her eyes, there was no emotion, only admiration, as if Chen Mianmian were a superhero saving the world. The crowd had left. Hurry up and get up, it's cold on the ground. Chen Mianmian pulled Su Jueshia up, looking at the little girl's hands, which were as thin as chicken feet, and sighed. Su Baiyan seemed pretty impressive. How come his mother and little sister were so cowardly? Did the whole family's courage grow on him? Thank you, sister, for your help. If it weren't for you, your words, the allowance my brother brought back would have been taken again. Su Jueshia spoke a bit stutteringly, her face red as she stumbled through her words, her voice slightly louder than a mosquito's. Chen Mianmian waved her hand to indicate it was no big deal. She just couldn't stand by when she saw injustice and would step in when necessary. Taking Su Jueshia back to the courtyard, the little girl conscientiously began to tidy up the mess, while Chen Mianmian found a hammer, nails, and hinges to fix the wobbly door. In her previous life, she had spent a long time with animals, including large ones like lions, tigers, and grizzly bears. They were strong and often broke various equipment. So Chen Mianmian had always found someone to fix things, and over time she learned to do it herself. From changing wires to fixing various furniture. She could even take care of plumbing and fix the water supply, doing things a woman usually wouldn't do. Sister, drink some water. Just as Chen Mianmian finished fixing the door, Su Jueshia brought over a cup of water. She happened to be thirsty after the argument and drank it all in one go. It was sweet and had a milky aroma. Chen Mianmian knew it had malt powder added. This girl had her own clothes patched up, but she gave her good stuff. It was just that her temperament was too soft, always being bullied. While Su Baiyan had tea returned, Su Jueshia hurried to cook, and Chen Mianmian took the opportunity to look around. The small courtyard wasn't large, but it was tidy, and there was a patch of land for growing vegetables, which already had tender sprouts that would be ready to eat soon. The house had only 2 rooms, with little furniture, and the walls were covered with certificates. Aside from Su Baiyan's, there were also Su Jueshia's, showing that the siblings were quite outstanding. My brother is very, very impressive. Su Jueshia walked in, noticing Chen Mianmian's gaze lingering on Su Baiyan's certificate. Her eyes filled with pride. So impressive, but you let your mother and sister live so poorly? If it were me, those 3 women would be beaten off the Kong tonight. Chen Mianmian thought it was because Su Baiyan was ineffective, but Su Jueshia hurriedly explained. It turned out that it wasn't that Su Baiyan hadn't looked for relatives. Their mother had divorced their father, and there was no need to let them take advantage. But unfortunately, whenever Su Baiyan went to look for them, those people would settle down for a few days. And once he went on a mission with the army, they would come back to take everything. He had also once told his mother not to let those people in, and not to compromise. As long as they stood firm, they would naturally retreat. It's all my fault. My mother and I are useless, always being bullied. Su Jueshia lowered her head, looking guilty. Mother always said those people were my brother's relatives, and that we shouldn't make things too tense. In the future, we still have to rely on them, but we've never been treated well by them since we were young. Will there really be someone to rely on in the future? Su Jueshia's eyes were confused. Since she was little, she and her brother had been bullied by relatives. Their father didn't care, and their mother only told them to endure, saying that it would be better when they grew up. But she was already 16, and life was still tight, and even their father had remarried and was living a happy life. Chen Mianmian looked at Su Juexia's self-deprecating and introverted appearance. Thinking of the original owner who died unjustly, they were all pitiful children. She couldn't help but reach out and pat her head. Sometimes what elders say isn't entirely correct. You need to have your own judgment. If you're living poorly by always enduring, then just go crazy. Rather than wronging yourself, it's better to make things difficult for others. Listening to Chen Mianmian's words, Su Juexia didn't fully understand. But thinking of how this sister had decisively driven away her aunts earlier, she felt it was amazing. In the little girl's heart, a thought began to sprout. She also wanted to become someone like her sister. Chapter 45. Comrade Chen Mianmian, I want to form a revolutionary partnership with you after chatting for a while. Su Juexia felt like she had opened the door to a new world. Seeing that the little girl's face was swollen, Chen Mianmian used a towel soaked in cold water to apply a cold compress. Actually, ice cubes would have been best. But they had no refrigerator at home and no popsicles to buy, so they could only make do with cold water, which was better than having her face swell up like a pig's head tomorrow. Su Juexia was like a little rabbit, obediently following Chen Mianmian, her big eyes filled with admiration and envy, thinking that this sister was really amazing. Chen Mianmian looked at Su Juexia's face, which resembled Su Baiyan's. But her temperament was completely different. Her hands, resting at her sides, were itching to ruffle her hair and pinch her cheeks. How could she be so obedient and so cute? Inner voice screaming, just as Chen Mianmian was about to lose control of her affection. Su Baiyan and Lu Rulin finally returned. Brother Mom, you're back. Sister Mianmian fixed our door and told me to use cold water on my face. Sister, you're so amazing. Lu Rulin looked at her daughter's rare, cheerful expression, then at Chen Mianmian, who was poised and confident, feeling ashamed and lowering her head. A flash of bitterness crossed her eyes, and then she forced a smile as she carried things to the kitchen to cook. Here, this is 78 yuan I got from your 3 aunts, and this is the 122 yuan IOU they wrote. You can go ask for it back later. Chen Mianmian handed the money and the IOU to Su Baiyan, as this person had helped her a lot along the way, and she couldn't accept money for her help. You keep it. If it weren't for you, my mom and sister would still be getting bullied. If you can get the money back from the IOU, it's all yours. Su Baiyan looked at Chen Mianmian with sparkling eyes. Of course, Chen Mianmian couldn't take it, but Su Baiyan stuffed it back in her hands. Comrade Mianmian, can I talk to you? Su Baiyan clenched his fists, his expression tense. If one looked closely, fine beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. Sure. What do you want to talk about? Chen Mianmian didn't notice Su Baiyan's nervousness and blinked her big eyes at him. That face was truly beautiful, especially the cinnabar mole at the tail of his eyebrow, adding an alluring charm that made Chen Mianmian unable to help but stare. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was a bit different, Su Juexia quickly said she would go help in the kitchen, leaving only the two of them staring at each other in the yard. Just as Chen Mianmian was curious about what he wanted to say, which made it so formal, Su Baiyan suddenly stood at attention, looking straight ahead, and loudly began to introduce himself. Comrade Mianmian, I am the commander of the 28th Regiment of the 325th Division of the Northern Military District. I have received 2 second-class merits and 5 third-class merits, and I am a champion of the military district competitions for 5 consecutive years. I receive a monthly allowance of 145 yuan, and I currently have personal savings of 1,258 yuan. I am healthy and have no bad habits. My family consists of my mother and younger sister. My father divorced and remarried. I want to form a revolutionary partnership with you, and I asked Comrade Mianmian to test me. Cough, cough. What did you say? You want what with me? After hearing this, Chen Mianmian was so shocked that she choked on her saliva, coughing several times before finding her voice. They had barely spent a week together, and he was proposing to her? My goodness, has her charm become this great? Seeing Chen Mianmian's disbelieving expression, Su Baiyan pressed his lips together and recounted his family situation. His father went to the army the year he was born. In a tumultuous era, there were both opportunities and dangers, and by chance, he caught the eye of a general's daughter. At that time, his mother was back home taking care of the family, working hard. When his father finally returned, it was to announce he wanted a divorce. Su Juexiao was still in swaddling clothes, and their mother nearly passed out upon hearing the news. Later, as Su Baiyan grew up, he learned that his father had long been with the general's daughter, and even the sudden return was to propose a divorce. He held back because the family couldn't do without their mother. Even that night, Su Juexiao was conceived. It wasn't until things improved over there that his father finally brought it up to divorce their mother. At that time, their mother felt like the sky had fallen. She even thought about becoming a concubine for her husband, but the new national system didn't allow for concubines. For the sake of the future, she had to agree to the divorce. However, to compensate their mother, he allowed her to come with them to Chuansong City. But she had to work to repay it. Wow, your dad is really something. Chen Mianmian couldn't help but curse upon hearing this, and Su Baiyan nodded in agreement. So when he learned that Feng Yue also abandoned his fiancé, for personal gain, he was even angrier, even if it meant facing punishment. He would help Chen Mianmian successfully annul her engagement. Later we came here. My mom put up with everything for me and my sister, doing all the dirty and tiring work. My sister and I were bullied by our father and grew up in that environment. I enlisted at 14, working my way up to the commander position just to ensure my mom and sister could live well. But as you can see, they have been bullied for so long that they no longer know how to fight back. So, Comrade Mianmian, I need you. Chen Mianmian listened to Su Baiyan's words and felt sympathy for them, but it didn't seem necessary to marry him just because of this. Seeing that Chen Mianmian didn't seem to care much, Su Baiyan shifted his approach, laying out the benefits he could provide. Marrying me can help you solve your household registration issue, and as the Commander-S partner, you can prioritize job placement. I will give you my allowance, and you can spend it however you want. Also, if I die, there will be a compensation fund that you can take. After marriage, I will support whatever you want to do. You don't even have to perform the duties of a wife. I just hope you can protect my mother and sister. Upon hearing this, Chen Mianmian suddenly understood. Oh, if you had said so earlier, I would have understood right away. You just want me to use the title of your wife to help take care of your mom and sister and protect them from being bullied, right? Yes. Su Baiyan actually didn't think of it this way, but it seemed the only way to make Chen Mianmian more accepting, so he nodded and admitted, I will leave 30 yuan a month for my mom's expenses, and the rest is all yours. Su Baiyan's monthly allowance was 145 yuan, leaving 30 for expenses. Chen Mianmian calculated that she would net 115 yuan, and as long as she didn't get into trouble, it seemed like a good deal. We have no emotional foundation. What if we regret it after getting married? If you or I meet someone we like in the future, wouldn't that be a problem? To sacrifice a lifetime for just over 100 yuan isn't very realistic. Su Baiyan's eyes flickered lightly, and he shook his head gently. We can set a 3-year term, as long as you protect my mom and sister as my wife. Once I reach a level equal to my father's and no longer need to be affected by him, you can leave freely. All my bonuses and allowances can go to you. I can also take on extra duties and give you the rewards from those. Plus, I will give you another sum after the divorce. Chen Mianmian could understand Su Baiyan's urgency. If his mom and sister continued to live like this without help, it would only be a matter of time before something happened. I need to think about it. I will give you a reply in a few days. Swapping a marriage for more than 100 yuan a month, with a husband who wouldn't come home, and a mother-in-law and sister-in-law who would be easy to deal with, she could enter the door as the queen. She felt tempted, but she still needed to evaluate Su Baiyan's character and check if his father was really as he described, not a good person. Comrade Chen Baiyan, it's time for dinner. Seeing that they were both silent, Lu Rulin finally poked her head out of the kitchen to call them. Chen Mianmian's eyes immediately lit up. Time to eat. Time to eat. Other matters can wait. I was already drooling from the delicious smells earlier. Su Baiyan watched Chen Mianmian's cheerful back, like a little bird, and a dark gleam flickered in his eyes. In 3 years, he will use his sincerity and actions to move Chen Mianmian, making her unable to leave him. After being a soldier for so many years, he has plenty of perseverance. As the art of war states, plan before deciding, act with determination. Su Baiyan has never fought a battle without preparation. Chapter 46, Do you want your children to live like this for their whole lives? Today, with Chen Mianmian's arrival and Lu Rulin wanting to thank her properly, not only did she buy meat, but she also made soft, fluffy buns with fine flour. Su Bian even exchanged a river fish from the villagers. And with Lu Rulin's homemade pickles, Chen Mianmian was so full she could hardly lift her head. Delicious, delicious. It had been a long time since she had eaten such good food. Since she had crossed over, the last few days she had been eating potatoes stewed with sauerkraut. And even when she had money to buy food from town, it was all just ordinary fare. She and T had a meal with the warmth of home-cooked food in ages. Eat slowly, child. There is plenty in the pot. If you're still hungry, Annie will make more for you. No need, this is already great. Chen Mianmian quickly declined, thanking Annie for her hospitality. Just by looking at Lu Rulin's clothing and appearance, she feared that if she ate another meal, this aunt would have to sell her blood. Mom, the meat is so good. Su Juexiao was also happily eating from her bowl, her swollen face full of satisfaction. It had been several months since she had eaten meat. The last time her brother came back with a piece of meat, her mom wanted to save it for making buns. But it was snatched away by her aunt the next day. Seeing her daughter's frail figure, Lu Rulin felt a wave of guilt and added another bun to her daughter's bowl. Mom, you eat too. Su Juexiao noticed there were still a few buns left and thought Lu Rulin had been eating porridge and pickles since the beginning. So she wanted her to eat as well. Mom, doesn't T like to eat? As long as you're happy, that's enough. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian frowned slightly. She didn't T like this phrase. Her mother used to say it all the time when she was young. And when she grew up and asked for money, she would bring it up again. That kind of self-sacrificing sentiment always made her feel guilty, a burden she could never shake off in her life. She used her clean chopsticks to pick up a bun and placed it in Lu Rulin's bowl. I've never seen anyone who doesn't T like meat buns, Annie. Raising children isn't T just about sacrificing yourself. You should teach by example. Is this how you want Su Bian and your little sister to live their whole lives? Chen Mianmian's words stunned Lu Rulin. She had never thought about this issue. She only considered that if she could be accommodating, it could bring peace, and that enduring some hardship was not a big deal. From childhood, others had told her that a woman's life is just about enduring. Whether living at her parents' home or at her in-laws, it was all the same. Even though her son told her that things could change, she still couldn't change. Whenever someone clashed with her, she couldn't help but back down. She didn't want to create conflict, as it made her feel guilty. But today, Chen Mianmian's words left Lu Rulin in deep thought. Of course, she didn't want her son and daughter to suffer like she had all her life. Especially seeing Juexiao in patched clothes and her son without even a set of regular clothes besides his military uniform, her heart filled with guilt. Chen Mianmian noticed that Lu Rulin seemed to be contemplating, so she didn't say anything more. The mindset of enduring hardship ingrained in women from the old era was not easy to change immediately. It was better to take it slow. After eating 5 buns, Chen Mianmian reluctantly put down her chopsticks. That was the limit of her stomach, not her mouth. She had to admit that Su Bian's mother was a great cook. Even the pickles were uniquely flavored. If she could eat like this every day, that would actually be quite nice. This meal left everyone satisfied, with only a little soup and fish bones left, which Su Bian scraped into his bowl and finished. Good. Not wasting food is a great habit. Plus 1 point. I want to raise a lot of animals in the future. Food might get consumed quickly. Chen Mianmian suddenly spoke, testing the waters. In the past, a project team would pay for food, but now she had to spend her own money on groceries. Although she had gold bars and over 3,000 yuan, she still wanted to see Su Bian's attitude. I'll give you all my allowance. You can use it however you want. I can also ask at the cafeteria if there are any leftover dishes. I'll bring them back. Su Bian, still chewing, quickly swallowed and promised without thinking. Realizing that this was Chen Mianmian testing him, he couldn't let her down. How embarrassing. You're the famous Commander Su. Asking for leftovers would just get you laughed at, right? Chen Mianmian smiled, her lively eyes full of teasing. Life is lived for oneself. Let others laugh as they may. There are many cafeterias in the military district. I can ask around. Su Bian's words pleased Chen Mianmian. His attitude was sincere, plus 1 point. Seeing Su Bian finish his meal, Chen Mianmian decided to take her leave. She still had to ask about Fang Youwei's matter in the afternoon and tease Shui Yongxing a bit. She was quite busy. I'll see you off. Just as Chen Mianmian was about to ask Su Juexiao to help show her the way, Su Bian stood up on his own and walked towards the door. She said goodbye to the reluctant owner and then to Lu Rulin before leaving. Once the two left, owner quietly asked Lu Rulin why sister was asking brother those questions. Lu Rulin didn't answer directly, but asked owner if she liked Chen Mianmian. Yeah, I like her. Sister is amazing. Following her means I can eat and not get bullied. owner's eyes lit up at the mention of Chen Mianmian, clearly genuinely fond of her. Lu Rulin remembered when she was buying groceries, her son had mentioned Chen Mianmian's situation. That child also grew up being bullied, but she knew how to fight back, not only boldly breaking off an engagement, but also sending those who had wronged her to the police. Su Baiyan had even specifically told Lu Rulin about the scene of her being paraded through the streets. And she thought if it were the Su family being dragged through the streets and beaten, she would probably laugh for 3 days and nights. Can a woman really earn her living? Lu Rulin thought about Chen Mianmian's decisive and bold methods, her confident and generous demeanor, as if she feared nothing, and felt a wave of envy in her heart. She turned to look at owner. Because of the grievances she suffered in the Su family, her daughter had been bullied since childhood, turning into a self-conscious and stuttering girl. Most of her life had already passed, and if she could, she didn't want her daughter to end up like her. With that thought, a rare determination flashed in Lu Rulin's eyes. You like Comrade Chen? When I make food later, you can take some to her. Okay. owner cheerfully went to clean up the bowls and chopsticks. Lu Rulin stared blankly in the direction the two had left, hoping that the girl wouldn't dislike her for being useless and affecting her son's marriage prospects. She could see that her son had feelings for that Comrade Chen. Whenever he mentioned her, his eyes sparkled with a brightness she had never seen before. If he could really marry her in the future, she would treat this child like her own daughter and would never let her experience the suffering she had endured from her in-laws. Of course, Chen Mianmian wasn't the type to be bullied either. Sighing, Lu Rulin prayed in her heart for Su Baiyan's romantic journey to go smoothly. Meanwhile, Chen Mianmian had already been taken to the guest house, with a pack of dogs trailing behind her. They were all the ones who helped earlier, and she promised to give them some good food. There weren't many meat cans left, so Chen Mianmian thought about buying some buns or something. Su Baiyan told her to wait a moment before hurriedly leaving. Chapter 47. Did you ever consider me your father? Marry whoever I say. Chen Mianmian didn't know where Su Baiyan had gone, but that didn't stop her from thinking about preparing food for the dogs. After asking the waiter, she learned that there was a stove in the back where guests could cook simple meals. Chen Mianmian didn't bring much food, so she bought 5 pounds of cornmeal at double the price from the guest house. She filled a pot with water in the backyard, and once it boiled, she poured in the cornmeal and stirred it. When it turned into a paste, she took some canned food from her bag, broke it into smaller pieces, and mixed it in. The air was filled with the aroma of grains and meat, so fragrant that Chen Mianmian couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. If she hadn't just eaten, she might have saved herself a small bowl. After stirring for a while, when it seemed ready, Chen Mianmian carried the pot outside. The dogs had long since caught the scent and rushed over as soon as they saw her. They obediently sat down, knowing that if they moved, they wouldn't get any. Hearing Chen Mianmian's words, the dogs dared not advance, quickly running to a corner to sit and wait patiently. Their tails wagged like propellers, and saliva dripped onto the ground. They had never eaten anything so delicious, especially something prepared just for them. Be good, follow your sister, and you'll be guaranteed tasty meals. The paste was still warm, so Chen Mianmian set the pot aside for a moment and squatted down to chat with the dogs. People coming in and out of the guest house saw Chen Mianmian holding a pot of food and murmuring to the dogs, thinking she looked unwell and pulling their children away. Some criticized her for wasting food by feeding the dogs. Chen Mianmian heard them, but pretended not to. She was used to such doubts from her past life. Animals were her best companions. They wouldn't betray or abandon her, much better than humans. After waiting a while for the paste to cool down, Chen Mianmian found a broken wooden board, poured the paste onto it, and let the dogs eat. As usual, anyone who dared to guard the food or fight over it was chased away and not allowed to eat. The dogs, eager for this food, dared not misbehave and lined up obediently, showing no sign of being the wild dogs they once were. With limited food, sharing it among a dozen dogs would only fill them halfway, but this was already the best meal they had ever had. Just as Chen Mianmian was about to let the dogs leave, Su Baiyan returned carrying 2 large buckets of water. His military uniform was soaked with sweat. His fair and handsome face flushed from exercise, and his pair of phoenix eyes appeared especially bright. I got this from 2 canteens. Do you think it's enough for them? After speaking, Su Baiyan took out a broken basin from behind and poured in the leftover food he had collected. The dogs looked at the food, then at Chen Mianmian, waiting for her command to eat. Chen Mianmian looked at Su Baiyan in surprise, not expecting him to have the courage to ask for food. She couldn't help but appreciate him a bit more in her heart. Eat. With her command, the dogs rushed over to eat, licking the basin clean before asking for more. This was much more than Chen Mianmian's corn paste. Once the 2 buckets were emptied, the dogs were so full their bellies were round, surrounding the 2 of them, wagging their tails and making happy little sounds. You carried this all the way back. It was still spring, yet Su Baiyan's front and back were drenched, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The buckets were quite heavy, about 30 pounds each, and he had walked from 2 canteens and then rushed back. Yeah, the army's vehicles can't be used casually, and the bicycles from the regiment have all been borrowed. Otherwise, I could have been faster. I've already spoken to the canteen at the regiment. They'll set aside food for me, so next time it will be quicker. Su Baiyan thought Chen Mianmian found him slow, and he quickly stood at attention and explained loudly, as if reporting. His serious attitude made Chen Mianmian like him even more. This person was really quite good. He kept his promises, didn't care about face, and had decent physical strength, able to follow her up mountains and down rivers, crawling and rolling around. In her past life, Chen Mianmian had gone to all sorts of strange places to help rare animals reproduce, and her assistants had changed time and again because they couldn't handle the high intensity, high-risk work. If it were Su Baiyan, he had suffered since childhood, even been on the battlefield, and had made it through a hail of bullets. He should be fine. While she was thinking, Chen Mianmian picked up the broken basin, preparing to return to the military district with Su Baiyan and enjoy watching Shui Yongxing's jokes. Su Baiyan? A strange voice called out, and Su Baiyan's previously gentle expression suddenly tensed, coldness flashing his eyes, but quickly concealed. He hurriedly tried to hide Chen Mianmian behind him, but she still caught a glimpse of the newcomer's appearance. He looked to be around 50, with a decent face despite the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and gray hair at his temples, still giving off a steady vibe. It was evident that he had been a handsome young man. However, he frowned at Su Baiyan, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction and irritation, reducing Su Baiyan's originally 8-point face to 5. You came back yesterday. Why didn't you report to me? This business trip was arranged because of my efforts. You come back and don't come to me, but go find Commander Song. What? Do you not see me as your commanding officer? Do you even consider me your father? The man's reprimand made Su Baiyan's body tense even more, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. Chen Mianmian felt he might lash out and break the man's nose at any moment. Seeing Su Baiyan remain silent, Su Chunsheng felt no concern. This son had always been distant from him, and he found him annoying. He prepared to finish his speech and leave. This time, you could achieve merit because I protected you, giving you the chance to go. Remember how to write your report later. Remember, only if I live, well, can your mother and sister have a good life. Su Chunsheng's words caused a surge of hatred in Su Baiyan's heart, his back teeth grinding audibly. If it weren't for Su Chunsheng's instigation, the Su family wouldn't dare to boldly trouble his mother and sister. He wanted to control Su Baiyan through his mother and sister, using this capable son to gain more credit and rise further. As long as Su Baiyan didn't obey, Su Chunsheng would have the family go find trouble with Lu Ruolin and Su Juexia. Everyone has a weakness, and, as he thought this, Su Chunsheng felt a sense of pride, looking at Su Baiyan with a condescending gaze. This weekend, I cleared some time. Your Aunt Chu's niece is coming over. It's a good opportunity for you two to meet. Don't look down on her just because she's 12 years older and divorced. Her family is well off, and her father is a commander. Once you marry her, your mother and sister will also have a better life. Standing behind Su Baiyan, Chen Mianmian was stunned. Wow, is he really trying to sell his own son for his career? I won't go, Su Baiyan firmly rejected. I already have someone I want to marry. Impudent. Who allowed you to choose your partner? You are my son, and you must do what I say. You will marry whoever I say. Those women, whoever they are, cut them off immediately. Otherwise, making someone disappear without a trace is still very easy for me. Suchonis engaged words completely inre subuan. He could no longer hold back and was about to rush forward to smash this biological father's face when he heard Chen Mianmian's crisp shout from behind him. Go! Bite him to death. As the dogs lunged furiously at Su Chunsheng, Chen Mianmian stepped out from behind Su Baiyan, saying, I want to see how you dare make me disappear. Chapter 48. You're just a gigolo. The more you disagree, the more I want to marry you, woof woof. The dogs had just eaten their fill and were full of energy. 3 of them bit onto Su Chunsheng's sleeve and hung there like a Christmas tree. 2 others moved to his back, biting him on both sides, twisting his facial features in pain, making him howl like a ghost. Su Baiyan, are you blind? Hurry up and drive these dogs away. Su Chunsheng's calves were also grabbed by the dogs, and before he could react, he was pulled down. He grimaced in pain, looking at Su Baiyan standing there like an idiot, and he was so angry he roared. I want to see who dares to drive the dogs away. Weren't you just blabbering nonsense earlier? Today, I'll teach you a lesson about that. Chen Mianmian walked in front of Su Chunsheng, her eyes filled with sarcasm. You try to climb higher, abandoning your wife and children. How can you have a face to steal Su Baiyan's credit? You even thought of quietly getting rid of me. I'm really scared. When did the military district become your place to give orders? You gigolo. No, I need to go find a commander or Colonel Song to ask. Listening to Chen Mianmian, Su Chunsheng realized she was the person Su Baiyan wanted to marry, making him look down on her even more. He angrily turned to Su Baiyan, roaring that he would never acknowledge her as his daughter-in-law. How dare you lay a hand on me before marrying in? Someone so heartless and ungrateful doesn't deserve to enter the Su family. After saying this, Su Baiyan looked at him coldly. In this lifetime, I will marry no one but her. Su Baiyan's words made Chen Mianmian glance over. Being chosen so firmly should feel good, right? Watching him beg the dogs for food while saving face, Chen Mianmian decided to reluctantly play along. She didn't want to admit that Su Chunsheng's attitude disgusted her. Even without Su Baiyan, she wanted to secretly beat him up. Did you hear that, you old gigolo? Su Baiyan is nothing like you. Licking the feet of anyone for his future. If you like that old lady so much, why don't you marry her yourself? If you really fancy her dad, just clean yourself up and send yourself over. Su Baiyan once again realized Chen Mianmian's roughness in speaking without regard for others' lives, but it felt damn good. He was Su Chunsheng's son and also his subordinate. No matter which identity he approached from, if he didn't do things right, he would be morally bound. The military values face a lot. If he was labeled as unfilial and disobedient, plus Su Chunsheng had the power to sign his promotion application, Su Baiyan would feel extremely constrained. But with Chen Mianmian around, not only did she handle a few ants, but she also took care of Su Chunsheng. If no one were present, Su Baiyan would have wanted to shout out loud. You, who are you calling a gigolo? Su Chunsheng was tightly bitten by the dogs and couldn't get up. If he made any big movements, they would bite him harder. He could only glare at Chen Mianmian in impotent rage. For years, relying on his wife's family background, no one had dared to speak to him like this in front of him. Today, his son's fiancé, he had stripped away his fig leaf, making his blood pressure nearly explode. Whoever responds is a gigolo. Chen Mianmian made a fist and brought it to her mouth. As if afraid Su Chunsheng wouldn't hear her shouting, "You're just a gigolo. Not only are you a gigolo, but you also make your son a gigolo. Are you planning to let your grandson be a gigolo too? Your whole family is full of gigolos." Chen Mianmian's strong words almost made Su Chunsheng spit blood. At this moment, people from the guest house heard the commotion and came out to watch the fun. Feeling embarrassed, he wanted to get up and leave. Just then, one dog had eaten too much and couldn't help but let out a giant fart, which wafted right in front of Su Chunsheng. Su Chunsheng originally wanted to curse, but when he inhaled, he accidentally took in 3/4 of that foul smell, resulting in a resonating sound from his nasal cavity and chest. Ugh, ugh. He vomited up the lunch he had just eaten, and Chen Mianmian immediately stepped back to stand beside Su Baiyan in disgust. With this kind of person, how did your stepmother fall for him? Let me tell you, marrying a fool is illegal. If your dad goes in, it will affect your future. Chen Mianmian's tone was incredibly sincere, almost making Su Baiyan laugh. Usually, just seeing Su Chunsheng would make him feel suffocated for days, but this time, he not only didn't feel angry, but was actually very happy, all thanks to Chen Mianmian. He had to perform well to win her over. As the two chatted, They picked up the bucket and broken basin, ignoring Su Chunsheng, who was still on the ground, nearly throwing up his stomach. They headed toward the military district. Su Wuyan, if you don't think of yourself, don't you think of your sister and your mom? You need to report to get married. I want to prove it. Su Bayan, you have to listen to me for the rest of your life. Su Chunsheng finally managed to recover and saw his son and Chen Mianmian about to leave. So he was so furious, he directly threatened them. Hearing this, not to mention Su Bayan, even Chen Mianmian couldn't help but feel that having such an incompetent and cowardly father was truly unfortunate. Oh, I wasn't planning on marrying Su Bayan, but your words suddenly made me rebellious. I want to see if marrying Su Bayan is because of your strong will or my strong methods. In a moment, we'll go to the military district to apply for marriage. If you dare not approve, I'll just take a dump and throw it in your pot. After saying this, Chen Mianmian gave Su Chunsheng the middle finger, pulling Su Bayan along as they left. Because of Chen Mianmian's words, Su Bayan's brain was in a daze for a long time. He didn't even hear Su Chunsheng calling him. It wasn't until they had walked far that Su Bayan found his voice. Comrade Mianmian, although I'm very happy you agreed to marry me, I still hope you can test me and not act on impulse. My family is not harmonious. Marrying me means facing various conflicts. It's my selfishness that makes me want to pull you into this. Hey, with your dad's fighting power. Yes, not even as good as my family's old evil grandma who used to steal eggs. Chen Mianmian waved her hand dismissively. I'm not acting on impulse. Being able to use 3 years of marriage to secure my footing here is actually not a loss. But we need to agree that without my consent, you can't force me to fulfill marital duties, and I won't have children. I have a bad temper. I not only curse, but also hit people. Are you sure you can tolerate that? When Chen Mianmian returned, she had already inquired with the staff. Even if she settled here, she had no connections and no acquaintances. Plus, the work was based on shifts, with one position for one person, making it hard to find. Marrying Su Bayan would give her a job quota, allow her to live for free for 3 years, and most importantly, with him as cover, she could use the dogs to bring back something without attracting too much attention. The best part was, her mother-in-law and sister-in-law were easy to handle. Once she married over, besides fighting, she wouldn't have to do anything else. Thinking this way felt incredibly comfortable. All right, I agree. Su Bayan nodded readily. In fact, I do want to force you, but even the dogs around you won't agree. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian proudly raised her head. Of course, not to mention Su Bayan. Even if Ultraman came, the dogs would swarm and rip off a piece of meat. The two discussed a few terms for after their marriage. They agreed that if either party encountered someone they liked, they must communicate promptly to terminate the marriage to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Su Bayan's monthly allowance, aside from 30 yuan for daily expenses, had to be handed over to Chen Mianmian. Chen Mianmian could act as if they were a loving couple, but for that, she would charge extra. After returning to the military district and handing things back, Su Bayan directly wrote up a contract and marriage application. They each held a copy of the contract, signed and sealed it properly, and Su Bayan hurried off to Colonel Song's office to ask for his stamp of approval. Song Chulu was already surprised by Su Bayan's sudden marriage report, but when he saw that the woman's name was Chen Mianmian, his eyes widened. Wow, you moved pretty fast. You've already got her after just 1 day? Or did you have ulterior motives when you met her? Su Bayan remained silent, which was equivalent to an admission. Song Chulu stamped his seal, but seeing that there was no chop in the supervisor's section, he sighed. It was easy to get the others, but it seemed a bit tricky with Su Chunsheng. Su Bayan managed to collect all the seals except for Su Chunsheng's in 1 day and went to report the progress to Chen Mianmian before heading home in the evening. It's okay, come pick me up tomorrow. This ugly bride has to meet her in-laws and also ask for some betrothal gifts. You're not ugly, Su Bayan said seriously, staring at Chen Mianmian. In my heart, you're the most beautiful comrade. Chapter 49. Peel off a layer of his skin, let him cry out in pain, of course. I'm the most beautiful lesbian. Come pick me up tomorrow morning, and I'll go with you to see your father. When Chen Mianmian saw the sincerity in Su Bayan's eyes, she smiled and thought that since they had become partners, they should help each other in the future. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. Upon hearing the word together, Su Bayan's lips curved slightly, and even the cinnabar mole at the end of his eyebrow seemed to shine brighter, his starry eyes filled with excitement. Until Chen Mianmian returned to her room, Su Baiyan stood downstairs for a while before leaving. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, after Chen Mianmian got up and washed up, she deliberately wore the most worn-out outfit and shoes. Originally, she intended to keep them as a memento for the original owner. But unexpectedly, she ended up using them. Looking at the basin of water, the girl with dry hair and a waxy yellow face had only a pair of exceptionally lively and beautiful eyes, exuding vitality. Xiao Mianmian, don't worry. I will take your share of a better life. Chen Mianmian looked down at her reflection, as if bidding farewell to the original owner. After that, she opened the door and went downstairs, thinking about where to buy some breakfast, only to see Su Baiyan standing at the door like a pine tree, straight and strong. Hey, why are you here so early? Hearing Chen Mianmian's voice, Su Baiyan turned around, feeling a slight sense of relief in his heart. In fact, he had been waiting here since last night. He knew very well what kind of person Su Chunsheng was, foolish yet vicious. After suffering so much humiliation yesterday, he would definitely not let go easily. He was just afraid that Su Chunsheng would send someone to harm Chen Mianmian. Fortunately, the night passed peacefully. Standing outside, Su Baiyan thought that Chen Mianmian was sleeping not far from him, and he felt an inexplicable sense of stability in his heart. I'm here to take you for breakfast. Su Baiyan quietly moved his stiff legs and walked over without showing any signs of discomfort. Although he was puzzled as to why Chen Mianmian was wearing such tattered clothes, he thought she always had her reasons, and even considered that as a young girl, no one would care for her, so she might not have many decent clothes. He decided to bring back the savings book stored with the military commander today and buy new outfits for her, her mother, and her sister. Chen Mianmian was oblivious to Su Baiyan's thoughts. She was focused on breakfast and walked particularly fast. Along the way, some dogs happily ran over, wagging their tails at her. Chen Mianmian waved her hand to call them over, squatting down to chat with them for a while, which Su Baiyan found quite interesting. Even though he had already guessed that Chen Mianmian possessed some unique qualities, he still felt a bit unaccustomed every time he saw her interact with the dogs. After a while, once Chen Mianmian finished her conversation, she let the dogs go and turned to see Su Baiyan looking at her curiously with his head slightly tilted. Should I ask my mom to steam some cornmeal for these dogs? Su Baiyan didn't ask what Chen Mianmian had discussed with the dogs, but remembered the matter of feeding them. You don't have much food at home, so let us save it for your mom and sister. After we're done, I'll go buy some. Chen Mianmian didn't expect Su Baiyan to be so considerate, but she didn't want to take advantage of him. She was capable of taking care of the dogs herself. Hearing how clearly Chen Mianmian divided things, Su Baiyan slightly lowered his eyes and didn't argue further. He just thought that he would need to find some villagers nearby to exchange for food later. Just in time, there were more wild vegetables and game in the mountains now, so when the holidays came, he would gather some to bring back for Chen Mianmian and her mother and sister to nourish their bodies. With Chen Mianmian around, good things should no longer be taken away. As soon as they arrived home, before even entering the door, they saw Su Jueshia peering out, and when he saw them return, he revealed a shy smile. Mom, brother is back. He shouted into the house, and Lu Rulin came out carrying dishes. You're back. Hurry, wash your hands and eat. Chen Mianmian followed Su Baiyan into the house, watching the three of them set the table and arrange the bowls and chopsticks, warmly inviting her to sit down for a meal. She couldn't help but feel a bit touched. After her parents divorced in her past life, she had lived alone for a long time, and it had been ages since anyone had specifically made breakfast for her. Moreover, the original owner had never experienced the feeling of being welcomed. In her memories, the two lonely little girls always hid in the crowd, watching others be happy. Unexpectedly here, she was experiencing that rare feeling. Mianmian, there's not much good food at home. Make do with what you can. I'll have Baiyan bring back a fish later, and Annie will cook it for you. At the dinner table, there were 3 types of crispy and delicious pickles, thick rice porridge emitting a fragrant aroma, a plate of vinegar-braised cabbage, and spicy stir-fried shredded potatoes. These were probably the highest standard of hospitality in their family. Lu Rulin might have taken out all the good things she had at home, and how could Chen Mianmian dislike it? Moreover, it had been a long time since she had such a delicious breakfast. It must be said that Lu Rulin's cooking was truly to Chen Mianmian's taste. She could originally eat 1 bowl, but as she ate, she ended up having 2 bowls, and before she realized it, she was completely stuffed. After finishing the meal, Su Baiyan talked to Chen Mianmian about his father, as knowing oneself and one's enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. Only then did Chen Mianmian learn that Su Chunsheng was not only climbing the social ladder, but also a son-in-law. In order to gain power and rise quickly, he discarded his wife and children and married the daughter of a chief of staff who was 10 years older than him and unable to bear children. The chief of staff became the deputy commander of the military region and promoted this son-in-law. Coupled with the fact that he had taken a lot of Su Baiyan's credit over the years, Su Chunsheng, a fool, actually became a division commander. From what you're saying, your father's family should be quite wealthy, right? So when signing the marriage application later, you should ask for more benefits. Chen Mianmian's eyes narrowed with a mischievous glint, clearly plotting something. Lu Ruolin took out a silver bracelet from her pocket upon hearing Chen Mianmian bring up marriage. This is the bracelet that Baiyan's father gave me when we got married. I haven't worn it all these years. And now that you're coming into the family, and we don't have much good stuff to give you, just take this bracelet. It's all my fault dragging down Baiyan. Those who worked with him have been promoted to deputy brigade commanders in other military regions. He has been held back and unable to advance because of me. This old woman. Lu Ruolin's eyes turned red as she thought of this. She had thought about dying to relieve her son of worries. However, once Su Chunsheng found out, he would beat owner.The and even told her that if she dared to die, he would silently ruin their son and marry their daughter off to a 60-year-old man. Lu Ruolin dared not gamble with her children's futures, so she could only grit her teeth and live in pain. She had hidden all of this in her heart, not daring to tell her son. Now seeing him finally with a girl he liked, she couldn't be happier. Chen Mianmian noticed the grievance on Lu Ruolin's face and reached out to pat her hand. Auntie, don't be sad. I'll get good things back for you later. Su Chunsheng's heart is black, and his things are dirty. Who would want them? Lu Ruolin gritted her teeth in hatred for Su Chunsheng, feeling that just thinking about him made it hard to breathe. TSK. Auntie, you're mistaken. Money isn't dirty or smelly, if you can spend it. It's a good thing. Chen Mianmian held Lu Ruolin's hand and began to brainwash her. You endure it, while others are living fat and happy lives. Don't you feel angry? If I go over and ask for money, I'll peel off a layer of his skin, let him cry out in pain. Wouldn't that make you happy? After hearing Chen Mianmian's words, Lu Ruolin's eyes brightened. Imagining Su Chunsheng's pained expression, it felt quite satisfying. Chapter 50. Grandma, you look so young. Are you even 80? How could you be worthy of that? Auntie, owner.The. Wait for the news of victory from me and Su Baiyan. Chen Mianmian saw the excitement in Lu Ruolin and Su owner.The's eyes, knowing they were also eager. So she stood up and let Su Baiyan take the lead. They were all from the same unit, and Su Chunsheng also lived in this family compound. But his house was much more upscale. It was not only spacious and bright, but also had a large garden, all paved with stone slabs, looking exquisite and beautiful. Even though it was not yet summer, one could see the lush flower seedlings through the open door. Is anyone home? Chen Mianmian walked over and knocked at the door, shouting at the top of her lungs, Is Su Chunsheng home? Who is it? A woman wearing a corduroy dress came out, her hair styled in trendy, big curls, and wearing delicate little leather shoes. At first glance, she seemed to be a decent person who liked to dress up. The woman's skin was a yellowish-black tone, with average features, far from Lu Ruolin's striking beauty. Although she looked well-maintained, the marks of time could not be hidden, as she appeared to be about 55 or 56. This is my stepmother, Su Baiyan whispered to Chen Mianmian. She raised her eyebrows and looked over. Oh, it's the third one. Then I'm not afraid of accidentally hurting anyone. Hello, Grandma, Chen Mianmian said loudly, bowing to Chu Jinrong. I'm Su Chunsheng's daughter-in-law, here to get him to sign the marriage application. Seeing Chu Jinrong's obviously stiff face, as if she didn't feel anything, Chen Mianmian continued her verbal attack with a smile. Grandma, you really look young. You must be my father-in-law's mother-in-law, right? How old are you this year? Are you 80? Wow, you're really long-lived. My grandma is over 70 this year and is about to pass away. Do you have eyes? No one has ever dared to openly say I'm old, and you're making me so angry my face is turning purple. I am Su Chunsheng's wife. Su Baiyan, did you bring this crazy girl here to deliberately provoke me? Chu Jinrong glared at Su Baiyan, furious at this ungrateful little wild child. She had kindly introduced her niece to him, yet he had found such a shabby country girl. Before Su Baiyan could speak, Chen Mianmian exclaimed, Are you Su Chunxing's wife? Wow, Su Baiyan, your father's taste is quite unique. He left your young and beautiful mother for someone like this? TSK, TSK. I see he must be really hungry. Or maybe he has an Oedipus complex. Shut up. Chen Mianmian shouted so loudly that everyone around heard her. Su Chunxing had just come downstairs and, sensing something was wrong, rushed out to stop her. His tone was filled with gritted teeth. This damn girl caused me to be bitten by a dog yesterday, and I couldn't sleep a wink all night. Just when I finally managed to doze off, I heard her haunting voice. Su Baiyan, I already said, if you don't marry Jinrong's niece, don't think I'll stamp your marriage application. Quickly take this crazy girl and get out of here. Look at how angry your stepmother is. Su Chunxing scolded Su Baiyan fiercely to express his stance and vent his anger at Chu Jinrong. However, today was not Su Baiyan's stage. Chen Mianmian took a couple of steps forward, standing tall and looking directly at Su Chunxing. Great people have said that everyone is equal, marriage is free, and arranged marriages should be eliminated. Want you to dare to interfere in Su Baiyan's marriage? What? Are you better than great people? With one sentence from Chen Mianmian, Su Chunxing's face turned pale with fright, and he hurriedly said he never intended to compare himself to great people. Not that meaning. Then you agree to my marriage with Su Baiyan, right? Just right. Let us talk about the dowry. I don't want too much. Nowadays, don't you need 36 legs and 3 rounds and a sound for weddings? You're a senior officer, so it should be no problem, right? And when we get married, we need a bigger house, so you might as well approve that too. Also, buy me 2 10-pound cotton quilts, 2 sets of new clothes, and 2 pairs of leather shoes. Chen Mianmian ignored Su Chunxing's increasingly darkening face, counting off on her fingers. Su Baiyan swallowed hard as he listened. The 3 rounds and a sound would cost over 600, plus the 36 legs for the wardrobe, cabinets, tables for chairs, a bed, and the rest. It wouldn't even add up to 1,000. How could you think you deserve this much dowry? Chu Jinrong was so angry she almost laughed, thinking that Chen Mianmian must be sleep-deprived and delusional. Oh, not just these. Give me $300 for our living expenses, and then $150 each month. Not only Chu Jinrong, but even Su Chunxing was so furious he nearly choked on his own saliva, pointing at Chen Mianmian and jumping up to scold her. Where did you come from, you country bumpkin, to ask for all these things? Don't you even take a piss and look at yourself? How could you be worthy? Heh, not only am I worthy, but I'm also worthy enough to make you suffer. Chen Mianmian successfully provoked Su Chunxing, finally ready to throw a tantrum. Great people have said, with a broken voice, in a new country there is no exploitation, no oppression, everyone is equal, and we strive for common prosperity. He personally went to the fields to visit us farmers and called us farmer brothers. How dare you say I'm a country bumpkin? I get it now. You're a spy sent by the enemy, trying to corrupt the army with petty bourgeois thoughts, dragging down everyone's ideological progress as a bad element. You're talking nonsense. Great people have never said these words. Chen Mianmian kept throwing big hats at him, making Su Chunxing dizzy. Chu Jinrong knew this girl was not simple and quickly retorted. That's your misunderstanding. Have you memorized great people as quotes? Have you finished reading the great people's memoirs? Have you seriously analyzed those interviews? Look at your family, full of petty bourgeois vibes. Clearly not someone who studies the great people's every word and action seriously. Don't think I don't know. You secretly buy coffee to brew at home, and you and Su Chunxing listen to seductive music and dance together in the house. You two are just backward elements corrupted by sugar-coated bullets. When Chen Mianmian arrived, the surrounding dogs had already inquired about the bad man who bit them yesterday. There was always a bitter smell wafting from their yard, and sometimes music played. Some dogs had even seen the two of them circling around. Chen Mianmian often dealt with the little kids and quickly pieced together effective information, directly exposing their secrets. By now, quite a few onlookers had gathered around, and their expressions grew increasingly unfriendly as Chen Mianmian spoke. Chu Jinrong was the kind of proud person who usually looked down on others. Su Chunxing was even more fond of lecturing, using his position and father-in-law's reputation to make life difficult for anyone he disliked. Now finally, someone was pointing at their noses and cursing, making them feel exceptionally relieved. Stop slandering us. We didn't do those things. Chu Jinrong widened her eyes in denial, while Chen Mianmian directly said to search inside. If they found anything, they should go to the farm for re-education by the impoverished peasants. And they would have to wear tall hats and parade the streets with signs saying petty bourgeois bad elements. If you want to keep it a secret, you must not do it yourself. The heavens are vast, and nothing escapes their notice. Your crimes will not be buried. Even if I risk my life, I will expose you. Chen Mianmian jumped up, accusing them, her face calm and generous, as if preparing to sacrifice herself. As she spoke, she unbuckled her belt and hung it on the door frame, saying she would hang herself there to awaken the world. Ancestor, I was wrong. Ancestor, we are all family. I'm just joking with you. Su Chunxing knew that if he didn't satisfy Chen Mianmian today, he would definitely not end well. So he could only grit his teeth and compromise. You're my daughter-in-law. What I have with Jinrong is yours, but you're asking for too much. I can't gather it all together right now. Hearing Su Chunxing's obviously delaying tone, Chen Mianmian waved her small hand. Hi, we are all family. It doesn't matter if it's new or old. I see your home should have a lot of good things, so I'll just take them as a betrothal gift. I believe Dad and my stepmother won't mind. After saying that, without waiting for Su Chunxing and Chu Jinrong to respond, she gave Su Bian a look, signaling him to find someone to help move things. If this place isn't left with just the load-bearing walls, then Chen Mianmian is too soft-hearted. Chapter 51. No need to thank me. Who told me I am the successor of the new country? Move out. Who let you in? Are you trying to rob us openly? Seeing the green light in Chen Mianmian's eyes, Chu Jinrong knew things were bad and wanted to stop her. Su Chunxing also didn't expect Chen Mianmian to be so bold as to go in and take things herself. What do you mean by openly robbing? You have been corrupted by petty bourgeois ideology and have become slaves of capitalism. As a child of the poor and lower-middle peasants, I must embody the spirit of not being afraid of hardship, exhaustion, or corruption, and take away the sugar-coated shells for you. You are like unspoken parents to me. If you get reported and something happens, it could affect his promotion. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't want my hard-working and simple hands to be sullied by these messy things. Chen Mianmian stood at the door, hands on her hips, arguing with them. So I should thank you? When Su Chunxing and Chu Jinrong spoke, they could hear the sound of their grinding teeth. Hey, no need to thank me. Who told me I'm the successor of a new country, a good young person of socialism, and promoting the traditional virtues of respecting the elderly and loving the young for the country and the people is what I should do, Chen Mianmian said, shaking her head, looking like someone who took advantage of others and then pretended to be virtuous. And Chu Jinrong wished she could slap her face. Just when Chu Jinrong was about to lose her temper, Chen Mianmian suddenly looked at her with a mocking expression. Grandma, no, it's stepmother. Do you want to know how I found out about those things? As a newcomer, if no one told me, I wouldn't know about the matters in your courtyard, right? Chu Jinrong naturally thought of this and was about to send someone to investigate, but unexpectedly, Chen Mianmian brought it up herself. She didn't want to follow up on Chen Mianmian's words, but couldn't resist her curiosity and asked who it was. He, of course. It's someone familiar with your lives and knows the Su Bian family. You are corrupted by petty bourgeois ideology. Your brain is rusty. People have two sides. Some may seem to bow and flatter you, but behind your back, you don't know how they insult you. How many are like me, willing to endure the pain of being eroded by capitalism just to upgrade your thinking? After finishing her speech, Chen Mianmian wiped away a tear as if she had done something great. As she jested, Su Bian found soldiers who were helping in the family compound, saying they came to help move the betrothal gifts. The soldiers all knew Su Chunxing was like a vampire clinging to Su Bian and never expected he would actually allow the commander to marry freely and even give so many good things. Each of them patted their chests, promising to carry everything away neatly. Colonel Su is really a good father, giving the commander so many good things for marriage. I wish I had a father like that. Yes, Colonel Su looks serious, but he has a good heart. I'll mention it in the company later. It turns out Colonel Su is quite amiable. As soon as the soldiers came over, they showered Su Chunxing with flattery, lifting him high and with onlookers around. If he dared to refute, the report materials would probably reach the military headquarters by afternoon. Thus, While Chu Jinrong was silently thinking and Su Chunsheng was biting his teeth in frustration, Chen Mianmian led her people in grandly. She even promised that, after moving everything, they would go home for dinner that night. The young soldiers were all smiling, praising Chen Mianmian, making her happy as a lark. Mianmian, is this sewing machine all right? Su Baiyan walked into the living room and saw a nearly new sewing machine, well maintained. Although it looked a bit old, at least it was on the list of betrothal gifts. I don't care about new or old, just take it as new. Chen Mianmian loudly declared her generous act of compromising, saying it for Su Chunsheng and the onlookers outside, then pointed at the sofa, coffee table, kettle, coffee pot. Everything that could be taken away, take it all. When they got to the kitchen, it was filled with food, cured meat, exquisite bowls and chopsticks, and various condiments, which also didn't escape Chen Mianmian's grasp. She even found a screwdriver after everyone moved things and pried up the tiles on the stove to take away, as well as the pots for cooking. Mianmian, there are a lot of fabrics upstairs. The stepmother is really nice, especially preparing these things as your betrothal gifts. You can make many outfits. Su Baiyan came down from upstairs, telling Chen Mianmian not to get hung up on the stove. There are even better things upstairs. Oh, I have to say, our stepmother is indeed generous and classy. After speaking, Chen Mianmian secretly gave Su Baiyan a thumbs up. This young man is quite capable, already integrating her shameless cunning to some extent. He will surely achieve great things in the future. Chu Jinrong lived exquisitely, loving all kinds of beautiful things. Just the various fabrics filled a cabinet, ready-made clothes stuffed in a box, and the exquisite vanity, expensive cosmetics. They moved several trips. When a fresh pastoral-style bedroom was emptied under Chen Mianmian's direction, leaving only 4 walls, she finally nodded in satisfaction. All right, let us take the beds and tables from the other rooms later for my mother-in-law and little sister-in-law. We, the good children of the poor and lower-middle peasants, are not afraid of these things corrupting us. The rest can be left for my father-in-law and stepmother-in-law. They are older, and it's not easy for them. The young soldier helping to carry the bed nearly stumbled and fell onto the bedboard, secretly swallowing his saliva as he glanced at the spotless room. Goodness, the commander's wife has emptied this house, and only now thinks to say these things. It's really infuriating. I must tell the people in the company later. You can't provoke the commander's wife, or you'll lose your pants. When the last batch of things was moved, Chen Mianmian followed downstairs and saw Chu Jinrong sitting on the floor like her family had just been raided, and Su Chunsheng, who dared not speak in anger. She snorted coldly, looking at Su Baiyan, and quietly asked if he was happy. Su Baiyan, having moved furniture so many times, was now drenched in sweat. But his eyes were brighter than ever, and the exhilaration in his heart made him want to shout. Happy, thank you, Mianmian. Chen Mianmian raised an eyebrow at him, signaling to follow her lead. There would be even more excitement later. TSK. Although I'm younger, I can't help but lecture dad and stepmother. You're all so old, looking like you're about to be buried. How can you be so indulgent? If it weren't for my deep understanding of righteousness, waking you up with a scolding if someone reports this to the military headquarters, don't say you, just my step-great-grandfather would also have to be investigated. As the flowing items were moved away, the onlookers outside all saw it. Now that hard work and labor are being advocated, their family's belongings being laid out in public view could indeed be troublesome if someone latched onto it. Chen Mianmian was deliberately doing this as a daughter-in-law. Taking her father-in-law's things as betrothal gifts was not a problem, right? She is a child of the poor and lower-middle peasants. Taking away the sugar-coated shells of corrupted ideology is also not a problem. Even if Chu Jinrong poked this at her father, the deputy commander, she wouldn't dare do anything to them. Those who go barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Such big figures care more about their face. Today's loss, Chen Mianmian was making them swallow it down even if they didn't want to. So should I thank you? Su Chunsheng's face changed colors like a traffic light, looking at Chen Mianmian with no trace of gratitude. No need to thank me. Just don't let us, the younger generation, embarrass you. If you end up making things difficult for my family, Baiyan, what if he gets demoted tomorrow because he stepped into the army with his left foot? Oh dear, Dad. I'm really sorry. I was just joking. Otherwise, should I return everything to you? Please don't bully Baiyan, and don't bully my mother-in-law and little sister-in-law. Chen Mianmian apologized loudly. wishing that the entire family compound could hear her, especially her pair of rolling eyes, which showed no sign of remorse at all. Chapter 52, The Stepmother, is old and in poor health. Dad, you should take it easy. How could we possibly do such a thing? Don't talk nonsense. Chu Jinrong bit her back teeth, wanting to slap Chen Mianmian out, but seeing so many people enjoying the spectacle, she could only say words that went against her heart. Her jaw muscles tightening. I don't believe it, unless Dad signs the marriage application and assigns us a big yard. Chen Mianmian pouted, looking like a naive little girl, while Su Baiyan quickly took out the marriage application from his arms. It was only missing Su Chunsheng's seal, clearly prepared in advance. At this moment, Su Chunsheng was even thinking that if he had known earlier, he would have signed it right away to avoid these two little brats moving everything out of the house. I want to sign it too, but I didn't bring a pen. Su Chunsheng maliciously thought that since Chen Mianmian had taken the desk, he couldn't just poke it with his finger. It's okay, I brought one. Su Baiyan pulled out a fountain pen from his pocket and handed it over. I didn't bring the seal back. It's fine. I'll go to the instructor's office and see if there's anything else I can take. Just as Chen Mianmian was about to turn around and leave, she was called back by Su Chunsheng, who pulled out the seal from his pants pocket. After searching for a place to put it and finding none, he had to place it on the ground, bending over to sign and stamp it. The force was so strong that the pen tip pierced through the paper and hit the ground, showing how frustrated he was. However, Chen Mianmian didn't care about that. She handed the signed application to Su Baiyan and asked when she would get a big house. The place they were currently living in was the one Su Baiyan applied for when he was the camp leader, and now that he was a regiment commander, it was only right to have a bigger one. Besides, if Su Chunsheng hadn't taken credit for Su Baiyan's achievements, he might have been a brigade commander by now. Having a big house was reasonable. There's so many empty houses. You can choose whatever you want. After you've chosen, just submit a report. Su Chunsheng was so angry he closed his eyes, not wanting to look at Chen Mianmian anymore, fearing that he might kill her in the next second. Everyone heard that, right? This is approved by Commander Su, so don't let us choose. And then he says it doesn't comply with regulations, making us move out again. We are both subordinates and children. We can't really accuse him of being ungrateful and heartless. If he puts a hat of filial impiety on us, we won't even have a place to cry. The people around nodded with smiles. Those who could live nearby had decent military ranks and had long been fed up with Su Chunsheng's pretentiousness. Now that he was suffering, everyone was delighted. This girl really knows how to scold people. It's refreshing to hear. Thank you, brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, grandpas and grandmas, for laughing at us today. When I marry Su Baiyan, I'll treat everyone to wedding candies. In this era, big weddings are not encouraged. When someone gets married, they only need to invite a few close people to celebrate. Neighbors with good relationships might send some eggs, and in general, sending wedding candies is already considered quite generous. Over the years, Lu Rulin had been bullied by the Su family, and the neighbors around have followed suit, making her and her daughter live in misery. Now that they had moved to a new environment, it was good to build relationships with a new group of neighbors. Definitely, we'll be waiting for your wedding candies. Everyone echoed, and Chen Mianmian smiled even more sweetly. Su Baiyan, who usually didn't smile, looked at her with an unusually gentle expression, making them quite a match. The two had a great victory. Chen Mianmian smacked her lips and was about to leave when she turned her head and saw that most of the yard was planted with flowers and plants, frowning slightly. I'm telling you, stepmother, it's not just me, the younger generation, who thinks this way. Nowadays, great leaders advocate for simplicity and self-reliance. With such a big yard, you're not planting vegetables or grains, but a bunch of useless flowers and plants. No wonder people say you're a petite bourgeois. Your family has connections are really strong. Aren't you afraid of being reported? Chu Jinrong bit her lip, looking at Chen Mianmian criticizing her proud garden, feeling as if blood was about to spew from her chest. So what are you going to do? What else can I do? I'll pull them all out and plant vegetables. Don't worry, I know you can't plant vegetables. After all, you're a military officer's daughter, enjoying life since childhood. We, the younger generation, can't just watch you get reported. Once I marry Baiyan, I'll come and help you plant vegetables. You can't keep planting these frivolous things that lead to a loss of ambition. After saying that, Chen Mianmian looked disdainfully at the flowers. Doesn't tea this old third like a delicate little life? I'll just let this yard be filled with the smell of farm manure, making these two bastards suffocate. Chu Jinrong could no longer bear it, her eyes darkening as she collapsed to the ground. Su Chunsheng hurriedly supported her, preventing her from falling headfirst and landing awkwardly. Their embarrassed appearance made Chen Mianmian exclaim in surprise. "Oh dear, stepmother, you're old and in poor health, right? Dad, take it easy, although you still have strength now." She's getting old. Abusing the elderly is against the law. Promoting legal awareness is truly a long-term task. After saying that, Chen Mianmian disregarded Su Chunsheng's angry shouts for them to leave and quickly pulled Su Bian out. While running, she laughed heartily, her carefree demeanor resembling a brilliant warm sun, making Su Bian unable to take his eyes off her. "It's still early. Let's take a look at the nearby empty yards. We'll choose today and move in tomorrow. I'll follow your lead." Su Bian felt that today was the happiest day of his 24-year life. Not only could he marry the girl he admired, but he could also make that man take a hit, suddenly feeling that the air around him had improved. The empty yards were all marked, and after circling around, they both chose a big yard with 2 rooms on either side, a piece of land behind, and a well in front, making washing and cooking very convenient. The yard wall was also built with stones, sturdy and beautiful. It was evident that the previous owner was someone who knew how to live practically. "Let us choose this one." They spoke in unison, their eyes meeting and bursting into laughter, indicating that their tastes were quite aligned, which would reduce conflicts in daily life. Adding a point, Su Bian noted down the house number, planning to write a report as soon as he got back. Then remove the sign representing the vacant house and hang it outside the original house once they moved. Chen Mianmian stood outside, watching Su Bian do all this, her eyes lingering on his broad shoulders and narrow waist. TSK, those long legs and that slim waist. I just wonder what his figure is like under those clothes. Sigh. Chen Mianmian thought her gaze was quite subtle, but Su Bian's ears were already slowly turning red, and even his movements became a bit stiff. When he stood up, he didn't know where to place his hands at all. "Let us go back and pack things up. Please. We can ask those soldier brothers who came earlier for help again and treat them to a nice dinner tonight." Seeing Su Bian getting flustered, Chen Mianmian quickly withdrew her teasing gaze, preparing to return with him. Just as she turned around, she saw Dong Qingxiu carefully helping a young man down from the jeep. Then she assisted him into a wheelchair and pushed him into the yard, her eyes filled with concern and heartache, completely unlike the indifference she showed toward her own daughter. "What is wrong? Do you know him?" Su Bian followed Chen Mianmian's gaze and felt that her expression was somewhat complicated. "Yeah, that woman is my biological mother. She left 10 days after I was born, and now she is a high-ranking official's wife, afraid that I'll drag her down. What a coincidence. She actually chose a yard so close to hers." Chen Mianmian's words made Su Bian gasp. That family belonged to the cultural brigade leader, and his wife was the daughter of Commander Dong. So, Chen Mianmian, isn't she the granddaughter of the commander? Chapter 53. Let you live a good life. You wrapped your feet and covered your eyes hearing Su Bian's introduction. Chen Mianmian was stunned. No wonder the old man had been so kind to her when she met Dong Jingwu before. He must have guessed her identity when she introduced her name and where she was from. However, since he didn't recognize her, she wouldn't push herself to get close. She had long since become indifferent to familial ties. Perhaps in her 2 lifetimes, her connections were always shallow. Back at the small courtyard, Chen Mianmian looked at the yard filled with items. Lu Rulin and Su Juexia were standing like sculptures, feeling somewhat at a loss in their own home. "Mianmian, you're finally back. Where did all these things come from?" Lu Rulin's face turned pale with fright, fearing that if her son got angry, he would take everything from Su Chunsheng's family, ruining their future. This was the first time Su Juexia had seen so many good things, but she didn't dare to touch anything, afraid that they would be taken away again. Or worse, that they would be extorted for money. Seeing the 2 mother and daughter looking like frightened rabbits, Mianmian sighed. The road to transforming them was long and arduous. "Annie, these are all the betrothal gifts given by Su Bian's father. We can use them without worry. Not only that, but he also approved a big house for us, and we'll be moving there shortly." After that, Chen Mianmian vividly described what had just happened, and Lu Ruolin and Su Juexia's eyes brightened more and more. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. By the end, Lu Ruolin's eyes were red, and she didn't know what else to say other than repeating those two words. For so many years, she had lived in the shadow of that man, bearing children and taking care of the family, yet received nothing in return, only leaving behind a body full of pain. Now that someone had dealt with him so miserably, Lu Ruolin felt a sense of relief in her heart. But as she laughed, tears streamed down her face. If she could, she really didn't want to know Su Chansheng. Chen Mianmian sighed and held Lu Ruolin's hand. Auntie, you couldn't resist before, but from now on, you'll listen to me. I guarantee you and Juexia will live a good life. Thank you. Thank you, Mianmian. You're such a good child. I've dragged you down. Lu Ruolin felt guilty. Had she done anything wrong? All her life, she had been taught to follow her father when she was young and her husband after marriage, being told to adhere to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. To serve her in-laws. Her life had been about enduring suffering, and whenever she expressed her pain and sought someone to talk to, her mother would tell her that this was how women were. Over time, she stopped expressing her pain and thought that as long as she endured this life, it would be fine. She never expected that just when she was about to despair, her son would find such a wonderful daughter-in-law. Yet, she wasn't a good mother-in-law. Completely useless, and even the betrothal gifts were something the children had to ask for themselves. Please don't say that. I can't do housework or sewing. We'll still need you for those things. Just don't think I'm lazy, Mianmian said. How could that be? You're marrying into our family to enjoy life. How can I make you work? From now on, I'll handle everything at home. You and Bayan just need to be happy. Lu Ruolin didn't want her daughter-in-law to suffer like she did. As long as she was capable, she wouldn't let her daughter-in-law bear the burden. Su Juexia nodded along, saying that the household chores would be managed by her and her mother, ensuring that her sister-in-law wouldn't have to tire herself out. Chen Mianmian looked at the mother and daughter who trusted her wholeheartedly, feeling a warmth in her heart. She hadn't expected to find warmth in this temporarily formed family. Perhaps getting married to Su Bayan was indeed a good thing. This thought flashed through her mind as Chen Mianmian organized the 2 women to quickly pack up their things, discarding anything unnecessary. After all, she had brought back so much from Su Chansheng, so why not take advantage of it? When Chen Mianmian looked at the patched clothing on the 2 women, she sighed deeply. We can keep 2 sets of these clothes as emergency wear. The rest can be thrown away. I brought back a whole box of fabric. Annie, if you're free, please help us make clothes for the 4 of us. Skirts, pants, shirts, overalls. Let us make them all. The leftover scraps can be used for shoe soles. We won't wear such ragged clothes anymore. It's painful to look at. Of course, they still had to keep a couple of sets for when they needed to play poor and gain sympathy. Chen Mianmian tugged at her clothes, which looked like they could be worn by a beggar leader, feeling immensely proud of herself for being so resourceful. I can also have new clothes? Su Juexia pointed at herself in surprise. She had only ever worn clothes that others had discarded or that Lu Ruolin had altered to fit her, and she had never worn new clothes. Of course, all 4 of us will have new ones. Chen Mianmian pointed at the cabinet full of fabric, mainly putting the burden on Andy. I can only talk. I can't do anything else, ha. Lu Ruolin quickly waved her hands, blushing at Chen Mianmian's gratitude. Making clothes wasn't hard work. She was just glad that this child didn't look down on her skills. Moreover, looking at the sewing machine in the corner, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She had seen her sister-in-law use it before. It was quick and efficient. Now, she finally had a chance to use it herself. With Chen Mianmian's clear instructions, the 2 women packed up quickly. By the time Su Bayan found someone to come over, the house was already mostly tidied up. Hello, Annie. Hello, little sister. Hello, sister-in-law. The little soldiers greeted everyone they saw. Lu Ruolin and Su Juexia nodded shyly in response, while Chen Mianmian greeted them warmly. They were working hard to help with the move, and they would have dinner at the new house tonight. The little soldiers were all around 18 or 19, full of boundless energy, and when they heard there would be good food, they immediately started moving without a second thought. Chen Mianmian took out 20 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Lu Ruolin, asking her to buy some vegetables and meat. It was not only to reward the helpers, but also to celebrate the family's new beginning. Lu Ruolin didn't want to accept it, but Su Bayan insisted she take it. Tomorrow, I'll go to the military department to get the savings book back from Mianmian. Consider this in advance. Mom, make sure to prepare more dry food. If you make stew, add more broth too. Mianmian will need it to feed the dog later. Su Baiyan quietly instructed Lu Ruolin before leaving, his eyes filled with warmth. A son caring for his daughter-in-law was the best thing ever. She had suffered enough from her husband's indifference, and didn't T want to see the people around her suffer like she had. Lu Ruolin took a basket and went to buy groceries with her daughter, just as Qian Wang heard they were moving and hurried over. Chen Mianmian thought for a moment and asked him to go along to help with the groceries. The two women were as obedient as rabbits. If they encountered members of the Su family again, it wouldn't be impossible for them to have their things taken away. Until they could stand on their own, they needed to be protected. Hey, you're moving, huh? I hope Su Tuanzhang hasn't made any mistakes and been kicked out of the family compound. While Chen Mianmian was in the yard sorting out unwanted items to give to the neighbors, she heard a sarcastic voice from outside the gate. Ignoring Chen Mianmian's scrutiny, the person came in and grabbed the stainless steel ladle and two large white porcelain bowls. Since you're moving, you have quite a lot of stuff. I'm just helping you clear some out. Otherwise, it would be a waste to throw it away. The intruder was an old woman with her hair in a bun and her feet wrapped, her eyes darting around, clearly up to no good. It was evident she had stolen from Lu Ruolin before, given how naturally she moved. Chen Mianmian snorted coldly and walked over to snatch everything back, almost causing the old woman to stumble. You wrapped your feet and covered your eyes. Such good things you just take without permission. Do you think you're a household guardian? If your legs aren't good, just stay home and don't go over to other people's houses making a fuss. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death by someone? Chen Mianmian rolled her eyes. Even if she smashed all the items, she wouldn't give the old woman anything. If she wanted to take advantage of her, she could wait until her next life. Chapter 54. The Joy of Moving. Didn't you say you wouldn't disturb my life? You little whore, do you know who I am? Do you believe I can have my son seize everything from your house? The old lady saw Chen Mianmian being so unyielding and not giving her any face. And feeling humiliated for not gaining an advantage, she directly started cursing. I'm not your father. How would I know who you are? Chen Mianmian crossed her arms and looked up and down at the old lady. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Even if your son is the Jade Emperor, don't think you can take even a thread from my family. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to invite a god is easy, but sending them away is hard. The old lady noticed that Lu Ruolin and Su Juexia, who were easier to talk to, were not around in the yard. Realizing she wouldn't gain anything today, she could only glare at Chen Mianmian in anger and prepare to find compensation elsewhere. Chen Mianmian felt a bit regretful watching her leave in disgrace. She hadn't even exerted 3 parts of her strength, and that was it. Old trash. After the old lady left, others came to move things again. This happened 4 times, and finally, they moved Su Chunqing's family's substantial possessions to the new house. In the end, Chen Mianmian carried a small bundle, locked the main door, and left the small courtyard where the Su family had lived for 2 years. When they arrived at the new house, Su Baiyan had already roughly arranged the furniture, and the 2 large rooms looked neat and spacious. On the 2-meter-wide Kong, colorful cotton quilts were piled up, and after dinner, Chen Mianmian began to distribute them. The dressing table was also moved by Su Baiyan to their new house, which was the West Room. Mom said, a new daughter-in-law must have one. So this one is for you, and I'll find someone in the village later to get one from Mom's room. Su Baiyan explained a bit, letting Chen Mianmian know their family's welcoming attitude. Chen Mianmian nodded and didn't decline, telling Su Baiyan not to bother, and when that old third brings it back, she'll just go and grab it. As long as she gets it back, you have no business confirming the yard of Su Zhongding. The farmyard fertilizer is as smelly as it gets, straight from the army's toilet. Hearing Chen Mianmian's teasing reminder, Su Baiyan nodded with a tight-lipped smile. Keeping this matter in mind, there is a special place in the family compound for collecting farmyard fertilizer, and he just needs to let them know to leave a bucket. While thinking about this, Su Baiyan suddenly asked Chen Mianmian if they should build a toilet. Can we? Chen Mianmian's eyes lit up. Of course, if we can. I get a headache just thinking about going to the public toilet. In this era, it's all dry toilets. It's okay when it's cold. But when it's hot, it's really unbearable. If it's your own and cleaned regularly, it doesn't smell much. Su Baiyan asked Chen Mianmian to think about what else she needed, as today there were many people, so they could easily get it done. Chen Mianmian looked at the enthusiastic boys working hard and couldn't help but twitch her lips. Do they really think they can treat this group of kids like forklifts? But she kept all this in her mind, planning to buy some food at the supply and marketing cooperative later for Su Baiyan to deliver. Su Baiyan took people to get bricks and cement, and Lu Rulin and the others returned. 2 pieces of marbled pork, a set of pig offal, a fish as long as an arm, and even a bag of potatoes and cabbage, while Qian Wang carried a bag of flour. The 3 looked at the spacious yard and the bright big brick house, feeling that their eyes weren't enough. Today is our family's housewarming. I prepared all these. Lu Rulin was extremely excited, feeling a happiness and joy she had never experienced before. It seemed that ever since the daughter-in-law appeared, her life had improved. Walking into the kitchen, which was bigger than their previous bedroom, it was already filled with various ingredients and seasonings from Su Chunxing's place, making Lu Rulin even happier. In the morning, she felt using Su Chunxing's items was dirty, but now they suddenly smelled great. Being able to improve their life without spending money. Why not use them? Lu Rulin called Su Juexiao into the kitchen to start cooking, and when Chen Mianmian wanted to help, she was handed a handful of rock candy and pushed back out. It's enough for my mother and me to be here. You just be in the way, so you can stand outside and play. Lu Rulin smiled as she rolled up her sleeves to knead the dough, while Su Juexiao skillfully handled the fish and pig offal. Indeed, much more adept than Chen Mianmian. She gave Lu Rulin and Su Juexiao each 2 pieces of rock candy before stepping outside. Mom, I like my sister-in-law. Su Juexiao, munching on the sweet rock candy, had joy in her eyes and a yearning for future life. Lu Rulin nodded as well, feeling as sweet as the rock candy in her heart, making her work even more energetically. All of this was unknown to Chen Mianmian, who walked towards Qian Wang, who was chopping wood. Seeing her approach, he quickly tossed the axe aside and stood straight, as if waiting for a review. Didn't you encounter any trouble just now? No. Qian Wang stood at attention, looking straight ahead. Captain Su's aunt did see us, but when she saw me following along, she took a detour. Chen Mianmian nodded, knowing that the people from the Su family were softies afraid of hard tactics. Sooner or later, she would clean them up herself, but for now, let them warm up by fighting among themselves. While they were talking, Su Baiyan and the others returned. Everyone divided their tasks, digging the toilet, laying the stone path, building the outdoor stove, stacking the chicken coop. The spacious yard was filled with more than a dozen young men, bustling about as if they would lift the roof off. Not far away, Dong Qingqiu was going to buy vegetables, and upon hearing the commotion, she came over to see what the new neighbors were like. Following the open door, she saw Chen Mianmian directing people as they worked, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. She thought Chen Mianmian was just bluffing when she said she had left the Chen family. She didn't expect her to have mixed into the family compound. Chen Mianmian felt the gaze and turned to see the mother and daughter locking eyes. She paused for a moment, walked out, and stood in front of Dong Qingqiu, allowing her to size her up openly. Didn't you say you wouldn't disturb my life? What does this mean now, that you randomly found someone to marry just to get close to me? Dong Qingqiu looked at her daughter with some resentment. Clearly, she was her own daughter, so why didn't she act like other kids, crying and clinging to their parents when they came over? If she had done that, she wouldn't have had to wear a cold face. Moreover, how could a daughter be so distant from her mother? She must have been spoiled by those country bumpkins in the Chun family. Isn't at you who came to find me? I haven't disturbed your life at all. Chen Mianmian tilted her head innocently. I'm here to marry in, but not casually. Su Baiyan is a person of integrity, clear-headed, and has a strong sense of ideology. He is a very good revolutionary partner. We decided to become proletariat partners after careful consideration. You can treat me as a stranger. I won't actively say you're my mother. If you really mind, I absolutely won't disclose anything. Chen Mianmian originally planned to treat her as a stranger, but Dong Qingqiu's special visit left her somewhat puzzled. You. Dong Qingqiu looked at the face similar to hers. Combined with that stubborn thinking, it reminded her of her younger brother who could infuriate her since childhood. As a mother, why couldn't this girl say something soft? If she had directly said she wanted to get closer, she wouldn't really have chased her away. Then you must not say it. Dong Qingqiu huffed, and turned to leave, not believing that with her identity as the commander's daughter. This girl wouldn't rush to acknowledge her. Just wait for the girl to come and beg her. She would hold off for a few more minutes before forgiving her. Chapter 55 from now on. If the commander has work, they will come again. Coming to beg for food. Chen Mianmian certainly didn't understand Dong Qingxiu's psychology and returned to the courtyard to continue helping. Finally, when the fragrance filled the courtyard, everything was ready. Lu Rulin shouted that it was time to eat, and everyone rushed over, as if it were the new year, running quickly. They lined up to wash their hands and, after washing, sat down to eat. The weather was nice today, so they simply moved the table outside to eat. Because there were too many people, they divided into 2 tables. Everyone took their seats on the high-end chairs borrowed from Su Chunsheng, looking at the dishes that smelled so good that their mouths watered. Braised fish, braised meat, spicy stir-fried meat, spicy stir-fried pork intestines, scallion mixed tofu, cold-tossed shredded potatoes, seaweed egg soup, paired with fragrant sorghum rice and soft cabbage pork dumplings. Even during the new year, it wouldn't be this lavish. Chen Mianmian found some good wine that Su Chunsheng had saved, pouring a little for everyone, while she and Su Juexia drank malt milk. She raised her glass and said, "Today is the celebration of our family moving into a new home. Thank you all for your help. If you need anything in the future, just let me know, and I will definitely help as much as I can. Also, I take this opportunity to congratulate me and comrade Su Baiyan on becoming revolutionary partners. Once we get our marriage certificate, I will treat you to wedding candies." After Chen Mianmian finished speaking, everyone raised their glasses in agreement and then drank it all in one go. The soft and smooth texture made them reluctant to swallow. Such good wine was rarely available. The army doesn't allow drunkenness, so Su Baiyan let them each have 3 small cups, with each cup containing only 2 coins worth. Everyone sipped slowly, afraid of drinking too quickly and wasting it. After the meal, everyone's stomachs were round, and Lu Rulin stuffed 2 more dumplings into each of them before letting them leave. Not only did they eat delicious food and drink good wine today, but the commander's family was also very amiable, unlike other military officers' families who seem to treat them like donkeys, working them to the bone. In the future, if the commander has work, they will come again. Once everyone had left, Su Baiyan carried the leftover soup and cornmeal out of the courtyard. Chen Mianmian whistled, and the dogs that had been waiting all day rushed over, wagging their tails, waiting for her command to eat. Eat. With a single command from Chen Mianmian, the dogs approached in order, not daring to argue at all, which made Su Baiyan's eyes light up. The dogs ate quickly, finishing everything in just 5 minutes. Chen Mianmian waved her hand to let them leave, telling them to pay attention to Su Chunsheng and the Su family's movements in the future. After the dogs left, Chen Mianmian went to the west room to divide the bedding, splitting everything into 2 parts, one to be sent to the east room for Lu Rulin and Su Juexia. These are made of good cotton and fabric, smooth and soft to lie on, extremely comfortable. She also sent the skincare products to Lu Rulin. 1 bottle of snowflower cream was enough for her, and if she could buy the raw materials, she could make some herself. In her previous life, when she was on the mountain rescuing wild animals, life was simple but boring, so Chen Mianmian learned some simple crafts. She made essential oil soap, natural lipstick hand cream, and moisturizing lotion, and by the end, she had made too much and gave all away, with everyone thinking it was quite good and occasionally asking her for more. In this era, there really wasn't much useful, so later, when everything was arranged, she would dress up her mother-in-law and sister-in-law beautifully, which would also give her face when they went out. First, she simply divided the things, taking the fabric and sewing machine to the east room for Lu Rulin to keep. Chen Mianmian was responsible for describing the desired clothing styles. The rest was beyond her control. It was getting late, so she decided to head back to the guest house. When Chen Mianmian said she was leaving, Su Baiyan hurriedly escorted her. On the way back, he solemnly thanked her. "Thank you, Comrade Mianmian. Today was the most enjoyable day I've ever had. My mother and sister were also very happy. I didn't realize it before. It turns out it wasn't so hard after all." Over the years, Su Baiyan had been tightly controlled by Su Chunsheng and always felt it was difficult to break free, but Chen Mianmian had tidied everything up in no time. making him wonder if he had been using the wrong methods before. Hey, I'm the kind to take unconventional paths. Don't mention him. Even if the Jade Emperor came, I could probably swindle something. Actually, it's mainly because I'm not afraid of hard work or hardship, and I have no shame. You and your mother care too much about face, resulting in your own suffering. For me, face is just a shoe-in soul. If I want it, I can have it. If I don't, that is fine too. Chen Mianmian's words opened Su Baiyan's mind, and he fell into deep thought, even contemplating the feasibility of carrying this spirit forward in the future. Before he knew it, they arrived at the guest house, and Su Baiyan felt a little reluctant to see her leave. The excitement of the day was something he had never experienced before, and he wanted this joy to continue. Su Baiyan, see that Chen Mianmian is leaving, and for some reason, I asked, can I call you Mianmian? Chen Mianmian raised an eyebrow to look at him, his fair and handsome face slowly turning red under the dusk, his ears shining brighter than the evening clouds. The usually stern and serious man lowered his gaze. Not daring to meet her eyes, she was just too easy to tease. Of course, we will be partners from now on. You can call me Mianmian, and I will call you Baiyan. I hope we can cooperate happily in the future and trust each other. After speaking, she extended her hand to show friendliness to her future partner for the next 3 years. Su Baiyan looked at Chen Mianmian's outstretched hand, stunned for a moment, then quickly reached out to shake hands, but then worried about his hands being dirty, he rubbed them on his pants a couple of times before gently holding hers. Chen Mianmian's hands were not delicate. In fact, they could be described as rough, but they were very warm. Su Baiyan gently squeezed her hand before letting go, quietly placing his hand at his side to hold it, as if to retain the warmth of the moment. See you tomorrow. After Chen Mianmian finished speaking, she turned to leave. Su Baiyan replied, see you tomorrow, and stood for a while until he saw her light turn on before heading back. All the way home, he thought about what had happened today and how they had exchanged nicknames. Su Baiyan felt like he could almost fly with joy. Who would have thought that the usually stable and serious Commander Su would climb a tree like a monkey on the way home, swinging around happily before finally returning home? He needed to hurry and submit the marriage report and get the marriage certificate with Mianmian. The next morning, when Chen Mianmian came downstairs, Su Baiyan was still standing at the door. When they got home, Lu Rulin had already set the table, smiling radiantly at their return. Not only that, but she had also prepared food for the dogs, thick corn porridge mixed with some homegrown potatoes and greens, stirred with lard, making Chen Mianmian want to flaunt a couple of bowls. Baiyan said you like raising dogs, so I will make more food in the future so you have something to feed them. Seeing Su Baiyan's family accept her lifestyle without hesitation, a warm current flowed through Chen Mianmian's eyes, and her smile grew even softer and more radiant. After breakfast, Su Baiyan needed to go to the regiment headquarters to report back and submit the marriage application. Only after completing the process could he take the introduction letter to get the certificate. Chen Mianmian continued to sort out the things from Su Chunsheng, while Su Juexia, like a little tail, looked around with wide eyes, particularly adorable. Knock, knock, knock. Is the family of Commander Su here? Suddenly, a soldier's voice came from outside, and a soldier carrying a box came in, saying, this is the welfare sent by Commander Su. Please check. The army occasionally has some income and distributes welfare to the soldiers. Recently, Su Baiyan had achieved merit and received 4 boxes of canned meat, a pound of white sugar, and 3 boxes of toothpaste. Lu Rulin thanked the soldier, and just as she was about to turn back, suddenly a figure rushed over and snatched the box from her arms. Oh, Lu, sister-in-law, my little grandson has been sick these days, and he has no taste in his mouth. I'll borrow these things from you for now, and when my son gets his welfare, I'll return them to you. The person who came was the old woman whom Chen Mianmian had confronted yesterday, her hair in a bun and feet wrapped, clearly not one to be trifled with. Aunt Lee, my son is getting married soon. I can't give you these things. Lu Rulin bit her lip, looking troubled. But Grandma Lee didn't listen at all and turned to leave, her legs looking as if they were bound by small feet. Chen Mianmian heard something was off in the house and went out to ask. Lu Rulin, carefully spoke out, afraid that her daughter-in-law would think she was useless. This old lady is taking advantage of me. Chen Mianmian sneered. Aunt, find the most tattered clothes in the house and give me a set too. I'll be going out to beg soon. Chapter 56. From now on, Both you and Xia are my dear daughters. If you can't live, just die. Chen Mianmian didn't expect that the few sets of tattered clothes she left behind would be used the very next day. After changing into Xia's clothes, Chen Mianmian messed up her hair and then went to the bottom of the pot to smear some soot on all three of their faces, making them look black and white. Elbow, let's go. We're going to beg for food. Chen Mianmian looked at the three of them in satisfaction, thinking that today they shouldn't be cheated. No, they should get more, otherwise it would be unfair to her outfit. To facilitate their actions, Chen Mianmian rolled up her sleeves a bit, revealing her stick-like skinny arms. How did you get that wound? Lu Rulin suddenly noticed a scar on Chen Mianmian's exposed skin and wanted to see how big it was, only to find that it extended from her forearm all the way to her elbow, the scar thick and long. Not only that, but Chen Mianmian's arms also bore other scars, some from burns, some from cuts. It was unimaginable how many such injuries she had on her body. Oh, this one was from when I was 14. My cousin chopped me. He said I, a dog daughter, wasn't worthy of eating at his grandmother's house, so he chopped me. This one was burned by my grandpa with a smoking pipe because I ate an extra bite of rice. And this knife wound was from my stepmother throwing a kitchen knife at me because I fed the chickens too slowly. Chen Mianmian said these things with a calm expression, as if she were recounting someone else's story. But in Lu Rulin's eyes, it was a pain that had reached its limit and couldn't be expressed. She hugged Chen Mianmian tightly, tears streaming down her face. My poor girl, you're so good. How can they be so cruel to hurt you? From now on, I will protect you without saying a word. When you two get married and return to the village, we'll give them a good beating. Your mom and stepmother don't want you, but I want you. From now on, you and Xia will both be my dear daughters. If I have one bite to eat, you'll have one too. Lu Rulin was very thin, and holding Chen Mianmian in her arms didn't feel comfortable. But listening to her words made her eyes sting for some reason, and a sense of grievance surged from her heart. If it weren't for Chen Mianmian's strong control, she might have really cried in Lu Rulin's arms. Cough, cough. Mom. Chen Mianmian, rarely feeling shy, spoke with a nasal tone, just like a pampered little lamb. Let's hurry up and go. We have important things to do. All right, let's go, Lu Rulin said, happily wiping her tears. Xia and I will listen to you. We won't let you down. After saying that, the three of them walked forward, but they didn't notice that not far away, a door was ajar, and Dong Qingxiu, with red eyes, was coming out with a basket of vegetables. Looking at Chen Mianmian's departing figure, her heart was filled with pain and disbelief. How could they treat their daughter this way? The letter said Mianmian was doing well. Everyone liked her. How could she have so many injuries? No, I need to find someone to investigate. Dong Qingxiu gritted her teeth and said, before turning back into the courtyard to call her brother. Meanwhile, Chen Mianmian was unaware that after a few calls from Dong Qingxiu, not only did the Dong family learn of her existence, but even the Chun family in Heishang village would soon face endless torment. She brought Lu Rulin and her daughter to the door of Major General Song's house. Just as she was about to knock, she was interrupted by Su Juexia, who was trembling. Sister-in-law, are we begging at the Major General's house? Is it okay to beg at the door? Of course. If the commander wasn't living here, I would be begging at his house myself. What I need to do now is to make an example of them. So those who bullied you can see the fate of that dead old lady. Remember, just follow my lead later. After repeatedly reminding them, Lu Rulin and her daughter nervously swallowed their saliva, shivering as they stood behind her, but they didn't run away. I was already quite good. Raising her hand to knock on the door, a kind-looking elderly woman came out. Seeing the three of them dressed this way, she immediately understood what was going on and asked them to wait a moment while she went to get some money. Ma'am, we're not begging. We don't want money. Chen Mianmian blinked her big eyes, timidly looking at Chen Mianmian. Do you have any leftover food at home that you could give us? Seeing that Chen Mianmian was so thin that she didn't weigh more than 2 yang, Chen Mianmian gently stroked her hair and turned to tell someone inside to bring out 10 buns. What are you doing here? Are you villagers from nearby? Chen Mianmian shook her head in disappointment, clarifying their identities. We are the family of Su Baiyan, the commander of the 28th Regiment of the 325th Division. Our family was about to run out of food, but fortunately, the regiment provided some benefits, hoping to last until he gets his allowance. Who knew that before we even got it, it was snatched away? My sister-in-law was so hungry she cried. So we had no choice but to come out and ask for something to eat. Grandma, don't worry. Once my family gets paid, I will definitely return it to you. The way Chen Mianmian said this made listeners feel heartbroken and brought tears to their eyes. Plus, Su Juexia was shivering behind her, looking as if she could barely stand from hunger, which made Chen Mianmian feel so sorry for them that she quickly stuffed the buns handed over by her daughter-in-law into the children's arms. Child, hurry and eat. If that's not enough, there's more. How could someone take away the benefits meant for you? Chen Mianmian realized that Chen Mianmian had come specifically to report the situation. But these three did indeed look weak and were clearly people who had endured hardships from heavy labor over the years. So most of what they said should be true. Once Chen Mianmian saw that Chen Mianmian was supportive, she knew she had to seize the opportunity. So she grabbed two buns, let out a cry, and started to cry, embellishing the events from last night to this morning. Especially mentioning the things that old Lady Li had done. She recounted everything. That old hag, under various pretenses, had snatched away a lot of good things from Lu Rulin's hands. Every time benefits were distributed, she would come just as they were handed out, like a dog smelling meat, immediately taking them away. She claimed it was borrowing, but had never returned anything. When Lu Rulin went to ask for it back, the old hag threw a fit on the ground, accusing her of bullying the elderly, and in the end, they didn't get anything back and ended up in trouble. How outrageous! Who is that old lady? Bring her here. Chen Mianmian, from a scholarly family, with a grandfather who was once a government official and a father who was a university president, and herself a retired professor, couldn't tolerate such despicable behavior. She directly instructed the guards at home to bring the person over. Lu Rulin quickly provided the address of the Li family, and the guards went straight there. Chen Mianmian looked at Chen Mianmian with stars in her eyes. Grandma, you are amazing. Thank you for standing up for us. I'm just bringing the person over to give you a chance to confront her. I'm also a military family member, so I can't directly help you. If everyone who felt wronged in the family compound came to me to cause a scene, I would also have a headache. Chen Mianmian nodded gratefully. From the way Major General Song looked, she knew his family must be reasonable, and she was right. She patted her chest, feeling proud. Don't worry. As long as the person comes, I can make her admit it. Chen Mianmian looked at the dogs that had quietly gathered in the corner, thinking that today, if she didn't drive that old hag out of the family compound, she might as well spell her name backward. Less than a while later, the guards brought old Lady Li over, and behind her followed a bunch of people lurking to watch the fun. Seeing those people, Chen Mianmian felt even more confident. She wasn't afraid of making a scene, only afraid it wouldn't be big enough. Old Lady Li trembled as she approached, seeing Chen Mianmian. She lowered her head and was about to kneel, but was stopped by the guards. We don't do the feudal, bureaucratic style anymore. I called you here to ask why you snatched away the benefits meant for Commander Su. Hearing Chen Mianmian's words, Old Lady Li finally noticed Chen Mianmian and the others standing by, and immediately knelt down, slapping her thighs and crying out in grievance. Oh, how unfair. It wasn't stealing. I just borrowed it. Old Lady Li wiped her non-existent tears. My little grandson was sick a few days ago and had no appetite. Our family is poor and can't afford meat. So I saw that Commander Su's family was distributing welfare, and since they weren't eating it, I borrowed some to eat. Sister Lu, just because the child wanted something to eat, you went to the military commander's wife? You're trying to kill me, old lady. I'm done for. The old lady cried and wanted to end her life, thinking it would end like before. Little did she know that this time she encountered Chen Mianmian. Suddenly, Chen Mianmian shouted, interrupting the old lady's mournful cries. As everyone looked at her, she tore off her belt and hung it on a nearby tree. If you want to die, then go ahead and do it now. Chen Mianmian walked over and grabbed the old lady by the collar, pulling her toward the tree. Your grandson has no appetite. Can't you find something for him to eat? If you're too poor to afford food, then go sell your blood. If that doesn't work, let your son sell himself. Why should we use our things to feed you? Your grandson doesn't even share a last name. No, looking at you like this, your grandson is no good either. When he grows up, he'll be a thief and end up in prison. Chapter 57. Little girl, take a break. Let us beat her up. If you don't compensate, I'll report you, you little bitch. Who are you calling that? My grandson is going to be a high-ranking official in the future. Let go of me, or I'll have my son execute you. Old Lady Li was being dragged forward by Chen Mianmian, furious and cursing loudly. After living in the family compound for years, she had never seen anyone dare to treat her like this. If she didn't intimidate this little whore today, wouldn't others ride on her head in the future? Oomph. You want to kill me? Then I must be able to kill you even more. Before I die, I want to take down everyone who has bullied my family, especially that little grandson of yours with his filthy mouth. I want to cut off his tongue and throw in the latrine. Chen Mianmian looked fearless, which frightened Old Lady Li a bit. This woman seemed mentally unstable. Would she really kill herself? Thinking this, she showed a hint of fear on her face and turned to the people who had followed her for help. Oh no, there's a murder. Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. After living here for so many years, we must have some feelings, right? Please help me. Old Lady Li, with her bound feet, was dragged like a dead dog by Chen Mianmian, and with that plea, she looked quite pitiful. Some people couldn't bear to watch. Although Old Lady Li usually loved to stir up trouble, at her age, she shouldn't be bullied by a younger generation like this. So, a few people began to plead for Old Lady Li, and slowly the crowd started to lean in her favor. See, you better let me go, or you'll incur the wrath of the public. Don't say you haven't gotten married yet. Even if you have, I'll have my son report Sue Bayan. Old Lady Li was extremely pleased. Every time her tantrums didn't work, she used this trick, and the people around would chime in. It was a surefire method. A little girl who hadn't even grown up yet wanted to fight with her. In the next life, Chen Mianmian listened to their moral coercion, sneering loudly. Her eyes filled with mockery as she looked at those people. This is what you all said, so I'll really let her go. Chen Mianmian indeed released Old Lady Li, but repeatedly warned them not to regret it. After that, Chen Mianmian switched to gossip mode, sharing the rumors she had heard from the dogs. This old hag said that there was a daughter-in-law in a family who wore red clothes all day and swayed her hips while walking. She looked like a flirt, and it was possible that none of her children were her husband's. In the crowd, a middle-aged woman in a red coat retracted her earlier words and glared fiercely at Old Lady Li. Nonsense. I didn't say that. Old Lady Li's expression was one of panic, clearly caught in a lie, while Chen Mianmian let out a cold laugh and continued. She mentioned how Old Lady Li had stirred up trouble by claiming that the neighbor's chicken eggs were taken from her backyard, causing a fight between the two families that lasted 3 years without a word spoken. She also encouraged her daughter-in-law to set rules, which led to the daughter-in-law who just entered the family having a miscarriage, and until this year, there had been no movement. She liked to eavesdrop on other families' intimate moments, knowing how long each man lasted, and would sneak around at night, pressing her ear against their walls. Oh, right. Remember that time you all had a massive food poisoning, throwing up and shitting everywhere? It was because she threw poisonous herbs into the communal well. The reason? It seemed to be because she wasn't allowed to pick first when benefits were distributed, although Old Lady Li's misdeeds were only seen by the dogs. The kids recognized the smell and effects of those herbs. It could be said that the net of heaven is vast and wide, and nothing escapes. Who would have thought that the reasons that everyone had failed to uncover in previous years would be seen by the dogs, and then revealed by Chen Mianmian? When Old Lady Li heard Chen Mianmian recounting these events, she was already shocked to the point of forgetting to argue back. Some things she had even forgotten, and she never expected this girl to know. Especially after the poisoning incident was exposed, her face turned pale, and she trembled all over. Her mind filled with one thought. It's over, it's all over. Oh wow, so that time we were all throwing up and shitting was because of you? You old hag. I almost died that day. My youngest son was only 8 months old at that time and barely had any strength left. His health has been poor ever since, and it turns out it was your doing. Now I finally know who spread the rumor about my husband being quick. It was you, you filthy mouth, causing me endless trouble. I'll tear you apart. The crowd was furious at Old Lady Li's misdeeds, their eyes bloodshot as they rushed over to push Chen Mianmian aside. Little girl, take a break. Let's take action. They no longer cared about neighborly ties or respect for the elderly. They all wished they could smash Old Lady Li to pieces. Meanwhile, Chen Mianmian, who had been pushed aside, became an observer, crossing her arms and laughing coldly. Oh dear, why is everyone so angry? We're all neighbors here. We see each other every day. There's no need for this. Just wait for the old lady to bring you all to ruin. And then you can turn into vengeful spirits to torment her, right? It's just a few idle words. You all are being too petty. The words they had just said turned back on them like a boomerang, striking them in the forehead. They felt ashamed, not daring to look at Chen Mianmian, their hatred for old lady Li growing even stronger. If it weren't for this old hag, how would they have been so embarrassed? She really deserves to die. Some people, already furious, began to grab her hair and scratch her face, especially targeting her gossiping mouth, which was already being torn apart. About Su Tuan's family, we were actually well-intentioned. No one expected that old hag to have such a malicious heart. I can testify. She previously stole from Su Tuan's family and even showed off to us, saying Lu Rulin was just a useless waste, and every time she took something, she never returned it, profiting from it for nothing. Yes, I can also testify. She taught us how to take things from your house. This time, no one defended her anymore. Everyone rushed to speak out about how old lady Li had bullied Lu Rulin, trying to make up for their previous confusion. Lu Rulin, with red eyes, lowered her head in embarrassment. She felt so useless, having been bullied and then showing off about it. Chen Mianmian looked at Lu Rulin's frail body, utterly disgusted with old lady Li. How could someone grow old and still be so vicious? But she didn't know that it wasn't that old lady Li had grown old and became vicious. It was just that vicious people grew old. The truth was out. Old lady Li had clearly stolen Su Bian's benefits today, and combined with her previous actions, it could be said that the amount was considerable. Chen Mianmian crossed her arms, looking at the bruised and battered old lady Li as if she were a clown. So, are you going to return everything you've taken over the years? Or will I have to go get it myself? You are too much. You don't respect the elderly or love the young, and you will get your comeuppance. Old lady Li had lost all face and was beaten up. Her speech slurred as she accused Chen Mianmian. Chen Mianmian walked over and stepped on her withered claw, grinding it down hard. I respect the elderly who are wise, fair, have a big picture view, are united, and are kind to the younger generation, not like you, an old beast. Don't want to return the things? Then I can only report to the military department. I want to see how big of an official your son is. To casually steal benefits from the war heroes and bully the families of the commanders. If the military district can't handle it, I'll take it to the central government. After saying this, Chen Mianmian tossed her head and motioned for Lu Rulin and Su Juexia to follow. Old lady Li didn't expect things to escalate to this point, just as she was thinking of pretending to faint to get out of it. She suddenly saw someone running over. Mom, what are you doing? Li Jinxing looked at his mother, who was beaten and bruised, with a frown. Usually, he turned a blind eye to her petty thefts, but today it had escalated to the wife of the military commander. She really was making a scene, making it hard for herself in the army. Son, you finally came. The nest is going to be washed away by the filthy beating. You finally made it. I was about to be beaten to death. Old lady Li pointed at Chen Mianmian and the neighbors who were fighting, shouting for Li Jinsheng to shoot them all, not caring at all about her son's increasingly dark face. And Chen Mianmian looked at Li Jinsheng like that. And if he said he didn't know anything about old lady Li's actions, that would be nonsense. You are the son of this old hag, aren't you? Chen Mianmian walked over, looking like she was going to demand an explanation. Your dead mother has been stealing from my family for years, and before, my mother-in-law was easy to bully and didn't want to stoop to her level. Now, your family's retribution has come for you. Either give me 500 yuan now to compensate for everything from before, or I'll bring people to your house and take whatever I like. Little girl, my mother did take things from your family, but 500 is too much, right? We all live in the same compound. There's no need to be so greedy, right? Li Jinxing frowned, feeling that Chen Mianmian was being unreasonable, trying to morally coerce her. It might have worked before, but now, he was facing Chen Mianmian. She jumped up directly, pointing and poking at Li Jinxing's forehead wildly. What do you mean by being greedy? Why didn't you jump out to stop your mother when she was stealing from us? All the good stuff you flaunted in your mouth turned to shit. Why do you have to talk here? Damn it. I think you intentionally let your mother bully my mother-in-law so that Su Bian wouldn't be at ease with his mission, and if something happened, it would be to your advantage, right? You are a spy for the enemy, a worm infiltrating our ranks. I'm going to report you to the central authority. Voice breaking, Chapter 58. If you don't give me an explanation right now, I'll go shit in your pot. Li Jinxing had never seen a girl as frenzied as Chen Mianmian, jumping around like a monkey, cursing fiercely, and her strength was not small. If he hadn't taken 2 steps back, she might have knocked his crown off. Nonsense. Who is a spy? You need evidence to act. Are you out of your mind? Talking nonsense. Chen Mianmian retracted her hand, hands on her hips, boldly confronting him as if she were a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Yes, I'm crazy. What is it to you? When I go mad, I even hit myself. You better give me an explanation right now, or I'll go shit in your pot. Life at home is tough. No one should expect it to be easy. Li Jinxing looked at Chen Mianmian's fierce demeanor and took another step back, afraid she might really come a bite him. At the same time, he complained to his mother. He had already warned her a few days ago that Su Baiyan was on leave lately and advised her to stay calm and not to covet others' belongings. As soon as he said that, she went ahead and offended Su Baiyan, and now they were caught up in such a disaster. Now, with no face left, Li Jinxing could only apologize to Chen Mianmian with a dark face and took out all the money in his pocket, which was just over 50. I can gather enough money for you in a few days. No way, I want it today. You have 2 hours to gather the money. If you don't, I'll bring people to your house and take your things. You must have heard about what happened at Su Shizhan's house yesterday. They emptied their entire house to gather a bride price for their son. That bride? It's me. Chen Mianmian smiled sweetly, but Li Jinxing swallowed hard, feeling a chill all over. Goodness, just last night he mocked Su Chunsheng for being a coward, as their house had been emptied down to the load-bearing walls, and the couple had to return to their father-in-law's house to hide from the storm. If his family experienced something similar, they certainly wouldn't be able to stay in the compound. All right, I'll go. Just wait. Li Jinxing thought about bringing Li Laodai back home to have a good talk, but he was stopped by Chen Mianmian. Wait, who said she could leave? If you don't bring the money, she can't leave. Stealing from our family and bullying my mother, she thinks she can just walk away? There is no way it's that easy. I'm going to write a big character poster, stick a big hat on her, and parade her through the streets so everyone can hear about her crimes. I'll let the residents know that she has been bullying others and acting like a tyrant, and she deserves to be criticized. Chen Mianmian's words left Li Jinxing speechless. After all, his mother had already incurred public wrath, and if he forcefully took her away, he would be skinned alive tomorrow. There was no choice but to leave, gritting his teeth. But the next second, he was called back by Chen Mianmian. What do you want again? Li Jinxing was getting a bit irritated by Chen Mianmian's repeated antics. He didn't want to go home lately due to all the money and face he was losing. Nothing, just looking at how readily you're willing to pay. I'll give you a piece of advice. Chen Mianmian glanced at Li Laodai, who was glaring at her with resentment, and smiled cunningly. Haven't you been having a rough time lately? As soon as she said this, surprise flashed in Li Jinxing's eyes. He had indeed been struggling in the army recently, always being suppressed and picked on, but he hadn't told his family about it, and Su Baiyan was out on a mission at the time. How did she know? Seeing the expression on Li Jinxing's face, Chen Mianmian knew she was right, and she pretended to be profound, smacking her lips. Honestly, it's because your mother is cursing you. Her awareness is poor, and she has brought you a lot of trouble. These karmic burdens accumulate over time. At first, you don't feel much, but recently they have solidified into something substantial. They are actually affecting your career and will continue to impact your health, marriage, and children. You will be harmed by her to the point of losing your family. I have said all I can. Whether you believe it or not is up to your fate. Li Jinxing was shocked by Chen Mianmian's words. It seemed like his career had indeed been poor lately, and he was always feeling uncomfortable, and he kept arguing with his wife. You're talking nonsense. How could I harm my family? Li Laodai was startled by her son's hesitant gaze. What if he believed her? What would she do then? Over the years in the compound, wouldn't he envy and resent her? She wrote letters home every year to show off. If her son believed this girl's words and sent her back, what good days would she have left? Mother, stop making a scene. I'll go gather the money. No matter what, Li Jinxing's head was spinning. He had to gather enough money to redeem his mother. Otherwise, being paraded through the compound would be worse than death. Without looking back, Li Jinxing left. Li Laodai cried and shouted to follow him, but she was stopped by the angry crowd. Everyone eagerly gathered scrap paper to make a big hat and asked those who could read to write character posters to hang around her neck. In less than 10 minutes, a large parade had set off, banging on wash basins as they escorted Li Laodai to parade through the streets. As they walked, They recounted all the years Li Laotai bullied Lu Rulin and disclosed all the bad things she had done, especially her strange obsession with eavesdropping on other couples' private conversations, which became widely known. Li Laotai, with bound feet, was bruised and pushed around, crying out in shame, but no one felt sorry for her now. Whenever someone showed sympathy, they were immediately pulled aside for a lesson. Not that they couldn't respect the elderly, but this old woman was too much of a scoundrel. By the time the crowd left in a frenzy, the area in front of General Song's house was much quieter. Su Juexia excitedly watched Chen Mianmian with curious eyes, her big eyes revealing her thoughts. Sister-in-law, how did you know he has been having a rough time? Just look at him. He looks like he has got a whole load of troubles on his mind. It's strange if he is doing well. Mainly, the elderly lack wisdom across 3 generations. Li Laotai's character has already ruined the family, and it's about time for various retributions to manifest. Do you think all army people are blind? With that mother of his, how could he be doing well? How many people has he offended unknowingly? He definitely won't have any chances for promotions and will be marginalized. Su Juexia nodded in realization and then asked why she said his health and marriage were also bad. Chen Mianmian opened her mouth, looking at the 16-year-old girl, unsure how to explain. When men reach middle age, they are often forced into situations where they can't do much, which directly impacts their marital relationship. Seeing Chen Mianmian hesitate to explain, Lu Rulin immediately realized it was inappropriate and tugged at Su Juexia's sleeve. You're just a child, don't ask nonsense. Oh, Su Juexia wasn't enlightened, but didn't ask further. Her big eyes still looked at Chen Mianmian with admiration. Sister-in-law is amazing. In such a short time, you've gotten $500, which is much more than what Mom lost over the years. If it could be like this every day, I could follow my sister-in-law and eat for a lifetime. Chen Mianmian stood aside, watching Chen Mianmian achieve her goal, and couldn't help but say that young people are really clever nowadays, not following the usual rules, but it's surprisingly effective. Many things seem to be much easier to resolve as long as you don't care about face. Today's event gave Chen Mianmian some inspiration, and while she was pondering, a sudden, urgent barking of a dog came from the courtyard. Help, help! Chapter 59. Saving People, the Touch of Being Cared For. This is your virtuous reward. Chen Mianmian listened to the voice and instantly furrowed her brows. Without time to explain, she hurriedly ran into the courtyard. Chen Mianmian and her daughter-in-law exchanged glances, not understanding why the girl suddenly went into the house. Lu Rulin and Su Juexia stood awkwardly at the door, but recalling Su Baiyan's earlier words about unconditionally believing in Chen Mianmian, they could only suppress the impulse to find a place to hide and stood there. Mom, why don't we go in and take a look? I don't think Comrade Chen is the reckless type, suggested Chen Mianmian's daughter-in-law, Cui Xiangrong, who was the same age as Lu Rulin and had a gentle and polite temperament. Even though she felt this action was inappropriate, she instinctively wanted to give Chen Mianmian a way out. Hearing this, the few people at the door quickly walked inside, as the dog's barking grew more frantic. Chen Mianmian also dashed into the house. There were still a few people inside cleaning up, and upon seeing a dirty, unfamiliar girl run in, everyone asked what she was doing there. Hey, do you know whose house this is? You can't just walk in like that. If you want something to eat, we can get it for you in a moment, but you can't go upstairs, they said. The house of General Song was a 2-story building, and the guests and the nanny inside blocked Chen Mianmian's way. At that moment, the dogs barking from upstairs had reached a near howl. I'm going upstairs to save someone. Let me pass, Chen Mianmian anxiously explained, but those people didn't believe her. There was no one upstairs. Was she going up to save a ghost? They firmly blocked her path. With no other choice, Chen Mianmian whistled to call the dog down. They're blocking me from going up. Upon receiving this message, the next second, a wolf dog charged down from upstairs, crashing into the people in the way, forcibly creating a path for Chen Mianmian. Good dog. Chen Mianmian quickly ran upstairs. You can't go up. If strangers come into the house at random, what is the difference from being useless? However, in the next moment, those who wanted to stop her were tightly bitten by the dog on their pant legs, unable to move at all. Everyone was puzzled. Why was the usually well-behaved dog acting this way towards outsiders today? Quick, go to the innermost room on the 2nd floor. The dog whined, conveying the message to Chen Mianmian. At this point, Chen Mianmian and the others had already entered the house. Seeing the first floor in chaos and hearing complaints about Chen Mianmian storming upstairs from the nanny, they didn't care too much and headed up. At that moment, Lu Rulin and Su Juexia's hearts were in their throats, thinking that if Chen Mianmian really got into trouble, they would kneel to beg Chen Mianmian for forgiveness, or at least offer all the money in the house as compensation. They couldn't let such a good family member suffer any grievances. With these thoughts, they had already reached the second floor, and upon turning around, they saw Chen Mianmian desperately kicking the innermost door. Isn't that a storage room? What is Comrade Chen doing? Cui Xiangrong frowned as well. There was no one living there, just some odds and ends. Why was this girl so frantic about banging on the door? Just then, the door was finally kicked open by Chen Mianmian, and she rushed in to see a small, chubby boy with a purple-red face clutching his neck in pain. "Child, can you hear me?" Chen Mianmian patted the child's face. The boy pointed at his throat, indicating he was choking. The little chubby boy was disoriented, but the instinct to survive made him nod slightly. Chen Mianmian hugged the child from behind and used the Heimlich maneuver, delivering thrusts to dislodge whatever was blocking his throat. When everyone rushed over, they saw Chen Mianmian performing the rescue, and upon seeing the child in her arms, Cui Xiangrong covered her mouth and let out a sharp gasp. "Why is Xiao Jun at home? Didn't he go to kindergarten? Stop dawdling. Hurry up and call for a car to take the child to the hospital." Chen Mianmian, seeing her great-grandson's pale face, knew something was wrong. Despite feeling dizzy, she forced herself to stay calm and instructed her daughter-in-law to make the call. They usually wouldn't easily use military vehicles, but for the child, she was willing to put her pride aside. Cui Xiangrong, hearing her mother-in-law's words, quickly wiped her tears and rushed downstairs. Xiao Jun was the only child in the eldest son's family. If anything happened to him, how would they all live? However, just as she ran a few steps, she heard the child crying loudly. She turned back and saw Chen Mianmian gasping for breath on the floor. And Song Qianjuan had just expelled a piece of food. "Wow, Xiao Jun, you naughty child. Didn't I tell you not to eat those things? Why did you secretly hide it? You scared Grandma to death. If anything happened to you, Grandma wouldn't be able to live either." Cui Xiangrong, at this moment, disregarded everything and hugged the crying child, also sobbing heart-wrenchingly. The surge of fear overwhelmed her, and she felt weak all over. Chen Mianmian watched the child breathe heavily and cry loudly, finally feeling relieved. In the next second, her hand was tightly grasped, and she looked directly into Lu Rulin's worried eyes. "Mianmian, are you okay? Did you get hurt? Let Mom take a look." Lu Rulin, recalling how Chen Mianmian had been kicking the door just now, quickly examined her. Sure enough, she saw a small cut on her calf, and her wrist was red from being pulled. Feeling heartbroken, she exclaimed, blowing on Chen Mianmian's red wrist like she was comforting a child, repeatedly murmuring that it didn't hurt anymore. Chen Mianmian stared blankly at Lu Rulin's caring demeanor, not knowing why her throat felt a bit blocked and her heart was swelling. In her previous life, she had been raised by neglectful parents, and this life's original owner was also unloved by her father and mother, never experiencing such affection. After starting work, she had been a tough and independent person, even pretending not to care when she got hurt. And at this moment, such a small cut that would heal in 2 days was being treasured and treated tenderly by someone, making Chen Mianmian feel like she wanted to cry a little. "Xiao Jun, didn't you go to kindergarten? Why are you here?" Just as Chen Mianmian didn't know how to respond to the scene of being cared for. Chen Mianmian finally recovered from her shock and looked at her mischievous great-grandson with an angry expression. Hearing his great-grandmother's reprimand, Song Qianjuan thought of the fear of almost choking to death and didn't dare to make excuses. He stammered and incoherently explained the situation. It turned out that Song Qianjuan's mother felt the child was too fat and was being laughed at, so she decided to cut back on his snacks. The child, not used to this kind of treatment, couldn't stand it after 2 days, and while his parents were at work, he secretly crawled out through the dog hole at kindergarten and ran to his great-grandmother's house. No one expected the child would come by himself, and since he was sneaky about hiding, he managed to stash himself on the second floor, taking out a box of food he had snuck from home that morning. Thinking he would eat it all before going back to kindergarten without anyone knowing, he accidentally swallowed the last piece whole while eating and almost choked to death. Letting you be greedy, you little brat. Do you know that if it weren't for Comrade Chen, you would have choked to death this time? Cui Xiangrong, who usually doted on her grandson, was also furious this time. She soon called her son and daughter-in-law to tell them to take the child home and give him a good lesson. Meanwhile, Chen Mianmian gratefully took Chen Mianmian's hand. Little girl, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, Xiao Jun would be in grave danger right now. Chen Mianmian was not a medical worker, but knew that the great-grandson had been choking and had suffered from lack of oxygen for a long time. Even if he didn't die, there would be after-effects. Not to mention, they took the child away to the hospital. If Chen Mianmian hadn't discovered it, by the time they found him, Xiao Jun might have already been beyond saving. Haha, Grandma, you don't need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank yourself and your dog. If you hadn't kindly helped me, I wouldn't have been able to hear the dog barking as a warning. And if there hadn't been the dog's warning, I wouldn't have been able to rush in. Everything is your blessing. You are a virtuous elder, so your descendants will benefit because of you. Chen Mianmian smiled sweetly and charmingly, and her words touched Chen Mianmian's heart, making her feel that this child speaks appropriately to everyone, and she will surely be extraordinary in the future. Chapter 60 after this. You will be a great benefactor of our family. I'll bring Chen Mianmian over for you. No matter what, you are a great benefactor of our family. In the future, feel free to come over for a visit, and Grandma will make you delicious food. Chen Mianmian is a great cook, but usually, the family doesn't get to eat her cooking. She only cooks a few dishes during festivals or when important guests come over. As soon as Cui Xiangrong heard this, she knew that her mother-in-law genuinely liked this child. Then thank you, Grandma. And thank you for backing me up today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to put on such a big show. Chen Mianmian knew that Chen Mianmian was sincerely helping her. Otherwise, she would have been kicked out long ago, and there wouldn't be a place for her to act foolish. While they were talking, everyone walked downstairs. Cui Xiangrong was pulling her grandson's ear to call and complain. As soon as they got downstairs, they saw Guzi still blocking the nannies, refusing to let them take a step forward, fearing they would obstruct Chen Mianmian from saving people. Good dog, come here. At Chen Mianmian's words, Guzi turned his head and saw that his little master was fine, and immediately wagged his tail and nudged the chubby boy. Song Xiangjuan was a bit tickled by the dog's nose, but since his ear was being pulled by Grandma, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. And after holding it in for a long time, he let out 2 pig-like squeals. This dead child, as soon as he arrives, he feeds to Huang. Even if there is a bite to eat, he has to break off half for it. That is not too bad. At least Huang saved a life. Previously, Cui Xiangrong thought her grandson wasted food and always stopped him from feeding the dog, but now she no longer thought that way. From now on, the family should treat Guzi better. After all, it saved a life. The people downstairs were puzzled, wondering what had happened and who this crazy girl was. Aunt Cui, what's going on? Did we do something wrong? Cui Xiangrong's distant niece had come to help with chores, and seeing how the family treated Chen Mianmian so well, she was afraid of getting in the way. Oh, it's Xiao Jun. He secretly ran back from kindergarten to eat donkey rolls and almost choked to death. If it weren't for Chen Mianmian, our family would have been in big trouble. From now on, remember this Comrade Mianmian. If she comes, treat her well. If you meet anyone outside who can help, lend a hand, got it? Cui Xiangrong instructed the people downstairs to remember Chen Mianmian's face and treat her with respect in the future. The group hurriedly responded and apologized to Chen Mianmian, but she waved her hand dismissively. What is this? From your perspective, it's just doing your duty. If a stranger suddenly appeared in your home and you acted as if you couldn't see them, that would be wrong. Her attitude was generous and straightforward, with not a trace of resentment in her eyes. Although she looked a bit disheveled now, the confidence in her gaze was undiminished, making people feel comfortable and natural. The atmosphere in the room grew more harmonious, except for the chubby boy's sadness. Outside, old lady Li had also returned from her wandering. Hearing the commotion, Chen Mianmian and the others went out. The old lady, who had been making a fuss earlier, was now being dragged along like a soulless puppet, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. At first, everyone was looking for Chen Mianmian, thinking she had left, but then they saw her come out of General Song's house, being pulled along by old lady Shen like a beloved granddaughter. Even Chui Xiangrong called her Mianmian girl, leaving everyone a bit astonished. They exchanged glances, thinking that this new bride of Commander Su was quite extraordinary. She hadn't even entered the door yet, and she was already so impressive, especially since it seemed she had a good relationship with the Song family. With old lady Shun backing her up, anyone who wanted to confront her would have to think twice. "Look, Li Jinsheng is back," someone shouted, and everyone looked into the distance to see Li Jinsheng jogging back, sweat dripping down his face. When he saw Chen Mianmian, he didn't even bother to wipe it off and pulled out a pile of cash of various denominations. "These are all 500 bills. Count them." Chen Mianmian took the sweaty money and began counting. 1, 2, 100, 200. Every time Chen Mianmian counted a bill, old lady Li's eyes nearly burst with anger. Just as she was about to curse, Li Jinsheng covered her mouth. "Mom, if you want to drive me to death, keep making a scene. If you do, I'll one-tea clean up after you again." Seeing her son's tough attitude, old lady Li instantly became fearful. She had relied on her son her whole life. If he didn't take care of her, how would she survive? Thinking this, even though she hated Chen Mianmian to the core, she could only grit her teeth and endure, planning to take care of that little whore when she had the chance. Her resentful gaze didn't escape Chen Mianmian's eyes, and Li Jinsheng noticed it too, seeing his mother, who still hadn't learned to restrain herself. Li Jinsheng recalled Chen Mianmian's words. With such an old lady around, his family would eventually fall apart. "All right, exactly 500. Chen Mianmian finished counting and stuffed the money into her pocket. "Since you sincerely regret it this time, I'll forgive you. Next time, if you mess with my family again, it won't be so simple." Chen Mianmian smiled mysteriously, pointing at Li Jinsheng's military uniform. "Now that you've gone out to borrow money, you realize your unpopularity, right? Think carefully about who caused it. If you want to keep your skin intact and maintain your life in this compound, I advise you to make plans early." Li Jinsheng lowered his head and didn't refute her. Instead, he apologized to Chen Mianmian before taking old lady Li home. With the lively source gone, everyone began to disperse. After all, such a big piece of gossip today had them eager to share with others. However, it was evident that the focus of the gossip was on the bride that Su Baiyan was going to marry. That woman was fierce and mysterious. They should be careful not to provoke her, or they would end up like old lady Li. Chen Mianmian aimed to use old lady Li to make her mark in the compound, showing those who usually bullied Lu Rulan and her daughter that their strength had arrived. And let us see who would still dare to come forward. "Thank you, Grandma, for your help today. When I marry Baiyan, I'll come back to give you wedding candies." After lingering at the door for a long time, Chen Mianmian thanked them and left, leaving Chen Mianmian to watch her back for a while before turning back into the courtyard. "This little girl is really interesting. I used to think the compound was quite quiet, but today I realized it's so lively. Of course, that girl can put on a big show for 10 people by herself. Now, all I can hear are her scolding words." Chui Xiangrong followed her mother-in-law's words, and the two of them discussed Chen Mianmian until the others returned in the evening. General Song and several sons listened to Chen Mianmian talk about how Chen Mianmian came to seek support, plus how she saved Xiaojun, and they were shocked, left speechless. "That child is so impressive. When Dad mentioned it before, I thought it was exaggerated, but now Mom is saying the same. I'm quite curious." Chui Xiangrong's husband, Song Jinhua, exclaimed in amazement, while Song Chulu smiled approvingly. "That girl, I didn't misjudge her. She is someone who can achieve great things. Jinhua, about what I told you before, you should start working on it. If anyone asks, I'll take the blame for you." "Dad, are you really going to establish a military dog base? Other military districts have all been disbanded. If we insist on doing this, I'm afraid." Listening to Song Chulu's words, Song Jinhua frowned. Every military district used to have a military dog base, which required a significant investment of personnel and funds, as well as specialized trainers. In recent years, due to famine, military dog bases have been shut down one after another. Now that Song Chulu wanted to restart it, Song Jinhua was worried that his father would be targeted. "What are you afraid of? Didn't I just find you a good talent?" Song Chulu said with a smile in his eyes. "I'll bring Chen Mianmian over for you. She is thick-skinned, has strong combat abilities, and knows how to communicate with animals. The task that Su Baiyan had before was helped by her. I have a feeling that child is a great helper sent by heaven." Chapter 61. Need to treat my daughter-in-law while the military rewards have been issued. Over there, Song Chulu has planned several big schemes targeting Chen Mianmian, and surely one of them will ensnare that greedy little thing. Besides, even if Chen Mianmian doesn't fall for it, their S still Su Baiyan. With her husband in her hands, she is not afraid of that girl being disobedient. Ha ha ha. Returning to the timeline where Chen Mianmian had just left, the three of them were energetically heading home. Along the way, Su Juexia held her hand, full of pride and admiration. Oh, why is there a basket of eggs at the door? Just as Lu Rulin was about to take out her keys, she noticed a small basket hanging at the entrance, filled to the brim with eggs. The three of them looked around, but didn't see anyone. Oh, could this be a gift from someone celebrating our housewarming? Such a generous gesture. In this day and age, when people have good relationships, they usually give practical gifts for any happy occasion, and eggs are the most popular for nourishing the body. But a whole basket? That must have taken a long time to gather. With so many, we can't accept them, right? Lu Rulin hesitated to accept. She and T received so many gifts in years. But we can't say no. Let us ask Baiyan later. If it's not someone trying to bribe him, then it's probably a shy, enthusiastic neighbor giving us a housewarming gift. Even if they made a mistake and come back to get it, we can just apologize and return it. Chen Mianmian, however, accepted it quickly, carrying the basket into the house. And the three of them huddled together to count the $500 again. Money is still best when taken. Cough, cough. When it's given by others. Mom, if someone bullies you again, just let me know, and I'll take you to get money back. Lu Rulin looked at her supportive daughter-in-law, touched and nodding repeatedly. She may not be capable herself, but she gave birth to a good son and daughter. And now her daughter-in-law is so impressive. She will have a good life from now on. Thinking about Chen Mianmian's injuries, she quickly tidied up and went to cook. She wanted to fatten up her daughter-in-law. When Su Baiyan returned from military carrying a bunch of things, he smelled the rich aroma of egg noodles in the yard. Mom, brother, I'm back. Dinner is ready. Su Juexia ran out from the east room, happily rushing to set the table. As the weather got warmer, everyone preferred to eat outside. It was not only comfortable, but also bright. When the 4 large bowls of noodles were served, Chen Mianmian was stunned. Su Baiyan and Su Juexia each had 1 egg in their bowls, while hers had a whopping 6 poached eggs and a full serving of noodles. Even more than Su Baiyan's. This is way too much. Chen Mianmian could eat a lot, but this was already enough for 2 adults. Not too much at all. You're too thin and need to nourish yourself properly. From now on, you don't have to do anything at home. I'll make sure to raise you beautifully. Lu Rulin was worried that Chen Mianmian wouldn't have enough to eat. Today, her daughter-in-law helped her vent her grievances and made the people in the family courtyard dare not look down on her anymore. She felt happy and wanted to treat her daughter-in-law even better. Mom, they're still mine. Su Juexia tugged at Lu Rulin's sleeve, and she turned to look at her daughter lovingly, nodding repeatedly. Good. How could I forget you? With your sister-in-law around, our family won't be bullied anymore. Mom will also make sure to fatten you up. It was all Mom's fault before. I was useless and made you suffer. Her daughter hadn't stuttered when she was younger, but after being bullied and following her to her in-laws, she had become timid and self-deprecating over time. Since Chen Mianmian came, her daughter seemed to have become much livelier. No, don't blame Mom. It wasn't easy for you either. Su Juexia shook her head, feeling the pain her mother had endured and trying her best to protect herself and her brother. As the 2 mothers spoke, their eyes began to redden. Chen Mianmian quickly stretched out her hand to block them. Eat quickly. The noodles will get mushy soon. As she spoke, Chen Mianmian picked up a poached egg and placed it into Lu Rulin's bowl, telling her not to be so hard on herself anymore. Now that the family has money, we can afford to eat. With Chen Mianmian brightening the atmosphere, the meal was quite cheerful. By the end, she really couldn't eat anymore, holding her stomach as if she were 4 months pregnant. Su Baiyan shook his head with a smile, finishing off what she had left. On the way back to the guest house, Chen Mianmian recounted what had happened that day. Seeing Su Baiyan frown, she tentatively asked, "Do you think I embarrassed you by making such a scene?" "How could that be? I think you did great." Su Baiyan quickly shook his head. "I just thought that since I wasn't there to support you, it must have been tough for you to hold everything up alone. You really don't think I'm embarrassing? Many people think I have mental problems." Hearing Su Baiyan's words, Chen Mianmian felt happy, but still wanted to tease him. But Su Baiyan stood upright, looking at Chen Mianmian very seriously. It doesn't matter what others think, but I value your courage, independence, and unconventional nature. I originally thought Su Baiyan was a dull, straightforward man, but it turns out he knows how to compliment people. If you keep praising me, I might just float away. Chen Mianmian couldn't suppress her smile, her lips curling up. It's rare for me to feel a bit shy, but I also think your mom and sister are good people. They shouldn't be bullied. Actually, this is Chen Mianmian's greatest charm that attracts Su Baiyan, her kindness, integrity, and not being overly nice. Her heart is clear and pure. Anyone who treats her well will be warmed by her like a ray of sunshine, making people unable to resist wanting to get close. Suppressing his racing heart, Su Baiyan took out a savings book and a small box from his pocket. The savings book was something he had promised to give Chen Mianmian earlier, and when he opened the small box, there was a gold ring inside. This is a trophy I captured earlier. The commander gave it to me. I wanted my mom to wear it, but she's afraid of being robbed. So she asked me to keep it for my future daughter-in-law. Now this is for you. In the future, I will also get you gold earrings, a gold necklace, and a gold bracelet. Chen Mianmian's eyes widened at the sight of the ring. It was the style of some nouveau riche, nearly the thickness of a finger joint. Someone who didn't know would think it was a nut. I really like it. Thank you. Chen Mianmian accepted the savings book and the ring. Have you received approval for the marriage certificate? If possible, let us hurry up and get the certificate. It's inconvenient to stay in the guest house and waste military resources. It's better to move out sooner. Chen Mianmian took the initiative to bring up getting the marriage certificate, and Su Baiyan's face lit up as he quickly nodded, fearing she might change her mind. Let us go get the certificate next time I'm on leave. For now, you could go with my mom to get some red cloth and make some clothes. Buy whatever you like. If it's not enough, just tell me, and I'll apply to the military. Since Su Baiyan decided to get married, he has been staying home every day, but he has to go to the squad during the day and has no time. So they plan to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate next week during his leave. As the two chatted, they arrived at the guest house. Su Baiyan had never felt this road so short. Before they knew it, it was time to part again. Chen Mianmian waved at him and turned to go upstairs, thinking about going to the Song family tomorrow to ask when her bonus and bicycle would be issued. She was also looking forward to seeing the joke of Feng Yue and Shuejian. The next morning, Chen Mianmian saw Su Baiyan again at the usual spot. It seemed that no matter how long she got up, she could always see him. The commander said your bonus and bicycle have been confirmed, and you can go pick them up today. Moreover, the investigation into Feng Yue has been completed. He indeed violated military discipline and committed illegal acts and will be punished. Su Baiyan knew Chen Mianmian had been concerned about this matter. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, her previously sleepy eyes widened immediately. Now that you mention it, I'm no longer sleepy. Let us go see Feng Yue's miserable state and have a good laugh. Chapter 62. Old Lady Li is sent away. Can you train a military dog unit? This morning, Commander Song specifically had the guard come over to inform Su Baiyan that he should take Chen Mianmian to have breakfast before heading to the army base. In the past, even if Su Baiyan could report late, he would still go early. But now, with Chen Mianmian around, he couldn't bear to let her go hungry with him. During breakfast, Su Juesheng mentioned the big event that happened this morning. Li Jinsheng had sent old Lady Li away, and according to the aunties outside this morning, the Li family hadn't stopped crying since last night. Old Lady Li was desperate, seemingly unwilling to leave, but she was still dragged away by Li Jinsheng before dawn. Not only that, after returning, Li Jinsheng went door to door apologizing while carrying things. After all, old Lady Li had poisoned the well, and if people pursued the matter, she could have been taken away for investigation. Now that he bravely admitted it and made a proper apology, the neighbors had nothing much to say. The main thing was that the old lady who stirred up trouble was gone, making the atmosphere much fresher, and everyone felt better. So they didn't mind the details as much. Moreover, through this incident, the team also saw Li Gunxing's attitude of correction, and no one was making things difficult for him at work anymore. However, because of his mother's actions, he wouldn't be promoted in the coming years. Just this alone made Li Jinxing feel extremely fortunate, and he became even more convinced of the mysterious qualities of Chen Mianmian, advising his family not to provoke her again. Anyone who dared to make her angry would find themselves kicked out of the house, while he would go deal with the hornet's nest himself. Of course, all of this was for later. Chen Mianmian felt delighted to hear about old lady Li's fate, and she happily ate another big steamed bun, not daring to burp for fear of throwing up. The two entered the military district, and the guard on duty was still Zhang Weigua, who had been backstabbed by friends. He couldn't move around freely, but he couldn't help but smile at Chen Mianmian, his sunburned face contrasting with his white teeth, giving him a comical, honest look. Chen Mianmian waved at him and followed Su Baiyan into the military district. On the way, not only the passing soldiers looked over, but even the passing dogs came over to greet Chen Mianmian. It seemed that wherever she was, it was especially lively. Report. Upon arriving at the commander's office, Su Baiyan knocked and reported. Song Chulu looked up at him with no particular expression, but when he turned to see Chen Mianmian beside him, he immediately broke into a loving smile. Comrade Mianmian is here. Come in and sit down. I heard about your glorious deeds last night. If it weren't for you, my little June might have been in danger. Everyone was quite afraid after the incident with Xiao Zhongxuan. If Chen Mianmian hadn't come, that child would have been in serious trouble. Originally, he had thought about going to thank her last night, but later decided to wait for Xiao Jun's parents to personally bring gifts to show their appreciation, especially since Chen Mianmian hadn't married Su Baiyan yet. And it wouldn't be good to rush in. You're being too polite. I said yesterday that it's Grandma Shun's blessings, and besides, Xiao Jun's life wasn't meant to be taken. Chen Mianmian said modestly, smiling as she sat on the sofa. Seeing her look bored, Song Chulu specially took out some candy from his pocket to entertain Xiao Jun, letting her enjoy some sweets. Su Baiyan stood aside, watching the usually serious Commander Song treat his fiancé so differently, feeling that things were not simple. Sure enough, Commander Song then asked Chen Mianmian if she had a way with training dogs. Otherwise, how could those wild dogs in the military district listen to her? As for other things, Chen Mianmian hadn't researched, but when it came to training animals, she could talk for 3 days and nights without stopping. Thus, she began discussing everything from dog breeds and their intelligence to systematic training methods, how to select excellent breeds, and even how to cultivate strong offspring. Once the conversation started, she talked for 2 hours, and Song Chulu listened intently, occasionally asking questions about how to get dogs to cooperate in operations. Chen Mianmian answered without reservation. As this wasn't something that could be learned from theory alone, talking about it on paper was ultimately futile. So, if I give you a military dog unit, can you train them well? Suddenly, Song Chulu said this, and Su Baiyan's expression changed instantly. In the past, the commander had been fixated on the military dog base, and now he was considering putting that burden on Mianmian. With so many military dog teams across the country gone, if the commander wanted Mianmian to take the lead, the pressure would be immense. Before he could speak, Chen Mianmian looked over with a wary expression. Commander, you are a big official, but you can't just dangle a big cake in front of me because you don't want to give me a bonus and a bicycle. Training military dogs costs a lot, and it's not cheap. Military dogs are selected from a young age and trained alongside their handlers. It takes at least 3 to 5 years to develop them on a larger scale. This old man, with a single sentence, was trying to trap her. It felt like an avalanche was about to crash down on her. Ha ha, you little girl, Song Chulu, always keep my word. How could I let you lose out? Song Chulu laughed at Chen Mianmian's protective and money-hungry demeanor, pulling out a stack of 10 yuan bills and handing them over. Chen Mianmian's eyes instantly turned into currency symbols as she happily accepted them with both hands, starting to count the money with delight. 110, 210, 100, 200, until she counted it perfectly. Only then did she happily tuck it in her pocket while saying modestly, "Oh, actually, I'm not in a hurry. Commander, you really think too much for us little citizens. Otherwise, how could you be a high-ranking official? Your awareness is just different. You little girl, you know how to flatter. My wife praised you for half the night last night. I've spent most of my life with her, and she has praised me less than she has praised you combined. That bicycle is parked downstairs, if you can't ride it. I'll have someone send it to the guest house for you. That bicycle is meant for Chen Mianmian, so of course, it can't be sent to Su Baiyan's house. It will be her dowry in the future." Thinking of this, Song Chulu asked when they would get their marriage certificate and if they would hold a wedding. Both said they would go during their vacation, and as for the wedding, They would just wear festive clothes and distribute some candies. After all, they were good children of the poor and lower middle class. How could they waste extravagantly? Chen Mianmian absolutely would not admit that weddings were too tiring and too costly. On the day you get married, let Mianmian come from my house. It's been years since we had a happy event. It will be a good omen and help my grandson find a granddaughter-in-law sooner. Song Chuliu's oldest grandson was a year older than Su Bian, a chubby little boy who had almost choked to death. He was his only great-grandson. The others were all honing their skills in the military camp, nearing 20 and should be looking for partners to start families. But both Su Bian and Chen Mianmian knew that this was Commander Song specifically supporting them, letting everyone know that they would have backing in the future. Su Bian was very excited and quickly expressed his gratitude. Mianmian had no maternal family, so it was inevitable that people in the family compound would talk behind her back. Now that they had the support of Commander Song, those people wouldn't dare to be reckless. Of course, if Mianmian heard someone talking nonsense, she would probably tear their mouths open. Then thank you, Commander, Chen Mianmian said with a cheerful smile, looking festive and adorable, just the kind of child that elders liked, outgoing and generous. No need to thank me. Just consider the things I talked to you about. You can propose your salary and benefits, and as long as I have it on hand, I can approve it for you. Chen Mianmian looked at the determination and firmness in Song Chuliu's eyes. The things she thought were impossible just moments ago now seemed to have a bit more possibility. After chatting for a while, Chen Mianmian suggested going to see Fang Yue. Song Chuliu wrote her a permit and let her go back to think about it. Watching the two leave, Song Chuliu planned to have his wife and daughter-in-law send some warmth when they had time, and he would promise a high subsidy. He didn't believe he couldn't win this girl over. Chapter 63, Learning to Ride a Bicycle. You and Fang Yue have a love child, Chu. Chen Mianmian stepped out of Song Chuliu's office and sneezed, feeling a bit cold, rubbing her arms as if she felt someone was thinking about her. However, when she saw the brand-new bicycle downstairs, she instantly forgot everything. She didn't know who was so thoughtful to add a big red flower. Chen Mianmian happily spun around several times, touching this and that. In her memories, such bicycles were quite common in her childhood, but they disappeared as she grew up. In her past life, she envied those kids who had parents accompanying them to learn to ride bicycles, while her parents didn't care much for her. So she never learned before she died. However, she could drive tricycles, electric bikes, cars, forklifts, and trucks with great skill. Su Bian, you better support me a bit. I want to try. Chen Mianmian eagerly wanted to get on the bike, and Su Bian naturally tilted the bike to let her mount. In her ideal scenario, Chen Mianmian thought she would wobble a bit and soon ride well, showing off her athletic talent to Su Bian. The reality was, who the hell told her that the bike was so tall? The original owner had a bit of a short stature after 19 years, and when the bicycle was upright, she couldn't touch the ground with her legs, making her feel particularly insecure. Damn, give me back my 172 centimeters height. Give me back my long legs. Chen Mianmian shouted in her heart. The more she wanted to ride well, the more her short legs couldn't reach the ground, making her feel like a flipped turtle, unable to maintain balance no matter what. With Su Bian supporting her, it took her 10 minutes to ride only 20 meters, which was even slower than Old Lady Li. All right, I give up. I'll learn slowly when we get back to the guest house. Chen Mianmian didn't want to embarrass herself in front of so many people and simply gave up, glaring fiercely at the bicycle. Oof, it's just a bicycle. I don't believe I can't learn it. Just after she let go and stepped away, Su Bian mounted the bike, sitting on the seat and patting the back seat. Then I'll take you first. It's just right for the military district people to see the bike the commander awarded you. Seeing the disappointment in Chen Mianmian's eyes, Su Bian was determined to teach her, even thinking that if it really didn't work out, he could exchange military merit for a lady's bicycle in Port City next time he had the opportunity. While he was contemplating, Chen Mianmian had already sat on the back seat, grabbing the hem of his military uniform, and loudly shouted, "Let us go." Su Bian shook his head helplessly, pedaling left into a dead end, and then riding right to the confinement room. Along the way, they passed by many soldiers in training, and as Chen Mianmian had imagined, they widened their eyes and gossiped as they looked at the bicycle with the big red flower and then at the young girl behind Su Bian. Who doesn't know that Fang Yue's fiancé He caused a scene in the army these days and was then taken away by Commander Su. Really can't tell. Usually Commander Su is so serious in climbing up the ranks, but he has quick to act when he sees a pretty girl. Just a few days, and he applied for marriage. Hey, that's why he can be a commander. This awareness, this intelligence, I really hate my slow reactions. Looking at the beautiful and lively Chen Mianmian sitting on the back seat, some soldiers felt a bit regretful. They actually wanted to date this young lady too. Chen Mianmian didn't know what these people were thinking, and all she could say was, "Don't be infatuated with me. I'm just a legend." When they reached the confinement room, Chen Mianmian had just gotten off the bike when she saw an angry figure rushing over, and the soldiers guarding the door quickly reached out to stop her. "Comrade Shui, you can't visit without a permit. Let go of me, I want to see you away." Shui Jian angrily tried to force her way in, but was helplessly stopped by the two wooden post-like soldiers, frowning and throwing a tantrum. "How dare you stop me? Do you believe I can get my dad to kick you out of the army?" "Comrade Shui, we are acting on orders. Please show your permit to enter." The soldiers remained unmoved, allowing Shui Jian to hit and pound on them, even trying to scratch their faces. Chen Mianmian saw this scene, snorted coldly, rolled up her sleeves, and rushed over, pulling Shui Jian's hair to drag her away. "Which mental hospital didn't he close its door properly? Letting you run out? Open your eyes and see where this is. Do you think this is your home? How dare you hit and scold soldiers? Are you afraid that your dad hasn't been investigated thoroughly enough and want to add a few more charges to him, right?" Shui Yongsheng had been taken away for investigation after barking like a dog around the military district, and Song Chulu took this opportunity to crack down on bad behavior, making him the example. The investigation revealed that during his tenure, he had violated position transfer regulations 3 times, fostering a culture of extravagance, which was reported throughout the army, and he received a demerit. As for the incident of hiring someone to harm Chen Mianmian, Shui Yongsheng truly didn't know. It was entirely the mess created by Shui Jian and Fang Yue. As a father, he took the blame for lax supervision and was ordered by the military to reflect at home for a month. If such misconduct occurred again, he would face demotion. Shui Yongsheng originally thought staying at home was good to avoid embarrassment, but who knew his daughter would come to embarrass herself again. "Chen Mianmian, you bitch. It's all because of you that my Yue is in trouble. Sob, sob, sob. If it weren't for you blocking my way, I would have married him long ago." Shui Jian saw Chen Mianmian and wished she could tear her apart. Unable to break free, she could only curse furiously. But in her struggle, she inadvertently protected her belly. Who is Chen Mianmian? A master at discovering affairs, she immediately seized Shui Jian's wrist. Smoothly, like rolling beads. "Whoa. You and Fang Yue have a love child, huh? Damn it. How dare you put such a big green hat on me? Just wait till I beat you. You ugly mistress, you broken shoe." Chen Mianmian pressed Shui Jian's arm to the ground and began to slap her face left and right. No wonder the investigation into the affair and the hired attack on Chen Mianmian was so clear. Shui Jian could still be out and about because she was pregnant with a love child. Since it was like this, Chen Mianmian had to help publicize it, ensuring that Shui Jian and Fang Yue were bound together, letting these two scumbags harm each other for a lifetime and not let them flow into the market. "Chen Mianmian, you're talking nonsense. I'm not pregnant." Shui Jian screamed, trying to deny it, but her actions and expressions couldn't deceive anyone, even in such a struggle. She tightly protected her belly, which clearly indicated she was pregnant. "You can fool others, but not me. Your pulse shows you're almost 3 months along. Fang Yue must be truly hungry to even take a liking to someone like you. You're full of crap. It's only 2 months." Shui Jian shouted. And only then did she realize it was bad when she accidentally blurted it out. Wanting to stop was already too late. Chen Mianmian exaggeratedly gasped, and the soldiers around looked at her with disdain. To marry Fang Yue, not only did she spend money to harm his fiancé back home, but she also got herself pregnant and even was caught in the act by Chen Mianmian. Now that the pregnancy was discovered, Shui Jian felt her face burning as if it were on fire. Although no one was speaking, she heard countless insults directed at her. They called her a shameless whore and a loose woman who got pregnant before marriage. So what if I'm pregnant? Yue and I are truly in love. He will definitely marry me." Shui Jian clutched her hair, looking deranged yet proud as she shouted at Chen Mianmian. Yue is mine. You'll never be able to take him from me in this lifetime. Hearing Shui Jian's words, Chen Mianmian felt disgusted and spat. I never go looking for trash in a garbage heap. You can keep this kind of trash as your treasure. I don't want it, don't you know? After Chen Mianmian finished speaking, she deliberately made a shy expression, walked over to Su Baiyan, and gently tapped his chest while holding onto his sleeve. Thanks to Fang Yue for not marrying, I have met my life partner. Captain Su and I are getting married. Chapter 64. My family doesn't speak of taste. Embracing the ugly daughter-in-law and holding the dark child, Su Baiyan felt his body tense up as he was approached by the opposite sex for the first time. His sleeve was gently tugged, and their fingers accidentally brushed against each other. Su Baiyan felt as if his heart had been scratched by a cat's tail, ticklish and tender. It was clearly spring, so why did he feel so hot, with a dry throat and a desire to swallow? You. And Su Baiyan? Shui Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. With you? Do you think you deserve him? Shui Jian was infuriated, even more than Chen Mianmian, who was Fang Yue's fiancé. In fact, Su Baiyan was the one Shui Jian valued more, but her father had repeatedly offered olive branches to him, and he had been indifferent. She never expected he would quietly marry a country bumpkin without a sound. Why, Su Baiyan, you tell me why? Shui Jian questioned him as if she were confronting an unfaithful husband, claiming that she was younger and prettier than Su Baiyan. If you married me, I'd be much more useful. Shui Jian, who was pregnant with Fang Yue's child, had the audacity to question Su Baiyan, making Chen Mianmian truly wonder if her mother had left her brain behind when she gave birth to her. Thinking of this, Chen Mianmian covered her nose with one hand and pointed at Shui Jian, jumping up. Back. Your mouth is full of shit. It stinks. Chen Mianmian rolled her eyes and proudly lifted her chin. He dislikes me for being young and pretty. Do you think everyone is like that bastard Fang Yue, who would sell his face for a position? My family as Su Baiyan has good taste. Chen Mianmian's words made Su Baiyan's legs almost go weak. He felt an electric current running from his feet straight to his head, and if he weren't trying to restrain himself, his mouth would probably be smiling widely by now. While Su Baiyan was stirred by her words, Chen Mianmian continued her attack. Shui Jian, I advise you to wear a hat or something when you go out to avoid the sun. You're already dark and ugly. If you get any darker, when Fang Yue hugs you at night, he won't even be able to find you, haha. Oh, right, if you give birth to a pitch-black little potato, he won't even be able to find your baby, ha ha ha. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Chen Mianmian thought about how the baby would cry at night. And when Fang Yue opened his eyes, he wouldn't be able to find his wife or child in the dark, and she laughed until tears came out. You. Shui Jian faced Chen Mianmian, who was full of sharp words, and had no power to fight back. After several attempts to speak, she fainted in frustration. Oh no! Someone come quick. Shui Jian has fainted. Call the military doctor. Seeing Shui Jian faint, Chen Mianmian covered her mouth in surprise and pretended to call for help, looking anxious. But her smile didn't hide it all. Soon, the military doctor arrived with a stretcher, and Chen Mianmian hurriedly explained the situation. Doctor, the patient is Shui Jian, 2 months pregnant. Yes, she is Shui Yongxing's daughter, the one who seduced my fiancé Fang Yue and got pregnant before marriage. Oh, and just now she was thinking about my current man, Su Baiyan, and she fainted out of jealousy. TSK. Such a dramatic pregnant woman. I wonder if she'll give birth to a firecracker in the future. Chen Mianmian was eager to reveal Shui Jian's dark history to the military doctor, who merely twitched his mouth, knowing full well he hadn't even spoken, while this girl was chattering away. All right, that's the situation. You can take her to the hospital, so she doesn't wake up here. Once Chen Mianmian was satisfied with her explanation, the stretcher was taken away. Watching Shui Jian disappear, she smirked maliciously, glanced at the nearby dogs, and beckoned them over to whisper a few words. After the dogs ran off, Chen Mianmian counted down in her heart, and when she reached 1, a flurry of barking erupted, accompanied by Shui Jian's shrieks. It turned out Shui Jian had only fainted for a short while and woke up within a minute. However, upon hearing Chen Mianmian exposing her secrets, she was unable to retort or fight back, so she could only grind her teeth in frustration, planning to find an opportunity to deal with her later. But her acting was too poor. Who faints while grinding their teeth? So, Chen Mianmian had the dog scare her. As it was a rainy day and there was nothing else to do, after dealing with Shui Jian, Chen Mianmian felt refreshed as she successfully entered the confinement room. When she opened the door, she saw Fang Yue, looking haggard with a stubbly beard. The man who the original owner once thought was a savior now seemed pitiful and shameless in Chen Mianmian's eyes, like a toad that didn't bite but was still annoying. Chen Mianmian, why are you here? Since being taken to the confinement room, Fang Yue had either been interrogated or was on his way to be interrogated. At first, he thought he could withstand it, but the army's methods of interrogation were no better than those of the police station. Fang Yue wasn't a person of strong will, and he quickly broke down. Now, under the dual torment of physical and mental pressure, he appeared dazed, his voice hoarse, which made Chen Mianmian feel a little happier. What? Did you think it would be someone else? Chen Mianmian smirked wickedly. Shui Yongsheng is suspended at home for reflection. Your dark and ugly wife just found out she's pregnant, and I had to send her to the hospital because she fainted from anger. TSK. Fang Yue, I have to say, what do you even see in her? I can't even bear to kiss her. I throw up for 3 days. Chen Mianmian's words further shattered Fang Yue's already fragile nerves, and he roared like a beast, trying to charge at her. But before he could reach her, Su Baiyan stepped in front of Chen Mianmian and kicked him away. Chen Mianmian watched as Fang Yue's body drew a perfect parabolic arc before crashing to the ground, and she immediately gave Su Baiyan a thumbs up in approval. Chen Mianmian, don't think just because someone is backing you up, you can do whatever you want. Fang Yue was nearly knocked over by the kick, but he still managed to belittle Chen Mianmian. They're only pretending to support you because they have different positions. Oof. Do you think anyone else would treat a village girl like you well? Who would marry you besides me? I was planning to marry Jiaran and then help you out when I returned to the village. Why can't you listen? Why did you have to ruin me? Hearing this, Chen Mianmian realized Fang Yue still hadn't recognized his mistake, so she quickly stopped Su Baiyan, rolled up her sleeves, and pulled out a small shovel from her waist to charge at him. You little bastard, wanting to ruin me for your own selfish desires and blaming it on me? Damn it, if I don't make your brain shrink today, I won't share your surname. Chen Mianmian grabbed Fang Yue's hair and began hitting him in the face with the shovel. His face, which had seduced Shui Jiaran, was beaten to a bloody mess. The guards outside, fearing that Chen Mianmian might kill him, rushed over to pull her away. However, even when her feet were off the ground, she didn't forget to kick him in the face a couple of times. Fang Yue, you big fool. I forgot to tell you that your parents have been sentenced. Ha ha ha. They were caught playing a 3-person game with the village chief, running around naked in the yard. What a thrill. Oh, by the way, from now on, you and the village chief are relatives. You have to call him your stepdad or stepmom. Ha ha ha. He slept with both your dad and mom. And the whole village saw it. Even though Chen Mianmian couldn't hit him anymore, she continued to stab at Fang Yue with her words. Watching him tremble uncontrollably, she felt a sense of revenge. Chen Mianmian, you're talking nonsense. Fang Yue realized that things were out in the open, and his parents would be investigated. But he never expected they would be sentenced so quickly. Moreover, they actually did it with the village chief. Listening to Fang Yue's roar, Chen Mianmian continued to strike. Fang Yue, I actually have to thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have come to the military district. If I hadn't come to the military district, I wouldn't have been able to interact with comrade Su Baiyan. We're going to get married in a few days. In the future, remember to call me the regiment commander's wife, and later I will also be the brigade commander's wife, the division commander's wife, the army commander's wife. Oh, right, I almost forgot. You might not see me in the future. You have to go to prison first. Oh ho 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 ho. When you come out, you can embrace your ugly wife and hold your black child for the rest of your life. Ha ha ha. Chapter 65. You must suffer pain for a lifetime to repay Chen Mianmian's debt. Fang Yue's actions have already constituted a crime. The military district's investigation is to expel him from military service and return him to his registered residence, with this noted in his record. His future is effectively ruined. Moreover, on the day he leaves the army, he will be extradited back by the police for further investigation and will be sentenced alongside his parents. Song Chulu told Chen Mianmian all of this today, so she wanted to share this good news with Fang Yue as soon as possible. Hearing Chen Mianmian's words, Fang Yue collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Clearly, he should have had a bright future. Clearly, he had worked so hard. Why has it come to this? Chen Mianmian, it's you who harmed me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Why didn't you obey? Why did you come here? You have ruined my life." Even at this point, Fang Yue still blamed all his mistakes on Chen Mianmian. If that stubborn girl had just let herself be mistreated and married someone casually, he wouldn't be in this situation. However, before Fang Yue could finish, Su Baiyan rushed over. "Pull Comrade Chen out." Su Baiyan's tone was dark and violent. His expression, one Chen Mianmian had never seen before. Hearing his words, the soldiers guarding the door quickly dragged Chen Mianmian away. In the last glimpse through the closing door, Chen Mianmian saw Su Baiyan pull out the belt from his waist. And then the iron door slammed shut. Inside, she heard Fang Yue screams. That sound was far worse than when Chen Mianmian had hit him earlier. His cries twisted and turned, indicating that Su Baiyan's methods were far more formidable than her own. "Aren't you afraid someone might die?" Chen Mianmian felt it was a bit unfair. She hadn't even gotten her fill of beating him before being pulled away, while Su Baiyan was clearly using torture. And no one seemed to care. "Comrade Chen, you don't know this, but Commander Su is quite skilled at extracting confessions through torture. Many of his methods are not visible on the surface, but can cause immense pain. You use too much direct force. If discovered, we wouldn't be able to explain." Chen Mianmian understood, nodding repeatedly and smiling as if she fully understood. Right, I didn't think this through enough. Thanks to both of you, when I marry Baiyan, I'll treat you to wedding candies." The two men waved their hands, not daring to let Commander Su's wife call them big brothers. Usually, Commander Su was not quick to anger, but just now, he looked like he wanted to kill Fang Yue, showing how much he cared for his wife. Chen Mianmian learned some of Su Baiyan's deeds from the soldiers, noting that he was not sociable and rarely interacted with those around him. But once he took on a mission, he acted like a madman. He charged into all dangerous situations and had been injured several times, almost losing his life. But as soon as he recovered, he returned to work. In the army, he was well known. Many soldiers didn't know him personally, but they admired him. Admiring strength is a human instinct. Just as they were talking, Su Baiyan came out, looking unruffled, as if the fierce aura he had just exhibited was a mere illusion. "Let's go, I'll take you home." Curious about why it was suddenly silent inside, Chen Mianmian peered in, fearing Su Baiyan might have killed someone, leading to disciplinary action. But clearly, Su Baiyan knew how to handle things. Fang Yue was sprawled on the ground like a lump of mud, showing no difference from before. But he was drenched in sweat as if he had just been pulled from the water. TSK. What methods did you use? I'll learn from you later." Chen Mianmian looked at Su Baiyan with newfound curiosity, realizing he was not to be underestimated. "Oh, I didn't do much, just broke his bones and reset them. I also used some techniques I've learned that may not leave visible injuries, but can make him suffer for a long time. So we get finished." Expecting Chen Mianmian to find him cruel, but instead, he received an excited look from her. "That's impressive. From now on, let him handle the bones in the house. That would be truly professional." Su Baiyan was unaware that Chen Mianmian's gaze was one of finding a laborer to help. He merely felt his cheeks redden under her beautiful stare, his ears starting to burn. "Mianmian, you can't treat me like this. I'm your fiancé. You can only marry me." Fang Yue squinted at the interaction between Chen Mianmian and Su Baiyan, clearly realizing that their impending marriage was not a joke. And he felt an unpleasant sensation in his heart, as if something that originally belonged to him was being taken away. "Mianmian, you said you would marry me. You can't abandon me." Upon hearing this, Chen Mianmian walked over and stomped hard on his face, grinding her foot down. "Fang Yue, the Mianmian you speak of has already been killed by you. She died at the hands of the thugs you hired. The current me is here to collect your debt. Fang Yue, you must suffer a lifetime of pain to repay the debt you owe to Chen Mianmian." Recalling the tearing pain she felt when she first came here, Chen Mianmian's hatred was still unquenchable. Fang Yue must repay for the life of that innocent girl with his entire life of suffering. Fang Yue, already exhausted from the ordeal, fainted in a huff after Chen Mianmian's words. "Pa, with this kind of trash, you still want to marry me? You should take a look at yourself. You're only fit to live with someone like Shui Jiran, a potato." Chen Mianmian rolled her eyes in disdain, wiping her foot on the ground before leaving with Su Baiyan. Su Baiyan originally intended to take Chen Mianmian home and then return to his unit. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw Lu Rulin and Dong Qingxiu talking inside. "Mom, what's going on?" Chen Mianmian stared blankly at Dong Qingxiu, who looked a bit uncomfortable. Why was she here? Dong Qingqiu opened her mouth, unsure of what to say, while Lu Rulin, with a beaming smile, began to explain. It turned out that earlier in the morning, while Lu Rulin was working, she smelled something burning nearby and was afraid someone else's house was on fire. So she hurried out to check. She saw thick smoke billowing from a nearby yard and rushed over, only to find that Dong Qingqiu had fallen asleep while trying to cook porridge, nearly burning down the kitchen. Just as Dong Qingqiu was about to shout for help, Lu Rulin rushed in with a bucket of water and quickly extinguished the flames. Cough, cough, you should go outside. If you inhale too much smoke, you'll have a cough later. Lu Rulin pulled the stunned Dong Qingqiu out of the kitchen. She hadn't expected her daughter's mother-in-law would come to her rescue. That girl had never called her mom, yet called Lu Rulin mom so naturally, leaving Dong Qingqiu feeling both jealous and bitter, thinking about her daughter's predicament. Her mouth filled with bitterness. Thank you. Thank you for helping me. Despite her mixed feelings, Dong Qingqiu still thanked Lu Rulin, realizing that without her, she might have been in a worse mess. Hey, we're neighbors. Who wouldn't help in such a big situation? This kitchen needs to be cleaned up. It just so happens I have time, so I'll help you. Lu Rulin looked at the kitchen, blackened by smoke, rolled up her sleeves, fetched water, and began cleaning with great efficiency. With her leading the way, they had the house tidied up in just an hour. After finishing the work, Lu Rulin was about to leave. Dong Qingqiu, concerned about her daughter, finally mustered the courage to ask, did you eat the eggs? Chapter 66. Is She and Mianmian mother and daughter? Help someone save my son. Oh, so the eggs were sent by you, huh? That girl Mianmian really didn't lie. They were indeed a housewarming gift from the neighbor. You sent us so many eggs. Thank you so much. We all ate them. My daughter-in-law had 5 fried eggs. Lu Rulin didn't know that Dong Qingqiu was Chen Mianmian's biological mother. She just thought she was a kind neighbor and thanked her profusely. She even asked where she bought the eggs, saying that if she could, she would like to buy some for her children at home. Hearing that Chen Mianmian had eaten 5 eggs made Dong Qingqiu a bit happy. After chatting with Lu Rulin for a while, she heard something fall in the house and hurried inside. After cleaning up the mess in the house, she frowned slightly, holding her stomach that ached from hunger. Since her stepson was injured and disabled, the atmosphere at home had been bad. Now that her sister-in-law was helping her daughter-in-law during her postpartum confinement, she had no one to help her and was overwhelmed every day. Thinking about that ungrateful little one who didn't recognize her made Dong Qingqiu even angrier. Just then, she heard a knock on the door. Dong Qingqiu frowned as she went out, just as she was about to retort. She saw Lu Rulin's gentle face along with a small bowl of egg pancakes and a small bowl of millet porridge. Sister, I just heard you say you didn't have breakfast, right? This is freshly made. Eat it while it's hot. Your lips are so pale. Are you feeling unwell? Dong Qingqiu stared blankly at the fragrant pancakes and porridge, not expecting Lu Rulin would cook for her. Her pride made it hard for her to accept food from others. But Lu Rulin directly stuffed the food into her hands and left. She wanted to return the food, but thinking of her stepson who hadn't eaten either and had been eating only what she made, she hesitated a moment and ultimately turned back to her room with it. Lu Rulin's cooking was excellent, and with the abundance of eggs she used, the egg pancakes were soft and savory, paired with the soft and sweet millet porridge, making it the best meal Dong Qingqiu and her daughter had had recently. Unknowingly, they finished everything. Dong Qingqiu was surprised at how much she could eat, and her face turned slightly red from embarrassment. After washing the bowl, she took a pound of white sugar and walked to the Su family's yard. She had just knocked twice when she heard Lu Rulin's voice inviting her in. Dong Qingqiu pushed the door open and saw a clean and tidy courtyard, with the intermittent sound of a sewing machine. Following the sound, she saw Lu Rulin tangled in the thread of the sewing machine, unable to get out. Seeing Dong Qingqiu come over, Lu Rulin felt a bit embarrassed and explained that she wanted to use the sewing machine to make clothes, but didn't know how to use it. Her daughter-in-law had asked her to figure it out. Lu Rulin had only seen her sister-in-law use it, but no one had taught her, so she didn't understand some of the steps. Dong Qingqiu put down what she was holding, walked over, and quickly untangled the thread from Lu Rulin, gently explaining how to thread the needle, how to coordinate with the foot pedal, and how to finish the edges. Lu Rulin was quite handy. After a little teaching, She quickly learned the basics of sewing, and she was as happy as a child, thanking Dong Qingxiu repeatedly. It's nothing. Dong Qingxiu enjoyed making clothes, and most of the clothes at home were made by her. So teaching Lu Rulin was like pouring water, especially when Lu Rulin said she wanted to make a wedding dress for her daughter-in-law to wear on the day they got their marriage certificate. Dong Qingxiu's expression changed, feeling a dull pain in her heart for some reason. Such a big event as marriage. That girl actually decided it all by herself. But thinking of what she had heard yesterday, Dong Qingxiu felt a bit guilty. If she had paid more attention, that child wouldn't have had such a hard life. So she offered to help make the clothes, especially the wedding dress, as she knew several trendy suit styles that she could make for Chen Mianmian. That would be great. Thank you so much, sister. I have nothing to repay you with. You must come to my house for dinner. Dong Qingxiu wanted to politely decline and walked outside. But Lu Rulin chased after her, talking to her. This was the scene that Chen Mianmian and Su Baiyan saw. Oh, Mianmian, Baiyan, you must thank this auntie. She not only sent us eggs, but also white sugar and wants to help mom make your wedding dress. Before Lu Rulin could finish. Her mouth was covered by Dong Qingxiu, but then she felt a bit pushy and embarrassed, so she quickly ran out. Chen Mianmian watched her figure, confused about what Dong Qingxiu meant. When she had come looking for her, Dong Qingxiu had ignored her. Now she was getting close. Hey sister, why are you leaving? Come for dinner tonight. Lu Rulin was still calling out to Dong Qingxiu when she was stopped by Su Baiyan, who briefly explained the relationship between Chen Mianmian and her. Is she and Mianmian mother and daughter? Lu Rulin's eyes widened in disbelief, but upon reflection, she suddenly understood. No wonder she felt a closeness to Dong Qingxiu when they met. It turned out she looked quite like her daughter-in-law. If she were to be her mother-in-law, was what she had just made too shabby? If she had known earlier, she would have made meat buns. Seeing Lu Rulin's cautious demeanor, afraid of displeasing Dong Qingxiu, Chen Mianmian held her hand to comfort her. Mom, you don't need to think too much. I have no feelings for her, and she doesn't want to acknowledge me. From now on, we can just treat each other as ordinary neighbors. Chen Mianmian's tone was very calm. She never thought that Dong Qingxiu had come for her. However, this time, Lu Rulin retorted, gently sighing as she tucked Chen Mianmian's hair behind her ear. Silly child, if she didn't want to recognize you, why would she bring you eggs? I wonder why she specifically asked about that earlier. It turns out she cares about you. I can see that as a mother-in-law. She isn't good at dealing with people, but she still chatted with me, always bringing the conversation back to you. She is thinking of you. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian felt a stir in her heart, somewhat incredulous. Dong Qingxiu was thinking of her? Looking at Chen Mianmian's confused and bewildered expression, Lu Rulin's eyes were filled with pity. This silly child had never experienced being cared for and loved, so she naturally didn't know the feeling of being thought of. Thinking of this, Lu Rulin felt a bit resentful towards Dong Qingxiu, wondering how she could be so cruel as to abandon her daughter for 10 days and leave without a word. But she still advised Chen Mianmian a few times. After all, they were mother and daughter by blood. If Dong Qingxiu truly cared about Chen Mianmian, it would be better for her to let go of her prejudices and try to connect with her. Not saying they would become close right away, but at least they would have a chance to understand each other. Chen Mianmian lowered her head and said nothing. She could be decisive about other matters. But when it came to blood relations, she found it hard to cut ties easily. She used the body of the original owner, knowing how much that child longed to be loved by her mother. Even for the sake of the original owner, Chen Mianmian couldn't easily push Dong Qingxiu away. Feeling a bit restless, she scratched her head, and her hand was grabbed by Su Baiyan, whose ears were red but whose eyes were incredibly firm. Just follow your heart and let things happen naturally. No matter what, this will always be your home, and we will always be your family. Hearing Su Baiyan's words, the restlessness in Chen Mianmian's heart dissipated instantly. Yes, there was no need to care about those elusive feelings for now. Her partnership with Su Baiyan was as solid as iron. Just as she was about to smile and praise Su Baiyan, she heard Dong Qingxiu let out a shrill scream. Quick, someone come help. Save my son. Chapter 67. Please, let me die. The hope given by Chen Mianmian upon hearing the shout. Chen Mianmian and Su Baiyan exchanged a glance and hurried over. Following Dong Qingxiu's desperate and frantic cries, they finally reached a dimly lit room. As soon as they entered, they were hit by a stifling atmosphere mixed with the smell of disinfectant. Dong Qingqiu was sitting on the ground, holding the young man they had seen earlier. From a distance, they hadn't noticed before, but now seeing him up close, he looked frighteningly thin, with calves skinnier than Chen Mianmian's arms, his face pale and gray, exuding a sense of despair. He looked like a breathing rag doll. Scattered around him were many pills, and Chen Mianmian bent down to check, seeing a fallen bottle. Realizing it was sleeping pills. Jianya, why would you think this way? Spit out the pills. Hurry. You can't stand on your legs? But your dad and I are here. Why would you be so foolish as to want to die? Dong Qingqiu was crying helplessly, trying to pry open Jianya's mouth. But he kept his eyes closed tightly, refusing to open them. There was also a hastily written suicide note on the ground. Su Baiyan opened it and handed it to Chen Mianmian, revealing the truth. It turned out that Jianya was a researcher who entered university at 14, studied abroad at 16, and returned to serve his country at 20. Over the past 5 years, he had dedicated himself to research, becoming a promising and capable young talent. However, he was betrayed by jealous colleagues, who had him kidnapped and subjected to inhumane torture for 3 days and nights, forcing him to betray his country and sell his research results. Jianya refused to yield, and by the time he was rescued, not only had both of his legs suffered comminuted fractures, but even the tendons in his hands had been severed. He endured various forms of torture, was resuscitated for 2 days, went through 4 waves of doctors, and received death notices 8 times before being pulled back from the brink of death. The doctor said that the hope for Jianya to stand again was slim, and he would have to live in a wheelchair from now on. The wrist injury would affect his hand's dexterity, and he might even struggle to write. As a researcher, Jianya lost the very thing he relied on to survive, which was more painful than death itself. During these months of recuperation at home, his stepmother and father, along with everyone around him, treated him like a fragile doll. From then on, even going to the bathroom became a luxury. He could only be trapped in this room every day, seeing no hope. Mom, please don't save me. I beg you, let me die. Jianya looked at Dong Qingqiu, who was crying helplessly, and took the opportunity to speak his last words in a hoarse voice, clearly having made up his mind to die. No, you can't die. You called me Mom when you were 8. Our 17 years of mother-son bond. You can't leave me behind. How am I supposed to live with your dad from now on? Dong Qingqiu cried while holding Jianya. Chen Mianmian rolled her eyes at this. The person wasn't even dead yet, and she was already mourning. With that time, why not save him first? Hurry and bring me a pot of warm water, one that is not too hot, Su Baiyan said, prying open Jianya's mouth to prevent him from biting. Chen Mianmian pushed Dong Qingqiu aside, taking her place, and Su Baiyan quickly came over to hold Jianya's jaw, preventing him from closing his mouth. What are you doing? Jianya mumbled, his speech unclear. Chen Mianmian's finger went into his mouth, pressing on his tongue to induce vomiting. Ugh! Luckily, Jianya had been discovered in time, and the pills hadn't been digested much. While Chen Mianmian was digging into his throat, she poured the warm water Dong Qingqiu handed her into his mouth. After pouring and digging a few times, Jianya's already pale face turned completely bloodless. After several attempts, Jianya could no longer vomit. Chen Mianmian turned to ask Dong Qingqiu how many pills he had swallowed, quickly counting the ones on the ground to see if there were enough. If not, they would have to take him to the hospital for a gastric lavage. Dong Qingqiu had been urging him to take his medicine these days, knowing the number of sleeping pills, and now without caring about dirt. She crouched down to count the pills. She found that only one was missing, and then she collapsed on the ground, sighing in relief. One pill would only make him sleep for a while. In fact, it was a good thing. Chen Mianmian exchanged a knowing glance with Su Baiyan, and with a snap, Jianya's jaw returned to its original position. Why are you saving me? I am already a useless person. I have nothing left. What is the point of living? Jianya finally found an opportunity to commit suicide, but it was ruined. He crawled toward the pills, intending to grab them and put them in his mouth, but was slapped in the face by Chen Mianmian. I hate cowards like you the most, who can't accept their situation and seek death. Do you know how many people are desperately trying to live? How many have died without ever even setting foot in a hospital? Jianya, you have a sharp mind. You have such a good family background, and you have caring parents. What more could you want? Dying now may seem like release, but the ones who care about you will suffer. Those who harmed you, those who are jealous of you, will only feel relieved. Are you willing to let those people go unpunished? If I were you, even if I had to die, I will make sure to take those bastards who harm me down with me. Chen Mianmian's words made the numbness in Wen Jianye's eyes tremble slightly. Yes, those who harmed him were still at large, and if he died like this, he would carry resentment with him. But soon, he smiled bitterly. What can I do about revenge now that I have become useless? Who says you're useless and can't take revenge? You still have a brain to think. You still have a mouth to speak. As long as you're alive, there are infinite possibilities. Just because the doctors here can't cure you doesn't mean others can't. It's just a comminuted fracture. As long as it's not shattered into pieces and didn't injure the joints, there is still a chance to stand up. But if you give up on yourself first, you'll lose everything. Chen Mianmian's words surprised both Wen Jianye and Dong Qingxiu, who looked up in astonishment. No one had ever said that his legs had a chance of recovery. If it were true, it would be wonderful. Is what you said true? My legs really have a chance to recover? Wen Jianye looked at Chen Mianmian as if he saw the only ray of hope, trembling as he weakly tugged at her pants, wanting to hear a definite answer. I know some treatment plans for comminuted fractures. Given your contributions to the country, you could definitely invite well-known orthopedic experts from across the nation to consult. We can discuss together how to find a way to help you stand up again. And your hands can be used again too. As long as the nerves and ligaments are fine, with a bit of rehabilitation, you can at least use chopsticks and hold a pen again. Hearing Chen Mianmian's words, Wen Jianye was so excited he trembled all over. As long as he could stand up and hold a pen again, he could contribute to the country and fulfill his dreams. At this moment, not only was Wen Jianye excited, but even Su Baiyan was thrilled. Wen Jianye's value to the country was immense. If he could continue his research, then Chen Mianmian would be a great contributor. Have you studied medicine? How can you set bones? Su Baiyan asked quietly. Chen Mianmian leaned in closer to him, her eyes sparkling as she explained. I performed bone-setting surgeries on many animals before. Human bones are similar to animal bones, so it's not a problem. In her past life, Chen Mianmian had performed orthopedic surgeries on lions, zebras, and pandas, and she had also studied human orthopedic surgery plans. So providing treatment methods to those experts was definitely feasible. On this side, she was full of confidence, while on the other side, Su Baiyan felt a warm breeze by his ear that made his heart flutter. But the next second, hearing Chen Mianmian's words almost scared him into cardiac arrest. She wanted to use the methods for treating animals to treat Wen Jianye. Su Baiyan looked at the confident Chen Mianmian, then at the hopeful Wen Jianye, suddenly feeling a sense of speechless frustration. Chapter 68. Isolated from the outside. We are married with the big dream of standing up hanging over him. Wen Jianye finally temporarily gave up on the thought of dying. Unknowingly, the effects of the sleeping pills began to take over, and he felt drowsy. Chen Mianmian asked Su Baiyan to help him change his clothes, and she pulled Dong Qingxiu out. As they reached the door, she tried to pull her hand away, but it was tightly held. Whoa, Mianmian, can you really help Jianye stand up? He is such a good kid. If he can stand up, our whole family will thank you. Listening to Dong Qingxiu's words, Chen Mianmian thought of her previous life where her mother brought her younger brother, whom she barely met, to ask for a job, saying the same thing. Although the tone was lowered, the implicit message was that she was the one being excluded. Slowly pulling her hand away, Chen Mianmian looked at Dong Qingxiu with an incredibly calm expression. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I will do my best, but we are not familiar with each other, so your family doesn't need to thank me. After saying that, Chen Mianmian turned and went out to wait for Su Baiyan, no longer looking at Dong Qingxiu. It was only then that Dong Qingxiu realized she had said the wrong thing, biting her lip, unsure how to make amends. Growing up, the only time she felt like this was during her time in Hexiong village, and having Chen Mianmian was an accident. The rest of the time, she was pampered and protected, always the one being coaxed, never having to coax anyone herself. This daughter had only appeared for a few days, and she really hadn't adjusted yet. Just as she was struggling with whether to apologize, Su Baiyan came out. Not only had he changed Wen Jianye's clothes, but he had also tidied up the room. Upon noticing the tense atmosphere between the two, he didn't say much, just greeted them before leaving with Chen Mianmian to go home. He had things to attend to in the army, so he would leave first and return later that night. Lu Rulin saw that Chen Mianmian's expression wasn't good, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she put all her effort into cooking delicious food for her daughter-in-law. She even thought about how she usually fed the dogs, making extra food every day, which made Chen Mianmian very happy. The frustration from earlier with Dong Qingqiu instantly dissipated as she watched Lu Rulin smile brightly. In the following days, Chen Mianmian went with Lu Rulin to buy wedding candies, red paper, and firecrackers, and they exchanged a lot of grain with the villagers, carrying back bag after bag. Their actions didn't go unnoticed. The family compound was filled with people seeing the good things being moved in, and naturally, the news reached the ears of some attentive individuals. Whenever Chen Mianmian had free time, she would play with the dogs, talking to herself, but everyone had already gotten used to it. After all, she had shown her skills with the dogs before, and everyone knew she had a way with training animals. During this time, Dong Qingqiu wanted to come and talk to Chen Mianmian, but whenever she saw her, she would avoid her. Although they were practically strangers, there was an inexplicable knot in her heart. Every time she thought about how she treated her stepson like a precious gem, Chen Mianmian felt uncomfortable. Before she knew it, it was the day of Su Baiyan's leave. Early that morning, he came over in a brand new military uniform. Chen Mianmian also knew they were going to take wedding photos and get their marriage certificate today. She had received the red outfit that Lu Rulin had hurriedly prepared the night before. She styled her hair into a half-up princess look, making her face appear even more delicate and petite. Plus, after days of good food, her skin had become fairer, and her cheeks were a bit fuller. She finally didn't look like a sad frog anymore. Looking at the cheerful and beautiful girl in the mirror, Chen Mianmian smiled with satisfaction. Little Mianmian, look at how I've created a life that everyone envies. Chen Mianmian lightly tapped the person in the mirror, her eyes sparkling like stars, smiling brightly and cheerfully. And then she skipped downstairs. Su Baiyan heard the commotion, looked up, and saw Chen Mianmian running over like a ball of fire. She had never worn such vibrant colors before, but it didn't seem out of place or gaudy. Instead, it made her features appear even more vivid. Her heart raced irregularly, and Su Baiyan was frozen until Chen Mianmian came close, realizing that today they were officially a married couple. Let us go. We're going to take photos and get the certificate. Su Baiyan nodded vigorously, first sitting on the bicycle for Chen Mianmian to hop on, and then he pedaled hard, quickly covering a great distance. The weather was getting warmer, and the wind was gentle. With Chen Mianmian sitting behind Su Baiyan, the sunlight streamed through his shoulders onto her face, warming her up. Chen Mianmian couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but it felt like Su Baiyan was riding exceptionally fast today. A trip that usually took 20 minutes now only took 12. When the bike stopped in front of the photo studio, Chen Mianmian still hadn't come back to her senses. After that, they took wedding photos and got their marriage certificate. The staff at the photo studio kept urging them to get closer and smile. Su Baiyan wasn't used to it and ended up reddening his ears after trying hard for a long time. In contrast, Chen Mianmian smiled particularly sweetly, and even the uncle at the photo studio praised her smile. Originally, the photos would take a week to develop, but Su Baiyan was anxious and insisted on paying an extra 2 yuan for expedited service, getting the photos back to go get their certificate. Su Baiyan looked at the marriage certificate with the couple sitting together, the corners of his mouth lifting, even the mole at the end of his brow looking a bit more vibrant. Is it really necessary? You've been staring for half an hour. Chen Mianmian found it amusing. Ever since they got the marriage certificate, Su Baiyan had been staring at it like a fool. Of course, you look really good in the photos. Su Baiyan was very happy. He could never get enough of this marriage certificate. Seizing the opportunity, while Chen Mianmian wasn't paying attention, he secretly poked the face of a certain someone in the photo, satisfying his usual urge to poke, but never daring to do so. Chen Mianmian was delighted by the compliments and admired her beautiful photo until Su Baiyan had seen enough, carefully putting away the marriage certificate before heading back to the guest house. It was Su Baiyan's first time entering Chen Mianmian's room openly, carrying 2 big bags down the stairs. After checking out, he took her to the Song family's courtyard. He would come back tomorrow to take her home, letting the family compound's people see her. In this way, it would count as a public marriage. The Song family was very happy about Chen Mianmian's arrival, especially preparing a room for her, which would be reserved for her to stay in whenever she had time. Song Chulu even directly pulled his eldest son, Song Jinhua, to discuss training military dogs. Seeing that he wasn't just talking casually, Chen Mianmian patiently explained. As they talked, it was already past 9 o'clock. If it weren't for Chen Mianmian insisting on pulling Chen Mianmian to sleep, fearing she wouldn't have the energy for the wedding tomorrow, they probably could have talked until dawn. For Chen Mianmian, there wasn't much feeling about getting married, as she was already very familiar with the 3 members of the Su family. She lay down in bed, counting the little goldfish for a while before contentedly falling asleep. The next morning, Chen Mianmian personally did Chen Mianmian's hair and makeup, while the people in the Song family who weren't working wished her good luck, especially the chubby Song Xiangjuan, who insisted on coming over to watch the excitement. When Su Baiyan arrived with a team of bicycles adorned with big red flowers, Chen Mianmian looked at the spirited and tender-faced handsome man walking towards her, and her heart began to uncontrollably race. Chapter 69. Her waist was so slender. It was obvious she had strength. I could even take on my dad. Oh my, look at her, what a pretty little thing. Chen Mianmian, full of joy, stood in the Song family's house, watching Su Baiyan approach in his ascetic military uniform, feeling dry-mouthed and her eyes fixated on his toned waist where he fastened his belt. That waist is so thin, it definitely has strength. In her previous life, she worked herself to the bone for 28 years without ever touching a man. In this life, if Su Baiyan met her expectations, it wouldn't be a loss to sleep with him. After 3 years, if she was in a good mood, she could renew the contract. If not, she could try out a little wolf dog instead. After all, she was still young, and the outside world was so beautiful. The more Chen Mianmian thought about it, the happier she became, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Su Baiyan, prompting the people around them to tease her playfully. Mianmian, I'm here to marry you. Su Baiyan felt his ears turn red under Chen Mianmian's fervent gaze, a rare hint of shyness crossing his handsome face. What did you say? We can't hear you. The neighbors around them began to cheer, urging Su Baiyan to say it again, while Chen Mianmian waited with a smile. Seeing this, Su Baiyan stood at attention, calling out loudly, Comrade, Chen Mianmian, Su Baiyan is here to marry you. Great. Let us go home. Chen Mianmian responded cheerfully. Just as she was about to step forward, Su Baiyan picked her up, startling her into wrapping her arms around his neck. A new bride's feet shouldn't touch the ground. She must be carried out by the groom. Amidst the crowd's cheers, Su Baiyan carried Chen Mianmian to the bicycle, leading the way as they made a lap around the compound. Behind them were 10 bicycles, carrying 2 large bundles belonging to Chen Mianmian, along with the dowry prepared by the Song family. 2 quilts, 2 brand new double happiness wash basins, 2 thermoses, 2 towels, and 2 sets of trendy clothes. This was Song Chulu's way of showing everyone that Su Baiyan and Chen Mianmian had his backing. At the same time, it was a way to win over Chen Mianmian, who was known for her stubbornness. She wouldn't agree to take over the military dog team until the conditions were right. Looking at her diminutive stature, it was likely that she was held back by her own cleverness. If she were just a little less clever, she could have grown to be one. 8 meters tall. As the identity of the army commander, they couldn't step in directly, so they let the younger generation stir up the excitement. While Su Baiyan was enjoying his marriage, his usually serious face softened considerably. Whenever someone congratulated him, he tossed out wedding candies. Thankfully, Chen Mianmian had bought plenty, so there was enough to throw around. After completing a lap around the compound, allowing everyone to see Chen Mianmian proudly entering the Su family, they finally returned to the courtyard. The courtyard had also been newly decorated, filled with auspicious symbols, especially in the western room designated as the bridal chamber, where Lu Rulin was almost sticking 2 symbols on every peanut. As soon as Chen Mianmian entered, she was greeted by a sea of red, and she guessed it would take some time to take everything down later. Thank you all for coming to Baiyan's wedding. Quickly, we didn't prepare anything fancy. Come in and enjoy some wedding candy and sunflower seeds to share in the joy. Lu Rulin was also dressed in new clothes today, her hair neatly styled, and she wore a beaming smile, looking at least 4 or 5 years younger than she had a few days ago. Since Commander Su brought this new bride home, I've noticed his family has improved a lot. Lu Rulin used to be bullied every few days, but now she looks like an official wife. That's right. You missed out on a lot of good stuff while visiting your parents. Let me tell you, this new bride, Chen Mianmian, is quite impressive. The neighbors eating wedding candy and sunflower seeds disgust this family, especially Chen Mianmian's fighting spirit, which was widely recognized as formidable. Since the last commotion, many who had previously bullied Lu Rulin were now cautious, afraid of being confronted by Chen Mianmian, losing both face and dignity. Make way, let us in. Just as everyone was seriously discussing, Su Danny and her two sisters, along with several other Su family members, swaggered in from the back. Their eyes sparkled greedily at all the good things in the courtyard. Indeed, coming today was the right choice. Su Bian, we are your aunts and uncles. How could you get married without notifying us? You ungrateful child. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Su Danny pushed aside Lu Rulin, who tried to stop her, casting a sideways glance at Su Bian and Chen Mianmian, not believing they would dare to act against them in front of so many people by invoking filial piety. Chen Mianmian had been planning to enjoy her wonderful day, portraying the image of a shy bride who loved to smile. However, she had an uninvited guest trying to ruin her image. She rolled her eyes in impatience and walked over. Having flaunted her purchases these days, the Su family finally took the bait, which was great. Dealing with them would save her some trips. Even if the heavens were to strike, it should first hit those who kicked down widows' doors and disturbed ancestral graves. What's going on? Didn't you get enough beating last time? Are you coming back for more? Upon hearing Chen Mianmian's words, Su Danny immediately recalled the scene of being beaten. Scared, she covered her face and took a step back. But when she saw the reinforcements that had come with her this time, she regained her courage, knowing that today, with so many people present, she had the upper hand. You little girl, now you have to call me Big Aunt, you know? We are your elders, and from now on, you must bow and greet us whenever you see us, and during festivals, you have to give us gifts. With the Dragon Boat Festival coming up, it's perfect. We can take the gifts back with us today. While speaking, Su Danny signaled to her family, and they rushed to the kitchen and storeroom, grabbing anything that looked good. Lu Rulin tried to stop them, but was pushed down. Su Bian was furious and was about to take action when Su Danny leaned in, provoking him. Come and see. Commander Su is hitting his own aunt. A beast like him, who beats his elders, shouldn't he be allowed to be a soldier? I'm going to report him to the army. Su Bian, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, we'll take these things today. Not just today, but you'll have to give us 20 yuan and 5 jin of meat every festival from now on, or we'll come to your house personally. Su Danny cast a triumphant glance at Chen Mianmian, huffing. This dead girl had scared them off last time with threats of reporting. But now she was using the same tactics against them. Let's see how she handles it. Su Bian was so angry that his molars were grinding. To say that these cowards wouldn't dare to act without his father's guidance was hard to believe. Su Chunsheng, in a bid for revenge, even ruined his own wedding. Today, even if I have to give up being a soldier, I won't let you bully my mother and Mianmian anymore. Su Bian had previously endured and swallowed his anger, but the more he tolerated, the worse it became. He thought it might be better to cripple them all, saving everyone the trouble of hopping around and bothering others. Just as Su Bian was about to break Su Danny's arm, Chen Mianmian dashed out, kicking Su Ernie aside, rescuing Lu Rulin, and then slapped Su Sanny across the face, snatching the quilt from her arms. The rest of the uncles and aunts didn't require Chen Mianmian's help. The other soldiers who had come to join the family held them down. Damn it. Today I want to see who dares to touch my family's things. I'll chop off their dog paws. Chen Mianmian's face was dark, her eyes icy cold, glaring at the Su sisters, causing them to shiver as they remembered the painful experience of being forced to memorize verses before. You little whore. You married into our Su family and dare to lay hands on your elders? Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the police for being unfilial? Hearing Su Danny's shriek, Chen Mianmian snorted coldly and walked over, grabbing her hair and giving her 2 hard slaps. If you provoke me, I'll even hit my own father. You old hag, why don't you go ask around in the river village? Anyone who has crossed me, Chen Mianmian, has ended up in the police station. Since you are here today, I can't let you leave empty-handed. Why not let you see what the layout of the police station cells looks like? After saying this, Chen Mianmian asked someone nearby to call the police and bring them over. Chapter 70. How dare you bully my man, my mother-in-law? I'll bite you hard. You can call the police, but we are all relatives. What can they do to us? Besides, this is what you should be filial to. What's wrong with us taking it? Su Danny covered her face, deciding to make a fuss. Chun Sheng said that everything that could be taken today should be given to them. These are all new, even if they don't use them. Selling them could fetch dozens of dollars. Sure. Chen Mianmian pressed her hand against Su Danny's thick lips. Your stupidity is bothering me. I said, you robbing is just robbery. The people around are witnesses, and they all saw you come in and start grabbing things. Chen Mianmian had a smile in her eyes. Her lips curved into a sweet arc, looking like an innocent little wife. But the more she acted this way, the more terrifying she became. Su Danny bit her lip, thinking of Su Chunxing's words. Even if they went in, her brother was a superior, so it wouldn't be easy for them to get out. With this thought, she felt much more at ease and straightened her neck to confront Chen Mianmian. Do you think the police station is your family? You say you'll arrest me just like that. It's hard for a fair officer to resolve family matters. If you can send me in, I'll call you ancestor. Upon hearing this, Chen Mianmian was no longer sleepy. She had been a daughter, a granddaughter, a leader, but never an ancestor. She couldn't miss this novel experience. Hey, this is what they said themselves. Everyone bear witness, so she can't go back on her word later. The onlookers covered their mouths and laughed, but they didn't think Chen Mianmian could win the case. First, they were relatives. Second, they were only taking a few things, and the amount wasn't huge. Finally, with Su Chunxing's identity, it was likely that in the end, it would just drag on and come to nothing. Mianmian, today is your big day. It's better not to make things too tense since they haven't taken anything. Lu Rulin tugged at Chen Mianmian's sleeve, feeling the whispers around them, and cowardice took over again. No, Chen Mianmian firmly refused. Why should they cause trouble? I want peace. My wedding is only once in a lifetime, and I can't let these idiots ruin it. I want them to come in standing and leave lying down. Or I want to be called Chen Mianmian. The more she spoke, the angrier she got. Damn it, she was going to make a scene. She curled her fingers and whistled, and a pack of dogs came running from not far away. Let them bite their pants off? How dare they bully my man? My mother-in-law, bite them hard. Suddenly, a dozen big dogs rushed out of the yard, making the onlookers retreat quickly. It just gave the dogs space to show off. And Chen Mianmian climbed on the table to direct the dogs in battle. The relatives of the Su family covered their pants and screamed, and the dogs obediently bit their butts, with almost everyone having 2 dogs hanging from their pants. Help! Help! Chen Mianmian is killing people. Su Danny's pants were torn open, revealing bright red underwear, and Chen Mianmian burst into laughter. Oh my, is this your 60th birthday? Still wearing red underwear? Only you would do such wicked things. Even if you put your underwear on your head, it's useless. Kids, surround them and take them down, then bite their butts. Chen Mianmian jumped on the table, directing the battle, and seeing the Su family crying for help made her laugh heartily. Even the onlookers were dumbfounded. They never expected it could be played this way. Can Chen Mianmian really command the dogs to fight? Many people at this moment had already made up their minds. Absolutely cannot provoke Chen Mianmian. Not to mention the pain of being bitten by dogs. Just the embarrassment of having their pants pulled down was enough to ruin their lives. Su Baiyan stood beside Chen Mianmian, afraid she might fall and he could catch her at any moment. At this moment, the sun was just right, and Su Baiyan looked up at Chen Mianmian, the sunlight casting a halo around her, making her even more radiant. Her cheerfulness and ferocity made his heart flutter. In this life, even if it was a scam, he would keep this good girl by his side. Let me through, the police are handling the case. Just as the Su family was being bitten and crying, a team of police walked over, who reported the case. Police comrades, hurry and save us, help. The Su family members were bitten by the dogs, their clothes torn, their bodies scratched and bitten, moving hurt like hell, but when they saw the police coming, they crawled over. What is this? Don't move. A few policemen looked at the disheveled and barely clothed Su family members and quickly took a few steps back, fearing there were wild people running down from the mountains. Police comrades. Su Danny saw the police coming and was about to throw a tantrum to frame Chen Mianmian when suddenly a bright red figure rushed in front of the police and started crying. Police uncles, you have to stand up for this helpless little girl. I was just eating hot pot and singing with my man, and then these people said they were my elders and took away all my dowry. Boo-hoo. The big gold bracelet my husband gave me, the gold necklace, and a pair of gold rings are all gone. He spent over 1,000 to get those for me. Plus, the 500 yuan bonus the army gave me is also gone. That was all my money, and they took it all. How am I supposed to live? Chen Mianmian cried, while gesturing, the size of the gold bracelet almost matching a tire. The people around gasped. No wonder this girl wanted to report the case. Over $1,000 in gold. Who wouldn't report it? No, police comrades, we didn't rob her of her gold bracelet. We just took some bedding and fabric. How could it be over 1,000? Su Danny felt wronged to death. She hadn't even seen that big gold bracelet. But the next second, Chen Mianmian walked over to a bundle of quilts, rummaged around, and pulled out a ring box, opening it to reveal the one Su Bian had given her last time. Who says we didn't rob you? These were snatched from your hands. Everyone saw it. What else can you deny? The Su family members stared wide-eyed, looking as if they had seen a ghost. No, are you sick? Who hides gold in bedding? You can't tell me where I hide it. You rob my things. Chen Mianmian rolled her eyes, and when facing the police, she put on a pitiful look. Police uncle, I'm a helpless little girl. Is it wrong to hide valuable things in a concealed place? They clearly took advantage of the chaos to steal it, and now they want to deny it. Boo-hoo. So many people are watching. You must stand up for me. Chen Mianmian covered her face, her shoulders trembling, making the police officers feel a pang of sadness. Coupled with the murmurs about Chen Mianmian's background, the police were even more indignant. These people came to make trouble during her wedding and even robbed the little girl's money. The Su family sensed the police's strange expressions and finally realized something was off. Was Chen Mianmian actually framing them? No, police comrades. Don't listen to Chen Mianmian's nonsense. We didn't take those things. She let the dogs bite us. She should be the one arrested. Su Danny was about to point at the dogs in the yard to complain when she turned around and found no dogs around. It turned out that when the police came over, Chen Mianmian had already let the dogs escape from the backyard. No matter how much others talked, as long as she didn't bite them to death, it had nothing to do with her. Who could find evidence? Police uncle, I don't know what happened to those dogs. They probably found them too disgusting, so the dogs came over to bite them. Everyone saw it. I didn't lift a finger against them. Isn't this just a plain attempt to extort people? Chen Mianmian really hasn't moved since she hit a few times at the beginning. The injuries on them were all caused by the dogs. And it has nothing to do with her. Take them back to the station. Due to the large amount of money involved, the police decided to take them back to the station for questioning. When the Su family saw the shiny handcuffs, they realized that the situation had escalated. They panicked and claimed they were wronged, insisting they didn't take Chen Mianmian's money or jewelry. But Chen Mianmian insisted that it was gone, and they were the ones who took it. I was wrong, niece-in-law, I really was wrong. Please don't report us, I beg you. Su Danny was handcuffed and scared to the point her legs went weak, finally realizing that she was really going to be sent in by Chen Mianmian, and she directly broke down and begged for mercy. Whoa, niece-in-law, no, ancestor. Ancestor, please don't report us. We were all instructed by Su Chunsheng. He told us to come here and cause trouble. Listening to Su Danny's words, Chen Mianmian revealed a mocking smile. When the dogs came earlier, she already knew. She coldly pinched Su Danny's chin. Don't worry, you will sit inside for a while. I will go find him to settle the score shortly. Chapter 71. You ruined a beautiful wedding. Isn't compensation too much to ask? Mom, you go with the police to make a statement, and I'll go visit my father-in-law. Chen Mianmian told Lu Rulin to go with the police to the station, just in time to see Su Juexia, who was handing out wedding candies, returning as well. They packed up together to avoid affecting her performance later. The mother and daughter followed the police into the station, and the Su family members, who had come in a frenzy, were dragged away like dead dogs, which was incredibly satisfying. Mianmian, are we going to Su Chunxing's house now? Su Bian's eyes were brewing with intense hatred, not even wanting to call the surface-level father anymore. Wait, let us prepare some things first. Chen Mianmian smiled sweetly, but her eyes were cold. Since my father-in-law allowed us to have such an unforgettable wedding as a daughter-in-law, I must return the favor. Seeing Chen Mianmian being so petty, Su Bian's heart raced. He liked how she instinctively protected him, especially since it was for him. On the other side, Chen Mianmian was preparing to create a big scene, while Su Chunsheng and Chu Jinrong had just sat down to rest. A few days ago, they had been tricked by Chen Mianmian and Su Bian. And after hiding for a few days and grinding out some good things from Deputy Commander Chu, they quietly moved back. Suhonisthing, Ivornu. If that little brat, Chen Mianmian, jumps around in front of me again, don't even think about promotions. Chu Jinrong had been sick with anger, recalling how Chen Mianmian called her grandma, and she still hadn't recovered yet. Don't worry, they bully you like this. I want let them off easy. Su Chunsheng secretly cursed Chu Jinrong for being pretentious, but on the surface, he was gently massaging her and casually mentioned the matter of instructing the Su family to cause trouble. Chu Jinrong immediately opened her eyes, her face full of excitement, urging Su Chunsheng to tell her what was going on, knowing she couldn't stand seeing Chen Mianmian and Su Baiyan getting along. Su Chunsheng embellished on how he had paid relatives to create chaos, absolutely not allowing those two little brats to have it easy. They deserve it for taking my good things. I want to give that dead girl anything, even to the Su family, saying I'm old. I'll make sure she can't even have her wedding. Chu Jinrong felt a sense of relief, her body feeling much lighter, and she dragged Su Chunsheng to buy groceries, planning to celebrate with a good meal that evening. However, just as they reached the courtyard door, they were splashed with a bucket of foul-smelling substance. They hadn't reacted yet when the door opened with a bang. The door was hollow with patterns. Ugh, dong. Ugh, Chen Mianmian, it's you again, you little brat. Chu Jinrong, who always loved cleanliness, couldn't believe she'd experienced being splashed with dung. She pointed at Chen Mianmian while retching and cursing, and Su Chunsheng was no better, both of them vomiting in unison, creating quite a spectacle. Chen Mianmian covered her nose with a handkerchief, marching in with a dung scoop. To those who knew, it was a stinky pile of dung. To those who didn't, it looked like a halberd. Oh dear, I say, stepmother, why are you so angry upon meeting me? At your age, you should be past menopause. But it's okay, today is my wedding, and I specially came to see you too. Look how filial I am. Chen Mianmian, you think being filial means splashing dung on us? Ugh, who the hell taught you that? Su Chunsheng was overwhelmed by the foul smell, his stomach churning. All his usual composure and superiority vanished, wishing he could just kill Chen Mianmian. Don't mind the details. Chen Mianmian disregarded Su Chunsheng's furious barking, waving for Su Baiyan and the others to come in. I mentioned before that you and my stepmother have serious petty bourgeois tendencies, and these things at home need to change. I'm just afraid you might get reported, keeping me up at night worrying. So, here I am, just married a Baiyan, rushing over to help you two reform a bit. After saying that, Chen Mianmian smiled and motioned for Su Baiyan to take action. In the next moment, the carefully tended flowers by Chu Jinrong were all uprooted and tossed to the ground by Su Baiyan and several soldiers. Some flower buds were mercilessly stomped on, turning the flower bed into a pile of weeds. Stop! Stop! What are you doing? Hurry up and stop. Chu Jinrong watched her years of hard work vanish. Feeling heartbroken, just as she was about to stop them, she was blocked by the dung scoop extended by Chen Mianmian. Oh dear, stepmother, we're helping you. Chen Mianmian said earnestly, her eyes sincere. Your petty bourgeois ways need to be reformed. Today we'll cut off the source of this thinking completely, making it impossible for others to use it as material. Don't worry, I know you and my dad can't farm, so in the future, Baiyan and I will help. Chen Mianmian. Chu Jinrong roared her name, but Chen Mianmian just looked shy and bashful. Oh, I know you appreciate that I'm thinking of you two lonely elders on my wedding day, but this is what we, as juniors, should do. Even though you didn't give us a wedding gift, you sent people to annoy us. So all of this is what we should do, right? ISNT that so. Dad. At the end, Chen Mianmian's gaze fixed tightly on Su Chunsheng, exposing his guilt and panic. Su Chunsheng didn't expect his family to be so useless that such a small matter would expose them, but he wouldn't admit it, firmly insisting that Chen Mianmian was talking nonsense. Clang! While they were at an impasse, Su Baiyan accidentally dug a big hole in the flower bed designed and built by Chu Jinrong herself. Oh dear, wife, I accidentally ruined stepmother's flower bed. She won't blame me, right? Su Baiyan looked innocently at Chen Mianmian, as if he was genuinely worried. Since it's broken, let us just smash it all, so it doesn't delay planting vegetables. We're correcting the living attitude for stepmother and dad. They won't blame you. They thank you instead. Right, dad, stepmother? Chen Mianmian's words trapped the two. Disagreeing meant they had where the petty bourgeois had. Agreeing was infuriating. But now, with a crowd outside watching the spectacle, even if they bit their back teeth, they had to nod in agreement. With their approval, Su Baiyan worked even harder, uprooting flower beds, water tanks for lotus flowers, and even tearing up the tiles in the courtyard. Chen Mianmian, what exactly do you want to do? Chu Jinrong looked at the mess on the ground, heartbroken, and asked resentfully. What I want to do? You should ask yourselves. Chen Mianmian's smile vanished. Her face cold as she glared at Su Chunsheng. My beautiful wedding was ruined by the Su family. Isn't it reasonable to ask for some compensation? Oh, right. I forgot to tell you too, the aunts and uncles all got sent to the police station, probably being interrogated for robbery now. Stop. You're a soldier. Do you think, with such a large amount involved in the robbery, they could be executed? Chen Mianmian's words turned Su Chunsheng's face pale, shocked as he asked how they could end up in the police station. Since he was sincerely asking, Chen Mianmian kindly answered, vividly describing the Su family's tragic situation, especially Su Danny's big red underwear, which was described quite seductively. In the end, she emphasized the 500 yuan she had lost, along with the gold bracelet, gold necklace, and gold earrings, making Su Chunsheng's vision darken repeatedly. That little brat was trying to extort again. Dad, do you think my aunts are involved in such a large amount? Will they be executed? Chen Mianmian blinked her big eyes, leaning closer to Su Chunsheng. Oh, what are you trying to do? Messing up my wedding. I hold grudges, and if you don't let me live a good life, then let's see if you have enough luck to withstand it. Chapter 72. Big recorder move out. Big TV move out. What do you want? Su Chun was so angry that he trembled all over. He suppressed his urge to kill Chen Mianmian and tried to negotiate with her in a calmer tone. He couldn't bear to think that if Chen Mianmian bit and killed the Su family and robbed them, and if they all went to prison, the other members of the Su family would tear him apart. What do I want? It depends on what my father does. Chen Mianmian looked into the room. My memory, isn't very good. If someone gives me 500 yuan and some good stuff, I might just forget that I was offended. This was quite clear. If Su Chun gave her money and things, Chen Mianmian would withdraw the case. If not, then the Su family could wait for sentencing. Even if it was gold, the police could uncover the lie, but that 500 yuan was openly issued by the military district and could be traced anywhere. If Chen Mianmian claimed it was missing, the Su family would have to compensate. Whether the shit pot could be removed or not depended on Su Chun's performance. 500? Why don't you go? I'm not robbing them right now. Dad, why are you so anxious? Chen Mianmian shrugged, blaming him for being too old and impatient, or he might suffer a cerebral hemorrhage. If he were paralyzed, we wouldn't be able to take care of him. Chen Mianmian learned to answer back, which drove Su Chun even crazier. Over there, Su Baiyan and the others had already renovated the yard, turning it into rows of furrows. It was time for Chen Mianmian to take action. She rolled up her sleeves and began to splash the entire yard with a broken dung spoon. Ugh! Stop! Stop! Ugh! Chu Jinrong was gagged by the stench. She could not tolerate her yard being filled with foul smells. As a stepmother, the most important thing was to fertilize. Farm manure was a great supplement. Only with this could the vegetables grow quickly. You can't just dig up the yard and engage in formalism. We need to respond to the policy of frugality. As the wife of the instructor, you must set an example. Chen Mianmian spoke forcefully, putting a big hat on her that left her dizzy and unable to refute. After splashing a few spoonfuls, Su Baiyan felt sorry for her and took it upon himself to do it, spreading it evenly as if it were a fine rain, not sparing the yard walls. It was conservatively estimated that this fertilization would stink for 3 days. My yard. Su Chun, why don't you hurry and drive them away? Do you want to drive me mad? Chu Jinrong couldn't deal with Chen Mianmian, so she vented all her anger on Su Chun. If he hadn't been incompetent, how could it have turned out like this? Su Chun was threatened by Chen Mianmian with the Su family and didn't dare to do anything. The couple stood in the yard like quails, trembling with anger. Over here, Su Baiyan was fertilizing, while Chen Mianmian began to pick at flaws again. The yard walls were too white, making them appear unfriendly. They needed a layer of yellow mud mixed with straw to cover it up. The toilet was made of bricks and tiles, too luxurious. It should be torn down and replaced with some straw, not to mention the custom glass windows, kitchen exhaust fans, and various others. Even her breathing could be criticized. Su-chun, are you dead? Hurry and drive them out. Chu Jinrong felt her head hurt even more, wanting to plant Chen Mianmian in the ground. She yelled and wanted to hit Su-chun, but he was too dirty to lay a hand on. Chen Mianmian, what exactly do you want? Didn't I tell you? 500 yuan, plus my and Bian's wedding gift. You look young, but how come your memory is as bad as a stepmother's? Chen Mianmian had a shameless expression. Anyway, she had no morals or quality. As long as the money was right, she would smash the glass. Last time you emptied my house, why should I still give you a wedding gift? Chu Jinrong looked like she was about to explode, and Chen Mianmian chuckled. Last time was last time. This time you ruined my wedding, so I'm here to ask for compensation for emotional distress. Otherwise, do you think I, Chen Mianmian, am made of dough, just waiting for people to bully me? I suffer so much. Are you going to give me money or not? If not, I'll continue to renovate your yard. Chen Mianmian had prepared 3 buckets of dung water behind her. If Su-chun and the others refused, she would throw it all inside their house. Every time they moved back, she would throw at once, driving the 2 old fools mad. Give, I'll give. Last time was embarrassing, and Chu Jinrong had already been laughed at when she went back to her parents' house. This time, her parents had warned her that if she came back to hide from shame in a short time, she would never be allowed in again. If it weren't for Chu Jinrong not wanting to be looked down upon by her family, she would have gone back directly. But now, she just wanted Chen Mianmian, this plague, to leave quickly, so she could only compromise. While Chu Jinrong went to get the money, Chen Mianmian also followed her into the house. Seeing the brand new big recorder and the new TV move from the Chu family, her eyes lit up instantly. Subuyan, come quickly. Chen Mianmian jumped up and down, calling Su Bian, and when he came in, she grabbed his hand and pointed at the 2 big items, saying, I like these, move them out. As soon as Su Bian entered, he was caught by a pair of small hands, making his mind go blank with warmth. His gaze was glued to Chen Mianmian's mouth, which opened and closed, completely unable to hear what she was saying. The joy in his heart was uncontrollable, and he lowered his gaze to their intertwined hands, his ears unknowingly turning red. Chen Mianmian, don't go too far. I haven't even used these 2 yet. Chu Jinrong, seeing Chen Mianmian trying to steal things again after taking out the money, instantly refused. All right, then I want to take the money. I'll go to the military to report it, saying Su-chun is retaliating against his son by causing trouble at our wedding and inciting relatives to rob the bride's dowry. I'll also find a reporter from the TV station to interview, asking if they've ever seen such a disgusting father. As Chen Mianmian said this, she was about to leave, and Su-chun hurriedly stopped her. These rumors would spread among the neighbors. As long as he didn't admit it, nothing would happen. But if it got to the military, the Su family weren't tight-lipped. Once the police report was filed, his promotion would be completely over. I'll give it to you. You and Bian getting married will count as a wedding gift. Su-chun gritted his teeth and spoke. Chen Mianmian instantly thanked him happily, casually tearing down the floor-to-ceiling curtains to wrap the recorder and the big TV, letting Su Bian carry them away. Su-chun, you're crazy. That was a gift from my mom. How can you give it away? Chu Jinrong looked at Su-chun in disbelief. Over the years, she had filled the Su family's pockets and tolerated their freeloading to the limit. Now, he actually wanted to give away such valuable things? Su-chun quickly hugged her and comforted her, saying that he had saved money for several months to buy these things. But if he lost his position as an instructor, it would be troublesome. Moreover, Su Bian was right under his nose. He could easily find an excuse to grind him down. He didn't believe Chen Mianmian could get involved with the army. Hearing this, Chu Jinrong was somewhat pleased and reluctantly threw 500 yuan to Chen Mianmian. Thank you, dear dad. Thank you for the stepmother's wedding gift. I'll go to the police station now and say I remembered wrong, that the gold has been found and the money is also found, ensuring that the Su family returns in full. After Chen Mianmian finished speaking, she took the money and left with Su Bian and those soldiers. The onlookers saw Chen Mianmian win a great victory and turned Su-chun's house into a mess, covering their mouths and snickering. On this day, Chen Mianmian's reputation spread. Everyone knew that Su Bian had married a fierce wife. Thank you all for your help today. Tonight, Bian will invite the close friends for dinner, and you all can eat here. guaranteed to enjoy a good meal. Chen Mianmian, holding 500 yuan, was in a very good mood. Now Su Chun's exploded gold coins were quickly becoming the top brother on the leaderboard, and she would look for him next time she needed money. Thank you, sister-in-law. The soldiers who came to help were all smiling happily. After the last job, their family had a good reputation in the army. During this wedding pickup, they defeated many competitors to gain this opportunity. And it turns out they came to the right place. They returned to the courtyard, where Lu Rulin and her daughter had also come back. Chen Mianmian stuffed 500 yuan in her hand as household expenses, insisting that from now on, the family should have meat, vegetables, fine rice, and fine flour. With money, they must take good care of the health of the family of four, so they can continue to fight against the class enemies. Lu Rulin looked at so much money, her hands trembling with joy. She had never seen so much money before, and her daughter-in-law actually gave it to her. So she must work hard to raise her daughter-in-law to be plump and healthy. You all have fun. I'm going to cook. The ingredients had all been prepared, and now the kitchen was filled with chicken, duck, fish, and meat, enough to set up 4 banquet tables. Lu Rulin was quick on her feet, steaming buns, stir-frying dishes, and stewing food, using all 4 stoves in the house. Delicious dishes came to the table one after another, and by the time the troops came over in the evening, the wedding feast was just completed. Oh, we arrived just in time. Song Jinhua came over with his little grandson, Song Qianjuan, and the rich aroma in the courtyard made him swallow hard. Just then, Dong Qingxiu and a tall, honest-looking man walked over, carrying 2 large red suitcases. Chapter 73. Whoever bullies me in the future will get a big slap from me. Thank you, Madam Wen. Oh, Director Wen, you're here too? Song Jinhua raised an eyebrow and looked at Wen Heping. This guy is usually either on a mission with the army or rushing home to appease his wife. I haven't heard that he has a good relationship with Su Baiyan. Why is he here today? Hello, Commander Song. I'm here to deliver a congratulatory gift. Wen Heping smiled honestly and let Dong Qingxiu into the yard. After they took their seats one after another, Chen Mianmian also brought out the dishes. Auntie Mianmian. As soon as Song Qianjuan, the little chubby boy, saw Chen Mianmian, he dashed over like a little cannonball. Ever since he was saved, he has been mentioning her every day, clearly her #1 little fan. Chen Mianmian laughed and patted the chubby boy's head, pinching his face. The child's skin is really good. It feels soft and smooth. If anyone else pinched his face like this, the chubby boy would have been unhappy. But when it was Chen Mianmian, he just happily leaned in, which amazed Song Jinhua, who was like a grandfather. Everyone watched Chen Mianmian being so good to Song Qianjuan and Su Baiyan. Baiyan, look how much Mianmian loves children. You should have a few more with her in the future. With both your looks and brains, they would definitely be child prodigies. Song Jinhua joked, and Su Baiyan rarely turned a bit red, but he also stated that they should wait a couple more years before thinking about kids. Mianmian is only 19, still growing, and cannot risk her health by having children now. His marriage with Chen Mianmian isn't ordinary. He wants to wait for the day when the beloved girl is willing to spend her life with him, which will be 3 years from now. Hearing Su Baiyan's words, Dong Qingxiu's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Very good, this young man is considerate. Giving birth is a dangerous ordeal for women, and those scummy men casually say to have more children as if women don't suffer. Others nodded in agreement, especially Song Jinhua, whose eyes lit up. It's better not to have kids too early. Then their military dog team can be established more effectively. I'll hurry and tell my father to give Mianmian a raise. While he was thinking, Chen Mianmian had already come over with the dishes to greet them. She had seen Dong Qingxiu and Wen Heping and figured this must be her stepfather. This stepfather looks honest and sturdy, while Wen Jianya has a more elegant and refined appearance. It's easy to guess that her stepbrother takes after his mother. Mianmian, congratulations. Baiyan is a good man. You two should have a good life together. If anyone bullies you, just tell me, and I'll support you. Song Jinhua smiled at Chen Mianmian like she was his own daughter, making everyone around wonder if he was possessed. This man is known as the iron-blooded warrior, feared for his intimidating face, yet he is smiling at a little girl. Everyone who knew Song Jinhua was surprised and wide-eyed, thinking this was clearly a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. He must have ulterior motives. Thank you, Uncle Song. If anyone bullies me in the future, I'll give them a big slap and tell them I have your protection. Hee hee. Chen Mianmian smiled charmingly. making the whole table laugh. And she handled it all with confidence and ease. At Song Jinhwa's table, everyone had battlefield experience and a certain fierceness about them, making it hard for ordinary girls to approach. Yet she stood there like a beautiful clematis, captivating everyone's attention. Dong Qingxiu watched Chen Mianmian, feeling like she had never really known her daughter. From the moment she came to recognize her, to the way she turned away briskly, it seemed she didn't care about her as a mother at all. The more she thought, the more upset she became, secretly cursing this stubborn girl. She is not cute at all. If she says something wrong, she ignores me. Even when she came to help make clothes these past few days, she didn't acknowledge me. While Dong Qingxiu was sulking, when Heping gently nudged her. Mian is about to toast. You should show a little smile. As her mother, if you don't appear a bit softer, how can she dare to get close to you? You both have the same temper. You respond to gentleness, not harshness. Today is her wedding. If you keep a stern face, be careful she ignores you even more. When did I have the same temper as her? She clearly takes after my brother, that rascal, only knowing how to annoy me. Dong Qingxiu glared at Wen Heping playfully and pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Seeing him wince in pain satisfied her, but for some reason, hearing Wen Heping say they were alike made her corners of her mouth turn upward. Yes, she is a mother. She shouldn't stoop to the level of a younger generation. This stubborn girl is not cute, but I'm a magnanimous elder. Thank you all for coming to my and Bian's wedding. I prepare a modest drink and hope you won't mind. I, Chen Mianmian, won't say any formalities, but we'll see how things go. Everyone who attended the banquet was someone with some connection. It was clear they came to support Su Bian, indicating they were all on the same side. In the future, when good things happen, they would be prioritized. Chen Mianmian held a small cup and drank it all in one go, her brisk and straightforward attitude prompting everyone to raise their glasses as well. Before Dong Qingxiu could speak, Wen Heping stood up first. Mianmian, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Jianya would. From now on, you're my own daughter. If anyone bullies you in the future, just come to the army and I'll break their legs. When Wen Heping mentioned Wen Jianya, his voice choked and his eyes turned red. It wasn't just that Chen Mianmian pulled Wen Jianya back from the brink of death, but she gave him hope to live. Wen Jianya had been cooperating a lot these days, and his spirit was much better than before. Although he still had moments of despair, seeing the rehabilitation plan Chen Mianmian wrote for him, he exercised actively every day, clearly showing a desire to live. In the family compound, everyone knew what had happened to Wen Jianya and couldn't help but sigh, feeling sorry for him. What a promising young man. Uncle Wen, you're too polite. Even if you were a stranger, I wouldn't just watch him die. Chen Mianmian smiled politely. Her actions were based on her conscience. Besides, she didn't want to naively get involved in someone else's family and seek out ethereal familial bonds. Her relatives would be her own choice in the future. Song Jinhua watched Wen Heping curiously, wondering what good deed this Mianmian girl had done that needed to be kept a secret. He quickly tugged on Wen Heping's sleeve, asking quietly. Wen Heping wiped his tears while softly telling Song Jinhua about his son's situation, but didn't mention Wen Jianya's suicide. Instead, he said that Chen Mianmian could help provide a recovery plan, and his son might be able to stand up. Oh, that's wonderful. If Jianya can stand up, this girl Mianmian would definitely have made a great contribution. I'll push for a third-class merit for her. Song Jinhua's eyes lit up, his expression very excited, looking at Chen Mianmian as if he had found treasure. She can train dogs, curse, has thick skin, and can treat legs. This girl's future is limitless. Raise her salary, definitely raise her salary. Ahem, today is your wedding. Here's a gift for you. Dong Qingxiu saw her wooden husband chatting with others, forgetting to give her and her daughter a chance to talk, and was so angry she bit her teeth. But no matter what, at this point as a mother, she couldn't show weakness. Dong Qingxiu gritted her teeth and decided to speak first, handing over 2 luggage cases. Chen Mianmian's eyes widened. Other people's gifts were at most eggs, brown sugar was already pretty good, but here she was, receiving 2 brand new luggage cases? Does the director's family have that much to spare? These luggage cases are hard to come by, usually needing to be fought for. Many daughters getting married are proud to carry these. Chen Mianmian looked at Dong Qingxiu, unsure whether to accept them. Didn't she say not to disturb them before? What's the situation now? Seeing this, Su Baiyan stepped in to take them and expressed his gratitude. Although it wasn't Chen Mianmian who answered, Dong Qingxiu felt a bit disappointed. But at least not being rejected face to face was already good enough. This little donkey really dares to do such things. Thank you, Mrs. Wan. Although she knew the two were mother and daughter, it wasn't publicly acknowledged, so Su Baiyan had no choice but to address her through Hepping. He weighed the heavy suitcase, and if someone didn't know better, they might think it was filled with dozens of pounds of bricks. Thank you, Mrs. Wan. Chen Mianmian followed Su Baiyan's lead in addressing her, which made Dong Qingxiu glare at her resentfully. She turned to see Hepping still chatting, and in her anger, she pinched him on the waist again. Chapter 74. I have such a big granddaughter, and she got married in just one day, during the meal. Except for Dong Qingxiu, who was filled with resentment, everyone else was enjoying themselves, especially Song Zhenhua. Just thinking about Chen Mianmian's fierce fighting spirit made him happy. This little calf isn't afraid of anything. If you let her out to fight with those old men, it must be really fun, hee. Didn't they say they were rough guys before? This time, let's bring in someone even rougher to challenge them. Just imagining certain people's angry faces made him feel great. After the meal, Dong Qingxiu and Hepping were thinking about the child and were ready to leave. Wait. Lu Rulin came over with 2 small bowls filled with packed food. Take these back for the kids to eat. I prepared them in advance to send to you. And you just happened to come, so I saved myself a trip. Lu Rulin handed over the small bowls and took out a big handful of prawn crackers and a big white rabbit candy to give to Dong Qingxiu. These are all left by Mianmian. She's someone who keeps everything to herself, but has a soft heart. No matter how busy she is these days, she puts in a lot of effort to think about rehabilitation plans. Sometimes, I see her with red eyes, saying she hasn't slept all night drawing tool blueprints. She's still young and has suffered so much. She's long forgotten how to act spoiled with adults. If she makes you unhappy, just bear with it. As Lu Rulin spoke, she thought of Chen Mianmian's scars. Her eyes turned red, and she glanced deeply at Dong Qingxiu before turning back. Dong Qingxiu looked down at the wedding candies in her hands, feeling their weight like 1,000 pounds. If, back then, when she left with Mianmian, would things have turned out differently? A tear fell, and Hepping noticed his wife was crying and quickly comforted her softly. It's okay, take your time. Time will show people's hearts. Our daughter will definitely understand your feelings. That's my daughter. Why do you say it so naturally? Dong Qingxiu cried and shot him a glare in between sobs. Hepping quickly admitted his mistake and nodded. Yes, she is your daughter and also my daughter. Let us treat her well in the future. You've given her more than half of our family assets. She should see your sincerity. Dong Qingxiu felt a little better after being comforted by Hepping, but the things in those 2 boxes were all her private collections from the years, all good stuff. That dead girl didn't even give her a smile, which made her furious. The two embraced and went home. As soon as they entered, they saw Dong Jingwu sitting in the living room. Dad, what brings you here? Dong Qingxiu was extremely surprised. Didn't he say he was going to the capital for a meeting and wouldn't be back for a while? It hadn't even been half a month yet. Well, there's a lot going on in the military district. I didn't have time to argue with those people. So I made an excuse to come back and check on Jianya. Dong Jingwu thought of Jianya and felt regret. What a good child, ruined just like that. He remembered seeing him when he was only 8 years old, strong and lively, but now he'd been worn down like this. Hepping saw his father-in-law had arrived and quickly took out good cigarettes and liquor to serve him, saying that Jianya had been in good spirits these past few days, all thanks to Chen Mianmian. Mianmian? What has she done? Since they were family. Dong Qingxiu sighed and explained Jianya's suicide and mentioned how Chen Mianmian could assist in his treatment. Oh, this girl is impressive. I need to meet her later and let her come stay with us. A young girl living alone in a guest house is not quite right. Dong Jingwu felt proud. Having such an outstanding granddaughter brought him glory. The reason he hurried back this time was to bring the child home. He couldn't let her suffer anymore. Cough. She is not living in a guest house anymore. Hepping coughed a few times. She is currently living in the yard over there. Oh, how did she manage to move in? Isn't that the family compound? Wasn't it vacant before? Dong Jingwu was curious about how Mianmian got in. If he could have arranged it, he would have done so long ago. Well, she is staying at Su Baiyan's house now. Hepping cautiously observed his father-in-law's expression, the old man, seemed unaware that Mianmian had gotten married. Su Baiyan is a good kid. Dong Jingwu nodded, but suddenly felt something was off. His expression changed. Wait, what did you just say? Why is she living at Su Baiyan's house? A sense of foreboding arose as he waited for his daughter to tell him that Chen Mianmian had married Su Baiyan and that today was their wedding day. And the two had just returned from celebrating. What? Su Baiyan tricked my granddaughter away. Dong Jingwu was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up. Damn it, how long have I been gone? This little brat is quick to act. No, I need to find him. I have such a big granddaughter, and I haven't cherished her for even a day, and he tricked her away. I'll send him to the northern wilderness to dig potatoes. After saying that, Dong Jingwu was about to rush out. But Dong Qingxiu and Wen Heping stopped him firmly. They all knew what kind of person Chen Mianmian was after spending time together. She was not someone who would be easily wronged. Since she chose to marry Su Baiyan, it must have been a well-thought-out decision. If they opposed her now, wouldn't that just make her more rebellious? Dad, Mianmian doesn't even recognize me right now. If you go, won't it just make things worse? Dong Qingxiu pulled Dong Jingwu with a frown, looking aggrieved. Serves you right. I told you before to bring the child back. If the Chen family wanted some money, just cut ties with them. But you were both upset and couldn't accept it. Now look, your daughter doesn't recognize you. And even I, her grandfather, don't matter anymore. My beautiful granddaughter has become someone else's. Dong Jingwu's words made Dong Qingxiu's eyes turn red. She hadn't expected the Chen family to treat Mianmian like that. If she had known, she would have taken the child away back then. Now, it was too late to say anything. Mianmian didn't recognize her. Dong Jingwu looked at his daughter crying. His heart softened. He sighed, what a tragedy. All right. Stop crying. This weekend, I'll have Su Baiyan and Mianmian come over to our house as guests. No matter what, she is my granddaughter, Dong Jingwu's granddaughter. And there is no reason for her to be sneaky and unacknowledged. As her mother, you know the child has indeed suffered these past years. You need to find a way to make up for it. Don't hold on to your pride and wait for her to come find you. Dong Jingwu reprimanded his daughter. Dong Qingxiu knew she had done wrong in the past and unusually did not retort. Seeing her daughter upset made Dong Jingwu feel bad too. After sitting for a while, he stood up to leave. As he walked out, he glanced at the wedding decorations posted on the door and felt disgusted. That's Su Baiyan. Once he has time, he must have a good talk with him. Dong Jingwu gritted his teeth and left. In the new house, Chen Mianmian opened the 2 boxes that Dong Qingxiu sent and was astonished, her mouth agape. Chapter 75, Su Baiyan with bite marks. As long as the money is in place, they'll kneel down. In the red suitcase, there are dozens of gold jewelry pieces, 2 gold bars, several of the trendiest fabrics, and a stack of cloth and food coupons. In the other suitcase, it's filled with health products, including milk powder, malt extract, canned goods. There are even 2 boxes of small umbrellas, making Chen Mianmian's eyes widen in surprise. How much did all this cost? Moreover, cough. This Dong Qingxiu is quite trendy. Actually sending that kind of thing, ordinary elders probably wouldn't think of it. It seems the mother-in-law is still thinking of you. This must be your dowry. Su Baiyan cautiously observed Chen Mianmian's expression, fearing she might get angry. Then why doesn't she recognize me? Does she think I'm from the countryside and would embarrass her? Chen Mianmian tilted her head, looking confused. If she really treated her like a daughter, why was she being so secretive? Isn't it just her low background that would embarrass her? Su Baiyan didn't know how to answer. He hadn't experienced Chen Mianmian's hardships and had no right to ask her to let go, so he inquired whether she would accept them. If not, he would return them tomorrow. Accept? Why not? Consider this as compensation for the years of raising me, plus my son's rehabilitation plan, which money can't buy. After Chen Mianmian finished speaking, she tidied up the suitcase's contents and put them in the cabinet, leaving only those 2 small items tucked under her blanket, since she didn't plan to use them anytime soon. Su Baiyan actually saw those items too. He had learned about them when he saw a comrade with 5 sons by them. Just thinking about using them with Chen Mianmian made his heart race. His ears turned as red as apples, and he didn't dare look at the person lying on the bed. Chen Mianmian didn't notice Su Baiyan's unusual behavior and happily made the bed for him as well. The bed was quite large. It could easily accommodate 6 or 7 people. They were in a marriage of convenience, so naturally, They wouldn't share a bed. But Chen Mianmian secretly glanced at Su Baiyan's figure. Once she confirmed he was reliable, she wouldn't mind getting a bit intimate. The peanuts and dates on the bed were collected by Chen Mianmian, and after Su Baiyan finished warming the bed, he finally awkwardly took off his military uniform and sat down. "Come, eat some peanuts. Let us talk about the military dog team." Chen Mianmian, unaware of Su Baiyan's shy demeanor, directly shoved a handful of peanuts and sunflower seeds into his hands. She felt that General Song was particularly devoted to the military dog team. In this era of tight finances, maintaining a military dog team was quite costly. Other places might have minor skirmishes, but for such a large military district to do this made them a target. Su Baiyan sighed and explained General Song's dedication to the military dogs. During the war, General Song had a military dog named Black Wind who lived and died with him. When they climbed a snowy mountain, he almost froze to death, and it was the dog that kept him warm with its body heat. Later, during an ambush, the dog was injured by explosives but could have survived. Black Wind bit the explosive package to delay the enemy, ultimately leaving behind a dismembered corpse. General Song always carried Black Wind's leash to commemorate him. Listening to Su Baiyan, Chen Mianmian finally understood General Song's dedication to the military dog team. He wanted to carry on Black Wind's spirit. "Do you also like the military dog team? Does it benefit you?" Chen Mianmian felt a little swayed, but still needed to think it over. Seeing that Chen Mianmian was considering him, Su Baiyan's lips curled into a pleasant smile, and the beauty mark at the end of his eyebrow looked even more striking. "Having a military dog team would benefit us in combat and executing missions. And as your husband, I would have priority for use." When he said the word husband, Su Baiyan's voice became slightly hoarse, and his eyes softened, making Chen Mianmian feel a bit uncomfortable. Since that was the case, it was good for Chen Mianmian to agree. It not only solved her work issue, but also provided Su Baiyan with convenience. Now, they just needed to see how much they could get from the other side. After their discussion, it was time to sleep. Chen Mianmian took off her clothes and burrowed into the warm blanket. This was much better than a guest house. "Good night, Su Baiyan." "Good night." Su Baiyan tugged at the lamp cord, plunging the room into darkness, and soon heard Chen Mianmian's even breathing. She fell asleep quite quickly. Didn't mean she felt safe next to him. Now that she felt safe, she would grow to like him more. He was confident he could wait for that. Su Baiyan set a goal for himself. After figuring things out, he didn't rush and close his eyes, forcing himself to sleep. But just as he was getting drowsy, a leg suddenly draped over his waist. Opening his eyes, he found that Chen Mianmian had rolled over and was hugging him like a doll. The scent belonging to a girl wafted to Su Baiyan's nose, making him feel hot all over. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he wanted to gently push Chen Mianmian back to her side, but she held him tightly around the neck. Unable to move. "Don't move. If you run away, I'll be very sad." Chen Mianmian's murmurs made Su Baiyan's heart flutter. It turned out she liked him so much. The girl he liked was so close, yet he couldn't move. Su Baiyan endured the most torturous torment in the world, rationality and desire intertwined, making him only able to close his eyes and silently recite the 3 major disciplines and 8 points for attention. On one side, Su Baiyan was stiff and didn't dare to move, while on the other, Chen Mianmian was dreaming of chasing a running roasted pig trotter. No matter how she grabbed it, it always escaped. Finally, she used all her strength to firmly catch the pig trotter. "Ha, little baby, I told you. You can't escape my grasp." Chen Mianmian laughed wildly, then bit down on the pig trotter, and along with the sensation of meat in her mouth came Su Baiyan's scream. She groggily opened her eyes to see Su Baiyan looking at her with teary eyes, a distinct bite mark on his face. I'm so sorry. I was dreaming about biting a pig trotter and got too excited and bit you. Let me see if it's broken." Su Baiyan looked quite aggrieved. It was one thing not to be able to touch his wife on their wedding night, but now his wife treated him like a pig trotter. Was he really less attractive than a pig trotter? Luckily, Su Baiyan reacted quickly and didn't draw blood, but the bite mark would last a few days. One could imagine the expressions of others when they saw the bite mark on his face these days. At that moment, Chen Mianmian wanted to just crawl into a hole. Sure enough, when Lu Rulin called them for dinner and saw the bite mark on her son's face, she first chuckled with a hint of innuendo, then quietly pulled Su Baiyan to a secluded place to give him a warning. Chen Mianmian is still young. as her husband. You need to be gentle and not too rough. Otherwise, you'll get bitten again next time. Su Bian nodded obediently, knowing that these lessons would be useful later. Mom, brother, sister-in-law, I'm off to school. Su Juesha was already in the third year of junior high and would have the high school entrance exam in a few months. So she needed to go to school early to review. Moreover, today, she was wearing the new clothes that Lu Rulin made for her, a pink checkered shirt, a matching skirt, and the little leather shoes Chen Mianmian bought for her, making her look even more beautiful. 16 is the most beautiful age, and one should dress like this. Su Juesha bounced out with her backpack, and Chen Mianmian followed Su Bian to the military department to discuss the military dog base. They had approached her several times. If she rejected them again, it would seem like she was being unreasonable. When Song Chulu saw that Chen Mianmian agreed to accept the military dog base, he was very happy and stated that he would approve anything within his capacity. Thus, Chen Mianmian requested training grounds, kennels, trainers, and military dogs. All of these needed to be implemented one by one, and just the funding would require a significant amount of money. By the way, General, how much is my salary? Mentioning the topic that Chen Mianmian was most concerned about, Song Chulu chuckled. This military dog base has just been established. I'll give you a deputy battalion level salary. 100 yuan a month. If the military dogs achieve results in the future, I can give you a raise. As for your position, I will arrange for you to enlist first, and if you perform well later, I will promote you. Upon hearing this, Chen Mianmian's eyes lit up. Wow, $100 a month plus military status. TSK, TSK, TSK. Isn't this a windfall? She had always wanted to join the army, and now it seems like her wish is coming true. Commander, you're not just making empty promises to fool me, right? Chen Mianmian felt that the benefits were too good to be true, so she had to clarify. I have military status, but you can't pressure me with any orders. The military dog base is mine to decide, and if anyone tries to interfere, don't blame me for my sharp tongue. Song Chulu really liked Chen Mianmian's personality. Only with such a style could the military dog team avoid being bullied. In fact, there's indeed a tricky problem you need to solve yourself. Song Chulu sighed. Although I'm the commander, the military dog base is a big deal, and we need other people to sign the consent forms. Someone will come and talk to you in a few days, and all you have to do is use any means necessary to get them to sign. I will give you an extra $100 as a bonus. After saying this, Song Chulu handed Chen Mianmian the information on those people to give her some preparation. Mentioning the bonus made Chen Mianmian energized. $100 is a lot of money, and isn't it just about playing the fool? She's good at that. Rest assured, as long as the money is right, I'll have them all kneeling. Chen Mianmian was quite confident about this, and Song Chulu gave her a thumbs up. Thinking about the upcoming scene, he knew he had to cancel all his plans that day to watch the fun. After setting a time, Chen Mianmian left the army while Su Bian returned to training. When dinner time came, Su Bian and Su Juesha returned one after the other. Juesha, where's your dress? Why did you change? In the morning, Su Juesha was wearing a beautiful little dress, but when she came back, she was in dull gray clothes, which was too obvious. Chapter 76. Your sister-in-law is trash. Your father is here to take your life. Oh, Ben, the classmates in the class are going to the literary performance. So they borrowed my clothes, and they will return them to me tomorrow. Su Juesha was a bit unhappy, holding on to her clothes. She had only worn such a beautiful outfit for a morning, and even her little leather shoes had been borrowed. Chen Mianmian's eyes flickered, but she said nothing. The family of 4 came over for dinner and told Lu Rulin and her daughter that she would be working at the military dog base. Wow, Mianmian, you're amazing. Not only will you earn $100 a month, but you also get military status. Lu Rulin looked at her daughter-in-law with envy and pride. This girl is truly impressive. Other military wives are usually just placed in supply and marketing cooperatives, schools, or made to work in factories. Look at our child. She is going to be a soldier. Chen Mianmian received her mother-in-law and sister-in-law's praise, smiling and shaking her head. Over the next few days, she planned to gather the nearby dogs to see if there were any good candidates. The Chinese rural dog is gentle and loyal, has a good physique, strong adaptability, is not picky with food, and most importantly, is clever and alert, making them excellent guard dogs. Chen Mianmian wanted to select the best and, of course, the prettiest dogs. ones that would stand out when taken out. Kids, I need some good helpers who can fight bravely and can take down bad guys. It may be dangerous, but you won't have to worry about food. If you want to follow me, come and sign up. In this era, except for those raised by families, stray dogs have a tough life, often going hungry and worrying about being beaten for meat. Following Chen Mianmian might be dangerous, but at least they would get enough to eat, so the dogs hurriedly spread the good news nearby. Coincidentally, she was at home selecting suitable dogs and training some tricks to show off when negotiating with those people. Before she knew it, time passed. Chen Mianmian watched as owner.The went to school in her old tattered clothes. In 2 days, she was still wearing those. Not only had her new clothes not returned, but she also seemed increasingly despondent. Mom, I'll go deliver lunch to owner this noon. Once owner left for school, Chen Mianmian greeted Lu Rulin, feeling that something was off. In fact, owner could attend the affiliated school in the military compound. But Su Chunqing insisted that she could not occupy the military district's educational quota and sent her to a distant city school. The child got up early and returned late every day, studying very well. Such a good girl shouldn't be bullied. So Chen Mianmian had to keep an eye on her. Lu Rulin was pleased, saying her daughter was very sensible and understood the family's situation was not good, bringing only a dry ration and a piece of pickled vegetable to school each day. Now that the family's condition had improved, owner still hesitated to eat better. Since Chen Mianmian was going, she decided to make her daughter some noodles with sauce. Before noon, Chen Mianmian set off with 4 dogs. Of course, she wasn't familiar with the route, so she deliberately stood at the entrance of the military district waiting. When she saw a military vehicle, she asked for directions to the city and hitched a ride. The dog sat in the back, panting and playfully snapping at the air, looking particularly adorable. Having a car made things quick. In less than half an hour, they arrived at owner's middle school. A passerby had just mentioned that the school's teaching quality was not great. Today, leaders were coming to inspect, and if it didn't fare well, the school's educational qualification would be revoked. Chen Mianmian raised her eyebrows. Her mother-in-law and sister-in-law had truly been bullied by Su Chunqing, and she would have to go back and throw some dung at his house, and plenty of it. Entering through the main gate, there were 2 rows of buildings, and Chen Mianmian easily spotted owner through a window. She was huddled in a corner, nibbling on a corn cake and pickled vegetables. Wasn't that supposed to be for the dogs? Why was this silly girl eating it too? Just as Chen Mianmian was about to call out to owner, she saw a few girls walk by, the leader of whom was wearing her new clothes. owner, why are you always munching on corn cakes? Look at your shabby state. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were begging. Zhang Xiaohua, wearing her new clothes, looked smugly at owner's pretty face, her heart seething with jealousy. That dead girl, why did she get to wear such nice clothes? I'll just have to snatch them and wear them every day to show her. Zhang Xiaohua, why haven't you returned my clothes? What you're wearing is mine. owner used to swallow her anger, but recently her sister-in-law had told her that one must learn to fight back, or else they would be bullied for life. Gritting her teeth, she stammered out her words. Oh, you little stutterer, what's wrong with me wearing your clothes? Zhang Xiaohua snorted coldly, kicking the table in front of owner. You should take a look at yourself. Do you even deserve something so good? I haven't even made you thank me for wearing your stinky clothes. You should be grateful. The more Zhang Xiaohua looked at owner's face, the angrier she became. With a flash of malice in her eyes, she knocked the corn cake from owner's hand and stomped on it several times. You are too much. owner glared at the wasted food, her eyes turning red with anger, tears welling up, making her look pitiful. The male classmates in the class felt sympathy and urged Zhang Xiaohua not to go too far. What's too far? I just can't stand her being all flirty. Aren't you all attracted to her fox-like face? owner, since you can suddenly wear nice clothes, don't tell me you're trading your body for them. Otherwise, how could you afford such good fabric? Reputation. No, you're talking nonsense. The clothes were given by my sister-in-law, not something I traded my body for. The more owner got angry, the less coherent she became. Then your sister-in-law must also be trash. You two are just a pair of loose women trying to seduce men. Saying this, Zhang Xiaohua grabbed owner's hair and even shoved the already crumbled corn cake in her mouth. "You worthless piece of trash, you deserve to eat this. I'm not only going to snatch your clothes, but also tear your face apart. Let us see how you flaunt yourself." Zhang Xiaohua deliberately pointed her nails towards Su Juexia, insidiously attempting to scratch her face. Su Juexia was pinned down by Zhang Xiaohua's followers, unable to move. And as she watched those sharp nails come toward her, she closed her eyes in despair. Crash! Just then, the classroom door was kicked open. Chen Mianmian threw the lunchbox in her hand from a distance, hitting Zhang Xiaohua squarely on the head. The sauce from the noodles dripped down her head, with noodles hanging from her hair and ears, making her look like a dirty rag. Which bastard dares to hit me?" Zhang Xiaohua was so covered in sauce that she couldn't open her eyes, screaming and cursing. "Your father is here to take your life." Chen Mianmian rolled up her sleeves and charged over, grabbing Zhang Xiaohua by the hair and giving her a slap. "How dare you bully my sister-in-law? I'll make you spit out all that filth." After saying that, Chen Mianmian dragged Zhang Xiaohua outside. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's followers hurried over to block her. Chen Mianmian snorted coldly, raised her fingers, and whistled. The 4 dogs that followed her rushed in, baring their teeth and barking fiercely at those little followers, scaring them back. "Juexia, come with your sister-in-law. Today, I'll let you see what it means to beat a drowning dog, and what it means to forcefully press a dog's head into the muck." Chapter 77, I'll show you if a slap can make a sound. My father-in-law is a commander. Let go of me, you crazy woman. I want to tell the teacher. Zhang Xiaohua was being pulled by her hair, forced to bend her body to follow Chen Mianmian. Her flailing arms were also ruthlessly slapped down. "Oh, go tell the teacher. I want everyone to see what kind of scum you are, spouting filth, bullying classmates, and robbing others of their belongings, and what kind of school produced you." Chen Mianmian arrived at the school's dry toilet, truly intending to drag Zhang Xiaohua inside. She smelled the terrible stench and clung tightly to the brick wall, refusing to go in. As they were pulling and tugging, others came over, curious and discussing the scene of Chen Mianmian and Zhang Xiaohua struggling. Seeing more and more people gathering, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly called for help, saying that Chen Mianmian was a crazy woman. "I'm a crazy woman? Then you are a robber. Fellow students, please judge for yourselves. My sister-in-law is Su Juexia from Class 3, Year 2, and you all know my family isn't well off. A few days ago, I managed to squeeze out some fabric to make her a dress, and she hadn't even worn it for a day before this disaster snatched it away. Woo-woo. I came here today to see what was going on, and I found my sister-in-law being pinned to the ground and beaten. Is there no justice? Is there no law?" Chen Mianmian spoke logically, and those from nearby classes could testify. That morning, Su Juexia was dressed beautifully, attracting the attention of boys from nearby classes. At that moment, they realized that when Su Juexia dressed up, she looked even better than the school beauty. But later, that outfit ended up on Zhang Xiaohua, and to be honest, she didn't look half as good as Su Juexia. It turned out that Zhang Xiaohua had robbed someone. She usually hung out with a few female classmates who didn't study well, and often mingled with delinquents outside of school. This is really outrageous. This will definitely bring her parents here. Let us see how she can still act tough. Everyone was discussing it, showing no intention of helping her. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious and angry, pointing at them and cursing. "Now you know how to uphold justice, right? When I had Su Juexia kneeling on the ground, you were all just watching for fun. You filthy woman, I advise you to let go of me and kneel to apologize. Otherwise, when my reinforcements arrive, you won't be able to handle it." Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's defiant tone, Chen Mianmian snorted coldly and slapped her across the face. "You want me to kneel and apologize? Here, let me give you one right now." After saying that, Chen Mianmian kicked Zhang Xiaohua in the inner thigh, and, while she was kneeling on the ground, she pressed her neck to the ground. After a few hits, Zhang Xiaohua's head started to hurt, and she saw stars. Chen Mianmian looked at the clothes she was wearing and became even angrier, reaching out to take them off. Damn it! Her sister-in-law hadn't even worn it for a day before this idiot snatched it away. Damn it, once I'm done taking it off, I'll throw this filthy woman into the toilet. Stop it, what are you doing? Suddenly, a high-pitched male voice rang out. Chen Mianmian looked up and saw a young man in a white shirt and black-rimmed glasses walking over. He frowned as he looked at the chaotic scene. his gaze towards Chen Mianmian filled with disgust and condemnation. Teacher Liu, you finally came. Please save me. Zhang Xiaohua's forehead was red from being hit. Her hair was a mess, and she looked disheveled. Upon seeing Teacher Li, she immediately broke into tears, pointing at Chen Mianmian and distorting the truth. Teacher Li, this woman came in and started hitting people and wanted to strip me and throw me into the toilet. Woo, she bullies people too much. Chen Mianmian snorted coldly and slapped Zhang Xiaohua on the face. Who is bullying whom? You snatched my sister-in-law's clothes, forced her to eat rotten food, and even tried to scratch her face. I've never seen such a vicious person. After saying that, Chen Mianmian called for the surrounding students to testify, and Su Juexia also stood up, stammering to point out Zhang Xiaohua. Initially thinking that with so many people testifying, Teacher Li would punish Zhang Xiaohua, but instead, he turned to Su Juexia and scolded her. Just for this little matter, you brought your sister-in-law to school to cause trouble? Don't you know the kind of impact this has on the school? You always say Zhang Xiaohua bullies you, but a slap can't make a sound. You need to think about your own issues. Did you not disrupt the unity among classmates? Listening to Teacher Li's words, Su Juexia's hard-earned confidence was shattered again. She lowered her head with red eyes, tugging at her clothes. Indeed, she was the disliked child, and even the teacher thought it was her fault. Suddenly, with a loud slap, Su Juexia looked up to see Chen Mianmian jumping in front of Teacher Li, grabbing his collar and jumping up to hit his face. You said a slap can't make a sound? Come, let me show you if it can. Teacher Li was caught off guard and was hit several times by Chen Mianmian, his glasses flying off. By the time he reacted and was furious enough to fight back, Chen Mianmian had already stepped back and even sat on the ground crying out loud. Come quickly, someone is hitting people. What kind of broken school is this? The teacher is biased and students bully others. You think my sister and I are easy to bully? I'm going to the police and the military district to report you. I'm going to sue you for bullying the family of a soldier. Hearing this, everyone around stared wide-eyed at Su Juexia. She had never mentioned being from a military family before. Su Juexia blinked innocently. Previously, Su Chunsheng didn't let her use her military family status, and later, she also didn't want to use Su Baian's military family status, fearing it would drag her brother down. As time went by, she was about to graduate, and no one knew she was a military family member. While Su Juexia didn't use it, Chen Mianmian could utilize it to the fullest. Do you know who my father-in-law is? He is a commander in the military district. Do you know who my mother-in-law is? She is the daughter of the deputy commander of the military district. Our family came here to study, so as not to take up the military's educational resources. I never expected to be treated this way after hiding my identity. Those who serve in the military risk their lives on the front lines to protect their country, and yet you bully their families like this. I'll have my father-in-law execute all of you. Voice breaking. You damn teacher and you ugly student, you can't escape. Hearing Chen Mianmian's words, Teacher Li's face turned pale, and Zhang Xiaohua looked equally flustered. They hadn't expected Su Juexia to have such an identity. Seeing their guilty expressions, Chen Mianmian gave a signal to her dogs, and they quickly ran away. These two are definitely not normal. While letting the dogs investigate, Chen Mianmian continued to cause a scene. You bullies of my sister, I'm going to report this to the leaders. I'm going to take this to the central government. Voice breaking. What the hell? Ugly things dare to rob the clothes of a military family, huh? Where did you wholesale these cheap goods from? Just because you have a head, you dare to bully people? And you say it's not conducive to unity among classmates? I want to ask those leaders, why should the bullied unite to bully the bullies? Saying this, Chen Mianmian got up and was about to find the leaders. And Teacher Li hurriedly stopped her in fright. If this gets reported to the leaders, today's school incident will definitely be a disaster, and his guilt will be immense. So he forced a smile, hoping to appease Chen Mianmian. Zhang Xiaohua, why don't you come over and apologize to this sister? Zhang Xiaohua, having been beaten and embarrassed, now had to apologize, of course. She was unhappy and reluctantly approached. But before she could speak, she was interrupted by Chen Mianmian. Just apologizing is enough? If I killed her, would a simple sorry suffice? She bullied my sister and robbed her clothes. I want her to take off this outfit and give us 50 yuan as compensation for emotional distress, or I'll sue you. 50? Why don't you go rob it? Zhang Xiaohua widened her eyes in anger, feeling that Chen Mianmian was being unreasonable. So what? Did you think about how it felt when you stole my girlfriend? I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Why are you angry? Since you have no sincerity, I'll just go report to the leaders. I'm sure they would love to see this kind of real classmate relationship. Chen Mianmian sneered and tried to leave, but was grabbed by Teacher Li by the wrist. If she went, the trouble would fall on his head. Don't get too carried away. Don't think just because you're a military dependent you can do whatever you want. Do you believe I won't report you for abusing your power and have the soldiers in your family strip you of that military uniform? Chen Mianmian frowned at the dirty hand on her wrist, but no one had dared to be so bold for many years. Just as she was about to lift her leg to teach Teacher Li a lesson, Su-Juexia saw her sister-in-law being bullied and rushed over like a little kitten with its fur bristling. Don't bully my sister-in-law. Su-Juexia grabbed Teacher Li's arm and bit down. Chapter 78. Being poor at home is not a reason to bully others. Hurry up and take off your clothes. Teacher Li was gritting his teeth in pain, just about to raise his hand to grab Su-Juexia's hair and make her let go. Chen Mianmian saw this, and, feeling bold for daring to touch her sister-in-law, kicked Teacher Li in his most vulnerable spot. Watching him curl up in pain, she grabbed his hair and started slapping him hard. How dare you? We are military families. My father-in-law is a division commander. A division commander. How dare you touch us? Watch me not kill you, you bastard. Su-Juexia refused to let go, wanting to vent all the grievances she had suffered from Teacher Li over the years. Chen Mianmian was hitting and twisting, scratching and kicking, the two of them working together like a dozen people, beating Teacher Li until he was howling. Zhang Xiaohua, seeing this, wanted to run away, but before she could take a few steps, she bumped into someone. Looking up, she saw it was the stern-faced head teacher. She silently cursed, realizing it was bad news. And, as she turned to run, she saw the vice principal and principal with even darker expressions, followed by visiting leaders. That's it. It's all over, Zhang Xiaohua thought, her face paling, her legs going weak, and the cries of Teacher Li behind her getting louder. Stop it. What on earth is going on here? The principal walked over with a dark face, looking at the teachers being beaten into a pulp, extremely angry. The others also pushed through the crowd, seeing Chen Mianmian sitting on Teacher Li's back, practically riding him, her mind filled with the words, "What a disgrace. Principal, save me." Teacher Li's mouth was being pulled by Chen Mianmian, his speech all slurred, and his arm was still being bitten by Su-Juexia, shaking his head like a little dog, refusing to let go. Hearing Teacher Li's plea for help, Chen Mianmian finally looked up, seeing a group of well-dressed people, knowing they were the ones who could make decisions. She immediately started crying. While crying, she kept slapping Teacher Li. Woo woo woo, are you leaders? You have to stand up for me. We are military families. Are we just going to let you bully us like this? Taking advantage of the silence, Chen Mianmian began to recount how Su-Juexia had been bullied, how her clothes were snatched, how she was pushed down and had her food stomped on. She also repeated how Teacher Li had been biased. With so many classmates as witnesses, she couldn't believe the leaders would side with them. You leaders, judge for yourselves. Does my sister-in-law deserve to be bullied and then have to find reasons within herself? What does it mean that a single hand cannot clap? Are those robbers and murderers still innocent? Today they dare to snatch clothes. Tomorrow they will dare to rob money. And the day after they will dare to kill and set fires. Chen Mianmian pulled Su-Juexia, who was still biting, closer, lifting her disheveled little face for the leaders to see, her hair a mess, crumbs of food on her face, and her red eyes looking pitifully. The leaders frowned and turned to ask the surrounding classmates if the situation was as described. The classmates all testified for Chen Mianmian, saying that Zhang Xiaohua always bullied Su-Juexia in class too. Typically, she would make her do homework, make her clean, and sometimes even throw her backpack into the garbage or splash dirty water on her. There was even an occasion where Zhang Xiaohua cut a large chunk of Su-Juexia's hair, and Teacher Li said it was just a prank. Hearing the classmates' reports, Su-Juexia lowered her head in embarrassment, feeling an overwhelming bitterness. It turned out everyone had seen the suffering she endured, and Zhang Xiaohua was truly in the wrong. Not her. As Chen Mianmian listened to Su-Juexia's experiences, her eyes grew colder with anger, originally thinking a slight punishment would suffice. But now it seemed these two scoundrels needed to face the consequences for all the grievances her sister-in-law had suffered. Hey, did you all hear that? Today, if you don't give us an explanation, I'm going to the military district to seek justice. The principal glared fiercely at the pitiful teacher Lee on the ground, then forced a friendly smile towards Chen Mianmian. Now, little sister-in-law, don't be angry. Since it's the teachers' and students' fault, our school won't shirk responsibility. What do you want us to do? Seeing the principal finally asking the right question, Chen Mianmian stood up immediately, stepping on teacher Lee's back in the process. Since you asked, I'm not unreasonable. First, I want her to take off her clothes and apologize to my sister-in-law. Second, she has bullied my sister-in-law for so many years, causing her immense psychological trauma, and I want her to compensate 100 yuan. Third, this teacher has been biased towards students. I want the school to issue a reprimand and record it as a serious offense. 100 yuan? You said 50 just now? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes widened in anger. Su Juexia is not worth that much. Just a few slaps is 100. Chen Mianmian was waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to be unreasonable and turned to look at the principal and the leaders. She began to cry, claiming she was a military family, repeatedly bringing up Su Chunxing's name, as if she wanted to expose his workplace. The principal felt that Chen Mianmian was too difficult to deal with. And with the leader's expressions getting worse, for the sake of the school's reputation, he sternly looked at Zhang Xiaohua, urging her to comply quickly. But I don't have 100. I'm still a student, woo. Zhang Xiaohua's family valued boys over girls, and she only started first grade at 12. Now at 20, she was just in the third year of junior high, with her family wanting her to at least graduate from junior high so she could fetch a higher bride price. Usually, if she didn't steal from her classmates. Her own life was not easy either. Looking at her tearful face and then at the returning dogs, Chen Mianmian couldn't help but smirk coldly. I knew it. If I had known this would happen, why did I bother in the first place? Just because your family is poor, it doesn't give you the right to bully others. Now take off your clothes. Chen Mianmian crossed her arms, insisting that Zhang Xiaohua take off her clothes. Since the weather was warm, she was only wearing a layer of thermal underwear underneath, and if she took it off, it would be utterly humiliating. Teacher Li awkwardly got up, looking at Zhang Xiaohua being pointed out, frowning in discontent. She is still a girl. Isn't it too much to make her take off her clothes? Too much. How dare you say I'm too much? Why didn't you say anything when she bullied Juexia? Today, I'm speaking up not just for Su Juexia, but for all the other bullied children. I want them to know that enduring is not the solution. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Those evil forces are just paper tigers. As long as there is belief in the heart, all difficulties can be overcome. Chen Mianmian's words were powerful, her gaze firm, looking at the surrounding classmates as if giving them strength. The people around were inspired by her momentum, applauding wildly, taking advantage of this moment. Many bullied people also stood up, not only identifying Zhang Xiaohua for stealing money from classmates, but also stating the facts of teacher Li's favoritism. Every time they went to report, teacher Li would always scold them first, making them doubt themselves and not dare to resist again. Now that so many people were standing up, they realized Zhang Xiaohua had done so many bad things. Look, she has done so many bad things. I'm only asking her to take off the stolen clothes. Is that wrong? Chen Mianmian's clear eyes looked at teacher Li, cold yet sharp, as if seeing through all his dirtiness and shame. In that moment of daze, several girls who had been bullied by Zhang Xiaohua rushed over and held her down, pulling off her clothes. Chen Mianmian held up the clothes, looking down at the crying Zhang Xiaohua, demanding she pay up. I don't have any money. Woo. No money? Go ask teacher Li for it. Isn't he the one who likes you the most? As the words fell, everyone fell silent, and both Zhang Xiaohua and teacher Li looked at Chen Mianmian as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 79. You should apologize, not to me, but to those bullied kids just now. Chen Mianmian's commotion was just by time. The dogs scattered to find other stray dogs to inquire about the two people. They were overconfident, avoiding people but not dogs, and their misdeeds were easily uncovered. It turned out that the two had been involved since last year, with teacher Li initially pretending to tutor Zhang Xiaohua as a way to probe. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was not resistant, he gradually started to make advances. After being with teacher Li, Zhang Xiaohua's life improved significantly. Not only did she have someone to protect her from bullying classmates, but she even received some money to spend, which made her very willing. Teacher Li's wife was a traditional woman and not attractive, lacking Zhang Xiaohua's youthful enthusiasm. Over time, the two became a fixed romantic couple. The dog had seen all of this. Humans could lie, but dogs could not. You're talking nonsense? Teacher Li trembled, his lips quivering, his face showing an unprecedented panic. The color drained from his cheeks, leaving only a pale defense. Yes, you are talking nonsense. You are slandering me because I bullied your sister-in-law. Zhang Xiaohua was also shaking. If their affair got out, how could she ever marry in the future? Since Chen Mianmian dared to say it, she must have absolute evidence. With a cold smile, she walked up to Zhang Xiaohua and pinched her chin. You usually meet in the equipment room. Sometimes, for convenience, you leave a set of clothes there for backup. Your tank top, Teacher Li's shirt, and an unopened small umbrella are all there. Oh, right. I know you will deny it. These have no specific pointers and cannot be used as evidence. But sometimes, after you finish, you discuss your studies and help with homework. Your homework and Teacher Li's lesson plans are still there, with names on them. You can't deny that, can you? The more Chen Mianmian spoke, the more frightened Zhang Xiaohua became. How did this woman know these things? She looked at Teacher Li, and both saw despair in each other's eyes. It was over. It was all over. Get someone to investigate. The principal's face turned ashen with anger, gritting his teeth and ordering someone to go find out. The school was not big, and soon a teacher came back with a grim expression, holding things that matched what Chen Mianmian had said. Looking at that ironclad evidence, the two collapsed to the ground. Teacher Li was even more regretful and irritated, rubbing his head, filled with immense regret for having favored Zhang Xiaohua. If he had just gone through the motions today to support owner.The, none of this would have happened, and he wouldn't have ended up like this. No wonder Teacher Li had always favored Zhang Xiaohua. It turned out they were involved. The bullied classmates were furious. Their lives had been so difficult, and it turned out these two were the reason behind it all. Damn it, how can this be tolerated? If Uncle can bear it, Aunt can't bear it either. Beat these two scoundrels to death. Suddenly, Chen Mianmian shouted, and the wrong classmates rushed forward, with the girls tearing at Zhang Xiaohua and the boys kicking Teacher Li. The scene grew chaotic, and the muddy ground was kicked up into clouds of dust. Chen Mianmian couldn't squeeze in, so she jumped up and down outside the crowd, acting as the atmosphere booster. Hit her, pull Zhang Xiaohua's hair, and slap her face. Have you guys eaten? Punch Teacher Li in the stomach and kick his butt. These two scoundrels colluded to bully you. If you don't vent your anger today, you will have to live with this shadow in the future. Let them know you are not to be messed with. Chen Mianmian's words heightened the atmosphere, and the classmates hit harder. The two in the crowd were screaming in pain. The principal watched the chaotic scene, took a deep breath, barely suppressing his skyrocketing blood pressure, and pulled Chen Mianmian aside, trying to force a gentle smile. This little sister, this time it is indeed our school's oversight. The child has suffered. The compensation you want, we will have Teacher Li and Zhang Xiaohua provided immediately, definitely not a penny less. Please be merciful and don't let them be beaten. If someone gets hurt, it won't be good for anyone. Chen Mianmian looked at the principal and sternly corrected him. You are not apologizing to me. You are apologizing to my sister and those bullied and harmed children. Saying this, she pulled owner.The in front of her. The principal and the head teacher exchanged glances. Although their expressions were grim, they still apologized for owner.The as bullying. Student owner.The, you have been bullied for a long time. It was our negligence, and such things will not happen again in the future. Don't worry. This was the first time owner.The received such a straightforward apology, and she felt a bit flustered and wanted to back away, but Chen Mianmian held her firmly. What are you hiding from? This is what you deserve. Being bullied is not your fault. It is the negligence of these leaders. You should stand tall and accept the apology. In my eyes, you are no worse than anyone else. You are the best girl. After saying this, Chen Mianmian took the clothes she had stripped off Zhang Xiaohua and put them on owner.The, carefully buttoning them up. Sister, woo. Thank you. owner.The, protected by Chen Mianmian, felt respected and treated well, unable to hold back any longer, and burst into tears. All the grievances she had suffered over the years, The unfair treatment she had silently endured came pouring out now that her sister told her it was not her fault, allowing her to finally break down and cry. Chen Mianmian hugged her, gently patting her back to comfort her. Other bullied children also received the principal's promise and apology, their eyes turning red as they looked at Chen Mianmian with gratitude and admiration. Once, Chen Mianmian had also suffered such treatment. No one had supported her. But now she had grown up and could provide an umbrella for owner.The and the other children. Go get your books. From now on, we are transferring to the military district school. We won't be studying here anymore. At least the children of military families won't slander military families. After saying this, Chen Mianmian cast a deep glance at teacher Li and Zhang Xiaohua, her eyes filled with mockery and disdain. With what happened today, these two would not have an easy life ahead. While owner.The was packing up, Chen Mianmian went to the principal's office to handle the transfer procedures and even had the principal write a statement regarding teacher Li and Zhang Xiaohua. The principal didn't quite understand why Chen Mianmian still wanted these documents after everything was settled. Chen Mianmian just smiled and said nothing. This was called being prepared for any eventuality. Half an hour later, Chen Mianmian left the school with owner.The and the 4 dogs, looking majestic. The weather was nice. And after throwing lunch at Zhang Xiaohua, she waved her little hand and took her sister-in-law to a state-run restaurant to improve their lives. Since she was with the dogs, Chen Mianmian didn't go inside to eat, to avoid delaying others' meals. So she ordered 4 dishes and 20 steamed buns, paying an extra 50 cents for a deposit, preparing to eat at the door. Surrounding diners looked at the 2 girls ordering so much food, all glancing over, wondering how much that would cost. Chen Mianmian didn't care, while owner.The felt a bit shy, squatting at the entrance of the state-run restaurant to play with the dogs. After a while, she saw her sister-in-law come out with a large pile of food. To make it easier to eat, Chen Mianmian even brought a table outside, and the 2 sat in the corner at the door, feasting comfortably. owner.The looked at so much good food and felt a bit reluctant to eat. Chen Mianmian noticed and directly put food into her bowl. Eat freely. I've made 4 more dishes to take home from Mom and Bayan. From now on, you'll follow me. You won't have to treat yourself so harshly. Listening to Chen Mianmian's words, owner.The was deeply moved and finally began to eat heartily, squeezing the steamed buns. Chen Mianmian watched as this girl finally listened and nodded in satisfaction, leaving the necessary food for the 2 of them and breaking the rest into pieces to feed the 4 dogs following them. They have really helped a lot. The rewards they deserve should be given to encourage the dogs to be more active. TSK, you little comrade, what a waste. Who feeds their dog steamed buns made of white flour? Are you this good to your parents? Chen Mianmian and owner.The were happily eating when they heard someone mocking them. They looked up to see a lewd-looking man staring at the 2 girls' beautiful faces, filled with malice. Chen Mianmian had seen many people like this. They were simply jealous that the dogs were eating better than they were, and even more jealous of the favorable conditions of the dog owners. Deliberately saying provocative things, they stood on a moral high ground to criticize the dog owners. Sure enough, after the man finished speaking, people around them began to point and whisper at Chen Mianmian and owner.The. owner.The felt a bit uncomfortable, but when she caught a glimpse of Chen Mianmian remaining unperturbed, she also mustered the courage to almost bury her head in the bowl. Chen Mianmian swallowed the last bite of her bun and then looked at the man who had spoken. You care so much about me and my dog eating. Have you ever cared about your parents like this? What's wrong with me feeding my dog white flour buns? Am I spending your money or eating your rice? You're worrying about things that don't concern you. If you're so enthusiastic, why don't you go blow up bunkers on the battlefield? Chapter 80 if they are military dogs. I will eat shit upside down. Partnering to kill wild boars, Zhang Erden's face stiffened as he was confronted by Chen Mianmian, and his expression quickly darkened. Usually, when he saw a girl dressed in fashionable and extravagant clothes, he would deliberately pick on her, causing her to be pointed at and escape in embarrassment, which gave him a strange sense of pleasure. He didn't expect that the foul-mouthed girl he encountered today would be a tough nut, speaking with such vigor. So what if you have money? This food is the result of the hard work of countless laborers. Who are you to feed dogs? With this money, you should be helping us poor people. Zhang Erden often tried to provoke wealthy girls and had long developed a set of rhetoric. He was not hesitant to morally blackmail them. Watching the anger of those around him being stirred up, a flash of pride and arrogance flickering in his eyes. Humph. Foul woman, let her dare to argue with me, and I will let her taste the humiliation of being criticized. However, the anticipated shame and retreat did not occur. Chen Mianmian didn't even bother to lift her head. It is precisely because this food is the result of the hard work of the laboring people that I should feed my dog. My dog is a military dog, destined to protect the home and country, charging at the front lines, while you, a social drifter, what contribution do you have to society? And you still have the face to ask me to help you? Chen Mianmian looked at Zhang Erden with disdain, understanding such people all too well. To deal with them, one cannot reason or be gentle. The only way is to be fiercer and more vicious, making them fearful. Military dog? Are you kidding? There are only these mutts all over the village. If they were military dogs, I would eat shit upside down and call you ancestors. Chen Mianmian burst out laughing at this, recalling the last person who said something similar, whose face was still hurting. Surprisingly, someone dared to come forward. Just then, a commotion and shouts erupted not far away, and everyone turned to see a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds charging into the street, running amok. Wherever it passed, people were knocked over, and in an instant, over a dozen people were left with bloody injuries. The wild boar was even more excited, rushing towards anything that moved. Wild boar? How could there be a wild boar here? D. Everyone must die. As panic spread and people fled in terror, Chen Mianmian understood the wild boar's furious voice. It was completely irrational at this moment, with only one thought in its mind: kill everyone in front of it. In such a situation, it was impossible to stop it. They could only kill it. Zhu Xia, you quickly go inside the restaurant and hide. Chen Mianmian sent Su Juexia into the restaurant, borrowed a bone saw from the kitchen, and went out with 4 dogs. Sister, it's so dangerous outside. You should hide too. Su Juexia, trembling with fear, clutched Chen Mianmian's sleeve, her fingertips cold and shaking, clearly terrified. Chen Mianmian held her hand, warming her helplessness. I've already said, I have military status now. I'm a soldier. Even if everyone retreats, I cannot retreat. Don't worry, I will be fine. After saying this, Chen Mianmian let go of Su Juexia's hand and quickly walked out, firmly shutting the door of the restaurant. Once outside, the 4 dogs were already in position, crouching down, ready to attack at any moment. The street was in chaos, with many injured people lying on the ground, moaning in pain from being gored by the wild boar. Coincidentally, Zhang Erden was also targeted by the wild boar and was now running around in fear, nearly pissing himself. Help! Help! During his escape, Zhang Erden happened to see Chen Mianmian, a malicious glint flashing in his eyes as he ran over. Stinky woman, didn't you say your dog is a military dog? Why aren't you rushing over to kill the wild boar then? Saying this, he led the wild boar towards her, and when he saw Chen Mianmian didn't intend to dodge, he even tried to push her. Imagining that the arrogant Chen Mianmian would be scared out of her wits by the wild boar, or even get injured or killed, he felt immense excitement. However, in the next second, before Zhang Erden's hand could touch Chen Mianmian, he felt a flash of white light in front of him, and he found himself lying on the ground. Ouch, ouch. Zhang Erden stared blankly at Chen Mianmian, completely clueless about how this thin girl had knocked him down. Chen Mianmian let out a cold laugh and clapped her hands. Many people had their eyes on her in her previous life. If she didn't have some means to protect herself, she wouldn't be able to survive at all. Sunbrat, I will deal with you properly when your ancestors return from killing the pig. After saying this, Chen Mianmian stepped hard on Zhang Erden before heading towards the wild boar. owner.The. As she got closer, Chen Mianmian felt the wild boar's madness intensifying and quickly directed the dogs to encircle it from 4 angles. She herself acted as bait, taking a deep breath, slightly bending her knees, and extending a finger to beckon. You come here. The wild boar, seeing Chen Mianmian so calm, felt provoked and rushed towards her. At that moment, the 4 dogs charged in simultaneously, biting down on various parts of the wild boar. Some grabbed its neck, others its hind legs, while a few leaped onto it, pulling its ears back. Humph, humph. The wild boar, in pain, violently shook its body to throw off the dogs. The dogs were no match for the wild boar's strength and were flung away. ignoring their pain and the blood dripping from their mouths. They quickly got back up and charged again. Taking advantage of this moment, Chen Mianmian found the wild boar's opening, gripped the bone saw, and charged forward, stabbing it into its heart. In an instant, the wild boar let out a wild scream and struggled violently. Chen Mianmian mounted its back, tightly holding onto its neck, twisting the bone saw in her hand. The wild boar's heart was crushed, and after struggling for more than a minute, it finally fell to the ground with a thud. As the wild boar collapsed, Chen Mianmian rolled to the side to avoid being crushed. Sister, are you okay? Does it hurt?" The dogs, seeing the wild boar no longer moving, hurried over to check on Chen Mianmian. Chen Mianmian had exhausted her strength, but seeing her dogs covered in injuries yet still concerned for her, her heart felt warm. Using her last bit of energy, she stood up, approached the wild boar, and delivered a few more strikes with the bone saw. Quick, catch the wild boar, otherwise it will be a big problem." Just then, a group of men with shovels, hoes, and other tools came running over. They were from a nearby meat processing plant. Someone had delivered a wild boar to the factory manager yesterday, saying it was a holiday benefit for the workers. Everyone thought the wild boar was dead and didn't take it seriously, but today the wild boar woke up, bit through the rope, and ran out of the factory into the street. When the factory realized this, they were terrified and quickly sent workers out with weapons to find the pig. Upon seeing the injured people lying all over the street, they felt chills run down their spines, thinking it was a disaster waiting to happen. Unexpectedly, when they spotted the wild boar, they saw a small, bloody girl standing there. Her eyes were large and bright, and even though she was covered in blood and pale, her aura was unyielding. "The pig is yours?" Chen Mianmian pulled out the bone saw and turned around, needing to return it to the restaurant. Yes. Is this pig killed by you?" The head of the meat processing plant swallowed hard, looking at the girl before him with a sense of fear. "Of course it was me. You let the pig loose and caused such a big accident. How are you handling this? Do you know how dangerous it is?" Chen Mianmian scolded the group of men with a stern face, her presence not losing to theirs, making them lower their heads in shame. Just then, a clicking sound came from the side. Chen Mianmian turned her head to see a woman with a camera taking pictures of them, especially of Chen Mianmian and the dogs. She focused on taking several shots. "Hello, comrade. I am a reporter from Life Daily. I just saw your heroic act of killing a wild boar to save someone. Can I interview you for a few moments?" Chapter 81. If you don't eat shit, I'll castrate you. Being a hero is great. Will I be in the newspaper next time? When Chen Mianmian heard this, she became energetic, her eyes widening as she looked at the reporter. "Of course, I'll submit it today and it will be published tomorrow. Your actions have saved so many lives. It will definitely be on the front page." Upon hearing this, Chen Mianmian immediately smiled brightly, smoothing down her messy hair. If it weren't for her being covered in blood, she would look like an innocent girl who doesn't care about the world. Oh, saving people is what every socialist successor should do. I believe if others see this kind of situation, they will also lend a helping hand. Chen Mianmian obediently answered the reporter's questions, not only sharing her tragic background, but also taking the opportunity to smear Feng Yue, ensuring that he wouldn't just be infamous in the military district, but also in Chuansong City. The reporter, upon hearing about Chen Mianmian's pitiful past, felt it had great news value and moved to his side to ask more details. Chen Mianmian spoke freely about her experiences, being abandoned on a mountain at a young age and nearly eaten by wolves, facing famine as a teenager and almost being cooked by her grandmother, and her fiancé nearly strangling her in a bid to climb the social ladder. Listening to her story, everyone gritted their teeth, and the workers from the meat processing plant couldn't help but slap themselves. They cursed their legs for not running faster, allowing the girl to take such risks. If anything happened to her, they would have to scold themselves in the middle of the night. "By the way, I was hiding in a nearby shop earlier and saw your dog being very brave. Have they been specially trained?" The dogs, with varying degrees of injuries, were now lying obediently by Chen Mianmian's legs, licking their wounds. They looked harmless, and no one expected them to have just risked their lives to hunt a wild boar several times their size. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian felt a sense of accomplishment and immediately revealed that the dogs were reserve military dogs. She explained that they would undertake even more dangerous missions in the future, and that she hoped everyone would accept and not discriminate against them. The reporter, seeing such a good collaboration between dogs and humans for the first time, had previously taken a few candid shots and suggested they take another photo of Chen Mianmian with the dog for the newspaper. Chen Mianmian naturally agreed, sitting on the ground with the dog surrounding her, and with a click her radiant smile was captured on film. From that moment on, it marked a milestone in establishing a large military dog base. After the interview, the reporter hurried back to develop the photos and submit the article. While the workers from the meat processing plant had already taken the injured to the hospital and dragged away the wild boar. "Comrade, thank you so much this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how serious the situation could have been. Please wait a moment while we finish dealing with the wild boar, and we'll get you some meat and sausages from our plant." "Oh, no need to be so polite. I just did what every good youth should do. If you're so enthusiastic, I really can't refuse." Upon hearing there were benefits, Chen Mianmian immediately beamed and pretended to decline a few times before happily waiting. Just then, she spotted Zhang trying to sneak away and immediately recalled his earlier bravado. She turned to the meat processing plant workers, exchanged a couple of sentences, and quickly walked over to block him. "What's the matter? Didn't you just say my dog is a military dog? You'd eat shit upside down and call me your ancestor? The bet isn't over yet, and you're trying to sneak away? You can't be that cowardly, can you?" Zhang face turned very ugly upon being discovered by Chen Mianmian, cursing inwardly. "This little brat, why isn't she dead yet from that wild boar? She's still alive and kicking." As he opened his mouth to deny it, he suddenly felt something hard pressing against his lower abdomen. Looking down, it was a bloody boning knife. Trembling, he wanted to scream, but met Chen Mianmian's icy gaze, which made him gulp in fear. "Zhang, if you fulfill the bet, we can go our separate ways afterward. But if you dare to go back on your word, just guess what would happen if I push this in a little deeper? You can't hurt people. That's illegal." Zhang stammered, realizing from Chen Mianmian's fierce demeanor when she killed the wild boar that she could actually follow through on her threats. How could it be me hurting you? It was just an accident when the wild boar knocked you while I was killing it. I can pay you a few dozen yuan for medical expenses, and you will have to live the rest of your life as a eunuch." Chen Mianmian hadn't forgotten how he had tried to push her towards the wild boar before, and if she just let him go, it would be too easy on him. Zhang felt the knife shift lower on his abdomen, cold sweat pouring down. He glanced at the bloody ground nearby, realizing that if Chen Mianmian castrated him in the chaos, he could easily blame it on the wild boar. He truly felt helpless. Most importantly, if the knife really went in, his life would be over. Thinking this, Zhang finally gritted his teeth and spoke. "Ancestor, I was wrong. Please spare me. Don't worry. If you fulfill the bet, I'll let you go." Just as she finished speaking, a few workers from the meat processing plant arrived on bicycles, bringing not only a whole rack of ribs, but also about 30 pounds of wild boar meat. The leader held a whole set of pig entrails. "Comrade, here's the pig entrails you wanted." The newcomers wrinkled their noses, not understanding why this girl wanted them to keep the intestines uncleaned. Chen Mianmian thanked them with a smile, then turned to Zhang telling him to start performing. Zhang looked at the stinky pig intestines, turning green, and before he could get close, he dry heaved. How could he possibly eat that? "What? You can't do a handstand? No problem. I'll help you." After saying that, Chen Mianmian asked a few workers from the meat processing plant to stand Zhang on his head. As she recounted how he had boasted earlier and even wanted to push her out to take the blame, the workers were immediately filled with righteous indignation and jumped in to help, not needing Chen Mianmian to lift a finger. "I was wrong, Ugh. I was really wrong. Ancestor, please spare me." Zhang watched the pig intestines getting closer and closer, feeling nauseous. But Chen Mianmian was not the type to show mercy. With a punch to his stomach, as he opened his mouth in pain, she shoved the pig intestines into his mouth. Since it was about eating shit upside down, it couldn't be missing anything. These pig intestines were a good thing. She made sure he ate them with broth and all, making it too easy on him. Later, she'd still demand money for the pig intestines. Zhang found himself fed a mouthful of stinky, fishy pig intestines, gagging and eating at the same time until Chen Mianmian felt it was enough and let him go. Watching him awkwardly collapse on the ground, dry heaving, Chen Mianmian tapped his face with a boning knife. "Zhang, It's best to keep your mouth shut when you go out. After all, not everyone is as easygoing as I am, leaving you a life. Next time we meet, remember to take a detour. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll hit you. This man looked lewd and malicious, and who knows how many bad things he had done. If she could make him too afraid to go out, that would be a good deed. Zhang covered in pig excrement and smelling terrible, dared not bother Chen Mianmian again and could only curse inwardly as he fled in disgrace. Once he was gone, Chen Mianmian cut away the parts he had touched, saving the rest to take home and make braised intestines, already salivating at the thought. Comrade, there's too much of this. Let's help you take it back. The workers from the meat processing plant patted the dozens of pounds of meat and bones, seeing Chen Mianmian's small frame, and worried she would collapse under the weight. Hey, then I'll trouble you, brothers. I'll go call my sister-in-law, and we can all go back together. This time, not only had she solved the problems at owner.The school, but she also gained a lot of meat and, most importantly, established the reputation of military dogs. It was a win-win, he. Chen Mianmian ran to the state-run restaurant to knock on the door, and only then did they dare to open it. owner.The had been waiting at the door, and, upon seeing Chen Mianmian covered in blood, cried out, thinking something had happened to her sister-in-law. It took a while for Chen Mianmian to comfort her, and when owner.The learned that she had killed a wild boar, her admiration was off the charts. With a pair of eyes strikingly similar to Su Baiyan's, she stared at Chen Mianmian, making her feel a bit shy. Oh my, so you're a little hero. Wait a moment, I'll go cook a few more dishes for this comrade to take back as our thanks. As soon as the chef at the state-run restaurant heard about Chen Mianmian's pig-killing feat, he waved his hand and prepared several hearty dishes for her to take away. Compared to the losses caused by the wild boar, these dishes were just a drop in the bucket. Oh dear, how can I accept this? Look, Chen Mianmian happily tried to refuse while eagerly waiting. Being a hero felt wonderful, and she couldn't wait to do it again next time. Chapter 82. Mianmian, my daughter, you can't be in trouble. The feeling of being cared for with the workers from the meat processing plant riding bicycles. The two quickly sat on the back seat, with the dogs carried in a bamboo basket, finally returning to the family compound in the afternoon. Oh my goodness, you two are really military families. This is my first time at the family compound. The man accompanying Chen Mianmian looked around the family compound with curiosity, although the courtyards varied in size. They all appeared tidy, and the passers-by looked lively and spirited. Hey, look over there. Isn't that Su Baiyan's newly married fiery daughter-in-law? Why is she covered in blood and being brought back like this? Something terrible must have happened. The neighbors, seeing Chen Mianmian's state, were all curious and followed to see what was going on. Who was covered in blood? Dong Qingqiu had just returned from grocery shopping when she heard someone mention Su Baiyan's daughter-in-law. That was her daughter. Her face turned pale as she frantically grabbed the arm of the person in front of her, feeling as if the world was going dark and she was walking on cotton. The neighbors, knowing she was the daughter-in-law of the Culture and Tourism Minister and also Commander Dong's daughter, did not dare to neglect her and recounted what they had just seen. Upon confirming that Chen Mianmian was indeed covered in blood, Dong Qingqiu felt her heart nearly stop, dropping the basket she was holding and rushing towards the Su family. The path she usually took felt long and torturous. She wished she could grow a few more legs to hurry. When she reached the entrance, she saw a large crowd gathered, pointing and discussing, which only made her heart sink further, ignoring the metallic taste of blood in her throat. She pushed through the crowd and ran in, immediately spotting Chen Mianmian covered in blood. At that moment, Chen Mianmian was still basking in the praise of the meat processing plant workers, who were eager to call her a hero for slaying a tiger. Oh, not at all. I'm not that impressive. Just as Chen Mianmian was about to invite the workers home for dinner, she was suddenly hugged tightly. Instinctively, she was about to throw the person behind her over her shoulder when she heard a heart-wrenching cry. Mianmian, my daughter, you can't be in trouble. Woo-woo. Someone come and save my daughter. The sudden embrace and wailing caused Chen Mianmian to freeze. She turned her head with difficulty to look at Dong Qingqiu, unable to understand why she was crying like this. Meanwhile, the onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. Wait, Chen Mianmian is Dong Qingqiu's daughter? Then, that means she is Commander Dong's granddaughter? Oh my, this world is too surreal. I thought she was just a country girl, but she turned out to be a young lady from a prestigious family? Lu Ruolin, seeing her daughter-in-law's bewildered expression, smiled helplessly, knowing that her mother-in-law had misunderstood. She quickly pulled Dong Qingxiu aside and explained that the blood was from a wild boar, not from Chen Mianmian. Really? You're not lying to me? Dong Qingxiu sobbed as she reached out to touch Chen Mianmian, checking every inch of her to ensure she was unharmed, tears streaming down her face. I'm fine, it's all wild boar blood. Chen Mianmian felt a bit at a loss due to Dong Qingxiu's sudden affection. She preferred the usual indifference. That's right, it's all wild boar blood. You have no idea how impressive this little comrade is, and her dogs are impressive too. After Dong Qingxiu's commotion and the workers' promotion, Chen Mianmian's reputation spread again in the family compound. On the day of her wedding, she sent troublesome relatives to the police station, and now she can kill wild boars. Plus, she is Commander Dong's granddaughter. Wow, she can walk around the family compound with confidence, and everyone will have to say she walks with authority. Noticing the time, the workers from the meat processing plant needed to head back. Lu Ruolin grabbed some candies from the house and distributed them, thanking them for bringing her daughter and daughter-in-law back. Once the crowd dispersed and the onlookers left to spread the news about the fresh and warm melon, Dong Qingxiu calmed down and felt embarrassed for crying so foolishly. Her image in front of her daughter was already poor, and now it was probably even worse. After thinking it over, she found a lame excuse to head back home, leaving Chen Mianmian and her mother staring at each other in silence. Mianmian, you saw it too. Your mother really cares about you. She probably just feels embarrassed usually. Listening to Lu Ruolin's words, Chen Mianmian awkwardly touched her nose. Having never spent much time with her mother in either of her lives, she truly didn't know how to respond. Since she couldn't figure it out, she set it aside and mentioned the matter of transferring owner.The to another school. Lu Ruolin, hearing for the first time that owner.The had been wronged at school, felt a wave of guilt as she grabbed her daughter's hand with red eyes. If it weren't for her own ineffectiveness, her daughter wouldn't have to endure such humiliation. All right, let's not cry anymore. What's done is done. In the future, owner.The shouldn't be bullied anymore. Mom, I brought back a lot of good things. Let us have a big dinner tonight. The state-run restaurant delivered 4 dishes, and a meat processing plant sent sausages along with bones, meat, and pig intestines. We should feast tonight. It would be a disservice to Chen Mianmian to not enjoy a hearty meal after all that wild boar blood. Lu Ruolin wiped her tears and nodded enthusiastically. Her daughter-in-law was standing up for her daughter, not to mention preparing delicious food. Even if she had to stew herself, she would do it. When Su Baiyan returned that evening, he heard owner.The recounting Chen Mianmian's glorious deeds again. He was astonished and quickly walked over to Chen Mianmian to check on her closely. I'm fine. You don't know how impressive I was when I killed the wild boar, Chen Mianmian said proudly, demonstrating how she killed the pig with her hands, only to have her hand grasped by Su Baiyan. Of course, I know you were impressive, but I also know you got hurt. Su Baiyan looked at the split on Chen Mianmian's hand, a flash of concern crossing his eyes. He retrieved iodine and gauze from the cabinet, pulling Chen Mianmian down to sit and began to treat her wound. It's just a small injury. It's nothing serious. Chen Mianmian brushed it off. She had sustained too many injuries growing up, and being around animals inevitably led to various scrapes. In fact, she had grown to enjoy the pain. So, a simple split on her hand didn't bother her at all. She hadn't even mentioned it to Lu Ruolin and the others. But she didn't expect Su Baiyan to notice. Having sustained countless injuries himself, Su Baiyan certainly knew where Chen Mianmian might get hurt. He held her calloused hand carefully, applying iodine with precision. The sting of the antiseptic made her flinch, and Su Baiyan gently blew on it. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. I'll blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore. Su Baiyan comforted Chen Mianmian like a child. This seemingly simple sentence made Chen Mianmian's eyelashes flutter, a warm current flowing through her heart. It was the first time someone had spoken to her like this. In the past, she had watched other parents comfort their children with envy, feeling like a thief peeking into someone else's happiness. Unexpectedly, after her death, she experienced this feeling. Chen Mianmian secretly placed her hand over her heart, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. The feeling of being cared for is truly wonderful. That night, the Su family was warm and happy, enjoying delicious food with grease on their lips. Meanwhile, Su Chunxing had a less pleasant evening. That night, a letter of complaint was sent to the military headquarters, stating that he condoned his family members' bullying, violating military discipline. Chen Mianmian, are you out of your mind? Going out to cause trouble and then report in my name? Su Chunxing stormed out of the military headquarters, furious and ready to find trouble with Su Bian the next day. Chapter 83. Immediately divorce Chen Mianmian. Dad, you have to make a decision for us. Su Bian, just look at this. Is this reasonable? They even reported me. Su Chunxing summoned Su Bian to the office early in the morning, throwing the documents on the table at his face turning the color of liver in anger. Chen Mianmian is nothing but a troublemaker. You need to divorce her quickly, or else don't blame me for being rude. Su Bian stood straight, not even flinching at the documents thrown at his face, with a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Zhongding was reported? That's great. Marrying Mianmian was indeed the right choice. Mianmian is my legally wedded wife. I will not divorce her, and she has done nothing wrong. Mianmian timely discovered that owner.The was being bullied and sought justice. Su Bian was so grateful that he almost bowed to her. How could he blame her? Su Chunxing looked at his son, who was once obedient but now dared to resist, and in anger rushed over to slap Su Bian. However, just as his hand was raised, it was firmly grasped, and he looked up to see Su Bian's sharp, distant gaze. No one can interfere in my marriage with Mianmian, not even if you were my father. Su Bian's tone was more solemn and oppressive than ever. Without the threats from his mother and sister, Su Chunxing was nothing. Fine. You don't listen. I'll go find Chen Mianmian myself. Su Chunxing's hand was violently shaken off by Su Bian, and his body staggered slightly before he steadied himself. Just like his precarious self-esteem. Seeing his son no longer obedient, Su Chunxing knew it was all Chen Mianmian's fault, and in anger, he stormed out of the office. Not to mention the 2 previous extortions, and now he even had a report letter handed to him. Su Chunxing's impulse took over, and without caring, he headed straight to the Su family's courtyard. Chen Mianmian, get out here. It's all because of you that I got reported. You must divorce Su Bian today and get out of the Su family. Su Chunxing shouted while banging on the door, attracting the attention of several curious neighbors. Ever since Chen Mianmian came, their lives have been incredibly exciting, with fresh gossip every day. Ha ha. Woof woof woof. Coincidentally, today Chen Mianmian took Su Owner and Lu Rulin to handle the transfer procedures and hadn't returned, while facing him were a few fierce dogs. If it weren't for the gate, they would have pounced on him without hesitation. The last time he was bitten in the butt suddenly flashed in his mind, causing Su Chunxing to retreat several steps, clutching his already scabbed wound, which still throbbed faintly. Woof woof woof. Looking at the baring teeth of the dogs, Su Chunxing no longer dared to knock on the door, but turning to leave would seem cowardly. After thinking, he stood there with a sullen face. He waited for an hour and a half before seeing Chen Mianmian and Lu Rulin returning with a basket, chatting and laughing. Chen Mianmian spotted Su Chunxing from a distance. Knowing this would happen after she made a big deal using his name yesterday, she couldn't help but smirk. Since Zhongding hasn't learned his lesson yet, she might as well collect some tuition fees. Mom, when we get to the door, you don't have to do anything, just cry. The worse you cry, the better. Chen Mianmian turned to look at the already nervous Lu Rulin, believing this task shouldn't be difficult. Huh, okay, I'll cry right now. Lu Rulin was actually too nervous to cry, but thinking of her daughter-in-law's words, she pinched her thigh hard, and her eyes immediately turned red. Chen Mianmian gave her mother-in-law a thumbs up, showing her approval, and the 2 of them walked over slowly. Chen Mianmian, after waiting for so long, Su Chunxing's anger grew stronger, and just as he was about to explode, Chen Mianmian finally returned, and he roared to question her. But before he could finish, Chen Mianmian suddenly wailed loudly. Oh my dad, did you come to see her because you know Owner was bullied? Boo-hoo, you don't know how pitiful she is. The little girl was bullied by so many people, and to avoid bothering you, she endured it for 3 whole years. Dad, you must support Owner. Su Chunxing's questioning voice got stuck in his throat, and he was choked by Chen Mianmian's quick response, making him roll his eyes in frustration. Damn, this girl is actually stealing my thunder. Owner being bullied is her own incompetence. Why are you using my name? Don't you know I'm about to get promoted? Your actions are having a very negative impact on me. You, a daughter-in-law who just married in, don't understand how to consider the elders at home, and yet you still go around causing trouble. It's simply unfilial. Su Chunsheng adopted the stance of an elder, thinking that this was the same way Chen Mianmian had scolded him before. He wanted to fight back. However, Chen Mianmian was all too familiar with Su Chunsheng's moral coercion tactics and looked down on them completely. Dad, what you said is not right at all. Why did I go to deal with those people? Isn't it for your reputation? Chen Mianmian suddenly turned the tables, making Su Chunsheng widen his eyes. Where did this ridiculous argument come from? owner.The is your daughter, right? You wanted a divorce back then, but then you suddenly couldn't bear to let go of mom after coming home, right? Even though you have never cared for her, loved her, or supported her, she is still living under the title of Su Shizhong's daughter, right? If she gets bullied, isn't that you, Su Shizhong, getting bullied? Isn't that slapping your face? As your daughter-in-law, I bravely fought against several burly men to defend your honor. It's really not easy for me. After finishing, Chen Mianmian threw herself onto Lu Ruolin, crying loudly. Lu Ruolin received Chen Mianmian's signal and also began to wail, crying out for her poor daughter-in-law. Su Chunsheng trembled, pointing at Chen Mianmian, so angry that he couldn't even speak. After Chen Mianmian cried enough, she quickly darted in front of Su Chunsheng, gripping his hand tightly. Dad, you came this time to comfort owner and reward me, right? Whether you give me 200 yuan or a big wardrobe, I will take good care of it. Chapter 84. You can't insult me, and you can't hit me. I'm going to settle this for you. And you still want 200 yuan and a big wardrobe? Do I look like a wardrobe to you? Why don't you just take me apart and put me in your house? Su Chunsheng felt a bit high blood pressure. He was here to cause trouble, not to contribute. This dead girl had already taken away so many things and still wanted money. Has she gone mad? Chen Mianmian immediately rolled her eyes in disdain, saying that this kind of middle-class status is useless, wasting food and looking unsightly. It's not as good-looking as Su buying by half. Dad, that is not how it works. You made such a fuss to come here. Is it because I defended owner that you got reprimanded? So, you're angry? Su Chunsheng was about to nod at Chen Mianmian's words when he heard neighbors cheering and running over from a distance. Oh, Comrade Chen, you made the news. The news of Chen Mianmian bravely killing a wild boar had already made the front page, and her heroic photos with the dogs were clearly visible to everyone, especially Su Chunsheng, who gripped the newspaper and felt like his eyes might pop out. This dead girl, how did she become a hero for no reason? Chen Mianmian felt that this neighbor was too supportive. With this newspaper, she felt even more confident. Dad, I admit that I was a bit impulsive yesterday. Not only did I take action, but I also exposed the shameless behavior of two people. Your being reported was also an unwarranted disaster. If you're really angry, just scold me a few times. Su Chunsheng raised an eyebrow, thinking how Chen Mianmian suddenly had such self-awareness, daring to ask for scolding. He saw her holding the newspaper in front of him, especially the 5 big words, killing boar girl hero, reminding him to stay calm. With Chen Mianmian currently on a roll, if he really scolded her, it wouldn't just be a report. He'd probably end up getting a mass notification. I said, Dad, you're so kind. How could you scold me? Chen Mianmian took advantage of the situation. Otherwise, how about you hit me a couple of times? Su Chunsheng's eyes flashed with fierce light, and Chen Mianmian pushed the newspaper towards him again. I know you can't bear to lay a hand on me. Hey, hit. Don't worry, I'll go find the person who reported you in a bit, and by the latest this afternoon, I can get the report withdrawn. Chen Mianmian thought that if those two didn't make trouble, she'd just deal with them later. But since they were right in front of her now, it would be rude not to go. Su Chunsheng looked at Chen Mianmian suspiciously. Could she really be so kind? Sure enough, the next second, Chen Mianmian raised her eyebrows and revealed a greedy and lewd smile. I'm going over to make a scene, so I should at least get some compensation, right? Actually, I don't mind not going, but if you don't pay me, your promotion might just be ruined. Su Chunsheng gritted his teeth in anger. He had never seen such a shameless person. Chen Mianmian innocently shrugged, clearly not planning to back down, and the two stared at each other for a while. In the end, Su Chunsheng, considering his future, had to yield. He took out all the money in his pocket, and after counting, it was only 20 yuan. Chen Mianmian disdainfully refused to take it. Dad, I'm doing this for your future. Just 20 yuan? How can you expect a weak little girl like me to make a scene? That's not even enough for my emotional damages. If you want me to help you settle this, you have to pay more. Su Chunsheng could already hear himself grinding his back teeth. He felt like he could kick this dead girl out with a single slap. How much do you want? It has to be at least 150. Otherwise, I want to go, and your promotion will be finished. Don't say you have no money. You'll get your salary tomorrow. You can borrow from someone. And with your status, someone will surely lend it to you. Seeing Chen Mianmian's stance, it was true that he couldn't move without money. In the end, he had no choice but to borrow money. Thinking of his future, in less than an hour, he had borrowed enough money. Chen Mianmian counted the 150 yuan, kissed it with satisfaction, stuffed it into her pocket, and then took a well-behaved dog with her as she got into the car. Su Chunsheng had arranged to head to the city. Dad, just wait for my good news. Sitting in the car, Chen Mianmian stuck her head out the window, waving enthusiastically at Su Chunsheng, making it seem like she was heading to the battlefield. Seeing Chen Mianmian leave completely, Su Chunsheng didn't want to stay there for another moment and hurriedly left. Lu Rulin finally breathed a sigh of relief when the annoying person was gone. She turned and ran to the newsstand, buying 10 copies of the newspaper to take home and cherish. However, as soon as she arrived, she saw Dong Qingxiu holding at least 50 copies of the newspaper. When she saw Lu Rulin, her expression was a bit awkward, her gaze flickering as she told her not to tell Chen Mianmian before running off. Lu Rulin looked at the few remaining newspapers of the newsstand and quickly snatched them into her arms, almost missing out on even that little bit. Chen Mianmian was unaware of the newspaper buying incident. Instead, she had the car stop at the school gate and walked in confidently. The events from yesterday were still fresh in everyone's minds. When Chen Mianmian entered, the director saw her and quickly scanned the room to ensure no one was looking for trouble before rushing to find the principal. Principal, it's bad. That girl is back. The principal, who was drinking tea, nearly spat it out when he heard this. Why is she back again? Didn't she already apologize? The principal had a bitter face, feeling that Chen Mianmian was scarier than the leaders of the Education Bureau. Just as the two were frowning, that graceful figure had already walked in. Chen Mianmian found it a bit funny to see the two of them on high alert and laughed out loud. She didn't waste time and asked for the addresses of teacher Li and Zhang Xiaohua. As soon as the principal heard she wasn't here to cause trouble for them, he quickly relaxed, called in a teacher who was familiar with teacher Li, and wrote down the address on paper. As for Zhang Xiaohua's, he found out through asking classmates. Chen Mianmian held the addresses, left the school, and got into the jeep to leave. The car bumped along until it reached the alley of teacher Li's house. Chen Mianmian got out with the dog, not rushing to go in, but instead letting the dog scout for information first. Leaning against the car door to bask in the sun, she waited for about 10 minutes before seeing the dog come back wagging its tail, followed by a few little local dogs, apparently all raised in the alley. She squatted down to communicate with the dogs for a while, and after finally getting the information she wanted, she confidently walked inside. When she reached the innermost house, she started banging on the door. Li, you scoundrel, hurry up and come out. You have the guts to mess around with others. So you have the guts to open the door. Clearly, you have an affair with Zhang Xiaohua and bully my sister. I just asked you to apologize, and you dared to write a report letter. Damn it, I'll hang myself at your door if you don't come out. While speaking, Chen Mianmian began to unfasten her belt, intending to hang it on the door frame of teacher Li's house. Hearing her banging on the door, many neighbors ran out to watch the commotion, asking Chen Mianmian what was going on. Just as Chen Mianmian was worried the show wouldn't go on, having an audience immediately prompted her to start telling how Su Juexia was wronged and how teacher Li and Zhang Xiaohua were maintaining an improper relationship. The neighbors listened with wide eyes, all gasping in shock. That teacher Li looks quite cultured. How could he do such a thing? You're talking nonsense. You're just slander my son. Li's mother, who had been hiding at home, rushed out to curse. You little brat, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Chen Mianmian turned to look at Li's mother, who was acting arrogant and domineering, and immediately put her hands on her hips, striking a pose that was 2 meters tall. Talking nonsense? Your family is simply rotten to the core. Don't you all know? Teacher Li's admission notice from university was stolen from your alley. He even peeped at the widow bathing, stole your eggs. Such a person is simply scum. A disgrace. According to the information from the dogs in the alley, this teacher, Li, was indeed not a good person. Listening to Chen Mianmian's words, the neighbors in the alley were stunned for a moment, and then those who graduated from high school with teacher Li suddenly understood something and rushed into the courtyard, dragging the person out and beating them up. Chapter 85 today. If we don't scare him, he'll be able to shit in your family's pod in the future. Help, help. Don't hit me anymore. Don't listen to this bitch's nonsense. I didn't do any of those things. Teacher Li was beaten by a group of people. Her heart was filled with fear. Very few people knew about this matter. How did she find out? If I didn't say anything, wouldn't checking reveal the truth? Back then, the mailman brought the admission letter, and he took it away. Later, he even deliberately hired someone to break your leg, making you recuperate for 6 months. When you were sick, your family went to the school to inquire about your grades. He bribed the old man in the mailroom to stop your family from entering and directly told them you had failed the exam. This matter is easy to investigate. In the 1960s, admission letters were handwritten and there was no identification or household registration verification information, so there was room for impersonation. Teacher Li stole someone else's life based on this information gap. Chen Mianmian provided a lead to the person whose admission letter was stolen, and that family rushed to the high school to check the grades and the whereabouts of the old man in the mailroom. All these leads were given to Chen Mianmian by the neighborhood dogs. They knew that Teacher Li secretly abused dogs, and the furry kids hated him, being well aware of his misdeeds. With Chen Mianmian speaking on behalf of the victims, all the bad things he had done over the years were revealed. It turned out that many conflicts in the neighborhood were instigated by Teacher Li. He even spread rumors to tarnish the reputation of a well-known beautiful girl in the neighborhood to avoid paying a bride price. When everyone despised her, he stood up and offered to marry her. Thus, a virtuous, kind, and diligent girl ended up marrying such a scoundrel. After marriage, she not only had to take care of the whole family, but also endure Teacher Li's infidelities, various forms of emotional abuse, and manipulation. Now that the truth has been revealed by Chen Mianmian, she was so furious that she picked up a hoe and smashed Teacher Li's head until it bled, demanding a divorce from him. Watching Teacher Li, who had incurred public wrath, wailing and crying for help, Chen Mianmian jumped up and down outside the crowd, inciting them. Hit him! Hit him! He is the tumor of the neighborhood. If we don't scare him today, he will be able to shit in your family's pot in the future. That one with the fists, how can you do this? Don't you see there's a shovel next to you? Use that instead. This bastard, enjoying what's in front of him while eyeing what's in the pot, ruining someone else's life, kill him. Voice breaking, with Chen Mianmian's words. The beating of Teacher Li intensified. Finally, when the police arrived to mediate, he clung to the police's legs, crying like a 200-pound child. Chen Mianmian followed the angry crowd to the police station and reported Teacher Li's malicious accusations. The police investigated the situation and issued a statement saying his report was invalid. Thank you, police comrades. If it weren't for you, my father-in-law would have suffered a great injustice. Chen Mianmian put the certificate in her pocket and turned to find Zhang Xiaohua's house. She was curious if there were any gossip to listen to. Oh, how exciting. On the way there, Chen Mianmian hummed a song while holding the dog in the back seat of the Jeep, while the soldier, driving, swallowed nervously. Thankfully, he didn't follow his superior's advice to trip the little girl. Otherwise, with her methods, he could have ended up being kicked out of the military district. When he returned, he had to tell his familiar comrades that they absolutely must not provoke Captain Su's wife. Chen Mianmian, completely unaware of the young soldier's thoughts, arrived near Zhang Xiaohua's house, and as usual, sent the dog to gather information. She wandered around nearby, saw someone resting, and approached to chat. With her sweet and cute appearance, she quickly blended in with them. By the time the dog returned, Chen Mianmian had learned what she needed to know. She swaggered to Zhang Xiaohua's front door and began banging on it forcefully. Zhang Xiaohua, come out. Not only did you flirt with men and bully classmates, but you also wrote a report letter, you shameless bitch. Today, I will uphold justice for the heavens. Chen Mianmian knocked hard on the door, and the neighbors gathered around with curious expressions. Who is it? Who is it? Making a fuss in front of my door so early. Suddenly, the door to Zhang Xiaohua's house opened from the inside, and a man was about to threaten Chen Mianmian, but when he saw her face, his eyes widened, and the curse he was about to say got swallowed back. Oh, isn't this the eat shit guy from yesterday? What's the matter? Did you know I was coming and specifically waited to greet me? Chen Mianmian recognized the person and smiled as well. Isn't this the grandson who ate shit upside down yesterday? You, Zhang, who had been humiliated and suffered a loss yesterday, did not dare to speak up and had been so angry that he couldn't sleep all night. After finally catching up on some sleep, this little girl had chased him to his doorstep. The neighbors didn't understand what Chen Mianmian meant by eat shit guy, and since she was kind-hearted, she couldn't bear for anyone to miss out on such a juicy story. She quickly explained how he had bet with her yesterday and, after losing, had to eat raw pig intestines upside down. Stop saying it. Stop saying it. When Zhang heard Chen Mianmian mentioning him eating pig intestines, he realized something was wrong and wanted to stop her, but was intimidated by the dog beside her. Yesterday, the dogs had teamed up to take down a wild boar. So biting him was like playing. You bastard. I have already fulfilled the bet. Why are you still pestering me? Zhang felt the same judgmental gazes from the surrounding neighbors, darkened his face, and tried to chase Chen Mianmian away. However, she crossed her arms and pointed inside the door. Who said I came to find you? I came to find Zhang Xiaohua. She bullied my sister-in-law and even wrote a report letter to distort the truth about my father-in-law yesterday. I must seek an explanation. Chen Mianmian looked at Zhang with a sneer, not expecting that he and Zhang Xiaohua were from the same family. But given their behavior, it was not surprising. They were both equally stupid and wicked. Zhang Xiaohua, come out. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will hang myself at your doorstep. Chen Mianmian skillfully took off her belt and looped it over the door frame while pretending to accuse Zhang Xiaohua of her actions. The neighbors, having finished the gossip about Zhang, were now hearing about Zhang Xiaohua, and gasps of surprise echoed in waves. However, there were also some who conspired with the Zhang family, coming over to criticize Chen Mianmian for being unreasonable and blaming Zhang Xiaohua. Chen Mianmian looked at the middle-aged woman with a smile that seemed to hold back words. I say, Annie, you may care for Zhang Xiaohua, but she might not care for you. You live next door to her, right? You probably don't know, but your husband often has secret meetings with Zhang Xiaohua's mother when you go back to your family. Oh, by the way, that gold bracelet you brought as a dowry was also given to Zhang Xiaohua's mother by your husband. It's hidden in the Kong cabinet in the inner room. As soon as Chen Mianmian finished speaking, the aunt screamed and barged inside. After a series of crashing sounds and women's screams, the gold bracelet was indeed found. Accompanied by the frantic sounds of women fighting, Chen Mianmian revealed everything she had learned from the dog about the Zhang family's affairs. Even a matter of the girl they were planning to set up for Zhang blind date being drugged to create a situation was mentioned. Bastard beast. The girl for the blind date was introduced by someone from the neighborhood. Upon hearing how disgusting the Zhang family was, she got so angry that she directly attacked and beat Zhang. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua and her mother were also dragged out by the neighbor aunt, who pulled their hair and slapped them hard. The aunt, who worked hard for years, was strong and easily dealt with the two of them. Watching Zhang Xiaohua get beaten black and blue brought great satisfaction to Chen Mianmian. Once the aunt had vented enough, Chen Mianmian walked over and used her foot to lift Zhang Xiaohua's chin. Zhang Xiaohua, you thought you could outsmart me and even dare to write a complaint letter, huh? Can you guess what your teacher Lee is doing right now? Chapter 86, knowing I'm not to be messed with, yet you insist on provoking me. What are you trying to prove? Zhang Xiaohua, I never expected Chen Mianmian to come looking for her. After losing face at school yesterday, she had urged teacher Lee to file a report. She thought that at the very least, this shameless person would come with something to apologize, but instead, she came to stir up trouble and tore away her last bit of dignity. You're bullying me too much. Zhang Xiaohua struggled to lift her head. Looking at Chen Mianmian, who seemed completely unfazed, her eyes filled with hatred. Oh, you can't handle just this? My sister has been bullied by you for 3 years. Why don't you reflect on yourself? If you dare to report me, be prepared for the consequences. Don't waste my time. Your teacher Lee has already signed a confession. It's just you left now. Hurry up and sign it, or I might lose my temper and say something else. Chen Mianmian's clear and deep eyes seemed to see through Zhang Xiaohua's hidden secrets. Zhang Xiaohua thought about the things she had done, her gaze shrinking as she lowered her head, too afraid to meet her eyes. A piece of paper floated in front of Zhang Xiaohua, stating that she colluded with teacher Lee to distort the truth, reported recklessly, apologized to the wrong teacher Su Chunsheng, and promised to reflect deeply. Zhang Xiaohuan knew that if she didn't sign today, Chen Mianmian would really expose all her dirty deeds, and she had no choice but to grit her teeth and compromise. As soon as she signed, Chen Mianmian snatched the paper back, putting it into her pocket while smiling maliciously at Zhang Xiaohua. You know my fighting ability, yet you insist on provoking me. What are you trying to show off? From now on, stay away from me, or every time I see you, I'll hit you. How else can I justify your treatment of my sister? After saying this, Chen Mianmian turned and left, with the sound of Zhang's family continuing to be beaten behind her. Listen, how wonderful that sounds. When Chen Mianmian returned to the family compound with the confession, it was just time for lunch. Su Juexia happily went to get the bowls and chopsticks when she saw her return. The military family school was only a 20-minute distance from home, so Su Juexia could come back for lunch from now on. At the dining table, she talked about her new class and new teachers. Everyone was very friendly to her and didn't mock her for being a little stutterer. Sister-in-law, everyone knows you are a hero. They asked me about you. You are really impressive. Today, when Su Juexia entered the class, many classmates surrounded her, asking if Chen Mianmian was her sister-in-law. After receiving her affirmative answer, their attitudes were very friendly. Well, when they ask, you just say, I have a good relationship with you, and sometimes pick you up after school. Chen Mianmian smiled knowingly. With such a powerful sister-in-law, even if those kids didn't care, their parents would definitely remind them. After all, nobody wanted to become famous in this family compound. Su Juexia didn't understand the deeper meaning in Chen Mianmian's words, but when she heard that she would be picked up after school, she was very happy. Sister-in-law is so nice. After Su Juexia finished her meal and went to school, Chen Mianmian was about to train the dogs when Lu Rulin brought out a basin of soft white buns and 2 plates of dishes. Mianmian, just in time you are back. Take these to your mother. She doesn't cook well, and Jianya's health isn't good. I made a little extra. Chen Mianmian looked at the fragrant, untouched food and then at Lu Rulin's warm smile, knowing that her mother-in-law wanted to ease the relationship between them. Noticing that Chen Mianmian was silent, Lu Rulin thought she was going to refuse and urged her. Your mother cares about you very much, otherwise she wouldn't have cried so hard yesterday. She's such a proud person. Crying while holding you shows she was really scared. Also, I saw her buy a lot of newspapers with your photo in them today. She looks so proud. Listening to Lu Rulin's words, Chen Mianmian's heart stirred. Perhaps, just perhaps, Dong Qingqiu indeed still cared about her. After all, she had sent so many gifts at the time of the wedding, and sending a meal was acceptable. I just didn't want you to tire yourself out. That's why I went to deliver it. Not because I'm soft-hearted. Chen Mianmian muttered to excuse herself as she took the food and walked out. Lu Rulin smiled and shook her head at Chen Mianmian's awkwardness, saying they were just like mother and daughter, their hard exteriors hiding soft hearts. Meanwhile, Dong Qingqiu was talking to Wen Jianya about Chen Mianmian's heroic deeds while holding the newspaper, her pride barely contained. Wen Jianya had been feeling much better lately. Seeing Chen Mianmian smiling brightly in the newspaper, the corners of his mouth also lifted slightly. Recently, Chen Mianmian had been helping him with his rehabilitation training, and he felt his wrist had become noticeably more flexible. He could control the fine movements of his fingers and even managed to hold chopsticks for a little while. This gradual improvement eased the despair in Wen Jianya's heart. Moreover, thinking about how his mother had been talking about Chen Mianmian's antics in the family compound recently, he found this little sister quite interesting. Mom, in a few days, Grandpa said he wants to take Mianmian home to visit. You should go too. I can handle it alone at home. Thinking about how Grandpa had brought up Mianmian with such fondness last time, he knew he really liked that girl. Come with me. It's been a long time since we went out for a walk, and your uncles want to see you too. Dong Qingqiu wanted to go, but she couldn't help but worry about Wen Jianya being home alone. Wen Jianya lowered his gaze, not wanting to continue this topic. As a disabled person, he hated the way others looked at him. The sympathy, pity, and carefulness in their eyes made his heart feel as if it were being pricked by needles. Dong Qingqiu wanted to persuade him further when they heard a knock on the door. Seeing it was Chen Mianmian bringing food, her face lit up, and she let her in. Jianya, Mianmian is here. Dong Qingqiu took the food into Wen Jianya's room, with Chen Mianmian following behind, wanting to see how he was doing. Mianmian is here. Wen Jianya, compared to his previous despair, now had light in his eyes. Please sit. After speaking, he pulled out a small cloth bag from the drawer beside him. I couldn't go to your wedding a few days ago, but since you are here now, this is my wedding gift for you. I hope you like it. Chen Mianmian initially wanted to decline, as they weren't very close, and Dong Qingxiu had already given her a lot. However, Wan Jinya insisted, saying that they were at least step-siblings, and if she didn't accept it, he would feel very sad. Then, thank you. Chen Mianmian put the cloth bag into her pocket. As for your leg, wait for the expert to come and take a clearer x-ray. You need to eat well and take care of your health. Wan Jinya nodded vigorously at Chen Mianmian's words, determined to cooperate as best as he could if he could stand up again. After chatting for a while, Chen Mianmian prepared to leave. Dong Qingxiu, holding a clean plate, hesitated for a while before finally gathering her courage to invite her to visit her father over the weekend. I didn't come to find you before, and you didn't think of recognizing me. It's not a good idea to push it, so I won't bother you. Chen Mianmian didn't want to go, while Dong Qingxiu's lips moved a couple of times, unsure of what to say. This was when Wan Jinya noticed the tension in their mother-daughter relationship and timely interjected. I heard that uncle's prepared a lot of great gifts as meeting presents. Why not take advantage of it? I remember my second uncle has a particularly beautiful pistol. As soon as Chen Mianmian heard about the gun, her eyes lit up. Why not go? If we're recognizing each other, I want that feeling of being surrounded by family. Chapter 87. Let you bunch of good-for-nothings experience the power of the car god of Akinoko Mountain. The weekend quickly arrived. Lu Ruolin knew that Chen Mianmian was going to the Dong family to recognize her relatives, so she prepared gifts and food several days in advance. She not only made sweet red date and brown sugar steam cakes, but also made a lot of peanut candy, which was crispy and particularly delicious. Since it was Chen Mianmian's first time to recognize her relatives, she had to show some sincerity, especially since they all had military ranks. She couldn't appear too shabby. Now that the family was well off, Lu Ruolin was generous with the preparations. Just the smell made Chen Mianmian's mouth water. Mom, there's too much food. Let us keep half for home so we can eat it later. While speaking, she took half of the food and put it back on the plate. Lu Ruolin was about to stop her when Chen Mianmian stuffed a piece of peanut candy in her mouth, instantly overwhelming her with flavor and leaving her speechless. Looking at Chen Mianmian's satisfied expression, Lu Ruolin felt that ever since this daughter-in-law came into the family, their lives had been getting better and better. As long as their son didn't have a mission, he would come home, and their daughter's smile had increased. On this side, things were almost ready, and Su Baiyan had also returned from the army to go to the Dong family today. He had gone to the supply and marketing cooperative early in the morning to buy a bunch of things. He was drenched in sweat, having filled 3 large net bags. Did you bring the entire supply and marketing cooperative back? Chen Mianmian joked, stuffing a piece of peanut candy into his mouth, eyeing the items in the net bags and thinking about taking some out. It's my first time visiting. Of course, I need to buy some things to show that I care. Su Baiyan thought about how Chen Mianmian fed him candy. His heart felt sweeter than the peanut candy. His eyes sparkled with a gentle, bright light. While they were talking, Dong Qingxiu pushed Wan Jinya over. When Hepping still had some matters in the army and would arrive a bit later, the couple bid farewell to Lu Ruolin and her daughter and got into the jeep. For convenience, Su Baiyan sat in the passenger seat while Wan Jinya sat by the window, allowing Dong Qingxiu to finally be close to her daughter. As the car drove off, Dong Qingxiu assessed Chen Mianmian's outfit today. Lu Ruolin had made a new red and white checkered dress paired with a white shirt. And with her increasingly radiant face, she looked sweet and youthful, more and more resembling her mother when she was young. Dong Qingxiu was about to speak when she saw Chen Mianmian lean out of the window, greeting the menacingly approaching Su Chunqing. Oh, Dad, what a coincidence. You're empty-handed. You're not here to see me, are you? Su Chunqing looked at Chen Mianmian's playful expression and felt his blood pressure rising again. Chen Mianmian, didn't you say you'd handle the complaint letter for me? It's been several days. You're not just scamming my money without doing anything, are you? Seeing Su Chunqing's exasperated demeanor, Chen Mianmian looked innocent. Oh, Dad, you're getting old. Don't be so angry. If you burst a blood vessel and end up paralyzed, I want to be able to take care of you with Baiyan. It's just a confession letter. I'll get it to you in a couple of days. Don't worry. For Baiyan's future, I want to let you be punished. A dark glimmer flashed in Chen Mianmian's eyes as she ignored Su Chunqing's shouting, and the car brushed past him. Since the confession letter was in her hands, It had to be used to its fullest value. If Su Chunxing wanted it back, it depended on how he acted. Su Baiyan, sitting in the passenger seat, listened to Chen Mianmian defending him, looking back at her with a smile in his eyes. Their gazes met, and she playfully threw him a flirtatious wink, pleased to see his ears blush. Dong Qingxiu observed the interaction between her daughter and son-in-law. Knowing the relationship was good, she thought she needed to tell her family not to make things too hard for Baiyan, or else Mianmian would get angry. Unaware of Dong Qingxiu's thoughts, Chen Mianmian closed her eyes and dozed off after they left the family compound. After about half an hour, the car got blocked by stones on the narrow road. The driver frowned and got out to check the situation. Just as he bent down to move the stones, he was suddenly shot down by a cold gunshot. The gunfire startled Chen Mianmian awake, and she opened her eyes to see the driver shot in the thigh. Scrambling back in panic, "Everyone stay inside. I'll go save him." Su Baiyan, as a soldier, quickly assessed the situation, opened the car door, and dashed out. They weren't allowed to carry firearms when off duty, so he only had a self-defense dagger left. "Mom, if things go wrong, take my sister and run. These people are after me." Wan Jianya clenched his lips tightly, his eyes filled with endless hatred. He knew that even if those opposing forces couldn't get him, they would still want him dead. Previously, they hadn't been able to act in the family compound. Today, they finally came out, but unexpectedly dragged others into it. "Jianya, we want to leave you behind. Don't worry, your dad will be here soon. We'll be fine." Dong Qingxiu was terrified and pale, but held Wan Jianya's hand tightly. After going through so much to bring this child back from the brink of death, if they were taken away again, there would be no way to survive. "Mom, they want me. Even if you and my sister don't leave, you'll still be implicated." Wan Jianya looked at the dozen or so people gathering, each holding a knife, looking fierce and menacing. He recalled the despair of the previous 3 days and trembled uncontrollably. Dong Qingxiu looked at Wan Jianya, then at Chen Mianmian. She couldn't bear to abandon either of her children. "Oh, it's not the last moment yet. Isn't it too early to be making last words?" Chen Mianmian's voice suddenly rang out. Before Dong Qingxiu and Wan Jianya could react, she climbed into the driver's seat, stepped on the gas, and turned the steering wheel in one smooth motion. In her past life, she had excellent driving skills, and since coming here, she hadn't driven in a long time. Now, with her palms gripping the steering wheel, her